To prove that only Chinese horror can scare the world to tears, I directly crossed over to the Blue Star where the eerie arena descended. Here, each country must summon its native horrors to battle, with the victor enjoying flourishing national fortune and eternal prosperity. The loser not only suffers a decline in national fortune and the descent of terror, but may even face the calamity of national annihilation. I had thought that with its rich historical heritage, Dragon Nation would surely dominate the Blue Planet, but unexpectedly, it had suffered 9 consecutive defeats and was about to face the final reckoning. All because, over the years, Dragon Nation had neglected the inheritance of horror culture, resulting in the inability to summon even a single first-class supernatural entity. At this thought, my anger burned fiercely. Our vast and mighty Huaxia possesses such profound horror culture, the inverted yin and yang of the red and white collision, the corpse-striding rituals of Xiangxi under the endless yin, the demonic ghosts of the 18 hells of Yama. Summoning any one of them could dominate the Blue Planet. Just then, a crisp voice rang out, "Congratulations on successfully awakening the tome of Chinese horror. You can now summon the horrors recorded within. Remember, this is not cheating, all of this rightfully belongs to Dragon Nation." Reading the last line on the panel, I gasped sharply, my eyes blazing with intense excitement. There are 5 minutes left until the second round. Dragon Country must immediately send out its contestant. Once the time limit is exceeded, it will be considered a forfeit. In the center of the arena, a mysterious referee clad in a black robe, whose face was obscured, coldly announced. As his voice faded, the other countries turned their gazes toward Dragon Country. The audience from Sakura Country, the victors of the first round, could no longer contain their excitement and began taunting relentlessly, "If Dragon Country really can't send anyone, just give up already. After all, you're destined to lose. With your country's weak horror culture, I don't even know why you're still trying. As the old Chinese saying goes, do not pick up what others have discarded." The Sakura audience members, brandishing megaphones, shouted triumphantly, their smug expressions practically oozing from their faces. Just then, I slowly stepped into the arena, and the next moment, a barrier rose around us. The mysterious referee on the arena began to speak. "Time's up. Both contestants are in position. For the sake of this battle's entertainment value, please introduce yourselves and the horrors you've summoned." Perhaps to prevent interference from the Dragon Nation citizens, he added, given that this round may be the Dragon Nation's final appearance on the horror arena, the right to change combatants will no longer be granted. Let the battle begin. The next second, the contestant from Sakura Nation stepped forward first and said, "I am Shia Yusei, from Sakura Nation. The horror I've summoned is the Ranka Kukasake Ana Slit-Mouthed Woman." As his words fell, he snapped his fingers, and immediately, a bizarre figure materialized behind him. A woman with disheveled hair appeared, her mouth slit open to her ears, her pitch-black eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. The scissors in her hand were coated with a thick, revolting substance. Legend has it that when night falls, Kukasake Ana would always stop passers-by while wearing a mask and ask them if she was beautiful. If they answered no or remained silent, she would kill them with her long scissors. If they answered yes, she would remove her mask and use the scissors to slit their mouths open like hers. The number of Sakura citizens who have died by her hands is said to be no less than 10,000, making her rank a classification well-deserved. Shirya Yushing sneered a few times and mocked, "Ha, once my slit-mouthed woman is summoned, she won't stop until she sees corpses. If the contestant from Dragon Country kneels and begs for mercy, I might be able to put in a good word for you with her. Just have her slit the corners of your mouth and leave you with a humiliating scar." I simply looked at the contestant with indifference and said, "Don't worry. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy later, I'll still kill you without hesitation." At this point, the referee waved his hand and said, "Enough talk. Introduce the horror you're about to summon." The contestant from Dragon Country summons, Red and White Collision of Evil. Level, unknown. Then, a sinister smile curled at the corners of my lips as I mentally flipped to the first page of the Chinese horror compendium. Now, open your eyes wide and witness what true Chinese horror looks like. After hearing my words, the audience from Sakura Country burst into laughter. A mere B-grade ghost servant is already their nation's strongest combat power. A country with such weak horror culture dares to boast about showing us Chinese horror. Vision Eugenics sighed and said, "I thought you were someone remarkable, but turns out you're just a fool. Slit-mouthed woman, take him down in one move." At his command, Slit-mouthed woman's eyes glowed red the next second as she charged at me fiercely with her long scissors. Yet just as the scissors were about to pierce my neck, an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from my body in an instant, like a colossal tidal wave spreading outward. The mere shockwave sent Slit-mouthed woman flying dozens of meters away. After sensing the murderous aura emanating from me, Vision Yashing widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? As for me, a wry smile appeared at the corner of my mouth.
How? Don't be so eagerly surprised so early. The corner of Zhang Shu's mouth revealed a sighing smile. The show? It's just begun. Hoo. As his words fell, the sky, which was originally clear, turned cloudy gray without warning. The sky was gloomy, and in the clouds, rolling thunder tumbled. and the air was filled with an air of supreme een that was dense to the extreme. "Captain, look!" One of the combatants from the Dragon Kingdom suddenly pointed to the sky. Zhou Zhengtian raised his head violently, and immediately afterward, he saw a shocking scene that he had never seen before in his life. The boundless sky, with Zhang Shu's location as the center, was as if it had been cut open by a god's sword, creating an invisible moat. The presence of the Rift Valley caused the sky to split directly in two. Creates a very different scene. Half of the sky reflected scarlet blood light, as if it had been dyed with the blood of millions of people, and even the rolling clouds were sticky like writhing flesh and blood. Half of the sky reflected a fearful whiteness, a whiteness that had never been seen before, like a life that was coming to an end without a trace of color, eerie and morose. Two extreme colors clash. Add to that the blood that filled the air, the eerie cold wind that hovered around the crowd. The moment, all the spectators' bodies were trembling slightly. They stared at Zhang Shu with their full attention, both eyes as wide as bronze bells. At this moment, they had already realized that this young man from the Dragon Kingdom, who was looked down upon by everyone, was very uncomplicated. The mysterious referee located on top of the ring looked up at the huge changes in the sky. The corners of his mouth turned up. Interesting. Knock, 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 knock. While all the spectators were still marveling at the great change in the sky, suddenly, a deafening drumbeat stirred from the scarlet sky. Under everyone's nervous gaze, a huge scale family delivery team appeared above the scarlet sky, densely packed, all of them dressed in red, with a neat and eerie smile on their faces. The procession of the bridegroom is orderly and moves forward at the same pace, like a long river of blood that gushes and does not recede. And in the center of the group, a wheel of ornately decorated sedan chair stood out. It is dominated by red color, full of auspicious symbolism. In its surroundings, hung with colorful lanterns and satin. In the sedan chairman carried under the march, swaying. And the most amazing thing is, at the end of the sedan chair, a phoenix with glittering gold and scarlet feathers, trailing a red-colored haze tail, was erected in the pavilion. It held its head high and looked down with a condescending stance, looking out of the corner of its eye. Sedan chair? Isn't this something used in ancient times when a woman gets married? Why is it here? Right, and the scale of this marriage is just too grand. Just the marriage delivery team alone has thousands of people. This doesn't even meet the normal ancient specifications for a woman's marriage. Wait, don't you guys see a problem? This is the Ring of Terror. But where is the thing summoned by Zhang Shu half as terrifying? Yes, isn't getting married a symbol of joy and good fortune? For a moment, the people of Dragonland froze. They looked at each other with amazement in their eyes. Did Zhang Shu not get the rules right from the start? The experienced Zhou Zhengtian on the sidelines frowned as he understood that since Zhang Shu dared to take the field for him, he shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. And when the spectators from the other countries saw this scene, they couldn't help but start laughing. Huh! Am I reading this right? Isn't this the Ring of Terror? Why did the Dragon Country players summon something so festive? Are they here to be funny? I thought I remembered this as a scene from their ancient marriage. How did you conjure this up? Just now, looking at the momentum, I thought I was going to show us a tough one, but I didn't realize I was pulling a big one on us. Dragon Kingdom, is that all you have? Just when the audience from various countries laughed at Zhang Shu for summoning the wedding scene. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice rang out from the crowd. Wait, you guys stop taunting for a second and look in the sky. Words. All of them looked up to the sky, only to see that in that pale sky, another team had actually appeared. Quite different from the procession at the beginning of the wedding. The coffin bearers in this procession were dressed in white mourning clothes, and their faces all wore serious expressions that were cold to the extreme. At the front of the procession, the ringing instrument class struck gongs and drums and played sad vocal music, as if a funeral bell rang from the depths of the underworld, accompanied by a high-pitched and desolate oboe sound. The people on either side of them threw paper money made of white paper into the air. Scattered and scattered, like cold, bleak snow. The whole procession was filled with a weird and eerie atmosphere. They kept moving forward, and as they traveled, the people knelt on either side in mourning, kowtowing to the coffin in droves. It was as if they were possessed, and even if their heads were knocked over, they did not make the slightest move to stop. Same as the previous sedan chair. On this ancient, heavy coffin also stood a phoenix. Only, this one phoenix had a miserable white color all over its body, and its complexion was no longer proud, and its ghostly black pupils were filled with sadness, like a dead phoenix that had long since lost its life. The moment, a red and white sky, marriage and funeral meet, the sedan chair and the coffin collided. As they reached the dividing line, both teams stopped in their tracks. And then a very dignified voice could be heard coming from the sedan chair and the coffin one after the other. The phoenix cape, the queen's great joy, everything in the mortal world, back off. 100 birds toward the phoenix, Empress Phoenix falls, everything in the mortal world, quickly back off. Next moment, in the center of the casket and sedan chair, huge ripples of baleful chi spread out, crazily ravaging everything in the heavens and earth. Trees were blown toppling over, mountains and rivers were blown to whistling. Even the spectators of the countries that were being protected felt a strong aura of death at this moment. It seemed like someone had a knife to their neck. It made their bodies couldn't help but shiver. This scene of joy and sadness hitting each other. It made even those of them who did not understand Chinese horror feel a thrill from deep within at this moment. What the hell is this? Sakura Nation's player UCI Shino's pupils trembled as he looked at the sky, his survival instincts driving him to try to hurry and escape from the ring. But he couldn't break the boundary at all. And the spectators from various countries also held their breath and looked at the coffin and palanquin in the sky with stunned expressions, so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. Seems to be playing a big game. Even Zhang Shu, who was the originator, sucked in a breath of cold air. From the moment the wedding and funeral procession appeared just now, he had a premonition of it all in his mind. The size of such a huge team is not at all what ordinary people deserve. And the only one who can enjoy all this is the motherly empress. The red and white collision is supposed to be a great evil. But now, it's still the queen in this coffin and palanquin. When the great evil met the human phoenix, its terror was completely impossible to describe with words. Just thinking about it made people feel chills on their backs. One can only hope that the Sakura ghosts will be able to keep the two in the sky slightly entertained. One thought to this. Zhang Shu looked up into the sky, pointed at UCI Shino, and bellowed out, "Seniors, please help me, and cane this ghost who insulted my dragon kingdom on the spot." Hoo. With a command from him, the terrifying thing in the sky responded instantly. Originally spread in all sides of heaven and earth, the fury gas was like thousands of rivers converging in the sea, madly rushing toward the direction of Yuxing Shenhua. The massive power wrapped in it caused UCI Shino's pupils to lock up and his body to tremble in fear. No good. I'll die if this move goes down. UCI Shino panicked and looked to the side of the cleft female who had long been frozen in shock. Hurry up on me. Kill that horrible thing that the Dragon Kingdom player summoned. The cleft woman turned her head stiffly, pointing her finger at herself in dismay. The expression seemed to say, "No? Just me? Chapter 4 Class A Split Woman? One move to kill." The Rift Woman is a summoned horror. It's true that she's not a life form, but she does have a brain and a mind. As far as that coffin in the sky was concerned, that wheeled sedan chair, the aura it gave off was simply not something she could fight against. Letting her go up there and take it on the hard way, isn't that just sending her to her death? What are you waiting for? Hurry up, huh? Did you think that by begging for mercy they would leave us alone? UCI Shino stared at the cleft woman, his face no longer as subdued as it had been earlier. The slit woman held the blood-stained long scissors, her scarlet eyes radiating a morose light as she sank her head low, the long scissors in her hand flipping violently. Phew! Like a sharp arrow, it frantically approached towards Zhang Shu at a speed as fast as lightning. Not good. This cleft female is going to make a move against Zhang Shu. The hearts of the Dragon Kingdom spectators instantly lifted. Crackerjack women are not stupid. She was no match for the red and white crashing fury in the sky. However, as long as the opponent's summoned player was killed, the horror it had summoned would naturally disappear. At that thought, a sinister smile curled up at the corner of the cleft woman's mouth, her body sticking to the ground, bringing up a puff of smoke and dust wherever she passed, with lightning roaring in it. What a countryside freak from there. How dare you lay hands on him without the palace's permission? A majestic and incomparable voice suddenly came from the palanquin in the sky. Immediately afterward, a white arm reached out from the palanquin curtains, and with one hand and fingers, she raised and then lowered it. Boom! Shasta. The scarlet sky violently descended a bucket-thick world destroying blood thunder. And the thunder was wildly powerful, piercing through the clouds and tearing through space. Under the cracked woman's terrified gaze, a rumbling sound, with unerring precision, struck her body, erupting a strong and incomparable baleful aura, the remaining aftermath of which stirred up ripples, and even shook the ring's boundaries open. After the wind calms down, the crowd hurriedly turned their attention to where the cleft woman had been earlier. But now, where is the cleft woman? The only thing left at the scene was a streak of fragmented powder with a human form, which disappeared without a trace under the wind. Class a cleft female, deceased. One move in a second. I'll be damned. The moment, the global audience was shocked beyond words. Their gazes trembled as they stared stonily at the palanquin in the scarlet sky, their throats too dry to swallow a drop of saliva. It's horrible. The terrifying thing summoned by the Dragon Kingdom this time was too terrifying. Just one random strike had turned the crowned brutal, bloody, ruthless slit woman into pieces. Such a strong battle power was extremely rare in the Terror Ring since its appearance. Is this an S-class summon? However, just when everyone was still in shock over the scene in front of them, an unpleasant voice came from that coffin on the pale white sky that it was not easy to have a chance to make a move, but it turned out to be snatched away by you, sister. You can't be like this next time. Vocal lines are soft, elegant, and beautiful. The tone was filled with a few grumbles, little tantrums. But in the situation at hand, no one would be so hot-headed as to think that the coffin contained a soft, pampered woman. With the appearance of her voice, the consternation on the faces of the audience in the room had almost coalesced into substance. Their mouths opened wide as they realized a serious problem. The one who just shot and killed the cleft woman was the one in the sedan chair. But don't forget, there's a coffin hovering in the sky. What's a coffin? Pretending to be something dead. The een and fury will only get heavier and stronger. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, their wide eyes highlighting their panic at every turn. The Longwa audience, who had not experienced victory for a long time, did not react immediately until they had already won. There were just faces, rubbing their eyes and pinching their thighs, until it was determined that it wasn't a dream, but reality. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom instantly erupted in thunderous applause. We won, we really won. We've defeated the Sakura Nation's Riftwoman, and we have a powerful terror of our own. Ha 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 ha. What did I just say? I knew that Zhang Shu must have his backbone if he dared to take the place on the field. What did I say? This dude is amazing. A wedding and a funeral collide. How did he come up with that? It's genius. Whoever said our horror culture doesn't work, just the ones that appeared in the sky almost scared the pants off me. Where's the Sakura Nation? Why don't they talk anymore? Is it because of a natural disinclination to speak? Didn't you scream fiercely earlier? Why are you wilting like a beaten rat now? A ranked cleft female. She didn't even last a single move under the horrors summoned by Zhang Shu. The moment, the Dragon Nation audience completely raised their eyebrows and mocked Sakura Nation properly. They were so cursed that they didn't even have a chance to talk back. Previously also helped the Cherry Blossom country to speak of the country. Instantly also no temper, one by one hung his head, fearing that the Dragon country remembered what they had just done, suffered later retaliation. Baka. How could this happen? UCI Shino actually lost. Damn the Dragon Kingdom for summoning such a powerful and terrifying thing. They must have hidden their frustration before. No matter what, let UCI Shino come back first. He's also a talented person, and he can still contribute to our Sakura country in the future. The Sakura combat team discussed in a low atmosphere. At this point, the mysterious referee, who was at the edge of the ring, saw that Cracker Woman was dead, came to the center of the ring, and raised his hand to announce that the Split Woman is dead. So I declare round 2, Sakura Nation battle. Slow down. Zhang Shu suddenly opened his mouth, and he stared coldly at UCI Shino. The cleft girl is dead, but the Sakura player is alive and well. According to the rules of the Ring of Terror, as long as the opposing player is still in the ring, he can continue the match unless he surrenders and admits defeat. UCI Shino sniffed, instantly reacted, and immediately raised his hand and shouted, I'm not going to fight. I recognize. Late. Elder, do it. UCI Shino had not finished admitting defeat. Zhang Shu immediately shouted into the sky, and immediately after, another thunderbolt fell, slashing towards UCI Shino at an extremely fast speed. The mysterious referee on the side saw this and tried to step in to block it, but he simply couldn't. One could only watch as the lightning split Yusei Shino into pieces. After doing everything, Zhang Shu exhaled a long breath. Phew! Comfortable. Get comfortable. It's not just him. The Dragon Country audience also laughed openly, as if they had met some great joyous event, and all of them raised their fists high, calling out in pain. Since the Terror Ring descended, there have been far too many defeats for the Dragon Kingdom, and in this ring, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have lost too much dignity, looked into too many other people's eyes, and died too many contestants who had backbone and were unwilling to surrender. But starting today, everything is going to change drastically. Ring of Terror? The Dragon Kingdom is bound to take it down. Chapter 5. Quasi-S-Class Terror Half-Bodied Necromancer. Someone's in pain. It's natural for someone to be upset. It's even as bad as eating, compared to the excited state of the Dragon audience. Each of the Sakura audience members' faces were blue and ugly, the color of pig's liver. How could they not have expected that the round they thought was inevitable would be instantly reversed because of Zhang Shu's sudden appearance, reversing the situation in which the Dragon Kingdom was about to lose, killing the A-list cleft woman notwithstanding. They even killed their contestant Yusei Shino as well. I protest. Earlier, our player Yusei Shino was clearly about to surrender, but the Dragon Nation player still violated the rules and killed him. Just then, a sharp voice came out from the Sakura Nation's combat team. These words were like a lit match, instantly igniting the anger of the Sakura audience. That's right. The Dragon Country players violated the rules and should be kicked out of the tournament immediately to do us justice. The words begging for mercy were on his lips, but the Dragon player still killed Yusei Shino. It was too cruel. Such a cruel person would be sent out to fight by the Dragon Kingdom. Are all the Dragon Kingdom people such goods? Baka. I, Sakura Nation, defy you. Sakura Nation has always been like that. Humility and politeness are all part of their hypocritical facade. Their insides are as dirty as the sludge in the gutter. As soon as there is something against their interests or profitable, they then show their greedy and disgusting claws and teeth. Damn. These cherry blossom ghosts. When it comes down to it, they don't even have a face. Terror ring fair and square. And now the contestant is dead and blaming us? A Dragon Country combatant's face was unhappy, his brows furrowed in indignation. Captain, are we really going to get kicked out of the ring because of this? Another team member was a bit worried. Zhou Zhengtian shook his head. It shouldn't, but I can't say. That referee wasn't from Blue Star, and no one knows what his criteria for judging were. At those words, the hearts of the team hung in the air once again. The ring. The mysterious referee looked at Zhang Shu and spoke in a low tone. Why did you kill the Sakura Nation player when he had already begged for mercy earlier? I need a rational explanation. Zhang Shu met the gaze of the mysterious referee without the slightest bit of timidity, and his expression was incomparably resolute. Must I let him go if he opens his mouth and begs for mercy? The so-called begging for forgiveness and not killing is all a lie. If my horror is not a match for the split-mouth woman, the Sakura ghost will kill me just the same. Treating someone who is weaker than me and still wants to kill me, why should I not be able to kill him? In the eyes of the strong, there is no seat for the weak. This statement was made. Spare the mystery referee a few moments of seriousness. This phrase, coming from his mouth, was used against the Dragon Kingdom. But now it was used by Zhang Shu to dislike him back. It seems to feel unsatisfactory. Zhang Shu suddenly turned around and faced the Sakura audience, scanning them with disdainful eyes. Cherry blossom ghosts, I know you're upset in your hearts. It's fine. Just let your players continue to come. Don't use the so-called morality of public opinion to accuse me. It's useless. My Dragon Kingdom didn't get its power by being clever. This behavior, undoubtedly, it would have incited the wrath of the Sakura Nation. But Zhang Shu didn't care at all, not only him but also the people of the Dragon Kingdom who were at the scene or who were watching the live broadcast of the Terror Ring didn't care at all. Sakura Nation is angry, trying to get back at the Dragon Kingdom? Come on. Interesting. This scene made the mysterious referee, who was on the outside, couldn't help but smile in anticipation. Immediately he came to the center of the ring and, with a wave of his hand, declared, in a tone that brooked no disobedience. Sakura Nation versus Dragon Nation. Round 2, Dragon Nation wins. Please ask Sakura Nation to send a second contestant within 10 minutes. If you exceed the time limit, you will be considered a forfeit. Dragon State Seat. Zhang Shu walks down from the ring and is greeted by a warm applause from the Dragon Nation crowd. Haha. Young man is really powerful. I thought that my dragon kingdom was about to lose in this round, but I didn't expect to be saved by you in a hard way. That's impressive enough at a young age, much more so than me. I'm already thankful that I can summon a C rank. I didn't realize that your kid's horror could even make an A rank split woman in one move. Say, what class is the horror you summoned, anyway? Could it really be S class? Just after returning to the Dragon Kingdom seat, the combatants of the Dragon Kingdom instantly surrounded him. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding him. Listening to the words of the team members, Zhang Shu glanced at the 2 in the sky and mentally asked the 2 of you what rank they are. But it gets results. I don't know what the so-called rank is, but if the party's countryside weirdo is a ranked, I should be several ranks ahead of her. Don't ask me. I haven't even put up a fight yet. God knows what rank I am, but I'm slightly stronger than my sister, but it's a blessing to suffer, so I'll be on the same rank as my sister. Didn't ask for a specific grade, but knowing the terror of their strength. Several levels ahead of the A class. That's more than an S. Does it mean SS or SSS? Zhang Shu sucked in a breath of cool air, all a little afraid to think about it. Zhang Shu, could you please come over here for a moment? When the team members were asking questions, a pair of thick palms were placed on Zhang Shu's shoulders, and it was the Captain Zhou Zhangtian. Zhang Shu nodded. Of course. He followed behind Zhou Zhangtian and arrived at the seats of the combatants. Without saying a word, Zhou Zhangtian first pulled out a work permit from his pocket. Dragon Kingdom, Ring of Terror, Combat Team 1 Captain Zhou Zhangtian. Meet Captain Zhou. Zhang Shu responded. Zhou Zhangtian smiled as he took his papers back and raised his head, his eyes looking straight at the seat of Sakura Nation. I actually have a lot of questions I want to ask you, but time is too tight right now, so I'll just pick the highlights and talk to you. Zhang Shu's brows furrowed. Does Captain Zhou have anything to explain? Aha! Zhou Zhangtian picked up the tablet computer on the side and opened the data book, which contained relevant information about the Sakura Nation's players. According to the information we have, your next opponent will most likely be Ichiro Kazumi. Chang Shu asked, Ichiro Kazumi? What's so special about him? The person is nothing special. A very ordinary geek who's been nibbling away at home until the Ring of Terror descends. Zhou Zhangtian opened the data and told Zhang Shu all the information he knew. But after the Terror Ring descended, it is not known whether it was due to luck or other reasons. This Ichiro Kazumi can even summon a quasi-S rank half-body necromancer. Zhang Shu's eyes rolled. Half-bodied necromancer? What a familiar name. I seem to have some impression. Half-necromancer. Like Split Mouth Girl, it comes from the horror urban legend of Sakuragoku. Legend has it that on a certain railroad platform in the Sakura country, a young girl once lost her footing and fell onto the tracks, just in time to be crushed in her lower half by a speeding train, and the girl died as a result. Since then, every night, one could always see a ghost with only the upper half of his body, draped in hair and covered in blood, on the railroad platform, supporting his body with his hands as he walked forward. The words, "Who has seen the bottom half of my body?" kept coming out of his mouth. Horror urban legends. Is she any different from the Cracker Woman? Zhang Shu asked. Even though it's also from an urban legend, you should never underestimate her. A strong look of scorn surfaced on Zhou Zhangtian's face. This half-bodied necromancer has killed quite a few people. Her strength is far above that of the Slit Woman, and she is only one step away from being S-class. It's a powerful quasi-S-class terror. Chapter 6 Round 2. Halfling Necromancer versus Red and White Crash Fury. Cherry Blossom Country Seats. Baka! Damn Rakoka people, they killed our player. One of the Sakura Nation's combatants raged and gritted his teeth. It's clear that it's just one last round, and Dragon Nation will be permanently eliminated from the Ring of Terror. But it was at this critical time that an unknown brat came out to turn the situation around. What kind of person is he? Have you investigated this or not? One of the team members turned his head violently to look at the information worker beside him, who was frantically tapping on the computer keyboard, with extremely unkind eyes, as if he wanted to eat someone. The group of staffers, their eyes trembling and their words spoken with caution, were, "Hug. Sorry. Please give us a little more time. Just a moment. Humph. Hurry up and do it. If you can't do it, you won't end up much better than UCI Shino." The one who spoke was the vice-captain of the Sakura Nation's combat team. He wore a silver suit and had cream-colored hair that stood up in a big back. He was small and thin, with his hands in his pants pockets at all times, and one side of his mouth permanently quirked up, looking tuggy. The lieutenant asked, looking up at the silent black bearded man in front of him. "Captain, what do we do now?" Judging from the aura of that kid's strike just now, the terror he summoned is far beyond a class. Can our S-classes mobilize now? At that, Sakamoto Kawaii, who was the captain, shook his head and, "The team members who can summon an S rank are undergoing special training. I thought that by discussing with the other countries beforehand so that they would not aid the Dragon Kingdom, we would be able to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom with our levels. But it turned out to be more than we expected." The lieutenant Sked cocked his head and asked, "So what do we do now? We can't just watch the Dragon Kingdom win, can we? If we can't do it, we'll go to other countries for assistance. Big deal, let's give them some high prices." It was the only solution he could think of so far, but was met with a backhanded slap from Sakamoto Kawaii. "Baka! When did I, the great Sakura Empire, fall to the point of asking others for help? In the past, it would have been fine if we needed to stoop low, but now we're a great power on par with the Eagle Kingdom, and we definitely can't ask for help from other countries." Sakamoto Kawaii glared viciously at the lieutenant. The latter was quite honest after the beating, and, without tugging, bowed and inquired, "So Captain, what do we do now? In this situation right now, we can only let Ichiro Kazumi make a move." Sakamoto Kawaii's eyes narrowed slightly. The lieutenant's mouth opened slightly. "Captain, was it really necessary to send him? The quasi-S rank half-dead spirit he summoned is certainly powerful, but he himself is a coward who can't control the half-dead spirit at all. Remember last time? After finishing off our opponents, we even killed one of our team members. If we don't control it well, we'll suffer national condemnation." "Humph!" Sakamoto Kawaii grunted coldly. "If this matchup fails, we will only face more condemnation. Cut the crap and do as I say. Hurry up and bring him up." "Yes." The lieutenant didn't dare disobey orders, but he pressed on. And, "Captain, what should we do if Ichiro Kazumi loses? The horrible thing summoned by the Dragon Kingdom seems to be S rank." Sakamoto Kawaii didn't reply to his words, but just raised his head and silently gazed at the palanquin and coffin in the sky, eyes gradually becoming teasing. "The S-class? Oh, there aren't that many S ranks in this world. Round 3 is about to begin. Please enter the ring with both fighters." As the mysterious referee's figure fell into the center of the ring. Round 3, coming up. This is a crucial inning. It's a match-point game between Rukoku and Sakurakuni. 2 out of 3 rule. As long as either side can take this one, they will be victorious. This round's matchup doesn't matter to Sakura Nation, and losing is just a bit of punishment suffered. But for the Dragon Kingdom, it is a battle that cannot be lost. The fate of an entire nation is at stake. Zhang Shu didn't dare to be sloppy. Therefore, the moment he stepped into the ring, he immediately established a connection in his mind with the two in the sky, and they were instructed to show no mercy later. The usual rule: introduce yourself. Zhang Shu, a native of the Dragon Kingdom, summons Terror Red and White Crash Fury, level unknown. My name is Ichiro Kazumi, from Sakura Country, summoning Horror Quasi S-Class Halfling Necromancer. The contestant from the Sakura Country is named Ichiro Kazumi. With a pot head, an obese body, and a greasy face with a buildup of grease and pimples. There were still remnants of potato chips and chili fries in the corners of his mouth, and as if he was afraid of losing face, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand as quickly as he could. Even when he was introducing himself, he was afraid to raise his head because of his low self-esteem. Deadbeat? Zhang Shu frowned. The look of the Ichiro Kazumi in front of him was just too similar to the lewd dead mansions in movies and television. Introductions complete. The duel begins. The referee left the field. Only 2 players remain in the ring. Ichiro Kazumi bowed his head and chanted an obscure incantation. Immediately after that, with him at the center, the dark red smoke spread in all directions like a huge wave rolling up. In this smoke, hundreds of heads actually coalesced. Their demeanor was different. Their expressions were hideous, and their open mouths emitted voices with different emotions: resentment, unwillingness, sadness, pain, and other negative emotions, which instantly wrapped around the entire ring. And after, a bizarre figure slowly emerged. She was cloaked, and her hair looked like it was soaked in some kind of liquid, wet and sticky as if it were kelp. She was wearing a simple, plain white dress, and underneath it was her ghastly, greenish skin, which had rotted into a number of flesh holes due to corruption, and from which pus emanated a foul odor. There was no expression on his face, cold to the extreme, and a pair of eyes as black as ink-dyed eyes revealed a strong sense of death. She has no lower body and walks forward, supported by her slender arms. The Sakura spectators in the stands swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene, and because of their fear, they became careful even to blink. The previous incident of the halfling necromancer attacking his countrymen was still firmly imprinted in their minds. But even if it's scary, they continue to fantasize about themselves. Koizumi Ichiro, Quasi S-class half-body necromancer. If it's them that come out, we, Sakura Nation, will surely win. It's the last round. Hurry up and send the dragon player away. Zhang Shu stared daggers at the half-dead spirit and said expressionlessly, "The atmosphere is well rendered. It's just a pity that with your strength, you won't last a single move in front of my red and white Crash Fury. Chapter 7 Quasi S-class is strong? One move in seconds. Did you see that? My lower half." Sharp, unpleasant sounds emanated from the half-dead man's throat. Immediately afterward, the blood mist that had originally filled the air wrapped towards the sedan chair and coffin in the sky at an extremely fast speed. One by one, the blood mist was like several snakes showing their teeth, spinning and twisting, wanting to tear apart the red and white crashing fury in the sky. See the situation. Zhang Shu clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to the two in the sky. "Both of you, please do it." The voice fell. Immediately after, inside the palanquin hanging in the sky, a white palm slowly stretched out once again. On each of her miserable white fingers, pleasing blood-colored lightning lingered, and she saw that she was about to call upon the blood lightning to slash down once again. Just then, only a boom was heard. Before the one in the sedan chair made a move, a dull sound shook the sky and earth, and the coffin in the pale sky was actually kicked off the coffin board from the inside. And after, under everyone's stunned gaze, a woman in a long white, clean dress leapt forward and kicked at the coffin board, the unrivaled power of which made the coffin board seem like a murderous sword descending from the sky, lingering with a horrifyingly chilly, deathly aura, penetrating space and tearing through the blood mist at an extremely incredible speed. It smashed hard towards the half-bodied dead spirit. Boom! A loud explosion rang out in the ring. The scene was splattered with smoke and dust. The powerful impact of the force ignored the existence of the boundary, and the aftermath of the explosion could be clearly felt by the audience at the scene. When the smoke and dust cleared, the crowd all stared at the center of the ring with wide eyes. See only, the bizarre half-bodied necromancer was now lying on the ground as if it were a dead dog. Her head and body had separated. The coffin slab that fell from the sky stood between the body and head of the half-dead man. Her neck had been smashed to pieces, and a streak of black, foul-smelling blood flowed from the scene. The wide-eyed half-dead spirit's body still twitched tenaciously for a few moments after losing her head, but the heavy, ancient aura coming from the coffin boards pressed down on her, and she could only end up disappearing between heaven and earth with a grudge. One move, seconds. All the spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. This result was simply too much out of their expectation. A quasi-S-ranked halfling necromancer hadn't even lasted a single move. What exactly is the origin of this Dragon Kingdom's terrifying thing? This is too terrifying. Quasi-S rank are all one-move seconds. Could it be the legendary S rank? It's very likely. Even I have a vague feeling that it's more than just S-class. Audiences from all countries are in deep confusion at the moment. They didn't understand why the Dragon Kingdom, where the strongest terrifying thing before was still just a B-class devourer, had suddenly produced such a powerful terrifying thing. That's the end of it? It's a bit too boring yet. At that moment, a slightly bored voice rang out from the sky. All of a sudden, uncountable paper money fell from the sky, in a flurry, like a heavy snowfall. During this time, a woman descended from the sky and slowly landed on the coffin board that was erected in the center of the ring. She wore a long white and clean dress, and under her feet was a pair of beautifully crafted, embroidered shoes carved with special patterns, with 3,000 strands of hair hanging straight down to her waist. It is worth mentioning that her clothes, shoes, and even her hair were all white, and a piece of paper money fell on her body, which actually fused into one piece and could not be distinguished at all. She lifted her head slowly. The audience couldn't stop their bodies from shivering as they looked into her eyes. If the woman who appeared in this coffin was represented by pallor all over her body, then her eyes were darkness. It was a pair of dark, lightless eyes that seemed to contain the deepest ghostly silence of the universe, and just by glancing at them, one could feel chills on their backs and goosebumps falling all over the place. This woman, compared to the one in the sedan chair, is even stronger. As the woman appeared in the ring, the originally noisy ring was instantly silent. Spectators from all countries had their eyes on her. Among them, the Sakura Nation audience even had a murderous aura in their eyes, itching to skin her and chop up her body. The white-skirted woman's brows furrowed slightly, as if she had detected the unkindness in her gaze, and she turned her head to look at the Sakura Kingdom's seat, looking coldly toward them, and declaring with a condescending air that the eyes are quite bluff. But nah, it's a bunch of losers. I'm standing right here. Those of you who don't submit to me can come all they want. If you don't even have the courage to get into the ring, collect your insignificant killing aura from me. In my eyes, you are a bunch of ants so small that you can be pressed to death with a single finger. Provocations, or a provocation from a horrible thing. In previous duels, this had never been encountered. In other words, this woman was not only powerful, but also possessed wisdom, very different from the usual horrors. And after what happened just now, in fact, the woman in the white dress probably understood the situation at the scene. She is the terror that fights for the Dragon Kingdom. And the Sakura Kingdom is the eternal enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. Treat the enemy. Don't show any mercy, either with your mouth or your hands. Baka, we've been taunted by the horror. The Sakura Combat Vice Captain gritted his teeth and couldn't hold back the anger in his heart as he was about to charge up. Snap. The result was a sobering slap in the face by Sakamoto Kawaii. Are you a stupid ass? Rushing out to violate the terror rings, not to mention, is your rank terror alone an opponent? Do you want to go up there and die? The lieutenant bowed his head and stopped talking, realizing that he had been too reckless. This time, our Sakura country lost because we were not prepared enough. Just make up for it next time. But violating the rules of the Ring of Terror, you might get expelled from the Ring of Terror from now on. Do you know what the consequences will be? Having lost the match, Sakamoto Kawamoto Ippon was annoyed in his mind. Now the subordinates are coming back to cause trouble. It would be a shame to be a captain without taking it out on him. Captain, are we just going to let the other side taunt our great Sakura Empire like this? The vice captain covered his sore face in disbelief. Sakamoto Kawachi's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Let them curse. This is their last chance anyway. After we finish our S-class training, the Ring of Terror will still be our home. Anyone who can sit in his position is basically not a cutie. All of them are deep city people who know how to read people. So Sakamoto Kawaii would not be annoyed by the white-skirted woman's humiliation. It's no fun. You can't beat me even if you fight, and you can't return the favor if you curse. These Sakura people are really sick. The white-skirted woman bent her legs slightly, and then she took off in a catapult, landing beside Zhang Shu in a smooth manner, smiling and stretching out her hand. Get acquainted. My name is Xiao Dian, and the sister in the sedan chair is called Shi. Zhang Shu had previously had a conversation with them in his mind, but now that he was talking face to face, he was more or less at a loss in his heart, especially knowing that the other party is the honored empress. My name is Zhang Shu. Just call me Xiao Shu. Maintaining the respect that was due, this was Zhang Shu's basic etiquette for being a human being. Kotori was obviously flattered and smiled. Okay, I'll call you Shu from now on. It looks like today's duel has come to an end, so Sister Shi and I will leave first. So if you need anything, just summon us. Doing something like this for our country is what Sister Hai and I love to do. The words fell. A terrifying storm coalesced around Xiao Dian. The storm mercilessly rolled up the paper money on the ground, and with it as its center, the huge tearing force seemed to break through and tear apart the entire space, and large and small cracks appeared in the boundary used to protect the audience. The terrifying aura passed through the cracks and haunted the hearts of the spectators from the other countries, frightening them to the point that their eyes were lifeless and their bodies were trembling all over the place. And the spectators in the dragon seats were left unscathed, because Xiao Dian and Hei are horrible things from the Dragon Kingdom. Family members, do no harm to your own family. Unlike a certain cherry blossom country, the horrible thing summoned by its own players would even take action against its own family members. It was simply a brutal killing machine with no sense of compulsion at all. Hoo. By the time the storm cleared, the procession of mourners and the funeral procession had disappeared without a trace. In the sky, the appalling rift in the sky also gradually disappeared, and the sky that had originally been split in two once again returned to its original appearance. But all viewers will never forget it. The horrible shock of that coffin and that sedan chair. Some of the less daring ones were already wet in the crotch. What a horrible woman. Only after Xiao Dian and she left did the mysterious referee let out a long sigh of relief, and at the same time, he was also calculating in his mind whether or not he should apply to the higher powers that be of the Terror Ring to allow a stronger referee to preside over the Terror Ring on the Blue Planet. The horrors of the Dragon Kingdom are just a little too strong for their own good. Chapter 8. Unprecedented, Dragon Kingdom opens deadly battle. To this point, the Dragon Nation versus Sakura Nation showdown has come to an end. Dragon Nation is the winner of this matchup with a 2-1 record. I declare Dragon Nation versus Sakura Nation. Dragon Nation wins. The voice of the mysterious referee rang out and, then it's time for another exciting moment. As the winner of the showdown, Dragon Nation will be faced with the following two choices. First, engage in mortal combat and seek higher rewards. Second, give up the deathmatch and take away the rewards gained from this duel. Deadly battle is a challenge for the winner. Point system is adopted. Once you choose to fight to the death, then the Dragon Kingdom will fight 10 matches against all the countries in the world. 1 point is awarded for each duel won, and each duel is only 1 round. If the Dragon Kingdom could manage to take 8 points out of the 10 duels, it would be considered to have successfully passed the death battle, and would then receive an extremely generous reward. If you can get a 9 or even a 10, the rewards you get will affect the whole country. Let the Dragon Kingdom take a long leap and become the strongest country in the world, bar none. Sure, there's a special rule for deadly battles. For each duel, both players may not repeat the summoning of a horror that has already appeared. The horrors of each showdown must be different. It was also because of this stipulation that no nation had ever chosen to fight to the death since the Terror Ring descended. There is no country that dares to challenge all the countries of the globe. In particular, the Eagle Kingdom, the Triumph Empire, the Sakura Kingdom, and the Little Cold Republic are all countries that possess extremely powerful, terrifying things. How about it? Does the Dragon Kingdom want to choose to fight to the death? The mysterious referee asked meaningfully. Zhang Shu didn't let the victory go to his head. I would like to ask first, what will Dragon Kingdom gain if they win all 10 games? 10 wins out of 10? The audience seemed to have heard a joke that was not to be taken lightly. It was actually laughing out loud at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Is this special humor from the Dragon Kingdom? Winning all 10 games. How did he dare? Even we in the Eagle Kingdom don't have that kind of confidence. It's normal for people to be a little hot-headed when they've just won, and it's fine for all of us to watch for fun. But there's one thing I'd like to know, and I'd also like to know what the reward for winning all 10 games actually is. It should be great, a death match. It's a battle that's rated absolutely impossible to pass. Obviously, everyone thought that Zhang Shu simply wanted to ask because he was curious. The Dragon Nation audience is excited right now, but they don't think they'll get through the death match either. It seems like you're all dying to know, so in that case, I'll tell you. 10 full wins and the country's economic level is raised for 50 years. The level of science and technology is raised for 50 years. Non-renewable resources become renewable resources. Renewable resources become endless resources. The nation's overall horrors are upgraded by 2 levels. More of the nation can summon the horror. Of course, all of the above is just a slice of the story, and more importantly, a piece of information about the truth about the Ring of Terror. The mysterious referee's voice was like a demon's whisper, ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone's mouths were open. This reward, it's just too rich. Not only can the country become the strongest in the world in one fell swoop. What's more, get a piece of information about the truth about Ring of Terror. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. The information about the truth about the Ring of Terror contains a value that could move almost any nation. Such a rich reward. Zhang Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued to ask, "So, what is the price? What is the penalty for failure if I can't get through the death battle?" High returns often mean high risk. The mysterious referee gave Zhang Shu an appreciative glance. It's great that you're not overwhelmed by the rewards. Originally, the initial punishment was that the country that failed would be economically set back 50 years, technologically set back 50 years, have its resources depleted, and have terror descend on the homeland. But now I've changed my mind. Zhang Shu frowned slightly as he felt that the mysterious referee's aura had become somewhat different. From the moment you appeared in the ring, your mouth has been yelling things like country, righteousness, selflessness, for the country and for the people. It looks like you're a man with patriotic feelings. I want to try and see if you're willing to give your all for the sake of your country. The mysterious referee's voice gradually became loud, and suddenly, he brought his face in front of Zhang Shu's eyes, a face that was so indistinct that he could not see anything. Immediately afterward, he solemnly declared, "So I've decided that if you choose to fight to the death but fail the pass, I will mercilessly strip you of your life and imprison your soul in the ring of terror forever, so that you can watch, with your eyes wide open, how the Dragon Kingdom is being eroded by other countries little by little in the ring of terror. I also have two requirements. First, for the Dragon Kingdom's death battle, you must win all 10 games, and of course, the reward for clearing the level will be doubled. Secondly, the player that Dragon Country is fighting for can only be you, Zhang Shu. Failure. Just die. Open mouth is the country. Well then, I, the mystic referee, am going to see if you dare to bet your life on a future for your country." Ha 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 ha. Who knew when he heard the words? Instead of feeling intimidated, Zhang Shu laughed out loud. Originally, I thought that the punishment for failure would spread to the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but it turns out that only one of me needs to die. In that case, there's no need to even consult with anyone. I alone can decide. I, Zhang Shu, choose to fight to the death. What? The moment, it was as if a boulder had smashed into a calm pool of water, making a huge splash. The spectators from the other countries got up and looked at Zhang Shu with unbelievable eyes, as if they were looking at a person who was about to die. I'm afraid this person isn't sick in the head, that he would choose to fight to the death? Does he really think he can defeat all the nations in the terror ring hop? Doesn't he know that you can't summon the same horror in a deadly battle? His red and white crash fury is certainly strong, but it can only be used for one battle. Anyone with a clear eye can see that the referee is trying to trap him, but this kid is stupid enough to fall into the trap. I thought the Dragon Kingdom had produced a talent, but I didn't expect it to be a fool. You guys, do you think there's a possibility that this Zhang Shu can summon more than one terror? But don't forget that his red and white crash break is 2 terror objects. How can that be? Each person can only summon 1 horror. This is common sense, all right? The Dragon Kingdom just had the momentum to rise, and it's gone just like that. Ha ha ha. Is this heaven's favor on my Sakura Kingdom? Scene. No country's audience favors Zhang Shu. The Dragon Nation audience was also skeptical. Mainly, the conditions for getting through the deathmatch are too harsh. No country has been able to pass it before, though the penalty for failure was simply for Zhang Shu to die alone. But we're all from the Dragon Kingdom, with Chinese blood in our veins, and when we saw our compatriots choose to fight for their lives for the future of our country, their hearts were touched, and some of those with strong empathy felt their noses turn sour and crystallized tears well up in their eyes. Zhang Shu, you didn't have to go this far. Yes, don't fight to the death. Living well is the most important thing. Zhang Shu, the rewards are all hooks and traps. Don't believe the referee's words. No taunting. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom all hoped that Zhang Shu would give up his deadly battle at this moment. This hero who had just saved the country, they didn't want to witness him going to his death. I, Zhang Shu, appreciate everyone's thoughts. Zhang Shu cupped his fists deeply at the Dragon Kingdom audience. His bones were humble, but his eyes grew more resolute. But who says I'm dead if I choose to fight to the death? Don't be so naive as to think that I, Zhang Shu, am only capable of summoning red and white crashing demons. Chapter 9. The first opponent, the S-rank vampire count. What does this mean? Could he have summoned more horrors? The audience all looked at Zhang Shu with a suspicious expression. Among them, Cherry Blossom Country seats. The vice captain couldn't help but ask Sakamoto Kawaii, "Captain, is there anyone on the globe who can summon multiple horrors?" How? If this kind of person really existed, we in the Sakura country would surely have discovered it long ago. Sakamoto Kawaii frowned. But we can't let our guard down because of this. It's possible that this Shu is planning some more machinations. After all, before he took the field, no one could have imagined that he would be able to defeat our Sakura nation. The moment, they no longer despised Zhang Shu. Since the other party dared to resolutely choose to fight to the death, he must have his backbone. Very good. I really didn't expect that you would choose to fight to the death. This uninteresting and terrifying ring has finally become interesting. The mysterious referee nodded his head, indicating his approval of Zhang Shu. Then, from now on, it's officially the Dragon Kingdom's death battle. Please get ready for the other countries. I hope you can defeat the arrogant Zhang Shu in the first matchup. And of course, please prepare yourself for Dragon Country's contestant, Zhang Shu. You will be facing, from all over the globe, something horrible. In 3 hours, the first game of the death match will begin. Everyone go back and get ready. Dragon Nation, Center for Paranormal Research. With the help of 3 hours of preparation time, Zhou Zhengtian brought Zhang Shu back to the Dragon Kingdom. The deadly battle has begun. The way back, it's been cut off. They can only be for a short time. Take all preparatory measures. Go inside. Everyone is waiting for you. Zhou Zhengtian brought Zhang Shu to the council hall of the research center. There were 12 people in the magnificent hall, including Zhang Shu and Zhou Zhengtian. 10 of them, including Zhou Zhengtian, were the captains of the 10 combat squads of the Dragon Kingdom. There were 2 people left. One was Zhang Shu, and the other was the chief captain and the highest authority in the research center. Name: Qin Xiaoming. Respected Mr. Zhang Shu, on behalf of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, I would like to express my gratitude for your heroic act of saving the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Xiaotian got up and extended his hand to Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu shook it. It's all what I should do. Humble. Qin Xiaoming revealed a kind smile. Originally, the country had also prepared a ceremony for you to be awarded with the highest badge of honor. But now that time is too tight, so we've postponed that part. It is now time to go into a deadly meeting. This statement was made. The curtains in the council chamber were automatically drawn, the glass forbidding, the doors locked, and so secure that not even a mosquito could fly in. Even the lights became dim. Everyone in the room did not say a word, and the scene was plunged into a grave and serious atmosphere. First of all, for your act of agreeing to fight to the death, Mr. Zhang Shu, I don't know whether to call you reckless or heroic, but all in all, for you to lay down your life to fight for a future for the Dragon Kingdom, all of us will keep your spirit in our hearts. Qin Xiaoming and the 10 combat squad leaders first expressed their respect and gratitude to Zhang Shu from the bottom of their hearts. Since you can give your life for the Dragon Kingdom will also do its best to protect your safety. Although we can't help you with the horror, over the years we've gathered quite a bit of intelligence and weaknesses about the horror in other countries. You can watch it and get an idea of your opponent ahead of time. As the words fell, Qin Xiaoming handed the tablet in his hand to Zhang Shu. Inside is a compilation of intelligence gathered by the 10 squad leaders in recent years. Zhang Shu glanced at it and saw many horrors from it that he was familiar with. Kappa of the Sakura Kingdom, Gakko, Sadako, Sakataro, Yuk Ito, witches, vampires, Jack the Ripper, and Dr. Raven of the Triumphant Empire, Eagle Country's Knife-Headed Woman, Chainsaw Maniac, and Mannequin Spider. Familiar horrors are noted in the message. Most of them are a class, but there are quite a few S-class as well. Based on the strength you showed earlier, so I'm guessing that the minimum grade of the terrors sent by the other countries in this deathmatch will be S rank. Qin Xiaoming analyzed. According to the nature of other countries, they don't send out SS class or SSS class right off the bat. These are national strategic resources, they won't expose them easily. That's why I'm guessing that they'll never send out SS ranked and above terrors until the critical moment. Of course, you shouldn't take this lightly. These are just analyses, and actual developments are often very different from speculation. Zhang Shu nodded approvingly. Plans can't keep up with change. That's something he's understood since he was a kid. In fact, he dared to choose death at the cost of his life. Then he was sure enough to pass. The Chinese horror tome in his head contained countless horrors. Even such a powerful and terrifying thing as the red and white Crash Fury was not considered a battle ceiling in it. Chief Qin, the first opponent of the deadly battle, has come out. Just then, an anxious voice broke the calm of the scene. All the captains' hearts lifted at this moment. Who is it? Qin Xiaoming looked at the man who spoke. The captain of the 3rd squad reported. The one who went to war was the Triumph Empire. They sent out a player who was able to summon an S-rank vampire count. S-class vampire count. The faces of those present changed. If one had to rank the S-ranked horrors, then the vampire count strength was at least within the top 20. According to common sense, vampires were afraid of sunlight, but in the Ring of Terror, sunlight couldn't penetrate the ring's boundary at all, so the vampire count was almost considered to have no weakness. It can only be suppressed with absolute strength. Vampire count. This is a powerful S-rank terror of the Triumph Empire. Its main means of attack is to suck the opponent's blood dry to the point of exhaustion, making the opponent a dry corpse. A strong look of scorn surfaced on Qin Xiaoming's face. Zhang Shu was stunned. Horrible things are still afraid of sucking blood? Do they have blood? Yes, the nature of the horrors is not much different from that of humans. Except for their supernatural abilities, they will also have blood, except that the blood is not scarlet, but may also be pitch black, deep green, and perhaps accompanied by a foul odor. So it is. Zhang Shu came to a sudden realization. At that moment, a woman wearing a dark red trench coat with a high ponytail looked at Zhang Shu. Mr. Zhang Shu, do you have a response? Or, as before, summon a powerful red and white crashing break. The person who spoke was named Yi Qiuhong, the leader of the 5th Combat Squad. Zhang Shu shook his head. No. Summoning the red and white crash fury every time makes people think that this is the only Chinese horror we have. So I decided to change the horror. Don't vampire counts like to suck blood and turn their opponents into dry corpses? Well then, I'll just summon a 1,000-year-old zombie and see what he sucks. 1,000-year-old zombie. Let alone blood in the body. Not even a drop of water was dry. You like to suck blood, don't you? Depends on how you suck. The skin you can't even bite through. Chapter 10. Not a 1,000-year-old zombie, but a purple-robed celestial master turned stiff. Ring of Terror. With much anticipation, the 3-hour lead time ended. As the countries out on the battlefield are ready to go, the mystery referee appears in the center of the ring. I'm sure you're all looking forward to the next matchup as much as I am. So, let's cut the crap and get straight to the point. Dragon Kingdom Death Battle. Game 1. Triumph Empire vs. Dragon Kingdom. Will both contestants please enter the ring? In plain sight, Zhang Shu walked through the dark and deep passageway and took a steady step to the side of the ring. His presence brought out the emotions of the audience. They look forward to it. This Dragon Country player who dared to engage in a deadly battle. Did he really have the courage? Or was he simply overwhelmed by the rewards and was playing a trick here? After Zhang Shu came out, in the direction of the Triumph Empire, the sound of heels on the ground resounded in the passageway. Immediately afterward, all the spectators cast their eyes. A man in a suit slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. He had soft blonde curls, wore an exquisitely fitted tuxedo, gold-rimmed glasses, and a bowler hat on his head. As he advanced, his cane tapped against the ground, and the shiny leather shoes under his feet competed for favor with an ear-catching clatter. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Walking to the ring for the first time, this man from the Triumph Empire placed one hand on his chest and made an elegant and gentlemanly salute to the entire audience, bowing slightly. And then he turned his attention to the referee. Greetings, honorable referee. My name is Joseph, a gentleman from the Triumph Empire. The horror I have summoned is the S-Class Vampire Count. S-Class Vampire Count. You're playing this big game right off the bat? The spectators' eyes widened as they turned their gazes in the direction of the Triumph Empire. No one was expecting it. The Triumph Empire to think that they would send the Vampire Count in the first game. Keep in mind that the Vampire Count has made a total of 5 appearances in the Ring of Terror. In each of those 5 instances, the opponent was disposed of with condescension and grace, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was effortless. I have a feeling that the dragons may have to stop here. Deadly battle, it really isn't that good of a pass. Obviously, the power of the Vampire Count is imprinted in the minds of the audience. Joseph seemed to hear the compliments from the audience around him, and he was extremely flattered, a smile appearing on his face. After introducing his identity, he looked at Zhang Shu, and there was a strong look of disdain in those deep turquoise blue eyes that looked out of the corner of his eye. Mr. Zhang Shu, for you to choose to fight to the death, I can only praise you for your courage. But your strength, which is yet to be examined, I hope you can give it your all so that I have enough motivation to defeat you. You know, proud vampire counts don't like to bully the weak. Pride. Zhang Shu detected a kind of pride that penetrated into his bones from Joseph's body. It's a pride that looks down on everyone. If you're trying to beat me with your mouth, then I can only tell you that you're thinking too much. Zhang Shu's expression was as flat as water. So, cut the crap and start dueling. Joseph froze slightly and then spread his hands. Since you insist on seeking death, I will show no mercy. Vampire Count, let this world, once again, witness your might. Hoo hoo hoo. Joseph raised his cane high before leaning violently toward the ground. The moment it came into contact with the plane of the ring, scarlet blood actually spread out from the bottom of the cane, and with Joseph as the center, the blood spread out in all directions, quickly forming an ancient and mysterious sacrificial formation. After rolls of blood chi poured in from the formation. In its center, a tall figure emerged. He wore an oversized trench coat that was black on the outside and red on the inside. His skin was white and purple, his ears were pointed, and his features were handsome. The foot more than 2 meters tall vampire count appeared in the public's field of vision, his hands clasped in front of his chest. The trench coat outside was like a barrier against the wind, wrapping his body tightly, and he was like a distinctive giant bat, standing up in the middle of his slumber. Joseph came to him and muttered a series of obscure incantations into his ear. Suddenly, the vampire count's eyes widened. It was a pair of eyes as if they were ruby red, as if they were soaked in blood, and from the moment they opened, the air was filled with an unpleasant fishy odor. And then the vampire count craned his neck, and after a series of resuscitation maneuvers, he opened his trench coat, only to realize that it wasn't a black on the outside, red on the inside trench coat at all, but a pair of bat wings as wide as a ship's sail. The vampire count spread his wings and stared at Zhang Shu with a deadly stare, his scarlet tongue licking the corners of his mouth, as he had already regarded Zhang Shu as food. Vampire count. This is the vampire count. Every appearance gives a sense of elegance to the point of absurdity. If I can be as handsome as a vampire count, why worry about finding a girlfriend? Vampire count because of his handsome appearance, elegant temperament, and powerful strength. It has already gained a huge fan base worldwide. Among them were also people from the Dragon Kingdom. But these dragons are not stupid, the future of the country and the idol, they can distinguish between the lesser and the greater. The vampire count is rather as elegant and full of charisma as rumored. No wonder you can attract women by the skin of your teeth and suck their blood. Zhang Shu shook his head. But unfortunately, this charm is useless to me, and even more so to the 1,000-year-old zombie I summoned next. The words fell. Zhang Shu waved his hand. A cold, biting gale instantly swept across the room. The wind was laced with fallen leaves, dirt, and the stench of a rotting corpse. At first, the gloomy wind was spreading from the inside out, but along with an earth-shattering thunderbolt exploding, the atmosphere of the gloomy wind instantly changed. From the outside to the inside, it converged at extreme speed, and finally, in front of Zhang Shu, a black dragon scroll as black as ink was formed. Under the expectant gaze of the Dragon Nation audience, the black tornado subsided at a rate visible to the naked eye. A coffin, corroded beyond recognition and encased in thick mud, was erected in the ring. A coffin? What's with the coffins again? Could it be the red and white crashing breaks from the very beginning again? The foreign audience frowned. But the careful ones had already realized that this coffin was completely different from the one that appeared before. If anything, the coffins in the red and white crashdown represent heavy, ancient, beautifully carved coffins. Then this coffin is rotten to the core. There were no fine carvings, no expensive and precious wood, just a crude and ordinary coffin. But such a plain, ordinary coffin. However, it caused a wave of extreme unease to well up in everyone's hearts. Bang! A dull voice rang out. The coffin board was knocked away by an invisible force. After that, a zombie suddenly jumps out of the coffin. Around its body, it was haunted by wisps of thunder, with a duster at its waist and yellow paper charms plastered all over its body. The most crucial thing was that on its body, it was actually draped in a purple Taoist robe and had a Celestial Master's hat on its head. Purple robe, Celestial Master hat, thunder around the body. Whisk! Zhang Shu's pupils gradually contracted, and he cried out in disbelief. This isn't even a traditional 1,000-year-old zombie. What the is this? A purple-robed Celestial Master turning stiff. Chapter 11, 1,000-year-old zombie versus vampire count. It's well known. Zombies can be categorized into a total of 8 realms. They are purple stiffness, white stiffness, green stiffness, hairy stiffness, flying stiffness, swimming corpse, ambulatory corpse, and immortalized bone. Among them, the flying stiff is a zombie can fly. This kind of zombie, often practiced for thousands of years, knife and gun invulnerable, not afraid of sunlight, and even use some strange spells. If the one summoned was a 1,000-year-old zombie, then the realm would be flying stiff. But now this zombie is not only 1,000 years of zombies, but also the purple robe of the Heavenly Master changed. Look at it around the lingering thunder and lightning. May also use some of the Five Thunder Heavenly Master order this kind of Taoism. What realm should it be? Maybe it's already surpassed the immortalized bone. It looks like this duel can be won easily. Zhang Shu let out a sigh of relief and quietly retreated to the edge of the ring. Ring center. It has been given to the Millennium Zombie and the Vampire Count. You have an aura of danger emanating from you. I like the smell because, well, that's what makes the fight interesting. The Vampire Count's blood-red eyes instantly widened as it flapped its huge wings on both sides. Suddenly there was a bang. It was actually in less than a breath, closing the distance to the 1,000-year-old zombie. There is only one step between the two. It won't move. Looking at the motionless 1,000-year-old zombie, the Vampire Count's brows wrinkled slightly, but the condescension in his heart made him not be overly skeptical. It was only assumed that the other party had been so intimidated by his own powerful strength that he didn't even dare to make a move. Everything end here. The Vampire Count stretched out his hand. His sharp nails were like sharp blades, stabbing towards the neck of the 1,000-year-old zombie. And just in the nick of time, the 1,000-year-old zombie suddenly opened its dried-out eyes, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes that were only as big as beans. Looking at the sharp claws that were getting closer and closer to him, the 1,000-year-old zombie actually got rid of the shackles of his stiff movements and quickly drew out the duster that was pinned on his waist, and then took off one of the talismans on his body. A flurry of ghostly drawings on the rune with his withered fingers. A wave of the duster. The talisman flew out and stuck to the Vampire Count. What kind of filthy garbage is this? The Vampire Count wore a disgusted expression, but he hadn't had time to remove the charm. Boom! A heavenly thunderbolt descended, wrapped in incomparable power, mercilessly slashing at the Vampire Count's body. A loud boom exploded, worthy of being a purple-robed celestial master turned stalemate. This astonishing speed and agility in drawing talismans is not comparable to a traditional zombie at all. Zhang Shu silently gave it a thumbs up in his heart. Audience in attendance. Eyes fixed in the direction of the Vampire Count. Especially the top echelons of the Triumph Empire. All of them had a grimace on their faces. Unexpectedly, in the first photo, the Vampire Count fell into the wind. This was an absolutely unacceptable shame for the high-minded Triumph Empire. A Vampire Count? Joseph hollered a few times. Suddenly, a tall figure tore through the smoke and dust, like a sharp sword, sticking to the ground and frantically shooting towards the 1,000-year-old zombie. During the flight, the Vampire Count opened his huge scarlet mouth, his sharp teeth becoming reddish from prolonged contact with blood. Sucking blood. The audience in the room who were familiar with the Vampire Counts were all showing expressions of anticipation at this moment. Whenever the Vampire Count uses blood-sucking, no matter how strong a terror the opponent is, as long as the Vampire Count is allowed to suck a single drop of blood, he will collapse. The Vampire Count's blood-sucking allows the other party's power to be used for themselves. This 1,000-year-old zombie certainly has some strength, but when its power is grasped by the Vampire Count, it will surely lose. This showdown, it's over. The deadly battle for the Dragon Kingdom will stop here. The Triumph Empire's audience had already pronounced the death sentence for the Millennium Zombie at this moment. The Sakura Nation's audience even felt their hearts feel free, and the decadent mood of being defeated by the Dragon Nation before was relieved at this moment. All of the major powers, excluding the Woolly Bear Nation, were expecting that the Vampire Count would take down the 1,000-year-old zombie in one fell swoop. They don't want the Dragon Kingdom to pass to the death. Knockout. Just then, a sound of flesh hitting metal suddenly rang out. The loud noise caused the audience to instantly cast their eyes away. The magnanimous ring. The Vampire Count was like an arrow stuck across a 1,000-year-old zombie. His fangs, deadly bite on the neck of the Millennium Zombie, but let the fangs sharp as a bayonet, but cannot penetrate the neck of the Millennium Zombie in the slightest. What the hell is this? Good hard. The Vampire Count was stunned in his mind. Spinning around, he frowned tightly and tore with all his strength. His whole body was exerting so much that his facial features were almost twisted into one piece, and the veins on his neck were rippling. The Vampire Count's heart was racing. Successfully bitten through. Start drawing blood. The Vampire Count began to suck frantically, every pore in his body straining, sucking his already ghastly white face to the point where it began to turn purple. However, gradually he realized a serious problem. How is it that you're pushing, but there's no blood in your mouth? The Vampire Count hurriedly backed up dozens of meters, looking at the Millennium Zombie in disbelief. Why is there not a single drop of blood in your body? What the hell are you? What's a vampire's best move? That's sucking blood. But how can you suck on the other side without blood? What do you mean? There's no blood in the opposing horror? How can there be no blood? Even the ghosts of the Sakura country have blood, right? Yeah. How come there's no blood? What the hell has this dragon player summoned? This horrible thing of the Dragon Kingdom. Should it be so evil? The audience was shocked by the characteristics of the 1,000-year-old zombie. The vampire count stared at the 1,000-year-old zombie with a deadpan look, his eyes full of questioning. The 1,000-year-old zombies were all confused by the question. Why should I have blood? I'm a zombie. I'm a corpse made after a person's death. It's just a dried up skin and bones. Why should I have blood for you to suck? Vampire count. National audiences? Yeah. Didn't this thing just come out of the coffin? This look shows that it's a dried up corpse. How could there be blood in a corpse? The whole group was in a daze. On the vampire count's face, there was even a look of annoyance at being teased. How dare you tease me? Seek death. He flapped his wings and leapt, standing in the void with his hands raised. The blood chi in the surroundings converged towards his palm, forming a ball of blood that contained a monstrous fishy stench. The blood orb was like a full moon, and all around it was dyed scarlet by the light it released. The vampire count sneered. So what if you don't have blood? So what even if you have thunder protection? I can fly, as long as I distance myself from you and slowly consume you. Sooner or later you will die by my hands. Ha! The 1,000-year zombie revealed a look of contempt. Isn't it easy to fly something like that? The words fell, only to see it swoosh, like a ray of light, instantly appearing behind the vampire count. Before the vampire count could even turn around, a pair of claws poofed, directly penetrating his body, scarlet blood covering the claws of the 1,000-year-old zombie. The vampire count's eyes widened as his vitality continued to fade. No, it won't, it can't be. There's absolutely no way I can fail. Chapter 12 S-Class Sadako Yamamura. Pussyfooting around forever. Go yourself. Although the 1,000-year-old zombie was so dried up that it was only skin and bones, the interesting soul in its body had not been eroded by the years at all. Not only is it powerful, but it even starts spitting on the vampire count for some of his breathless behavior. And as it thrust its withered hands into the vampire count's body, the other party's body, withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually, in a cry, gradually lost its vitality until it died. How? The vampire count, surprisingly, is dead. As the vampire count's summoner, Joseph's face was filled with trepidation, and he was the one who knew best how powerful the vampire count was. This noble vampire has an immortal body and the power of the Scarlet Blood Knight, but it's just as strong as a horrible thing like a vampire count. In front of the 1,000-year-old zombie, it couldn't even get any better. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the vampire count didn't beat his opponent in any of those areas. It can be described as a complete and utter failure. It's over, even by karma. The honorable vampire count has even failed. What exactly is this 1,000-year-old zombie? Why is he so powerful? Even if it can release thunder, it can damn well fly, and its speed is amazingly fast. Is this a normal horror? Are you guys ignoring a question? Such a powerful and terrifying thing also came from the hands of Zhang Shu. Who exactly is he? The initial red and white crashing demon, and now the 1,000-year-old zombie. This Shu can not only summon multiple horrors, but also each of them is strong. What exactly is he? Where exactly did the Dragon Kingdom find him from? The victory in the first deadly battle was undoubtedly a good start for the Dragon Kingdom. To summarize the current aura of the Dragon Kingdom in one sentence, that is, the first battle is the decisive battle. It's really unexpected that the vampire count, who is hugely popular around the world, would die at the hands of a 1,000-year-old zombie. I have to say that the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom do have a force that is different from other countries. The mysterious referee appeared in the center of the ring and exclaimed, "Then I declare the first game of the Dragon Kingdom death battle. Dragon Kingdom wins. Current score 1 o'clock. 3 hours from now, the second death match will begin. Please prepare both sides in the battle. Step it up, guys. You can't let the dragon pass to death. If not, the grand prize falls into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Both the previous comprehensive national power equivalent, beyond the Dragon Kingdom, will be left far behind by the Dragon Kingdom, and it will become the most powerful country in the world. Do you really want this to happen? Have to say, The mystery referee's skill at pulling hate has been perfected. Almost every appearance he made, consciously or unconsciously, rendered a strong color of hatred to both sides that were out of the battle. Let both sides that go out to battle keep their hearts fighting with hatred. Moreover, the effect of this hate pulling is extremely significant. As soon as you hear the grand prize, it will be in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Some jealous spectators from other countries immediately stood up and chanted that the Dragon Kingdom would be defeated. Fear of the Dragon Kingdom passes and receives a reward. A perfect illustration of the jealousy that I can live without, but you must not either. The first deathmatch is over, and I don't know what kind of horrible thing I'll be fighting against next. Zhang Shu swept his gaze over the entire arena. I only hope that they can send out stronger opponents so that the duel won't seem too boring. Triumph Empire Seat. The person in charge of the Terror Ring matters. Luvik's eyebrows were knitted together at this moment. He didn't expect that the vampire count, who had high hopes from the Triumph Empire, would fail so completely. It didn't just cost him face and status. More than that, it disgraced the entire Triumph Empire. Luvik, is this the strength of your Triumph Empire? The vampire count, who is known as an S-ranked vampire, didn't even have the slightest resistance in the other party's hands. Just then, several voices rang out beside Luvik. He turned his head to look and realized that at this moment, the terrifying ringleaders of the Sakura Country, Eagle Country, Little Cold Country, and Tianju Country were looking at themselves with a teasing expression, and in their eyes, there was even accusation. Humph! A bunch of guys who can't even make their debut. Who are you to mock me? Luvik retorted sternly. Could it be that your S ranks would be a match for a 1,000-year-old zombie? Are you kidding me? Hehehe. The heads of several other countries let out cold, strange laughs. Sakamoto Kawaii put a hand on Luvik's shoulder and comforted him flatly. Councilman Luvik, don't be nervous. We're not here to mock you. On the contrary, we've come to thank you. Thank me? Just a few of you old foxes? Who would believe it? Luvik looked skeptical. It was because of your vampire counts that Zhang Shu's 1,000-year-old zombie managed to be blown out. Now, I'm sure he doesn't have any more cards, Sakamoto Kawaii said with great certainty. According to the study, there is one common trait that all the horror summoners have in common. That is, their physical carrying capacity would be tied to the horrors. The stronger the terror that was summoned, the greater the burden carried by the body. Those who were able to summon something terrifying above the S-class level had a physical carrying capacity that was already far beyond normal. Zhang Shu had now summoned the red and white crashing fury and the 1,000-year zombie, and these two horrors were of such a high grade that they had already been rated as SS grade by Sakamoto Kawaii. I reckon that 2 SS class terrors are already Zhang Shu's limit. Even if he can summon other horrors, the level won't be too high. Sakamoto Kawaii was confident in his speculation. Is Sakura Nation preparing to strike in the next match? The other heads turned their attention to Sakamoto Kawaii. Of course. In the second battle to the death, I will take back everything I lost before. Sakamoto Kawaii clenched his fists, a sinister intent surfacing on his words. Isn't he, Zhang Shu, considered a hero by the Dragon Kingdom? Therefore, in the next death match, my Sakura Kingdom will not only end this death match, but will also completely cane Zhang Shu to death. Let the people of the Dragon Kingdom see with their own eyes how the heroes they speak of are being lynched to death, blade by my Sakura Nation. Hiss! Lingering to death. What a cruel tactic. The other heads couldn't help but look deeply at Sakamoto Kawaii. This person in charge and combat captain, from the Sakura country, how dark and ruthless he really is inside. What is the next horror to come out of your Sakura Kingdom? Sakamoto Kawaii's eyes flashed red. 10th in the Global S-Class rankings. Yamamura Sadako. Chapter 13. Forecast Pen-sen vs. Sadako. Cherry Blossom Country. Some hidden underground building. Sakamoto Kawaii was led by the staff to the research room. The magnificent research room, surrounded by walls made of titanium alloy emitting white light, was filled with virtual screens and light strips buried in the corners. In the center of the research room, a nutrient bin sits quietly. Through the glass barn door, a naked man could be clearly seen in the green transparent nutrient solution, bending over and hugging his knees in deep sleep, as if he were an unborn baby in his mother's womb. How far along are the experiments? I need to use someone now. Sakamoto Kawaii looked over at the Mediterranean man in a white coat beside him. The man sniffed, pulled out the tablet that recorded the data, and pulled up a bunch of complicated data that, according to the data, the mind control of Yuta Yamano has reached 99% and will reach 100% in another 10 minutes. Sakamoto Kawai nodded. When the mind control reaches 100%, will he still be as out of control as before? Absolutely not, the Mediterranean man said with certainty. At that time, he will forever be loyal to the Sakura Kingdom and become a dead soldier who absolutely obeys orders. Even the S-class Sadako Yamamura that he summoned will listen to our commands. And there will definitely not be a repeat of the last terrorist dead well incident. Terror of the dead well incident. This is a horrific murder case that has rocked the Sakura country. The main reason for this is that S-class Sadako Yamamura has lost control and spread her consciousness to Spoke Island Prefecture. And whenever it's 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, there are always televisions in the homes of the residents of Fukushima that inexplicably turn on. Autoplay a black and white, dated image. Inside, in a quiet forest, Sadako Yamamura, dressed in white with her black hair cascading over her entire face, crawls out of a dry well little by little. If you fall into a deep sleep at that time, then congratulations, you will die in your sleep. If you're watching TV but want to turn it off out of fear, this simply won't do. Because Sadako Yamamura has the power to control the lives and deaths of humans, she will give you a myocardial infarction so that you can't move a muscle and can only watch as she crawls out of the dry well a little bit, and then finally crawls out of the TV set and then brutally murders you right in front of your face. The best solution is, don't have a television set in your home. This is what the residents of Spoke Island, at the time, used to fight Sadako Yamamura. Then, as the incident expanded and had caused the deaths of thousands of Sakura Nation people, the upper echelon immediately dispatched the SSS-ranked horrors that were strategic resources of the country, the 100 Ghosts of the Night, and only then did they succeed in suppressing Sadako Yamamura. The terror of the dead well incident has hit us so hard, so mind control, can't lose a thing. Sakamoto Kawai's eyes released a light that could not be disobeyed. The Mediterranean man looking on shivered and hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, have Yuta Yamano come to me when the test is complete. He'll be needed for the next Terror Ring showdown. After putting down a sentence, Sakamoto Kawai walked out of the lab with his hands behind his back. Dragon Nation, Center for Paranormal Research, the Council Chamber. Gentlemen, I know that you are still basking in the joy of winning the first game of the death match, but I want you to adjust immediately, because what we face next is an enemy that has to be defeated. Class S, Sadako Yamamura. Qin Xiaoming stood on the main seat with his hands supporting the table. His expression was unusually serious as his eyes swept over the 10 squad leaders present, a look of gravity appearing on his face. And when hearing the name Yamamura Sadako, the 10 squad leaders present, almost at the first moment, collected the joy on their faces and replaced it with an incredulity. Sadako Yamamura? We've only won one game, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom can't sit still like this? Ichio Hong was a bit stunned. The captain of the 6th squad snorted coldly. You only lost to us a short while ago, and now you can't wait to get your face back. Even using the Triumph Empire's hand to consume the 1,000-year-old zombie in Zhang Shu's hand. Simply too cunning. Zhou Zhengtian chimed in. Isn't this the usual trick of the Sakura Kingdom? It's disgusting. Those present hated the Sakura country beyond measure. From the emergence of the Ring of Terror until now, the Sakura Nation has been trying to suppress the Dragon Nation in every way possible. And now that it has seen the Dragon Nation rise, it hates to use everything to stifle the first signs of the Dragon Nation's rise. This Sadako Yamamura is the 10th in the global S-class ranking. The trickiest thing about her is that she can possess the ability to control people's wills and control their lives and deaths. Qin Xiaoming analyzed, and his eyes suddenly became cold. But none of that is the point. The most crucial thing is that if we don't exterminate Sadako Yamamura in this showdown, it's highly likely that the Sakura Kingdom will send her to plague the Dragon Kingdom. Do you guys remember the horrible dead well incident that happened in Spoke Island Prefecture, Sakura Country? Hiss. All the squad captains, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air at this moment. Scourge of the Dragon Kingdom? The people of the Sakura Country have dirty hearts. Chief Qin. But isn't Sadako Yamamura easily out of control? Even her summoner, Yuta Yamano, was nearly poisoned by him, Captain asked. Yeah, but that was before, Qin Xiaoming said. According to the information I have, the Sakura Kingdom is in the process of mind-controlling Yamano Yuta, and once it succeeds, the problem of Yamamura Sadako's loss of control will be solved once and for all. And the fact that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom dared to send Sadako Yamamura to fight means that their mind control has succeeded. This is a matchup we have to take, said. Qin Xiaoming looked at Zhang Shu and asked worriedly, Mr. Zhang Shu, I wonder if you can still summon powerful terrors. If there is no way to deal with them, this duel will be abandoned. The terror objects are indeed very strong and can even be used as a strategic resource, but with the military power of the Dragon Kingdom, they won't be subjected to too much of a storm for the time being. Even if you choose to give up, no one in the country will accuse you. At those words, Zhang Shu shook his head. Giving up is out of the question. Maybe the other nations won't want me dead, but the mysterious referee of the Ring of Terror will be sure to do what he says. Besides, isn't it just one Sadako Yamamura? Not to the point where I need to be scornful. Qin Xiaoming's eyes flashed. According to you, you still have powerful, terrifying things? Of course I have. Zhang Shu nodded his head. The corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. Sadako and all that is just human beings made of resentment, and in the end, they are still human beings. And the next thing I'm going to summon is a fairy. Chapter 14, a showdown without a protective boundary. Have you heard? The second matchup goes to Sadako Yamamura of Sakura Nation. What the hell? Sadako Yamamura? Doesn't that thing get out of control easily? Didn't the terrorist Deadwell incident that went viral earlier cause Sakura Nation to ban Sadako Yamamura already? Blocked and released. Don't you know the pissiness of the Sakura country? Not a word of truth comes out of their mouths. Yes, Sakura Nation dared to release Sadako Yamamura. Aren't they afraid that they'll lose control again and get the audience they're killed? This shouldn't be possible. The terror ring at least has a boundary. If you want to cause damage to us, Sadako Yamamura shouldn't be able to do it. That's not necessarily true. Remember the red and white crashing break summoned by Dragon Country's Zhang Shu earlier? The aftermath of that time even broke through the boundary, and if it wasn't for the fact that he purposely avoided us, I'm afraid that the grass in our graves would be 3 meters high by now. When you put it that way, I kind of don't even want to be in the audience. Then you go, and no one is stopping you. But the status of spectator is not something you can give up just because you want to. For the prestige of Sadako Yamamura, the peoples of the globe have heard it all before. Even the people in their own country are victimized. Viewers in other countries shuddered to think how chaotic the scene would be if Sadako Yamamura really lost control. I'm afraid that when the time comes, none of them as spectators will be spared. Compared to the skepticism of the audience of other countries, the audience of Sakura Country was even more shocked. Baka, what the hell is Captain Sakamoto doing? Doesn't he realize that Sadako Yamamura is the scar of our Sakura Kingdom? Now blatantly debuting Sadako Yamamura. Isn't that just opening up a scar and letting people rub salt on it? What an abomination. Don't we have anything horrible to hold in Sakura Country? Why must Sadako Yamamura make her debut? As a Sakura Nation, although I want Sakura Nation to win, I don't want to die. Captain Sakamoto isn't a stupid person, and what he's doing concerns the entire Sakura Kingdom, so I'm sure he's found a way on how to control Sadako Yamamura. Really? The odds are. Besides, Captain Sakamoto must have left something behind. Our priority now is to make the Dragon Kingdom fail in this showdown. Fear of Sadako Yamamura aside, the strength of Sadako Yamamura is recognized quite well by people around the globe. The existence of the 10th ranked S-Class. Looking at the entire Ring of Terror, it was the top bunch. This group of Sakura Nation was convinced that with Sadako Yamamura, they would succeed in defeating the Dragon Nation. The 3-hour countdown is over. Dragon Kingdom Deathmatch. Match 2. Sakura Nation versus Dragon Nation. Will both contestants please enter the ring? With a command from the mysterious referee, Zhang Shu actually leapt down from the audience seats of the Dragon Kingdom, and after turning 360 degrees in the air, he landed smoothly on the ring. As his legs squatted down, under the force of the wind, the trench coat behind him rose high, and then he lifted his head, revealing a handsome face. On the side of the Cherry Blossom Country, a man in a tight black combat suit slowly stepped out. His face was expressionless, his dark eyes did not carry a trace of emotional color, and his walking posture seemed a bit stiff, like a puppet that had just acquired a human body and was still a bit uncomfortable. Every move is controlled. If you look closely, one could also clearly see the folds of skin on his body left by the long immersion in the nutrient solution. Sakura Nation, Yuta Yamano. Summon the Terror S-Class Sadako Yamamura. His voice, flat and listless, It's like an elementary school student doing a read aloud, and it sounds hypnotizing. There's something wrong with this guy. Zhang Shu saw the strangeness of Yamano Yuta at a glance. Viewers who are far away may find it difficult to notice this detail. But Zhang Shu saw with his own eyes that this Yamano Yuta's lips were purple. His skin was white, and his appearance was exactly like that of a person who was about to die. Mind control. Zhang Shu instantly thought of what Qin Xiaoming had said. It seemed that in order to be able to make Yamamura Sadako available to them, this group of people from the Sakura Kingdom had gone so far as to use mind control to make Yamano Isuda a dead soldier without a mind. It's called a dead soldier, to put it nicely. To put it mildly, it's practically the Walking Dead. A bunch of guys so despicable that they won't even spare their own people. A cold light surged in Zhang Shu's eyes. In order to defeat the Dragon Kingdom to use such underhanded means, Sakura Nation must be defeated. Immediately, he swept his gaze across the room and introduced himself. The Dragon Country's player, Zhang Shu, summoned the horror pen fairy, level unknown. A pen fairy? As Zhang Shu's words fell, the audience in the room couldn't help but make surprised noises. What's a penman? How come I've never heard of it? Why does Zhang Shu always summon these strange and terrifying things? Listening to the name, it doesn't feel very strong. Where does someone use a pen as a terror? Yeah. Pen fairy, pen fairy. Can it be that the pens used by elementary school students have become demons and ghosts? Ha 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 ha. Even if it's a demon or devil, it's still a pen after all. What kind of fighting power can this have? It looks like the Dragon Country players have really been pushed to the brink. In the perception of foreigners, they didn't realize what Xian really stood for. Therefore, they can only use the word pen to judge the strength of the penman. The results were predictable. Inevitably, you get a whole lot of ridicule from them. And on the Dragon Kingdom seat, the audience, however, gradually narrowed their eyes. Pen, 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 pen. What a familiar name. I seem to have heard it somewhere, but I just can't remember. Wait. I know this stuff. It's a very old game of invocation. I remember it was a couple of guys holding a pen and then drawing circles on a table with paper laid out, all the while muttering a weird incantation. What it was I forget. Yes, when you say that, I seem to have some recollection of it when I read a very old newspaper, and there was an account on it saying that someone had actually invoked the pen fairy through this game. But the pen fairy does no harm and even promised to grant him a wish. As a result, the man who invoked the spirit asked the pen fairy to help him to take the English exam. The pen fairy was furious on the spot, saying that I am the pen fairy of the Dragon Kingdom with a straight face. How could I possibly know the bird language of other countries? Then the conjurer had a fever and it all fell back into place. This immortal, he sounds quite patriotic, but can he really defeat Sadako Yamamura of the Sakura country? I don't know, but I think with a fairy inside the name, even if it's bad, it can't be that bad. That's right. We have to believe in Zhang Shu and the pen fairy. In the ring, Yamano Yuta. Don't bull with him, just end the fight. Sakamoto Kawaii's voice came from Yuta Yamano's Bluetooth headset. He nodded in a low voice and whirled around, pulling out a dagger and pulling it against his hand. Tick-tock. Blood drips down onto the ring. The originally clear sky was cloudy at this moment. With Yuta Yamano at the center, the environment of the ring around him was turned upside down. A secluded jungle, surrounded by tall trees spreading their branches, as if they were a ghost in the darkness, swaying eerily under a gloomy wind. The ring at his feet also turns into a dirt floor. And after, a dry well constructed of clay bricks appeared in front of Yamano Yuta. It was old and dilapidated on the outside and dirty on the inside. Looking down from the sky, one could clearly see that on the inner wall of the withered well shaft, a trail of blood scratched across it was particularly shocking. It was as if a great horror beyond words was hidden under a well too deep for words. The dry well, the forest, the gloomy sky, that's the setting. The Sakura Nation audience seemed to have seen the light of victory at this moment. Suddenly, among the crowd, a panicked, anxious voice rang out. Not good. There's no protective boundary for this duel. Chapter 15 Blood-Eyed Hairbrush. Not an ordinary pen fairy. There are no protective boundaries. This sentence was like a boulder falling into a secluded pool. Instant fear was stirred up in everyone present. All along, with the protective boundary in place, the spectators at the scene had gone to watch the duel in the ring with a mindset of watching the show. Never felt either the threat from death, and now the protective boundary was cancelled, which meant that if the duel in the ring was too intense, or if the terrifying thing got out of control, then what awaited them would most likely be death. It's over, Sadako Yamamura. There's no protective boundary yet. I seriously doubt this is the referee intentionally messing with our minds. How can we be quiet spectators when such a dangerous duel doesn't set up a boundary? I just hope this matchup never enrages Sadako Yamamura. Why don't we just let the Dragon Country's player admit defeat, so that we can also leave a life behind? One time, these stupid spectators from other countries even started chanting for their own little lives, forcing Zhang Shu to surrender. Zhang Shu ignored these words and just quietly cursed. A group of people, the ring. The chilling images from Sadako Yamamura continue. An eerie ghastly wind spread around. It came from nowhere, wrapped in a coldness as if it were an ice cave, gently caressing the skin of all the spectators present. The horror is as if you were watching TV in the dark on a silent night with the lights off, alone, and suddenly someone is blowing into your neck. But when you turn your head, you realize that the room is empty. There's no one, only ghosts. Snap. The sound of bare paws on stone tiles came from the dry well. All the spectators raised their hearts to their throats at this moment, and immediately turned their eyes toward the withered well, fearing that because of the gap in blinking their eyes, the horrible thing would have the time to victimize them. In plain sight, at the edge of the dry well, a ghastly white palm stretched out, and she clasped it tightly to the stone tiles, using all her strength to make even her tendons visible. Gradually, her figure floated out of the well, a head of dark, beautiful black hair and a white dress so clean it was spotless. There was also the ghastly white skin and the black scent that lingered around her. Her face, deadened by black hair, was not clearly visible. But in this moment, fear had risen to a fever pitch within the audience. Everyone was guessing what the face hidden under the black hair looked like. Bloody, skinned, or eyes gouged out mercilessly. No one knows. Even less people want to know. Anyone who has seen the true face of a ghost dies. It's a buried notion. And just then, a weird, oozing smile suddenly came from Sadako Yamamura's chest, as if she was laughing at the people who were frightened because of her appearance. She twisted her stiff body, every joint like a rusty part, clicking and clacking under her control, sinking her left shoulder, shrugging her right shoulder, tilting her head, and every movement she made was accompanied by a noticeable snap. Gradually, her body took on an extremely strange form. Her left shoulder was low, her right shoulder was high, both arms hung naturally, and her crooked head was as if it were a toy, motionless. Her hair, on the other hand, was also spread out at this moment, revealing an extremely appalling face. Godless, lightless, colorless. There was only a pair of black eyes that were staring at everyone with a deadly stare, and the curves of the corners of his mouth were hooked up as if to say that all the people present, one of them, don't want to run. What the hell is this? Why is it that she clearly looks like a human being, but she's so weird and creepy in every way? I can't. I'm afraid to look. Don't you guys think that she's kind of eyebrow-raising? No, you... The horror of Sadako Yamamura lies in the fact that she retains her human physical form but performs actions that are alien to humans. It also leaves the viewer's brain infested with the grotesque. At this point, Sakamoto Kawaii's brows furrowed slightly. Why do I have a vague feeling in my heart that something is wrong? No, it has to be quick. With that, he immediately barked orders at Yuta Yamano. Hurry up and let Sadako Yamamura end this duel. The words fell. Yamano Yuta also immediately made a move, pointing his finger in Zhang Shu's direction, his eyes erupting with a look of wanting to eat someone. Hiss! Yamamura Sadako whistled. Her slender fingers made a claw shape at this moment, and pinched fiercely at Zhang Shu's position, seemingly wanting to pinch Zhang Shu's neck through the air. Is this the so-called ability to control one's mind? Zhang Shu said indistinctly. Maybe the rest of the audience can't see it. But in his line of sight, there was already a pair of large, pitch-black void hands grasping towards him. Well then, I won't hide it anymore. Pensive. Come out. Zhang Shu waved his big hand, and immediately, a monstrous aura spread wildly with him at the center. This aura was truly thick and heavy, like 10,000 pounds of thunder, easily tearing apart the great hand of emptiness condensed by Sadako Yamamura. After that, the aura coalesced in front of Zhang Shu, forming a large vortex, and the surrounding air was like silk ribbons, frantically converging towards the center of the vortex. Eventually, in front of Zhang Shu, a brush coalesced. The body of the pen was pitch black, ancient and mysterious runes were carved on every part of it, and 3 scarlet and translucent blood beads, as if they were hearts, were constantly breathing and beating. At the top of the quill, a terrified eye was turning over and over, sticky muscle tissue connecting it to the quill in a deadlocked piece. This stuff is... Zhang Shu was flabbergasted. It had hit his cognitive blind spot. In terms of a normal pen summoning game, the pens used are, generally speaking, pencils. Using the pencil as a medium, most of the souls sought are the dead souls that have wandered between heaven and earth. And right now this brush is so weird. Again, very different from traditional brushes. The sticky muscle tissue and mysterious runes on it seem to be silently revealing two big words unknown. If a pen alone is so terrifying, how powerful should the souls invoked with it be? Zhang Shu held his breath. The audience at the scene also completely quieted down at this moment. At the first sight of the brush, they wanted to open their mouths to mock, but somehow, even though they opened their mouths with all their strength, the words of mockery just reached the edge of their mouths and were ruthlessly pressed back by an invisible force. This pen, it can control them. The audience sucked in a breath of cold air. There was consternation in his eyes. Even Sadako Yamamura made battle preparations, always on guard for the next move of the blood-eyed quill. At this point, everyone suddenly realized. Bloodshot eye quill, moving, it hovered in the air, its white fur turning blood red at some point, drawing circle after circle in the air, circle after circle as if it were a shackle imprisoning a living being, filled with all sorts of uncomfortable auras. The audience raised their heads, and suddenly discovered that on the originally gloomy sky, a large swath of blood clouds came out of nowhere, and they continued to gather into a mass centered on the blood-eyed quill, obscuring the entire sky. And after, a voice like a demon's whisper rang in the audience's ears. Penny, Penny, you were in my past life. I am in your present life. Come on, come on, come on. Chapter 16 Pen Fen vs. Sadako Yamamura. The low incantation kept echoing in the audience's ears. They surveyed their surroundings, trying to find the source of the sound, but the results were not as good as they had hoped. The blood-eyed hairbrush in the ring is still drawing circles. Sadako Yamamura's pupils locked as she stared at the spinning brush, unable to hold back any longer. With a swoosh, as if it were a sharp arrow, it killed towards the blood-eyed quill, and around it, it was haunted by countless grievances, all the injustices that she had encountered in her life. The terrifying power that erupted caused the ring to tremble. However, just the next second after Sadako Yamamura had just made a move. Sadako Yamamura. One step further is the abyss. A disembodied voice suddenly spread out from between heaven and earth. In the sky where everyone could see, in that layer of thick blood mist, a ghostly figure blasted through the blood clouds and landed on top of the blood-eyed quill. It was 3 meters tall, with fluffy hair that swayed around its head like a fiery flame, and wore a long purple robe. Its upper body and appearance was no different from that of a human being, but its lower body was a smoky spirit body. In its circumference, a chain yoke was aimed in Sadako Yamamura's direction like a poisonous snake poised to strike. At the position of the back of its head, a horrible ghostly face with a green face and fangs suddenly unfolded its eyes, and those eyes as big as copper bells were filled with madness and anger, and its sharp teeth were stained with scarlet flesh and blood. This is... All the spectators present were staring wide-eyed at this moment. This sudden appearance of a terrifying object gave them an extremely ominous feeling. It's as if the soul sheathes itself at the sight of it. Sure, except for its outward appearance. What was even more puzzling to the audience in attendance was this. Just now, at the command of this horrible thing, Sadako Yamamura actually did stay in place. This is the Ring of Terror. It's not some TV show or novel where people tell you not to move and you have to stay put. The only thing that could make the horror stand still at the sound of a command was one possibility. This horrible thing called the penumbra is strong. It had even become so powerful that it could make Sadako Yamamura not dare to disobey. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Sakamoto Kawai hissed at the top of his lungs. The mind-controlled Yamano Yuta immediately barked orders at Yamamura Sadako. In a flash, the originally static Yamamura Sadako, also due to the mind control, regained her sanity once again, and like a crazy beast, attacked towards Pen Fairy with her teeth and claws open. Pensive shook her head faintly at the sight of the... How dare a little spiteful spirit disregard my orders? You're really making me angry with your unbridled behavior. Boom! Moment. The Pen Fairy's large hand was aimed in the direction of Sadako Yamamura, and the hook and chain around him was like a ravaging viper in an instant, tearing towards Sadako. The chains, which possessed the speed of thunderbolt shuttling, cut through the void and easily penetrated Yamamura Sadako's body, binding her hands and feet as if she were a prisoner and assuming a large character shape, pulling her slowly to the penjing. Just one shot. Sadako Yamamura, surprisingly, has been imprisoned by the pen fairy. How is this possible? Sadako Yamamura is an S-ranked horror. Even if the horror summoned by the Dragon Kingdom player was stronger, it would never be possible to defeat her in one move. This immortal's grade is very high. It feels like it's already over SS grade. Yamamura Sadako is a resentful spirit made from the grievances of her life. Not only does she possess the ability to control people's lives and deaths, but also their wills. So how could she lose at the hands of a tiny pen fairy? Could it be because Sadako Yamamura is not in good shape today? Shall we terminate this duel and come back when Sadako is in better shape? I think you have a point. The Sakura Nation crowd is barking again. Seeing this, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom is not spoiling them at all. Do you think the Ring of Terror is your family's food market and you can still bargain? And trampled on poor condition to fight another day, you think the horror is the same as your Sakura country, rushing all day and night, rushing to the darkness of the sky and the darkness of the earth? Sometimes I can't wait to give you guys a nail hammer. It's so stupid. Even if it's stupid, it's double standard. And even if it's double standard, it's sinister. You cherry blossom countries hate it when all the world's benefits fall on your soil. Don't you? I'm telling you, it's impossible. It's not the world's favor that can fall on Sakura Goku's soil. It's the world's atomic bomb. Have to say, once the opponent is the Sakura country, the hidden bloodline in the Dragon Country people automatically activate, cursing people, specifically picking out other people's sore spots to curse. Emotional rendering in place, a few big brothers even pulled out the machete with the body. Hate immediately transformed into a machete team. Kill each other, a piece of armor not to be left behind. Thanks to the fact that there was a furry bear country separating the seat of the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, or else the two sides could really fight. While the audience is still engaged in an argument. Sakamoto Kawaii, who had been paying attention to the situation of the sparring match in the ring, suddenly turned ugly. What's going on? Sadako Yamamura's body. Why is it becoming transparent little by little? He was loud. Everyone around them heard it and rushed to look in Sadako Yamamura's direction. It was only that Sadako Yamamura, who was originally wearing a white dress, became transparent at this moment. Her body, like glass, could see the bones and veins inside clearly through her skin. At this point, shock surfaced in the minds of the heads of the other countries. This Sadako Yamamura, isn't she a disgruntled spirit made of grudges? How is it being made transparent? She doesn't have an entity at all. However, Zhang Shu, who was the instigator, was completely dazed at this moment, and by flipping through the Chinese horror codex just now, he was clear about everything. In fact, the so-called pen fairy is not an actual scary thing that exists. It's just a trickster game. Participants need to utilize a medium pen and incantation to invoke the possession of the dead souls that exist in the world. Its original incarnation was mediumship, one of the oldest forms of sorcery in the Dragon Kingdom. But the positive gods don't even bother with possession, so the dead souls that can usually possess them are not up to snuff. However, these are common sense. But it was the pen fairy summoned by Zhang Shu that did not follow any common sense at all. Although the blood-eyed quill could not summon a proper god, he did summon the soul-detaining ghost, an existence with enough combat power to rank in the top 5 among the 100 ghosts of the Dragon Kingdom. Its shouts have an extremely powerful divine force, and often the soul of the person it shouts at will automatically be sheathed and separated from the body. And this kind of shouting is almost considered a lethal weapon for Sadako Yamamura, who is a disgruntled spirit. As an existence ranked in the top 5 of the 100 ghosts, the ability of the soul-detaining ghosts could not just be about shocking the opponent with shouts. There are more powerful ones, devouring souls. It's safe to say, if Zhang Shu allowed it, the soul-detaining ghost could devour all the souls of those present. It is only that the people of the world are not familiar with the ghosts of the detainees. Even Zhang Shu only understood one side of it. But it doesn't matter, because it's easy to figure out how strong it is. There is only one thing to understand. Soul Detainer, dare to steal business from the black and white irregulars. As a representative of the balance of yin and yang, life and death, the Ghostbusters specialize in catching evil spirits on Earth. The strength of the black and white irregulars needed no introduction at all. And dare to steal business from the black and white. The strength of the soul-detaining ghost should definitely not be underestimated. At least the Sadako Yamamura in front of him was not even as good as one of its fingers, and was only worthy of becoming its food. Chapter 17. Just tearing off a dog chain. Do you really take yourself seriously? Ah. The soul detainer's soul-hooking rope flared up into a scorching hot flame, burning both of Sadako Yamamura's hands and feet to a reddish color. The intense pain caused Sadako Yamamura to have a hideous expression, constantly struggling to get out of her bonds, and a shocking wail escaped from her mouth. Watching the audience in attendance, hearts in their throats. Somehow, when they saw Sadako Yamamura face such torture, they were sympathetic and prayed for her life to be spared in a hurry. Killing is not abusive. Why can't you give Sadako Yamamura a pain in the ass? Is your pleasure in the Dragon Kingdom based on the pain of others? Yeah, it's clear that you can kill them in a second with one move, but you tie them up with chains, and even ruthlessly scorch them with fire. Your Dragon Kingdom's horrors are too heartless. Is Sadako Yamamura going to suffer from the torment coming from you just because she lost? Fiery flames were constantly being born on the hooked rope. Sadako Yamamura's wails echoed in every corner of the Ring of Terror. The audience on the spot could no longer bear to watch. They are like the Madonna of abusive kindness, standing on the moral high ground and accusing the Dragon Kingdom of what it has done. Earlier they were scared because of Yamamura Sadako's appearance, but now they're starting to sympathize with Yamamura Sadako. This group of people can really change their faces faster than flipping a book. Just looking at their ugly faces makes you sick. Zhang Shu swept his gaze coldly across the room, not feeling half as guilty as he did because of the accusations from the audience in his country. On the contrary, he even had the detainer turn up the heat to make the pain go even harder. Ah! You guys! You guys! Sadako Yamamura had been burned beyond recognition at the moment. Not a single piece of skin intact on her body, and her white dress had been burned with holes of all sizes, stained with black stains from the burning carbon. The audience of his country saw that instead of stopping his actions due to the accusation, Zhang Shu was getting more and more intense, and they were so furious that they gritted their teeth and even started chanting for Zhang Shu to get out of the terror ring. But that's all. It's just their incompetent ranting, faintly as if they were overrated. It's not working. Fire is a holy thing that expels all darkness from the world, and is a divine weapon that cleanses the soul. Sadako Yamamura, who was the embodiment of resentment, felt endless pain under the raging flames, and it was as if someone had used sharp iron needles all over her body to pierce her skin again and again, right into her bone marrow. Ka-chow, 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 ka-chow. Just as Sadako Yamamura was about to fade away completely, suddenly, the chains that bound her hands and feet were actually starting to crack. The cracks were like savagely growing vine plants, frantically spreading over all the soul-gathering hook locks. At this moment, Yamamura Sadako, who was still wailing just now, raised her head violently, her pitch-black eyes staring deathly at the soul-detaining ghost, her tattered face filled with endless rage. Heh. Broke free? I managed to break free. She tugged at the shackles on her hands and feet, and with a violent force, the calf-thick hooks and cords were like broken glass, turning into scattered metal fragments in an instant. Seeing this, Sadako Yamamura quickly stepped on the air and leapt high into the air, pulling away with a backflip before landing safely on her hands and legs for support. She had a breath that was very different from a moment ago. The pure white dress became pitch black at this moment, as if stained by ink. A head of black shiny hair also became like a snowflake, like miserable white. One pair of eyes even changed into a different pupil. One eye was white and the other was black. The grievances that lingered around her transformed into a figurative ball of gas, and human faces continued to coalesce in the ball of gas and then dissipate, amounting to thousands of different faces, all of which were people killed by her. But some of the brainiacs in the audience didn't care about that at all. They had already put the matter of Sadako Yamamura's merciless slaughter of humans behind them. It was actually because Sadako Yamamura broke free and started waving the flag in her hand, shouting that "Go Sadako Yamamura. Make sure you defeat the Dragon Kingdom once and for all, and make it clear to them that cruelty is definitely not allowed in this world. Sadako Yamamura, give it to me. Tear the Dragon Nation's player apart and see if he dares to taunt us in the future." I knew that Sadako Yamamura is definitely not a terrifying thing that can be defeated easily, and now it seems that the Dragon countryside is going to be in bad luck. Now Sadako Yamamura has been completely enraged. The Dragon Country contestants suffer. Ha ha ha. Is this what the old Dragon Kingdom saying is, that heaven is good for reincarnation? There's a good show coming up. Sadako Yamamura breaks free. It was a moment of excitement driven through the audience. They couldn't wait to hurry up and see that the sole detainer was mercilessly tortured by Sadako Yamamura, and Zhang Shu was killed by Sadako Yamamura in a single move. You, all of you, must die. Yamamura Sadako roared, tearing the air in front of her and lunging at the soul detaining ghost with a powerful grudge, the sky around her becoming cloudy due to her grudge. The crowd in attendance looked forward to it, and some were even already on their feet, ready to chant Sadako Yamamura's victory. However, something they didn't expect happened. Only the spirit detainer merely glanced at Sadako Yamamura. Lift your hands. Press downward. The majestic giant palm coalesced in midair. It fell with a roar, its AO throne whale swallowing like momentum. Smashed down on the ring, smoke and dust rose up in all directions. The sturdy ring was smashed out of a huge deep pit. Large and small like a spider web of cracks covered the edge of the huge pit. And in the center of the pit, Sadako Yamamura was smashed beyond recognition. The moment, the entire audience was in a daze. It was just a matter of ripping the chain I used to put the dog on and threatening to kill me or something like that. It's really too whimsical. The detainer felt that the ghost life had been greatly insulted. It was at least a ghost that dared to steal business from the black and white irregulars, but today it was actually taunted by a spiteful spirit. It's embarrassing to talk about it. Besides, nor was this hooked rope broken free by Sadako Yamamura's own strength. It was entirely due to poor quality and could not withstand the heat and damaged itself. It looks like this duel is over as well. The detainer slowly came to Sadako Yamamura and took out a new hook and rope, ready to take her away. And just as it reached out, a pitch-black colored bead coalesced on Sadako Yamamura's body. This is... The detainer froze for a moment, sizing up the situation and then realizing that the grievance bead, made of grievances, contains a record of the injustices that Sadako Yamamura suffered in her life. This is something that should have been destroyed immediately. But now, I'm more interested in showing everyone the ugly face of the Sakura nation. It threw the grudge bead in its hand towards the sky, and after, an illusory cloud screen appeared in the ring, with various images flickering inside of it, the very life of Sadako Yamamura. Sadako Yamamura was born in the 1950s. His hometown is the Cheijai area in the southern part of the Izu Oshima Island in the Sakura country. Her father is a psychic researcher. The mother is a clairvoyant. Sadako Yamamura inherited her mother's superpower, which allows her to control the life and death of humans with her mind. Not only that, her looks and figure are extremely rare in the world. The only drawback is that she grew up with a rare congenital disorder that makes her an androgynous intersex person. One summer, Sadako Yamamura goes home to take care of her father, who is suffering from an illness. It was also during this time, but Sadako Yamamura was infected with the smallpox virus by being forcibly jed by a patient carrying the virus later. She killed the forcible jerker with her mind control, and herself jumped into a dry well, ending her short life. In the dry well, the resentment from birth to death resurrects Sadako Yamamura as a colorless and invisible virtual virus. She begins to use old videotapes to get back at all the Sakura Nation people as a way to quell the resentment in her heart. In fact, on the way to the spread of the virtual virus, Sadako Yamamura also split into two completely different bodies because of her androgyny. One is the cruel little Sadako and the other is the kindly big Sadako. This was also the reason why Sadako Yamamura's appearance had suddenly changed just now in the Ring of Terror. But as time has progressed so far, the great Sadako and the little Sadako are back in one body, and the moment they are summoned, protecting themselves and endangering all of humanity is their most important goal. Damn it! In the end, Sadako Yamamura would lose control all because you Sakura Nation people are just too cruel. I knew it. There's not a single good thing in the Sakura country. All Angie sick and still going to scourge people. Really no conscience at all. Sadako Yamamura. She was only 18 when she died. How on earth did you people get off on this? Harming people. And now summoning them out to fight against each other and suffer torture again. You people of the Sakura Kingdom are too heartless. Shasta. As Sadako Yamamura's memories come to light, viewers around the globe got a good look at the ugly face of the Sakura country. This country, which speaks of benevolence and morality, and presents itself to the public as gentle and modest, is at this moment uncovered in all its false appearance, revealing their sinister, devious, inhuman, and perverted appearance. Chapter 18. A bunch of griffins who only scream. Baka. This move by Rikoku is just too damaging. Not only did we lose the matchup, but even the good national image we had created completely collapsed. This damned Sadako Yamamura. Not only did she kill our Sakura nation, but now she's humiliated us in front of the entire globe. The most detestable thing is the Dragon Kingdom. They are just too despicable to come up with this trick. We should have sent out powerful terrors at the very beginning to completely eliminate the Dragon Kingdom from the terror ring. It's too late to regret now. These guys from the Dragon Kingdom, once they have the momentum to rise, it's like wildfire igniting the starry plains. They can't be stopped at all. Ah, that's abominable. They're so damn dead. After being dismantled for their true colors, the people of Sakura Nation began to be infuriated and even blamed the Dragon Nation for all the faults, completely unaware of the faults that happened to them. The Sakura Nation, a people who are very good at learning. But they have never been a people who are good at correcting mistakes when they have them. They will only superficially apologize. But in the back of his mind, plans for revenge are brewing from moment to moment. Be sure to watch out for them. It seems the effect has been achieved. The detainer was pleased with the current scene. Sakura Nation has been targeted. This is undoubtedly a happy situation for the Dragon Kingdom. Then next, it's time to dispose of Sadako Yamamura's resentful soul. Saying that, the soul detainer waved his hand. Rolling black smoke wrapped around Sadako Yamamura's body, and then compressed it, eventually forming a palm-sized spirit that was continuously floating in the soul detainer's hand. And before the detainer could make its next move, in the middle of the scene, some kind of very sickening sound suddenly rang out. Don't kill her. Sadako Yamamura is a poor person. You Dragon Kingdom can't kill her. Yes. Let her live. It's a poor thing. Don't put her through any more torture. I don't know what the Dragon Kingdom's horrible thing is, but you guys are so strong. There's no need to get over a weak person. Although Sadako Yamamura was previously hostile to you, I hope that the Dragon Kingdom can spare her and give her a chance to live, as is the will of us all. The horrible thing is also life, so please don't kill her. The Dragon Kingdom is a powerful country, so you should honor life and spare a poor man. It won't affect you in any way. The people of other countries who acted as spectators for an entire game. Finally, at this last moment, stand up, high above the rest of the world, and in the tone of the superior, call on the Dragon Kingdom to respect life. And just a little while ago, these dead saints, who also clamored for Sadako Yamamura to cane and torture Zhang Shu and the soul detainer to death. Mother are these people out of their minds? This Yamamura Sadako is simply a scourge. Keeping her around is a disadvantage to all of mankind. There might be another terrorist dead well incident in Sakura country. What's the point of keeping such a thing? Just kill it. It's true that she was pitiful in life, but she chose to take revenge on humans after her death, even without any purpose, slaughtering them simply out of spite. I could understand if she took action against her enemies, but to relocate her anger on others who have nothing to do with it is something I can't tolerate. Sadako Yamamura must be killed. The audience in Dragonland was, well, united in their opinion. Sadako Yamamura must be killed. Indecisiveness harms you. Besides, once Sadako Yamamura was again in the hands of the Sakura Kingdom, it would be an unforeseeable disaster for the ordinary people of the Dragon Kingdom and even the whole world. Sadako Yamamura's way of killing people is so bizarre. As Zhang Shu and the soul-detaining ghost who held the power of life and death over Sadako Yamamura, they also reached a unified consciousness at this moment. Kill. And so, in full view of everyone, the soul detainer suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Sadako Yamamura in one gulp. After finishing, he didn't forget to lick the corners of his mouth, showing a satisfied look. It's in the books. The reason why the ghosts are hooking souls, apart from stealing business with the black and white irregulars. There's another very important reason. It likes to eat these dead souls, especially dead souls with deep grudges. The flavor layers are rich, and the Virgin Mary spectators who witnessed this were now wide-eyed and so angry that their bodies were shaking. You actually ate Sadako Yamamura. The horrors of the Dragon Kingdom are just too much. All knowing that Sadako Yamamura was poor, yet you ate her in one bite. Don't you have any conscience at all? How did a horrible thing like you manage to appear in the ring? What a damned fellow. I pray to my Lord to send you divine punishment, so that you may not enter heaven for all eternity. I told you to spare Sadako Yamamura's life. Why didn't you listen? It's Zhang Shu, yes, it must be Zhang Shu. He instructed the terror to do this. This cruel dragon country player. is simply unconscionable. Zhang Shu's eyes gradually turned cold as he sniffed. Bunch of dead saints. It was even blamed on him. When Sadako Yamamura came out earlier, she screamed at her to kill herself. Now, having killed Sadako Yamamura themselves, these people are saying they have no conscience. There should be a limit to the double standard. I say, you people seem to be taking yourselves too seriously. Before Zhang Shu could open his mouth, the soul-detaining ghost on the side suddenly let out a voice that was cold to the extreme. Saying something about Sadako Yamamura being pathetic and asking me to spare her life. I'd like to ask, on what grounds? Just because you guys have a mouth? If you have the strength, you can roll down and save her from me. If you don't, you can sit down and keep your mouth shut, or I'll let you die worse than she did. Phew. After the soul-detaining ghost's words fell, its ferocious gaze swept across the room, and the temperature around it instantly plummeted. It was as if the crowd was in an ice cave, shivering all over. The group of people who had screamed the loudest earlier also shut up and sat down. Somehow, they felt an aura of death wrapped around them. It was as if he would really be killed by the detaining ghost if he said one more word. Oh, now that you hear you're going to die, one and all are quiet and don't speak, are they? I thought you guys were really benevolent and righteous at heart. Great people who moved heaven and earth. But it turns out you're just a bunch of cowards who only know how to move your mouth. The soul detainer stood in the center of the ring, disdain surfacing on his face. They just now also said what came, right? Said I have no conscience, do not spare the poor people, and told me to listen to your words. Hurry to release Yamamura Sadako. I just have to ask, who are you, JB? Who gave you the courage to say such things to me? And talk about being a ghost with a conscience. I'll be damned. Liang, you horse, then, this grandpa is a ghost. I'm a ghost that's powerful enough to make even the black and white irregulars fearful. Not you deadbeats. Conscience? Conscience is bull. Anyone who dares to harbor murderous intentions towards my Dragon Kingdom people, and dares to offend my Dragon Kingdom, regardless of whether he is a pitiful person or not, this great master will kill him without fail. Come on, if you don't like it, just call one and try it. See if this master will rip your head off and kick it as a kuju. Full court. Ravenous. Those spectators from other countries who had earlier clamored for more were now keeping their mouths shut so tightly that they were extremely careful about even breathing. Afraid that, if he didn't pay attention and made the soul-detaining ghost angry, he would really kill himself. To know, the Ring of Terror now has no protective boundaries. If the detainer wanted to, it could really kill everyone easily, compared to the nervousness, worry, and fear of viewers in other countries. The Dragon Nation audience, however, was thrilled inside and shouted in pain. After letting out his harsh words, not a single person dared to retort, which was too much of a relief. The detainer is awesome. A few more curses. Call them out on their bull. It's better to curse them so much that they can't help but do it and then kill them. That way, there could be a lot less in the world again. Chapter 19: A sudden attack by a horrible thing. The detainer's words echoed through the ring, constantly swirling in the audience's ears. The moment, the group of people who had earlier threatened to tell the spirit detainer to spare Sadako Yamamura were too quiet to even say a word. Watching the Dragon Country audience shouted, this kind of strength to put hard words to pretend, simply do not be too good. To this point, Sadako Yamamura, who had high hopes from the people of Sakura Nation, was completely defeated. Of course, Yuta Yamano, who was her summoner, was likewise not to live. Zhang Shu had the soul detainer deprive him of his soul and devour it in one gulp, and from then on Yamano Yuta never existed in the world again. If it was a player from another country, Zhang Shu would consider giving them a way out, but for the players of the Sakura country, or even the players who threatened to take his life as soon as he came on the field, he absolutely could not stay. Of course, such behavior caused resentment from the audience in the Sakura country and even other countries. They once again proclaimed that Zhang Shu was a devil with a heart of gold. Instead of feeling guilty about this, Zhang Shu thought he hadn't done enough. He was going to use the blood of the other players to sacrifice those dead Dragon Kingdom players. What an interesting matchup. Now it seems that the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom are not wonky at all. I'm going to take back my prejudice towards the Dragon Kingdom from the very beginning. After a few duels, the mysterious referee's attitude towards the Dragon Nation has been turned upside down. From the very beginning of disdain, or even to say, disgust, until now it's recognized, appreciated, and even incredible. All of this has changed because the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom are powerful. could even be said that the Dragon Kingdom is powerful. To the end, there is only one truth in the world. The underdog. This truth applies equally to human beings, to animals, and to all life in the entire universe. With Sakura Nation's defeat, then I declare Dragon Nation's second matchup the winner. Current score 2 o'clock, you guys need to step it up. If this keeps up, Dragon Nation is going to pass the death penalty. 2-0. That's just the plain data. With the unstoppable momentum of the entire Dragon Kingdom, this is only just beginning. Passage to the death, that's the ultimate goal. It is also a goal that must be reached. In light of the forcefulness shown by the other nations in the showdown, then I declare that the next showdown is delayed until 5 hours from now. Please take advantage of the ample time to prepare yourselves. But don't get second-guessed by Rukoku again as soon as you get on the field. That would be really humiliating. Also, from now on, there will be no more protective boundaries, and I think you viewers should guess what that means. The mysterious referee's tone was filled with the anticipation of watching the show. So everyone, good luck next. The words fell. With a big wave of his hand, he disappeared from the center of the ring once again. The audience, all of them, instantly raised their hearts to their throats because of his last sentence. No more protective boundaries. This also means that the audience is no longer perfectly safe. If they accidentally angered the horrors in the ring, or if the horrors got out of control, they would face the threat from them and would most likely die. Sure, because of social opinion and the checks and balances between the great powers, there will not normally exist a contestant who controls the horrors to strike out at the audience, unless he wants to face hatred and condemnation from all of mankind. But imagination is often very different from reality. The Ring of Terror is ever-changing, and there's no telling if something horrible will attack someone. Dragon Nation. Night, 2300 hours. Center for Paranormal Research. Zhang Shu lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling above his head, the fatigue on his body disappearing little by little. 5 hours was enough time for Zhang Shu to take a good rest for a while. He hadn't closed his eyes in a long time, from the start of the game until now. As a contestant in the Ring of Terror, not only does he have to be constantly aware of his own life, but he also has to be on high alert in case his opponent is brewing up some kind of devious and cunning plan. Anyway, he's really sleepy right now. Need a good night's sleep. So both eyes closed, and within a minute he was snoring. One side is quiet, the other is anxious. The entire research center was in a flurry of activity. In the council hall, all the captains of the combat squads were gathered. Their expressions were grave, and their breathing became rapid. Just now, they got a shocking news. In the city of Dachang in the Dragon Kingdom, a bizarre incident has occurred. Fully 30 people were injured and 5 killed in the incident. More importantly, it was an attack that could be directly judged as an act of terror by another country. Captain Yi, tell everyone the information you've gotten. Qin Xiaoming commanded. Yi Qiuhong nodded his head and dropped the information onto the screen, reporting seriously. Just moments ago, we received a request for help from the higher-ups of Okura City, who claimed that they were attacked by something horrible. The incident took place at an office building called the Kaiju Group. The survivors claimed that they were about to go home from work, but before they could push open the door of the company, a very strange voice rang in their ears, telling them to count silently from 0 to 100, without the slightest sound occurring in the middle of the count, or they would die. Some employees thought it was a prank and ignored it, only to be instantly separated from their bodies the moment they pushed open the door. And those employees who made a mistake in their silent counting had all sorts of wounds on their bodies, and in severe cases, they would even break their arms and legs. In summary, it can be clearly determined that this was an attack by another country, a terrorist attack. The Ring of Terror has descended so far. Horror after horror has appeared in countries around the globe. However, out of humanitarian considerations, all countries have made a verbal commitment that they will never use the objects of terror to launch attacks on other countries. But anyone with some brains understands. The so-called verbal promises are just a delaying tactic because of the lack of strength. Actually, once matters related to the terror have matured, those countries that are greedy will not hesitate to turn it into military power and launch attacks on other countries. This has long been anticipated by the Dragon Kingdom. I just didn't realize that this day would come so soon. Do you know which country did it? Qin Xiaoming asked. Yi Qiuhong shook his head. From the information obtained so far, it is not certain that the other party is actually from that country. However, according to eyewitnesses, a blonde-haired, white-skinned man had been seen sneaking around the area of the incident. When the incident was over, The man left the scene again at exactly the right time. So we suspect that it would be the Triumph Empire or the Eagle Kingdom that would strike. Blonde hair and white skin. The recognition is just too good. The first thing that comes to mind is Europe and the United States. However, Qin Xiaoming, who was the chief captain, frowned and, "This matter isn't that simple. The Triumph Empire and the Eagle Kingdom aren't stupid. Even if they were to make a move, they definitely wouldn't let a European or American come to the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, I hypothesize that this incident was the work of another country in order to use the Triumph Empire and the Eagle Kingdom as a cover." Zhou Zhengtian asked tentatively, "Then what do you mean, Chief Captain?" Too little information to guess. Qin Xiaoming wouldn't jump to conclusions haphazardly. "Captain Yi, Captain Zhou, the two of you go forward as soon as possible to blockade the city of Dakura, and try not to let the culprits leave. I have spoken to the local area and they will assist you in your endeavors." Chapter 20 Wager with the Eagle State. Captain Yi and Captain Zhou alone might meet danger if they go. I'll let the detainer join you for a peace. At this point, the doorway to the council chamber. Suddenly, Zhang Shu's voice rang out. He had wanted to rest, but now the entire research center had become rowdy because of this unexpected incident, and the corridors were filled with the sound of rushing footsteps, making it impossible to sleep. Solely, Zhang Shu went out for a walk and happened to hear Qin Xiaoming and their conversation. "With the help of the soul-detaining ghost, this operation will be much safer. Mr. Zhang Shu, thank you for your help." Qin Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had originally planned to do the same. Ding, ding, ding. The words just fell. Qin Xiaoming's phone rang. His brow furrowed slightly when he got a good look at the caller ID person. John Hugh. If it isn't the horrible ringmaster of the Eagle Kingdom. Why would he call me this late? He placed his cell phone flat on the table and turned on the speakerphone so that all members could hear. "Mr. Qin, how are you? I'm John Hugh, the head of the terror ring in the Eagle Kingdom." On the phone, the man's mellow voice rang out. Qin Xiaoming asked, "Mr. John, is there something you want to say to me at this late hour?" "Sure." The voice on the phone became a bit teasing. "If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Qin, you must be very distressed right now, right?" Qin Xiaoming froze for a moment, keeping his composure as much as possible. Why would you say that?" "Captain Qin, there is no need for you to cover up in front of me. I know all about what happened in the Dragon Kingdom. The city of Okura has been attacked by something horrible, and right now you guys are busy." John Hugh was certain. "Did you do this?" Qin Xiaoming's eyes gradually narrowed as a murderous aura lingered around him. The fact that Okura City was attacked by something horrible did not leak out. Not to mention other countries, even many locals in Okura City don't know about it. And for John Hugh to get the news in the first place, either he was the initiator or he was a participant. As for the claim that there was a mole in the dragon team, it's impossible. To this day, censorship is so strict that there is no possibility of infiltration of state institutions by forces from other countries. John Hugh laughed a bit, oozing. "Captain Qin can really love to joke. This kind of thing is certainly not my doing. Our Eagle Kingdom is a country that honors freedom and life. We will not harm the common people." Qin Xiaoming coldly snorted. "This kind of bull little cute. Only then will you believe it. But while I didn't do this, I know who did. I wonder if Captain Qin is interested in wanting to know." John Hugh said. The corner of Qin Xiaoming's mouth curved up. "I wouldn't believe that your Eagle country is some kind of helpful country. Say, what's the price?" "Ha ha ha. Captain Qin is really a smart man. It's so easy to deal with someone like you." John Hugh's tone was filled with an easy casualness. "I don't need you to pay anything. I just want to make a bet with you." "Bet? Yeah, right. Tell me about it." John Hugh said, "The third game of your Dragon Nation death battle is about to begin, and to tell you in advance, your opponent is us, the Eagle Nation. If you win this duel, I'll tell you who initiated the terrorist attack, and I'll even give you a little extra credit." "A little extra credit?" "The score between the dragons and the worlds is now 2 o'clock, which means that if the dragons can win against the eagles, the score will come to 4 o'clock. What is your request?" Qin Xiaoming knew that the other party must be making some sort of devious move. John Hugh said casually, "It's not a particularly excessive request. It's just a shallow change in the criteria for determining winning. If your players can't defeat our players within 3 minutes, then it will be considered a loss for Dragon Kingdom, and vice versa. How about this? This request is not too much, right? In terms of the unstoppable state of the Dragon Kingdom right now, such a good opportunity, you won't choose to miss it." Double points, one truth. How can such an offer not be a loss for you? Qin Xiaoming didn't pick up on his words, but instead turned the tables and asked, the rules of the Terror Ring are not something you or I can change. That's for sure. John Hugh explained, so I purposely discussed this with the mystery referee, and for the sake of the spectacle of the matchup, he agreed to my request. So now all that's needed is your input. Well, is it a yes? Double points, the truth about the terrorist attack. Either one would be of great use to the Dragon Kingdom. But to beat the horrors of Eagle Country in 3 minutes, this was something that Qin Xiaoming was not sure of, and he could only turn his gaze towards Zhang Shu. 3 minutes. Zhang Shu also cupped his chin in quiet contemplation. It's rare that someone will be in the ring and come up with a decision rule that is based on time. The fact that the Eagle Kingdom dared to do this meant that they weren't counting on their horrors to defeat the Dragon Kingdoms, and only hoped that they would be able to hold out for 3 minutes. Then, the terrifying thing they sent out must be in existence with superb defense. Extremely strong defense exists. Zhang Shu pondered for a while. Unable to decide what to do, he chooses to call on the Chinese Horror Codex. Soon there was the sound of a small, astonished yen. Huh? A horrible thing with great defense. Isn't this a ING living target? What's there to worry about? Yeah. Isn't it a living target? What's there to be afraid to say yes to? Zhang Shu instantly understood. Captain Qin promised them, Zhang Shu said. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoming solemnly nodded his head before responding, Aye. Dragon Kingdom promise. But before that, I'll need a guarantee in case you lose and don't recognize it. John Hugh smiled. Sure. Ended the call with John Hugh. Qin Xiaoming looked up at Zhang Shu with some concern. Mr. Zhang Shu, are you really sure? Don't worry. It's definitely possible. Isn't it just a matter of taking down your opponent within 3 minutes? It's very simple. Zhang Shu spread his hands, looking cloudy. Spin. He summoned the Soul Detainer. The priority now is to go to support Okura City as soon as possible to prevent more people from dying at the hands of the terror. Then, Detainer, I'm counting on you. The Detainer patted himself on the back. Don't worry. I'm here. No accidents. No matter what kind of bull, ghost, snake, or god he is. After seeing this great master, it can only obediently kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Well, without further ado, let's get going. Who is it that wants to team up with this lord? It swept its gaze across the room, and Yi Qiu Hong and Zhou Zhangtian immediately rose and saluted it. Well, the essence is fine enough. Remember to applaud and cheer for me if this lord is going to fight later. Yes. Then let's get going. The words fell. The Soul Detainer left the council hall and took Yi Qiu Hong and Zhou Zhangtian away from the scene. It was as if it was the commanding captain of the operation. Chapter 21 S-Class Terrorist Rabbit Man. Ring of Terror. 5 hours of prep time went by in the blink of an eye. The spectator seats in each country were once again filled to capacity. However, due to the lack of a protective boundary, they looked grave and somewhat worried. Good thing the countries in charge aren't cuties either. They have each sent powerful domestic horrors to do their protection work. The mysterious referee's figure reappears in the center of the ring as the people involved make their orderly entrances. You've all been waiting a long time. Next will be the third of the Dragon Kingdom death battle. So that you can all enjoy watching, the rules for the next match have been changed slightly. The mysterious referee spoke in a disembodied voice that lingered in everyone's ears. The audience was a little confused. A rule change? What's that supposed to mean? Wasn't it a good duel? Why the sudden change? One of the biggest reactions was from the audience in the Dragon Kingdom. They had no knowledge of the bet between the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom. So subconsciously, it was thought that changing the rules would be detrimental to the Dragon Kingdom. Don't be nervous, everyone, and listen to the details. The mysterious referee explained. This rule change is actually a bet. It was done after obtaining the consent of the 2 outgoing countries. First of all, if Dragon Nation can win this duel, then they will receive 2 points. Of course, the requirement is that the Dragon player must take down his opponent within 3 minutes. There are costs and benefits. That's only fair. The audience in attendance looked a little stunned. 2 points will be awarded to Dragon Nation for winning this matchup. Such a reward is not too generous. As for taking down opponents in 3 minutes, do you guys remember what the approximate time it took for Dragon to beat their opponents in the previous matches? I don't know, but it's quick. Basically about 5 minutes. 4 minutes for the pre-summoning environmental rendering, and 1 minute for the showdown. I don't know which country was stupid enough to bet against the Dragon Kingdom. 3 minutes is certainly a short period of time, but the Dragon Kingdom's horrors have crushed it almost every time. Things have evolved so far. There are already many people in countries around the globe who recognize the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's horrors, even got hooked on them and became a fan. Then there's the part that's tough talking and dead set on denying it. Of course, there are brainless spammers of the Dragon Kingdom. The world is a big place with no. Then, without further ado, let's have both players enter. The mysterious referee gave an order, and both players began to enter. There's nothing to see on the Dragon countryside, and anyway, it's just Jiangsu from start to finish. Instead, this showdown between the dragons is, the audience would like to see. Just what kind of country is it that dares to bet against the Dragon Kingdom? And so, they then saw, in the direction of Eagle Country, a hip-hop man with his hands plugged in, dirty braids, 7/4 pants, and high-top AJ's steps out of the aisle. He chewed bubblegum in his mouth, walked left and right, and his head twisted in a way that made him look like a drag. Actually, he's really tugging. Hey, I say, is my opponent this time that little kid in the ring? He looks really weak. Don't say anything about letting it last 3 minutes. Why don't I just take him down? Amberg scared twice, an extremely disdainful expression on his face. John Hugh, as head of the Ring of Terror in Eagle's Nation, gravely admonished him that they put away your complacent nature. Through these few duels, haven't you realized that the Dragon Kingdom is already different from before? If you lose this matchup, you will face the wrath of countries from all over the globe who will find you incompetent and say that you are the one responsible for letting the Dragon Kingdom pass. Huh? Amberg looked puzzled. Not really. Even if I lost, there's no need to relocate my anger on me alone. There are so many people who have lost to the Dragon Kingdom in Mortal Kombat. Maybe people won't even remember me. No, you're wrong. John Hugh looked coldly around the ring, his eyes gradually narrowing as this matchup of yours is special. It's the first duel that breaks the mold with special rules, and in the event of a loss, the Dragon Kingdom will receive 2 points. Do you think the audience won't remember you after such an impressive showdown? Amberg lapsed into silence. The earlier cynical and spontaneous look has also been tempered. Even his breathing became rapid. Yeah. This matchup is special. If you do lose, you're sure to be remembered and hated by the audience. This would never be allowed for someone like him who was particularly good at saving face. Of course, you don't need to be overly nervous. It wouldn't do any good. The corner of John Hugh's mouth curved up. Lose, and you'll be a target. But if you win, the other nations will think you're the hero, that you defeated the Dragon Kingdom and dashed their dreams of trying to pass the Death War. Success and failure, honor and disgrace, all at your whim. This statement was made. Confidence and indignation once again appeared on Amberg's face. There was only one thought left in his mind. That's a win. If you win, you become a hero and are admired by millions. And so it was. In full view of the crowd, Amberg walks to the ring with a confident stride. However, his appearance caused the audience to feel deeply puzzled. Wait, who is this? Why have I never seen this before? Look at where he came out. That's the seat of the Eagle Kingdom, which means this is the player sent by the Eagle Kingdom. The Eagle Kingdom's terror is also extremely powerful. Just why hasn't the player sent here seen him on the global rankings? Yeah, this can't be a ING newbie, can it? Newcomers? Is the Eagle Kingdom looking down on the Dragon Kingdom, or are they intentionally letting in water? Surprisingly, letting the newcomers take the field. Gee, I just hope he doesn't let the Dragon Kingdom win this matchup. Amberg is making his first appearance for Eagle Nation against the Eagles, so the audience didn't recognize him. Not even the horrors of him are understood. But none of that mattered to Amberg, because next he was going to use his strength to make these people remember him properly. Eagle Country, Amberg, Terror Thing S-Class Terror Bunnyman. Amberg introduced himself. The audience in the room all quickly searched their brains for memories of the horrible Rabbit Man. Soon they remembered. It's an urban legend from Eagle Country. The origin of the Terror Bunnyman is in the Eagle Country, Virginia. The Terror Bunnyman is said to be an escaped patient from a mental institution who specializes in carrying a sharp stone axe and hiding under railroad tunnels to slaughter those who have fallen by the wayside. However, according to the results of the investigation, the mental patient had died long before the Terror Bunnyman appeared, so people speculated that the Terror Bunnyman was a manifestation of his grievances. Whenever Halloween comes around, it always hides in the crowd and takes advantage of the night to slaughter humans. When it's done, it hides in the forest and waits quietly for those who come to capture it before killing them, calling my scary bunny people psychopathic grievances. Oh, what a ridiculous idea. As the summoner of the Terror Bunny Man, listening to the audience's discussion, Amberg instantly revealed a disdainful smile. He knew exactly where the Terror Bunny Man came from. It's not a psychopathic grievance at all. Rather, a demonic creature born from the forest. It's a powerful demon that wields the power of the forest and specializes in retaliating against humans. Chapter 22. Unknown Levels, Horror Puppet Show. Terror Bunny Man, it doesn't sound as if there's too much horror in it, so hopefully it will actually do better than its name suggests. The mysterious referee looked at Zhang Shu. So, what is your terror this time? Zhang Shu cupped his chin and mused. The terrifying rabbit man on the other side was definitely not as simple as rumored. The first thing that was clear was that the Terror Bunny Man didn't actually have too strong of a defense, so there were only two possibilities for it to hold up for 3 minutes of time. The first, with superb healing abilities, can even reach the point of being renewable. The second type, having the power of bilocation, uses a large number of bilocations to hold the opponent back as a way to stall for time. Either way, it's all tricky. It must be summoned. Something terrifying with great explosive power. Then, Zhang Shu immersed his mind into his brain and flipped through the Chinese horror tome. As a result, before he could search for a satisfactory horror, suddenly the Chinese horror tome moved on its own, eventually stopping at a certain page. Look at the top. Zhang Shu asked tentatively, "Do you want to make an appearance?" The horrible thing nodded. "So, do you guys want to come out in one piece?" The horrible thing nodded. "In that case, I'm counting on you." Taking his mind back, Zhang Shu slowly unfolded his eyes and looked at the mysterious referee's expectant gaze. He slowly said, "Dragon Kingdom Zhang Shu. The next horror I conjure is the puppet show of horror. Level unknown." Puppet show? Compared to the terrifying rabbit man, the terrifying thing summoned by Zhang Shu sounded even less intimidating. Instead of being frightening, it was hilarious. First the scary bunny man, now some kind of scary puppet show. Do you really think that with the word scary in front of it, it's going to be scary? I thought this matchup would be a sight to behold, but I didn't expect this development. Is it hard to believe that the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom are letting each other off the hook? Not really. What good would a release do them? Perhaps the bottom card is out and he can't take anything powerful and terrifying. There's no telling who will actually win this duel. By the way, I'm going to take a nap. Call me when it's over. The audience, on hearing the name of the horror puppet show, showed a lack of interest. There were even people who fell asleep in their chairs. But Zhang Shu understood that these people, in a moment, might have to be miserable. So, both players are in position. Please start your performances. The mystery referee exits the ring, giving place to Zhang Shu and Amberg. Shu Zhang. Next, I will use your failure as a foundation for laying my success. Amberg waved his hand. Terror Bunny Man. Come on out. Here's your favorite human. Knock knock. The words fell. A scarlet swirling gate coalesced in front of Amberg. Immediately afterward, an eerie sound came from inside the swirling door. Clunk, like someone was chopping something hard with an axe. The sound was loud, and every time it rang out, a strong smell of blood erupted from the door of the vortex, like the carcass of an animal that had long since decayed and was suddenly sliced open with an axe. The smell was extremely unpleasant. The audience in attendance cringed. Under their watchful eyes, a figure slowly stepped out of the vortex door. It was suited and trim, and with a tie on its chest, it looked like a well-mannered gentleman. Its head, however, was a bizarre rabbit's head, with scarlet beady eyes and snow-white fluff. The edges of its mouth, long ago stained with scarlet, dripped blood from its fluffy fur, the corners of its mouth to its chin, dripping to the floor with a snapping sound. What did it just eat? The audience, with their pupils contracted, didn't dare to think about it. And in the horrible rabbit man's hand, there was a sharp stone axe. The bloody scabs on it were piled up several centimeters thick. The cuts also have curls left from chopping and chopping hard objects. Blood, axes. The crowd associated it with something extremely bad. Squeaky. The Terror Bunny Man does not possess a human vocal tract, so it can only squeak and yell to express its emotions. However, it could be seen from the greedy tyranny in its eyes that it wanted to kill Zhang Shu. My Terror Bunnyman has never made his debut in the Ring of Terror, and with you being my first opponent, I hope you don't do too badly. Amberg sneered and looked at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu didn't even pay attention to him, just slowly raised his head and threw a wooden bar in his hand into the air. Puppetry of terror. Come on out. Hoo hoo hoo. Dark clouds blocked out the sky, and the atmosphere of the scene instantly became gloomy. From the 9 heavens above, there were countless lines falling down, and they stabbed towards the wooden strip that Zhang Shu had thrown earlier, binding it fiercely inside and outside one layer. Flashes of deep earth-colored light lit up the center of the ring, illuminating the eyes. That's when the sound of puppets twisting came on. The audience immediately cast their eyes to see what this horrible thing called a puppet show was all about. Under the darkness, the wind blows and the ghosts cry and wail. At some point, a huge stage appeared in the middle of the ring, as high as 3 meters, and the curtain at the back of the stage was woven with festive red silk, and the ribbons on both sides kept fluttering under the overcast wind. Zhang Shu stood in the center of the stage, while in front of him were 9 costume puppets hanging upside down. They were head down, feet up, and the silken threads connecting their stiff limbs went straight up into the clouds. Blush-covered cheeks, hollow, eerie eyes, and a mouth that is always wearing a smile. 9 puppets wearing a variety of costumes, flashy, simple, atmospheric, and dignified. Their bodies, made of sections of wood, made clicking and crashing sounds as they moved, as if they were gnawing on bones with sharp teeth. As the puppets make their entrance, the audience on the spot instantly felt creeped out. On the bodies of these puppets, they are dressed for the theater, but their expressions, absurd as they are they laughing? Look closely at their eyes. Do you see the scarlet liquid? They are crying. They are weeping, tears of blood. Why do I get the feeling that these puppets look like they're bound and alive? Could it be that hidden underneath the body of a puppet is the soul of a living person? No, it's not a living person. It's a demon, a horrible demon. The audience stared in disbelief as a chill went from the soles of their feet straight to the sky. Even the terrifying rabbit man who possessed the power of the forest. At this moment, his face became a bit gloomy. This so-called puppet theater releases a weird atmosphere that is horrible. It's a power that goes straight to the soul. Click here. At this point, the centermost of the 9 puppets, the one dressed in the costume of a general, twisted his torso frantically. Its eyes opened and closed and its head bobbed up and down in small circles. Suddenly, it violently rotated its body, no longer hanging upside down as before, but with its back to everyone, emitting an eerie smile.
接下来，我们将会大家表演的木偶戏为
Its body remained motionless, its head twisted slowly, and a pair of empty eyes met the eyes of the audience, in which suddenly flickered a frighteningly cold light. The dismemberment. Chapter 23, 500 Terrifying Rabbit Men. Click, click, click. With a command from the puppet general, the other 8 puppets on the stage twisted their necks and made the sound of breaking bones. They stare vacantly, dead at the Terror Bunnyman, a cackling, oozing grin emanating from the region of their throats. Dismemberment, dismemberment, dismemberment. The words from earlier were repeated over and over again. 9 puppets instantly red light in the eyes. Toward the horror of the rabbit man flew rapidly. They are like ghosts or hand holding a machete, or a lance, or a bow and arrow. The various means of offense went hand in hand, eventually converging in one piece to form a ferocious and incomparable red light. Squeak! The horrible rabbit man grunted coldly, spat a spread of saliva towards the ground, and flipped the stone axe in his hand. With a swoosh, lifting the axe to slice through the air, an air wave instantly swept out. Where it reached, the air was messy and debris flew up. It collided with the red light released by the puppet. The ripples created by its explosion caused the faces of the spectators present to change, and if not for the timely intervention of their protectors, hundreds of people would probably have died if this move had gone down in a collision. But even so, there were still spectators with weak bodies and bones, spitting out blood. The ring. The puppet's red light pierced through the waves of air, and with its remaining power, it stabbed into the small abdomen of the horrible rabbit man in a smooth manner. Hot blood spurted out, forming a conspicuous column of blood in the air. One move down. The Terror Bunnyman's breath diminished and his vitals were slipping away. Only a minute had passed since the start. At this rate, one more move would easily take down the Terror Bunnyman. Get a grip, you can't get sloppy. At Zhang Shu's command, the puppets twisted their bodies once again, and from the soles of their feet up to their brains, an unrivaled and terrifying force coalesced. They quickly stepped forward, wrapping the Terror Rabbit Man in an all-encompassing and deathless package, and relying on the weapons in their hands, they launched a frantic attack. The Terror Bunny Man, about to die, however, just in the nick of time, the horrible Rabbit Man suddenly hacked the stone axe in his hand towards the ground. The huge force split the floor with dozens of gaps, and in the stone axe, there seemed to be some kind of unbelievable power hidden, which madly surged into the floor. The floor was split open, and the pitch-black colored trunks continued to grow forward, eventually forming a sky-high tree as everyone watched. The originally wide and open ring had become a secluded forest at this moment. Even the stage for the puppet show was pierced by the giant tree and reduced to a pile of silk and rotten boards. Oh, do you really think my Terror Bunny Man will fail so easily? The fun has only just begun. The corners of Amberg's mouth curved up in a playful manner. See only. The terrifying Rabbit Man, who was surrounded by 9 puppets, raised his head violently and swung the stone axe in his hand towards the circumference of the circle, a circular wave of air spreading rapidly with it as the center, eventually forcing back the 9 puppets. In the meantime, the giant trees around them stretched out their branches and kept converging on one piece, forming a tree man. Each of these tree people has a human body and a rabbit's head. In the end, under the trickery of the Terror Rabbit Man, the tree people all took its shape. Just one look. The scene went from 1 to 500 horrible rabbit people in an instant, and each of the Terror Bunnies possesses powers as powerful as the original. From 1 to hundreds, how do you beat this? How can this horrible Rabbit Man still have a split eye? Is this its trick it just used? No wonder the Elder Eagle Kingdom sent it out. It's totally trying to use numbers to drag Zhang Shu alive and lose. I knew it wasn't that simple. It's over. For some reason, I feel that Zhang Shu has summoned something terrifying this time, and it seems to be a bit overwhelming. Hundreds of terrifying rabbit people whose strength is still exactly the same as the originals. This can be called a perverted trait. Even if it's placed in the S-ranking list, it's enough to be ranked in the top 3. The moment he saw that there were hundreds of scary rabbit people, the hearts of the audience in the Dragon Kingdom were instantly in their throats. The viewers from other countries who were not optimistic about the Eagle State also recognized the strategy of the Eagle State in this moment. Worthy of the scheming Eagle Kingdom, this hand of the Terror Bunny Man simply fooled the Dragon Kingdom. Hundreds of Terror Bunnies would have been enough to stall for time, and I can't even imagine how hard it would have been to catch them all if they had been allowed to hide in the forest and not show themselves. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom's terrorist is certainly good, but trying to defeat the terrorist Bunny Man in 3 minutes is no longer realistic, just as the live audience guessed. After the Terror Bunny Man summoned his doppelganger, they are all hidden in the forest at the first opportunity, with its shadowy surroundings, noisy environment, and thick branches and dense undergrowth. Trying to find all the Terror Bunnies in a short period of time was simply an impractical idea. Squeak! The horrible Rabbit Man, hidden in the forest, let out a mocking sneer. The sound coalesced in the air as a shockwave, falling from above in circle after circle, falling into the ears of the 9 puppets, confusing and disturbing them. Cluck, 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 cluck. Wooden lips tapped one on top of the other, and the puppets, with red eyes and ghostly bodies, kept moving through the forest. Each strike kills a Terror Bunny Man. They were becoming more and more agile and seemed to have long since broken free of the bonds of being puppets, and were as agile as a human being, nay, even said to be 100 times more agile than a human being. Like wildcats traveling through the forest, more and more Terror Bunnies are dying at their hands. But that's not enough. Time. It's almost too late. Seeing this, Zhang Shu pulled at the corner of his mouth and yelled at the puppet general. How much longer are you going to play? There's only a minute left on the clock. Being shouted at like that by Zhang Shu, General Puppet's torso shuddered, and he scratched his head in some embarrassment as he, oops, caught stealing a game by accident. It's my fault. It's been too long since I've been out, and I got a little carried away with the fun for a while. Since there's a minute left on the clock, then let me play for another 30 seconds. After that, it threw itself back into the slaughter of the horrible rabbit people. Doesn't seem to be worried at all about the time approaching. Play? Zhang Shu's words had fallen into the ears of the audience. Are you kidding me? These puppets are clearly doing their best, and they're lying about them playing? Really think we're cuties? Lying? Is it hard to believe that the Dragon Country player is trying to use such a poor excuse to trick the Eagle Country player into surrendering and admitting defeat? All I can say is that when it comes to bragging, Dragon players are quite talented. There's no need to watch anymore. This duel can end. Dragon Kingdom will definitely lose. Hee, after only winning 2 duels, this third one is going to be lost. This Dragon Country player can't do it either. Originally, a good duel could have been won, but in the end, they chose such a high-risk duel for the sake of petty profits. I really don't know if the Dragon Country players have grown any brains at all. There's only 50 seconds left on the clock and it's almost over. Chapter 24 Puppets control puppets. People control people. Hehehe. There's no way you can defeat my Terror Bunny Man in 3 minutes. This duel, you Dragon Kingdom lose. Amberg hadn't finished his sentence. At this point, the atmosphere around them instantly became a little different. As if electrocuted, the 9 puppet bodies froze in place and stopped, no longer aimlessly chasing after the horrible rabbit man as before. Instead, they converged toward the theater. Eventually, in their power, the original broken theater stage was once again erected. 9 puppets are suspended from the theater stage. Their heads hung low, their legs and feet hanging helplessly and naturally as if they had lost control. A low murmur escaped from the mouth of the puppet general at the head of the group. Puppeteer, puppetry, dismemberment puppet, dismemberment man, man-controlled puppet, puppet-controlled man. Good show. Starts. Hoo. It sounded like an incantation before death. With the stage as the center, an extremely cold and gloomy wind spread out in all directions, blowing the surrounding giant trees to shake. The sky, dark clouds, accompanied by a humming thunder. Rain poured down like silk and threads, dripping onto the ground with a snapping sound. It was just that the rainwater seemed to be mixed with a hint of an indescribable odor, like a fishy stench or rotting wood. Drops of rain fell on the bodies of the 9 puppets. In the moment of contact with them, it actually went from clear to black. Originally dark earth-colored puppets, their colors were fading a little, turning into corpse-like whiteness. Seeing this scene, the audience's pupils trembled and swallowed hard. If anything, the puppets looked normal at first. Now then, everyone began to wonder what kind of material the puppets, in fact, were made of. Their bodies, why they are so similar to human corpses. Does it say? These 9 bodies are not puppets at all. Rather, someone who has passed away? As the crowd looks on in horror, the truth about the puppets unravels a little. The lifting threads connecting their carapaces are becoming clearer. The crowd followed the lifeline toward the top. Just see the overcast sky. Behind the theater stage, an oversized puppet that was 30 meters tall was spreading its hands wide and using the lifting strings in its hands. It was controlling the 9 small puppets to death. And this puppet looked extremely different from the other 9. It had a serious, old-fashioned look, and its face wore no makeup, only uncountable scars and depressions. A pair of eyes narrowed slightly, filled with a murderous aura, like a huge beast that came from the depths of hell. It wore cold armor and a helmet on its head. Its majestic aura from the moment it appeared on the stage, pressuring the audience present to not even dare to breathe. Its every move moved the changes in the surrounding aura, and the mournful sound not only echoed around it for eternity. You're telling me this is a puppet? More than 30 meters tall. This is a giant, isn't it? My heart is beating so fast. I feel that an invisible oppression is spreading over my body. The audience, who were present, were in awe. However, some viewers have been too shocked to even speak, because they clearly saw that there were even carrying strings behind the giant puppet that was more than 30 meters tall. That lifting line went straight into the clouds, and it was impossible to see who was controlling it. The ones controlling the puppets are giant puppets. What is it that controls the giant puppets again? Could it be an even bigger puppet? Or perhaps the chain of control is simply endless? There was no time for the crowd to think carefully. The giant puppet had made a move. A fierce light was released from its vicious eyes, and its large hands formed claws to tear out one thin thread after another. Spinning his hand out, uncountable thin threads were like poisonous snakes bending and crawling in the air, scurrying into the forest, and in just a second's time, all the terrifying rabbit people were easily controlled. Break! With a command from the giant puppet, the forest that occupied the entire ring collapsed in a flash. Hundreds of horrible rabbit men were exposed. Only, these horrible rabbit people had been controlled by the lifting wire, and their limbs were helplessly suspended in the air. a scene that immediately caused the audience to suck in a breath of cold air. Hanging corpses in the void. It was the first word that came to their minds. It was also the time when they were once again shaken to their souls by the horrors from the Dragon Kingdom. No one dared to take a big breath. They are afraid that the next death will be their own. The fun has just begun. The giant puppet made a playful, maniacal sound, its fingers wiggling nimbly as one by one the thin strings continued to tauten and pull. The thin thread that pierced through the horrible rabbit people until it stabbed into their bodies was acting as a cruel torture instrument, wandering in every corner of their bodies. Blood, dripping continuously. The ring, dyed scarlet. Under the control of the giant puppet, the bodies of the horrible rabbits began to twist at an extremely incredible angle, with their heads crooked, thighs resting on their necks, and their arms rotating 360 degrees using their shoulders as torque. It's like a toy being fiddled with. In a variety of bizarre postures, in a constant twisting of the body, the bones were making clicking sounds. Suddenly, columns of scarlet blood spewed out in the ring. A horror rabbit man had his hands and feet ripped off by thin wires, and the neck, which connected the rabbit's head to its body, was constantly torn, with wounds appearing on its skin. The rabbit's head also separated from its body under the tremendous tearing force, with the first terror bunnyman dismembered. Immediately after, as if it had triggered a butterfly effect, the terrifying rabbit men hanging over the ring were dismembered one by one. Hot blood continued to gush out, and the fishy smell filled the air, making people sick to their stomachs. The moment, the entire audience was wide-eyed. This shocking and bizarre scene was something they would never forget. Amberg, who was the summoner of the Terror Bunnyman, crouched in the corner in fear, her hands clasped around her knees, her body shaking. He could feel it clearly. A scream came from the back of his head. "Help me! Please help me!" It was the cry for help from the Terror Bunnyman. It is experiencing, as never before, torture and pain that it will never forget in this life. Soon, all of the terrifying rabbit men in the ring were all dismembered at this moment. There were 10 seconds left until the agreed-upon 3 minutes. The horror puppet show. I kind of understand now why it has the word horror in front of it. For some reason, I feel like there's a wire attached to my neck right now, like I'm being held in a death grip. Puppets control puppets, people control people, and how is this puppet show not a true reflection of us? 3 minutes of time are not up yet, and Dragon Nation, again, has won. The audience present, their eyes were dumbfounded, and the disdain in their eyes at the beginning was no longer there. Asshole, what on earth is the horrible thing in the Dragon Kingdom? Why can't even the Terror Bunnyman slow it down for 3 minutes? John Hugh's face was blue at this point, punching the side railing with one fist after another, and even though blood was flowing from his fists, he was too dazed with rage to feel the pain. That's when his cell phone rang. After seeing that the caller ID person was Qin Xiaoming, the already unpleasant mood became even more unpleasant. "Say, according to the agreement, you need to tell me who launched the attack of terror against the Dragon Kingdom." Qin Xiaoming's flat voice rang out. John Hugh drew a long, cold breath. Little Chill Republic. Chapter 25. The ones that attacked the Dragon Kingdom were two ghosts. The third matchup, Rococo wins. According to the rules, Dragon Nation has now come to 4 o'clock on points. The other countries will have to step up their game. You guys don't really want the Dragon Kingdom to pass to death, do you? The mystery referee appears in the center of the ring. With a wave of his large hand, a pitch-black mist wrapped the ring, and wherever the mist reached, the blood that had previously remained disappeared without a trace. The third game of the Dragon Kingdom deathmatch. Rokoku-shang. This result was undoubtedly a shocking piece of bad news for the Eagle Kingdom and other countries that looked at the Dragon Kingdom with disdain. If this trend continues, it's only a matter of time before the Dragon Kingdom passes to the death. It seems that the usual S-classes can no longer stand up to the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, from the very beginning we shouldn't have been too big-headed. The terrifying things in this Dragon Kingdom are not as simple as we thought at all. Sakamoto Kawaii had reacted by this time. Luvic, the head of the Triumph Empire, nodded in agreement. In fact, based on the strength that the Dragon Kingdom's terror objects are displaying right now, they've definitely reached the S-class level, and may even very well be at the SS class level. So what should we do? Should we send out the SS-ranked horrors? Sakamoto Kawaii asked. John Hugh, who was at the side, shook his head. No need. Just now I've already told the Dragon Kingdom about the Little Chill Republic's attack on Okura City. I'm sure it won't be long before there are irreconcilable conflicts between them. The next matchup will be the Little Cold Folk Kingdom against the Dragon Kingdom, and we'll be able to use this time to go back and prepare our forces to take down the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible. The leaders of the Sakura Nation and the Triumph Empire heard this and thought it made sense. Since the Terror Ring descended, the Republic of Little Chill has been hibernating ever since, gathering strength in the shadows, premeditated some kind of unspeakable secret. Now it's time for them to reveal some of their old secrets as well. On the Dragon Kingdom seat, Zhang Shu had just returned to his seat when he received a call from Qin Xiaoming. Chief Qin, what can I do for you? Well, something's up. One good news, one bad news. So I won't ask you which one you want to hear. I'll start with the good news. Time was a bit tight, and this time the preparation time was actually a blink of an eye, even though it was also 5 hours. Qin Xiaoming said simply and clearly, "Good news. In light of your performance today, the state has decided to bestow you with the Lifetime Highest Honor Award, plus $100 million in bonuses. Don't reject it. These are all what you deserve." Zhang Shu is not a twisted person. Besides, he is really interested in money. Since it is rewarded by the state, it is best to receive it. What about the bad news? Just now I asked John Hu. He told me that the one who launched the attack of the terrorist thing on the Dragon Country was the Little Cold Republic, this damn small bullet country. How dare it make a demon on our land? Really think that my Dragon Country is a soft persimmon? Qin Xiaoming's tone was a bit more cold. Zhang Shu frowned slightly. Captain Qin, I don't think this matter is that simple. The Terror Ring has indeed raised the national power of the Little Cold Republic, but it's still far from the level of our Dragon Kingdom. They dared to launch an attack on us. Someone must be behind this manipulation. Aha! Qin Xiaoming agreed. Just as I thought, the mastermind of this matter is definitely not the Little Chill Republic. They don't have this much guts. So my guess is that the people behind this are the Eagle States. Since the Terror Ring descended, the Little Cold Republic has relied on the rewards it received and has been hibernating and secretly developing. It must not be holding its farts. That's why the Eagle Kingdom wants to use this opportunity to put the Little Cold Republic at odds with us, thus weakening the power of both of our countries. This speculation, it makes sense. And the Little Chill Republic is willing to be used as a gun by the Eagle Kingdom? Pissing us off won't benefit them at all, right? Zhang Shu was puzzled as to why the other party would do this. Qin Xiaoming shook his head. Not quite sure. But it's certain that, based on the current national power of the Little Cold Republic, it wouldn't dare to disobey the orders of the Eagle Kingdom. Forced? Zhang Shu felt it was within reason. Although the Eagle State cries out for freedom and peace every day, who does not actually know that it is the one that likes to force other countries by force the most. By the way, has Captain Zhou completed their mission? Have the attackers been caught? This was something that Zhang Shu was a little worried about. Qin Xiaoming said, "Not yet, but a message was just sent saying that the exact location of the attacker has been located, and it will be done within an hour." Kura City. The soul-detaining ghost led Zhou Zhengtian and Yi Qiu Hong into a shopping mall building that had been abandoned. The tiles on the floor were broken in the empty hallway. The stores that opened in the mall have long since become empty. Inside, the counters were swept away and there were obvious signs of vandalism. Elder Soul Detainer. Is the attacker really here? Yi Qiu Hong surveyed the surroundings. The flashlight's light even looked a little weak in the gloomy environment. The detainer played with the hooked rope in his hand and nodded seriously. Girl doll, you have to trust me. I possess a very keen sense of ghosts and the like. And when I say here, they must be here. Yi Qiu Hong waved his hands repeatedly. No, soul-detaining ghost senior, you've misunderstood. I don't mean to disbelieve you. It's just that, in case you didn't know, the people of the Little Cold Republic are very cunning, and they're good at that whole deception thing. The soul detainer patted her shoulder. Don't worry. Excluding those 2 guys from the black and white irregulars, no one has been able to fool me yet. Come on. Let's go ahead and check it out. I can feel that the scent is getting closer. Led by the ghost of a detainee, they came to the end of this floor. In front of me, there was an airtight, cramped bathroom. Dark and damp, a foul odor could be smelled quite clearly just as soon as you walked in. The untightened faucet on the sink made the sound of ticking water. They went into the women's restroom first. But after exhausting all the compartments, there were still no clues. There's no need to wonder. They're in here. The detainer pointed to the men's restroom and walked in with a big grin, not at all frightened by the gloomy surroundings. Zhou Zhengtian and Yi Qiu Hong followed. Just entered the men's room for a moment. An extremely disgusting smell came over the room. The smell, not the stench of not flushing after a convenience. Instead, it's a fishy odor. It's the smell of rotting corpses. A heartfelt feeling of nausea surged through Zheng Tian and Yi Qiuhong's hearts. Good thing they were prepared and quickly put on their gas masks. It's weird. Why do they make so many little rooms where you? Detainers don't quite understand the design of modern toilets. But none of that matters, because it has been identifiable. In these toilet compartments, a body exists. Also, 2 ghosts. Chapter 26, who says this lord is dead? This is the one. So prepare yourselves. I'm going to open it. The detainer came to one of the innermost compartments. The closed door was stained with several bloodstains, as if someone had slid a blood-stained hand from the top of the door all the way to the end, and with the pitch blackness and the dim flashlight light, it looked particularly lurid. Who? Zhou Zhengtian and Yi Qiuhong nodded solemnly. Click here. The door to the cubicle was pulled open. Immediately after, the disgusting image in front of him almost made Yi Qiuhong, who was a professional, vomit. Zhou Zhengtian, who was on the side, had seen a lot of big scenes, but he was also a little sickened by the nausea. Inside the cramped cubicle, hanging a man's body, his hands nailed to the back wall of the cubicle by a steel pipe. There were already white maggots writhing in the wounds of the pierced hands from the rotting flesh and blood. He was naked on the top half of his body and his pants were still up on the bottom half. All over his body, there were scratches from the machete, deep and horrifying, and blood covered his entire body. The crusted blood clots made him look as if he was a bloody corpse, and his eyes had long since disappeared, leaving behind only 2 extremely lurid blood holes. Most chilling of all, below his ribs and above his hip bone, all the organs of flesh and blood were nowhere to be found. Only a ghastly white single vertebrae remained, connecting his upper and lower body. Yi Qiuhong hit the light of the flashlight on the male corpse's face, the corner of his eyes to be exact. The chest rose and fell rapidly, and the tone of his voice grew heavy. The man was brutally tortured before his death. That can be seen in his tear tracks. I can accurately say that his body was cut into this way by the knife a little bit, during which the murderer used some kind of drug to keep him awake. What? Zhou Zhengtian sucked in a mouthful of cool air as his eyes grew colder and colder. Elder soul detaining ghost. Could this also be the work of someone from the Little Cold Republic? No. The detainer shook his head. But it's safe to assume that the man was also victimized by a ghost. Ignore him for now. Let me bring out the ghost hiding here. Get out of the way, you guys. The words fell. The detainer moved toward the cubicle. Yi Qiuhong and Zhou Zhengtian also reacted at this time. Their main task was to catch the assailant. As to why a male corpse appeared, this was something to consider afterward. So, following the words of the detaining ghost, they exited the cubicle. However, it was also the moment they exited the compartment and the detained ghost entered it. Bang! The door to the compartment, after all, closed automatically. The tightly closed door of the compartment was like an invisible barrier, completely isolating Zhou Zhengtian and the others. Elder Soul Detainer, what happened on your side? Let Zhou Zhengtian shout with all his might. But there was still no response. In the meantime, the light from the flashlight too grew faint. Upon closer inspection, I actually noticed that at some point, a large amount of pitch-black colored fog had filled the toilet. The light dimmed and the vision became blurry. Take my hand. Zhou Zhengtian bellowed as Yi Qiuhong, who was on the side, took his hand. The more you are in a low-visibility environment, the more important it is to make sure your teammates are close by. Feeling the gusts of coldness coming from around them, Zhou Zhengtian swallowed his saliva and stretched out his free hand, about to open the door of the cubicle. And just then, a weird and oozing voice suddenly sounded in his and Yi Qiuhong's ears. Don't move or... D. Inside the toilet cubicle, the detainer knocked on the suddenly closed door of the compartment and called out to the outside world a few. Hey, are you guys still out there? How did this door close by itself? Is this your modern technology too? A few shouts went unanswered after that. It reacted. It's a trap. The 2 ghosts of the Republic of Cohen separated them. Prepare to get rid of them one by one. You want to trap me with this little trick? It's really too whimsical. The ghostly detainee danced with the hooked rope in his hand, about to shatter the door of the compartment with a single move. And just then, behind it, there suddenly came a very cold wind, as if someone was blowing into its neck. The soul-detaining ghost's cold eyes flashed as he threw out his soul-hooking rope and slammed it towards his back. With a loud boom, the hooked rope smashed a large crater in the back wall, but found nothing strange behind it. Playing God. The detainer turned his head with a scornful look on his face. But the moment it turned its head, it suddenly shuddered and its pupils contracted violently. Only to see that in front of it, at some point, there stood a cloaked, wet ghost. The ghost reeked with a foul odor. Its skin was the ghastly white of the dead, and its pitch-black fingernails looked as if they had been doused with ink. In its hands, it held a red and a blue roll of toilet paper. Please ask. The toilet ghost lifted his head, his dark, glaring eyes empty and lurid. Do you want red toilet paper? Or blue toilet paper? It asked coldly. The toilet ghost is from a horror urban tale from the Republic of Little Chill. It is said to appear outside the cubicle when you're trying to relieve yourself in a public restroom at night, stick its hand in the crevice, and ask if you need red or blue toilet paper. But no matter which toilet paper you choose, you can't escape death. Of this, the ghosts of the detainees were unaware. It took a few steps back towards the rear, its eyes fixed on the 2 rolls of toilet paper in the other's hands, and after a while of contemplation, it said, "Only little kids make choices. This big master is an adult ghost. Of course it is a choice. To have all of them. Snap. Choices to make." The 2 rolls of toilet paper in the toilet ghost's hands tumbled to the floor, trailing 2 long red and blue stripes. It hung its head low, pitch-black ghostly aura lingering around it, its body all shivering with excitement as the conditions of the kill were fulfilled.
Hehehehe. All of them.
It let out an oozing laugh and suddenly raised its head, its eyes fierce as it fought towards the soul-detaining ghost. "They greedy guys like you must die." Beyond the cubicle, bean-sized beads of sweat coalesced on the foreheads of the Zhou Zhengtian duo. Just a moment ago, they clearly sensed that an S-ranked terrifying thing was right beside them. "Oh, let's play a little game. You guys count from 1 to 100 silently, as long as not a single sound happens in the middle of it. And I will let you go." At this point, inside the unseen toilet, another voice rang out, and it wasn't a ghost's voice. It was human. The voice was shrill and the tone was teasing. Counting from 1 to 100, the 2 of them, Zhou Zhengtian, also understood at this time. The person who spoke was the culprit of the attack on Okura City. "Captain Zhou, what now? Our terrors are all B rank. They are no match for him." Ichio Hong looked a bit gloomy. In fact, long before she entered the restroom, she had signaled Chief Qin for help, but there's still at least 5 minutes before backup arrives. "The only thing I can rely on is the detaining ghost, and I don't know what's going on right now." Zhou Zhengtian pondered for a while, protecting Ichio Hong behind him. "I'll summon a B-rank devourer to stall for time later. Take this opportunity to run. Run as far as you can, and be sure to live." He had never been one to fear death. "Yo, looks like this is ready to fight me to the death, huh? Come on. We all agreed to play a game and let you guys go. It's not a hard thing to count from 1 silence to 100. Chill's Republican voice, echoing in the toilet, was just as disgusting as the unflushed poop that. "But while playing this game, I will be videotaping all of your every move. When the incident is over, I'll put up a video of you all having to dutifully count from 1 silent to 100 on my command in order to stay alive. Let the global audience take a good look at how the combat captains of the Dragon Kingdom discard their dignity little by little and become a dog that has lost its backbone under the powerful means of our little chill republic. I'm sure the global audience is looking forward to seeing this." "You!" Zhou Zhengtian's eyes were glowing red, and his body was filled with killing intent. But the more this happens, the more excited the man hiding in the shadows gets. Not much skill, not much temper. Looking at you, it seems like you're still holding out for that soul-detaining ghost. To tell you the truth, that soul-detainer has fallen into the trap of my companion, and now I am afraid that he has already died. Bang! However, before that little cold Republican could finish his sentence, the door to the toilet cubicle was suddenly knocked off by a punch. A bloody head rolled out of the toilet. The man hiding in the shadows took a look and was immediately scared to the bone. How is this head of a toilet ghost? In the meantime, a pugnacious voice came out of the cubicle and, "Who the said this lord is dead?" Chapter 27. $3 billion in compensation. Longua currency. 1 minute later, another bloody head rolled to the ground. It was ugly, with eyes as small as beans, a mouthful of jagged teeth, and a nose that looked like it had been sliced, with only 2 black holes. Toilet ghosts and silent counting ghosts. In front of the soul detainer, it didn't even last a single move. I really don't know how you dare to clamor in front of this great master with just this much strength. The detainer flung the hooked rope in his hand, at the end of which were sheathed 2 men in tight-fitting combat suits. One of them, with big blonde hair and eyes, fair skin and a big body, was a mixed-race person named Jean Ruoen. The other, with his hair plastered to his head and a thin build, was a native of the Republic of Koan named Park Yung Rim. They are the summoners of Toilet Woman and Silent Countess, respectively. Earlier, with the help of the darkness, hiding in the ceiling. Knowing that they could not escape, they deliberately hid in the toilet, trying to rely on the conspiracy to kill the detained ghosts and them. However, they had far overestimated their own strength. How could they be a match for the soul detainer who could easily defeat Sadako Yamamura in the Ring of Terror? The plot, from the beginning, was doomed to failure. You're the one who said just now that you're going to videotape me, the Dragon Nation, and show the world how we're losing our dignity a little bit, aren't you? The detainer turned his gaze to Park Yung Rim. That pair of ruthless and gloomy eyes made Park Yung Rim start begging for mercy on the spot. In fear, at the first moment he locked eyes with the soul-detaining ghost. No, it wasn't me. That wasn't my intention. I take it back. We're just following orders, please. Spare us. Spare us. Compared to his weakness, Kim Roan, who was on the sidelines, grunted coldly and appeared to be at ease with the situation. Humph. What are you afraid of them for? Do they still dare to make a move against us? We're from the Little Chill Republic. The laws of your dragon country can't restrain us. If you're sensible, hurry up and release us. Otherwise it'll rise to a conflict at the national level. He stared at the soul-detaining ghost with confidence in his eyes, as if he was certain that the soul-detaining ghost wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Available results. Snap. A loud slap in his face. The tremendous force directly slapped his mouthful of teeth clean off. Are you a stupid ass? Having fallen into this lord's hands, do you still want to go back alive? Not even close. The soul-detaining ghost bellowed, and then he looked at the 2 of them, Zhou Zhengtian. That Xiao Zhoua, do you guys have? That's the contraption that can record them for the whole globe to see. Zhou Zhengtian responded. You mean a cell phone? There is. Yes. The detainer clapped his hands together. Then hurry up and turn it on and record all of my next actions. Let's also let the globalists take a good look at what kind of soft bones the people of this little cold republic are. After all was said and done, the soul-detaining ghosts carried out all sorts of brutal torture devices towards the Kim Ruoen duo. These include tiger stools, bamboo-tipped spikes, skinning pocket knives, and iron saws. In the restroom, the sound of ghostly cries rang out. The pleas and screams echoed through the darkened mall building. Period. The 2 of them, Yi Qiuhong and Zhou Zhengtian, were even more afraid to witness the whole thing because the images were too brutal. By the time backup arrived, the entire restroom had long been covered in blood. Take a closer look. 2 bloody men are huddled in the corner. Kim Ruoen and Park Yung Rim had long since lost their human appearance. The features were mutilated, the bones were broken, and there wasn't even a small piece of intact skin on his body. The misery of his appearance was so bad that one could see the cold sweat running down one's face. The crowd didn't understand until now. The soul-detaining ghosts who smiled and looked harmless to the people of the Dragon Kingdom were so cruel in their methods when they faced their real enemies. It is so relieved by this. So what if it's cruel? Is it cruel to its own people? No. It afflicts the people of the Republic of Little Chill. Moreover, if it wasn't for the presence of the soul-detaining ghost, Zhou Zhengtian and Yi Qiuhong would probably have suffered inhumane torture as well. There is an old saying that to be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. The only way to be cruel to your enemy is to be the best kind to yourself. So, the crowd though found the scene somewhat disgusting and uncomfortable. Yet there is not a single person who does not recognize the practice of detaining ghosts. Dare to come to my land of the Dragon Kingdom to cause trouble. They deserved it. By the way, don't let these 2 die. We can use them as bargaining chips and knock Little Chill Republic hard. It had to be said that the soul detainer deserved to become an existence that could break bread with the black and white irregulars. It's not just strong, it has an extremely good head. Zhou Zhengtian and Yi Qiuhong couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Center for Paranormal Research. Okura City is not far from the Paranormal Research Center. With the helicopter at full speed, it was there in a couple of minutes. Inside the council hall, the captains of the combat squads gathered. Captain Zhou, how was the mission accomplished? Did you bring back the murderer? Qin Xiaoming asked. Murderer brought back. Just. Zhou Zhengtian didn't know how to describe it, and could only drop the pre-recorded video on his cell phone onto the big screen. After the crowd witnessed this torture video, all of them froze in place in surprise. Especially Zhang Shu, who was the summoner, did not expect that the soul-detaining ghost's methods would be so ruthless. Everyone, don't look at me like that. I also had no choice, who let them insult my dragon kingdom before. The soul detainer stood next to Zhang Shu and did not feel that he was at fault. Zhou Zhengtian also gave everyone a clear picture of what happened. Little chill republic, these assholes. Serves you right. It's also because I wasn't there. If I had been, I would have definitely done it in peace with soul-detaining Ghost Senior. Some of the captains were so angry that they clapped their hands, itching to go and give the people of the Little Chill Republic 2 slaps on the face right now. Okay. Be quiet. Qin Xiaoming cupped his chin and began to think about how to maximize the benefits of this video that recorded the shame of the Republic of Shaohan. Now that the assailants are in our hands, and there's a video of their disgrace, if utilized correctly, we can rip off the Little Chill Republic. Does anyone have any good ideas? Words. The captains present were deep in thought. Captain Qin looked at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu, do you have any good ideas? Or is it better to just release the video globally and put the 2 attackers in their place? Zhang Shu shook his head. This is not a good idea. Once the video is released globally, based on the cruelty of its images alone, it would not only tarnish the image of the Dragon Kingdom, but would also provoke the anger of the people of the Republic of Koan and deepen the conflict between the 2 countries. In fact, it doesn't have much impact if it just deepens the conflict. The point is, if you do that, you won't be able to rip off the Little Chill Republic for a fortune, and you'll let the Eagle Kingdom scheme succeed. It's the most lose-lose approach. My advice is, Zhang Shu looked up at Qin Xiaoming. Send the video directly to the top management of the Little Cold Republic. Tell them that if they don't want the world to see the shame of the Little Cold Republic, then follow our demands. This demand, it can't be too much. My suggestion is $3 billion compensation. Of course, the $3 billion is Dragon Kingdom currency. As for the 2 attackers, Zhang Shu frowned and pondered for a while, and eventually a red light flashed in his eyes. As soon as the money is available on the spot. Chapter 28. You guys. You're not qualified to negotiate. Little Chill Republic. Mansions up to 100 meters high. A middle-aged man wearing a gray suit and combing his big back hair had a somewhat ironic face at this moment. Ashiet. Those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom. Furious, he slammed his cell phone on the floor, even with the latest drop-proof features. The small assistant holding the folder on the side wondered, Boss, is something wrong? Why are you so angry? Guan Jihao. Guan Jihao sat down on the chair and picked up the cup on the table as soon as he could. The veins of his right hand, which he had squeezed hard and tightly, rippled out. The despicable Dragon Kingdom. They've captured Kim Wung-eun and Park Yung-rim. It's just as well that they caught it. But they even recorded a video of the mind-boggling cruelty. And now you're threatening me with this video. Little Chill Republic of Terror Ringmaster. Founder of the Republic of Chill's largest group. At the same time, he was also one of the most powerful people in the Little Cold civilization. Think back to the video. Kim Wung-eun and Park Yung-rim, because of the torture, kneeling on the ground incontinence and begging for mercy. Look, Guan Jihao couldn't help but poo-poo. What 2 useless things? The small assistant on the side pushed up her golden glasses, stepped on her high heels and came to Guan Jiho's side, softly placating him. Boss, take it easy. What are the demands they are making in the Dragon Kingdom? Do I need to report this to my superiors? Request. One thought on that. Guan Jiho's face was even more ugly, as if he had eaten a turd. These greedy guys. How dare they open their mouths for $3 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars, and threaten me with immediate global release of the video if I didn't give it. This was the thing that bothered him the most. Well, boss, I have a suggestion. Let the Dragon Kingdom send the video out. Then we do not recognize it is not good. The young assistant pondered. As for the side of Kim Ruoen and Park Yung-rim's families, it's perfectly fine to use coercion to shut them up. It's an approach they've used more than once. Works great. It's also very simple. But this time, no. The 2 of them, Jin Ruoen, have the insignia of the Koan Republican Combat Team, which is composed of a special material. We were proud to proclaim to the public that the Little Chill Republic team logo was one of a kind. But now, Guan Jiho never thought that the proud team logo would become a sharp arrow to testify against them. So what should we do now? Do I need to report to my superiors immediately? The little assistant was a little worried. Guan Jiho waved his hand. No need. I still have $3 billion at my disposal. It's just that I'm worried about whether or not the Dragon Kingdom will keep its word. After pondering for a while, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Qin Xiaoming. Soon, the call was answered. This is Qin Xiaoming. If you have something to say, just say it. Captain Qin, the demands you are talking about, I, the Republic of Shaohan, agree. Guan Jiho's tone was cold. Qin Xiaoming returned. I know you'll say yes. I'll give you an account later, and within 30 minutes, I need to see the money credited. Wait, Guan Jiho wouldn't be stupid enough to directly hit the money. He questioned, what about the video? If I give you the money, but you don't keep your word and threaten us again with the video, wouldn't that be a major loss to us? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoming snorted coldly. We are a great nation that keeps its promises, and will never do anything to break them. Guan Jiho was furious for a split second. Mouths can say anything to anyone, but I don't find it convincing. You are in no position to negotiate. Qin Xiaoming ignored his anger and only responded in an extremely indifferent tone, saying, remember, it's your handle that's in our hands now. Whether it's convincing or not, you don't get to say. Either $3 billion in the bank in half an hour or video goes public worldwide. I don't want you to choose the latter. It won't do your little cold republic any good. Of course, you won't choose the latter either. A comment that made Guan Jiho so angry that he clenched his teeth and the veins on his forehead were about to burst out and bleed. This feeling of being led by the nose was just too humiliating. $3 billion I will immediately arrange for someone to call the account you gave me. But I have another question. Seiki Jiho gasped heavily. Qin Xiaoming said blandly, speak. Kim Woo-eun and Park Young-rim. I want them back in the country. The two were members of the team that could summon S-class terrors, and this value was an indispensable force for the Little Chill Republic. Only, Qin Xiaoming's voice was a few points heavier on the spot. Guan Jiho, do you think you're funny? Two murderers who have killed people from my dragon country on my dragon country soil. Do you think I'll let them go? Are you naive or do you think I'm stupid? Kim Rohan and Park Young-rim must be put to death on the spot in the Dragon Kingdom. Guan Jiho yelled, Qin Xiaoming, don't you go too far. I've given you all $3 billion to let the two of you release Jin Ruan. Is this a very excessive request? Excessive. Of course it's too much. Qin Xiaoming's tone was full of disobedience. Those who jeopardize my Dragon Kingdom, none of them will live. Besides, you're in no position to make demands. In half an hour, the money won't be in the account. Just you wait. The words fell. Qin Xiaoming hung up the phone directly. Guan Jiho's chest rose and fell, and both of his eyes had long been covered with scarlet blood by now. Ah! He roared, the anger in his heart venting out. But after the impotent rage, he still honestly played the money as requested by the Dragon Kingdom. The little assistant also felt disgraced as a little chilly Republican because of this incident. Boss, should we just let it go? Counting? What a joke. This breath should never be swallowed with broken teeth. Seiki Jiho's eyes became more and more vicious. If I remember correctly, we had a raise card in the Ring of Terror before, right? Postal card. As the name suggests, the holder can force a raise on the Terror Ring matchup. Since it is a forced raise, the opponent cannot refuse it but can only accept it. We do have a refill card. What do you mean, boss? The young assistant looked over at him. The next showdown is between us and the Dragon Kingdom. Guan Jiho narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth hooked into a vicious smile. If I remember correctly, there are now a total of 1.4 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom. Don't they like to use threats to get us to give money? Then, the raise for the next duel will be 14 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. I'm going to make each and every one of them from the Dragon Kingdom compensate my Great Cold Republic for the loss of 10 Dragon Kingdom coins. Words. The little assistant on the side immediately let out a golden light in her eyes. That's a brilliant ploy, coming out of nowhere. Not only can you double back the money you lost, we can even take this opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate the Dragon Kingdom. But boss, coming in like this, we can definitely not lose the next matchup. A worried look emerged on the little assistant's face. Guan Jiho snorted coldly, confident. Lose? There's no way we can lose. Though the SS-rated horrors in the country are a bit of a draw right now. But don't forget, we still have a quasi-SS rank on our hands. Holding on until now, I'm afraid that the Dragon Kingdom players have long been at the end of their strengths, and it's absolutely impossible for them to be a match for the quasi-SS class terrors. Chapter 29 Quasi-SS Grade Horror Busan Corpse Walker. Dragon Nation. Center for Paranormal Research. Not more than a few minutes after Qin Xiaoming hung up the phone, he received a message. 3 billion has arrived. The Republic of Shaohan has already called in the compensation. As for the Jin Rua En duo, let's punish them according to the law. Qin Xiaoming commanded. But, even if it is judged according to the law, the two of them, Kim Wak-un, could not escape death. Zhang Shu, we must be careful in the next duel. Our opponent is the Little Cold Republic, and it is still unknown what the exact terror is. But it's certain that the terrifying thing this time, the grade will most likely be SS grade, and even if it's not, it's bound to be quasi-SS grade. Be careful. Qin Xiaoming was solemn. Zhang Shu nodded. Don't worry, I have my own measure. By the way, the Soul Detainer asked me to tell you something about the abandoned shopping mall. A man died inexplicably, suspected to have been attacked by a horrible thing. Chief Qin, you guys investigate. I don't think this is that simple. Well, Captain Zhou told me that before. Qin Xiaoming has already set up a special task force on this incident, and it won't take long for the truth to come out. Ring of Terror. 5 hours later. Dragon Kingdom Deathmatch. Game 4. Little Chill Republic vs. Dragon Nation. Before the players from both sides even came out, a strong smell of gunpowder was already coming from the audience seats of the Dragon Kingdom and the Little Chill Republic. The people of the Little Chill Republic got the news from somewhere. It says that the Dragon Kingdom is holding 2 of them, combatants who traveled to the Dragon Kingdom. On the other hand, on the Dragon countryside, the fact that the city of Okura has been hit by a small cold republic has been taken as news and broadcasted nationwide, and the nation has been reminded to be safe. Little Chill Republic viewers, ACI bar, the Dragon Nation people are really too much, seeing that they can't beat our Little Chill Republic in the Ring of Terror, and as a result, they play dirty, right? How dare they imprison our combatants? Aren't they just traveling to the Dragon Kingdom? What qualifications do you have to imprison them? That's right. Is this the way you treat your guests in the Dragon Kingdom? Our people traveled to your part of the world and ended up in an unearned disaster, and I heard they were all put in jail. Do you have the right? Only we ourselves have the right to judge the people of our Little Cold Republic. What gives you Dragon Kingdom the right to do so? Even if they did break the law, it should be handled by our Little Chill Republic. The cause of this incident. It's because after making a $3 billion payment to the dragon, Quan Ji Hao ordered on the spot for his assistant to spread rumors. It is said that Kim Ruaun and Park Young-rim were traveling in the Dragon Kingdom when the Dragon Kingdom was afraid of the strength of the Little Chill Republic and deliberately put the 2 of them on trumped-up charges and incarcerated them in the Dragon Kingdom's prisons. In this way, the small cold Republicans, who have never had national self-confidence, listened to the rumors on the spot and propagated them on the internet in just a few hours, splitting the sky. Saying something about letting the Dragon Kingdom release Kim Woong-eun and Park Young-rim, and not insulting the dignity of the Little Chill Republic. Have to say, Guan Jiho's move did have a bit of tact that belonged to his position. But so what? The truth, always the truth. All those who dare to turn black and white upside down and smear the Dragon Kingdom will be verbally attacked by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Nation audience. WCNMLGB. Are you people from the Little Cold Republic microcephalic? You really can't distinguish between black and white and right and wrong at all. What do you mean we're jealous of your strength? I'll be damned. A bullet-ridden country. I can drown your country with a pee and bury it with a poop. Launching an attack on us with something horrible, and now turning around and hitting us in the back. You are people I eat. People in the Little Chill Republic are like that. Always only living in their own fantasy world. The weaker they are, the better they are at fantasizing about their own power, because they have nothing left to hold but a whimsical brain. The showdown hasn't even started yet. The smell of medicine that permeated the scene was all a bit choking, and if someone lit a cigarette, I'm afraid it would set off the whole place. And just then, both players have begun to enter. When Zhang Shu appeared, the emotions of the Dragon Nation's audience were instantly ignited as they chanted down with the Little Chill Republic. The Dragon Nation will win. And the contestants who appeared in the Republic of Koan were equally well known. His name is Kim Ling Su. It was a middle-aged older man with long hair and a beard, walking with one hand in his pocket and the other casually picking his nose. He had a scruffy look, much like some sleazy middle-aged uncle. But no one laughed at him. Much less does anyone despise him. His war record, extraordinarily dazzling. Since the descent of the Ring of Terror, he had participated in a total of 10 matchups, maintaining a superb winning percentage of 8 wins and 2 draws, and was an extremely terrifying man. The horrors he summoned. It is a quasi-SS class Busan corpse. This is the horror from the world's top apocalyptic zombie film, the Busan Walk, and allows the summoner to summon a massive horde of zombies to launch an attack. These zombies are strong, not just walking corpses with no sense of pain and tough flesh. They possess their own intelligence. And also there is also a clear categorization based on the different abilities of the zombies. Runner, an extremely agile zombie that can even reach a short time of flying with a speed of 20 ms. Iron Wall Zombie. Skin is covered in a kind of attached layer of strong material. Even bullets can't do damage to their body. Flying Zombie. A zombie whose arms turn into bat wings, with super high bouncing ability, can fly in the air. Giant Zombie. A giant zombie with a body size of up to 10 meters high, possessing extremely terrifying strength. A punch down. Even steel concrete can make a punch pit. According to the original Busan movie, it did not contain these particular walkers. However, due to the fact that the Little Chill Republic had won the duel before, they had received a reward for making the terror strength increase. Before, Busan Corpse Walker, a mere S-rated horror. Summoned is a regular walker, but after boosting his strength, he half-stepped into the threshold of the quasi-SS class. This also has the ability to summon special walkers. Jin Lingxiu. Ha 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 ha. This duel is a sure win for our little cold republic. A quasi-SS grade terror. What is Dragon Kingdom going to fight us with? This is the most powerful and terrifying thing that the Dragon Kingdom has met so far. Is this showdown finally going to put an end to the Dragon Kingdom death battle? The audience of the Little Chill Republic was vaguely expectant. In their hearts, this duel was about the face of the Little Cold Republic. Definitely can't lose. And just as Kim Ling-soo made his entrance, a loud voice came from the seat of the Little Cold Republic. Seiki Jiho held up a scarlet card in his hand. Republic of Chill. Apply to use the raise card. Chapter 30, a showdown of national dignity. A raise card? It's kind of fun. The mysterious referee looked at Guan Jiho. What do you want to raise? Guan Jiho didn't answer right away, but would turn around and bow towards the audience of the Little Chill Republic behind him. Before looking at the mysterious referee, his eyes full of determination, the 2 people, Kim Woo-eun and Park Young-rim, as well as 14 billion Longwa dollars. This statement was made. The entire audience showed a very different reaction at once. Some of the melon-eating countries didn't understand the meaning of it, just that they were a little surprised that the Little Cold Republic had played so big this time. 140 billion. This is no longer a small amount. You have to know that the current Dragon Country currency is the most common currency in the world and has the strongest purchasing power. A Dragon's Kingdom coin can fill a person's stomach, or the kind with meat. It could be said that the 14 billion Dragon Nation dollars was already the total income of most countries for a year. Compared to the melon-eating countries that focused all their attention on the $14 billion, the viewers of the Little Cold Republic cared more about Kim Woo-eun and Park Young-rim. My Little Cold Republic deserves to be a world power, to be able to use a treasure of extraordinary value like a raise card for the sake of its nationals. With the raise card, if we win this matchup, we'll be able to pick up Kim Woo-eun and Park Young-rim and return them to their home country. They are the heroes of our Little Chill Republic. We want to take our heroes home. Bastard Rikoku, you were jealous of our strength and arrested our combatants indiscriminately. And now, it's time for you to give it all back. The Little Cold Republic is bound to rise. Our Little Cold Republic is the most powerful country. The ring. Zhang Shu ignored the clamor around him. His eyes, however, had grown colder and colder, attacking the Dragon Kingdom, and now turning around and saying that it's my Dragon Kingdom that's arresting people indiscriminately. Good. That's good. Pretty good. It's all a bunch of right. I'll show you later what the heroes you talk about look like in disgrace. And just then, Qin Xiaoming's voice came from the Bluetooth headset he was wearing. Zhang Shu, this duel. No matter what method is used, it must be taken. This is a crucial matchup. Vital. Zhang Shu's pupils trembled slightly. He had never heard this word in Qin Xiaoming's mouth. Captain Qin, what happened? Did you hear the raise just now? I hear you. Zhang Shu nodded. They want those two attackers as well as 14 billion. Speaking of which, Zhang Shu's body suddenly stiffened. His pupils contracted violently, memories continued to pour out of his mind, and his body all began to gradually tremble as his mouth repeated, 140 billion, 140 billion, 140 billion. Why is it off by 14 billion? Instead of other numbers? In his mind, he thought of recent history, a humiliating treaty. Among other things, each of the dragons was required to pay 1 tael of silver in compensation. And now, there are 1.4 billion people in the Dragon State. Little Chill Republic had the audacity to bet $14 billion. This is to compensate them 10 Dragon Kingdom coins for each and every one of them. Thinking of this, Zhang Shu clenched his fists. His scarlet eyes already filled with blood. His body all started to shake from anger. He wanted to kill this matchup. He's going to let the Little Chill Republic know. The Dragon Kingdom was definitely not a weak country like them to be messed with. Chief Qin. Zhang Shu grimaced. I today want to kill someone. Qin Xiaoming barely hesitated. Kill! The enemy is already riding on our face. If we don't show some blood, do we really make people think that my Dragon Kingdom doesn't dare to have blood on its hands? In addition, I've sent you the video of the two who tortured Jin Ruoan, so it's up to you to decide how to use it later. This is a showdown that, for all intents and purposes, is about the dignity of the country. This time, standing behind you is the entire Dragon Kingdom. Ring Center. Because of the advent of the refill card, the atmosphere at the scene became even more saber-rattling. The Republic of Chill uses the Raise card. Then I announced that in this duel, if the Little Cold Republic defeats the Dragon Kingdom, it will receive 14 billion Dragon Kingdom coins, and the Dragon Kingdom will need to immediately release the duo of Kim Ruoan and Park Young-rim. Of course, if the Dragon Nation defeats the Little Cold Republic, in accordance with the principle of fairness in raising bets, the Little Cold Republic will need to compensate the Dragon Nation with 15 billion Dragon Nation dollars. The mysterious referee looked at Jin Lingxiu and Zhang Shu. Do you two have any objections to this? No objections. Kim Ryong-su pulled out his nostrils as if nothing had happened and looked at Zhang Shu with disdain. Little brat, be sensible and surrender yourself in a hurry. I don't want to fight with a milquetoast brat like you. I won't even lose face if I win. Zhang Shu gave him a cold look. People who are dead to the world just talk too much. Let's talk more while we're still alive, before we don't get a chance later. Jin Lingxiu's shaking legs stopped at once. He showed his mouth and raised his head to look at Zhang Shu. Not very old, but you have a big mouth. An uneducated child like you wouldn't even be qualified to lift my shoes in our Little Chill Republic. I'll teach you a good lesson today instead of your parents, so you'll know what it means to respect an adult. The words fell. Kim Su Ryong raised her long, black-haired leg high in the air before dropping it with a kick. Flip-flops on the ground. It was as if it possessed a tremendous amount of force, stomping spiderweb cracks out of the ring. Cracks continued to spread in all directions. The floor bulged, and the surroundings felt as if they were frozen, and the passage of air began to stand still. Click here. At this point, the stopped space, like glass, appeared with large and small cracks, and they were like vines, spreading wildly. It eventually collapsed as Kim Ling-su's another kick landed, and the originally magnificent ring was long gone. Replacement is a huge modern urban plaza. Kim Ling-su stepped on a 10-meter-high tiger statue, and behind him, there were countless high-rise vapors. One high-rise building closely lined up like a tightly lined-up steel forest. The city was filled with smoke and the streets were littered with crashed cars. A strong smell of blood filled the air. A zombie with strange movements and an extremely uncoordinated walk emerges from the city. Their clothes were tattered, and their bodies were littered with bloody wounds and pitch-black skin from the burning flames. Like an ant that had been ordered to do so, it began to converge towards the square where Jin Lingxiu was. Except for these ordinary zombies, there were also zombies with huge bat wings, leaping down from tall buildings as if they were gliders with wings spread out, tracing a neat arc in the air. Runners, iron wall walkers, giant walkers. Various types of zombies were like cockroaches hiding in the shadows, revealing their true selves under Kim Ryong-su's command. In the blink of an eye, like a small river converging into a stream, the entire square was covered with zombies. Sky color clouded over in this moment. The earth, too, began to shake due to the advance of the giant zombie. As far as the eye can see, there are zombies. A wave of corpses is coming. Chapter 31 Busan Corpse vs Black and White. The zombies I summoned are not the walking dead. Kim Ling-soo towered over Zhang Shu. Underneath their filthy bodies, there still exist the dead souls of the deceased before them. So, they're much, much stronger than normal zombies. They have the ability to think. The moment, the entire Korean Republic audience was thoroughly excited. They held the flag high and flaunted it, each one so excited that their foreheads were bruised. The viewers from other countries also supported the Little Chill Republic at this moment. Although we usually quite loathe the Little Chill Republic, compared to this, I'm more reluctant to see the Dragon Kingdom pass to death. The reality is this: you can stay behind or you can stabilize. But if you once have the potential to rise and have the credentials to lead the world, everyone will turn on you and make you a target. Milky brat, what's the matter? So scared that you can't even speak? Jean Lingxiu clasped his hands on his chest, his face covered in contempt. At those words, Zhang Shu gave him a cold look and, in every walker, there exists the dead soul of the deceased in life. Thinking of this, Zhang Shu slapped a hand on his forehead and couldn't help but let out a sneer that implied a mocking laugh. Getting so many dead souls in front of me, are you here to help me with my performance? The words fell. Zhang Shu's eyes stared, his entire aura changed drastically. Rolling baleful aura rolled out from his body. He hung his head low and chanted a series of obscure incantations. The yin and the yang rise, black and white are born, good and evil are in charge, and dead souls are seized. The Undertaker is on business, mortals retreat. Dang dang dang. The sound of the spell fell. A heavy, ancient bell rang out. Large swaths of clouds piled up in the sky, and the wind howled as if there were unjust souls wandering between heaven and earth, emitting miserable and desolate cries. Beneath Zhang Shu's feet, an ancient and wide verdant stone avenue began to emerge without warning, starting with verdant stone tiles at first, followed by bottomless abyssal springs on both sides. The road was eerie and frightening. The bridge made of stacked green stone bricks was filled with dark, slimy, writhing flesh. Gusts of smoke filled the surrounding area, and the extreme visibility made the scene eerie and frightening. On both sides of the lapis lazuli avenue were abyssal springs with an invisible bottom, and at this moment, there were 1,000 strange monsters throwing themselves into them from the lapis lazuli avenue. But even though they were huge, they could not stir up half a splash of water. With the appearance of the Yellow Springs Road, the ring, the white mist that had coalesced was given a terrifying power at this moment. These white mists were like frost, and the moment they came into contact with a person's skin, they immediately froze the skin red, and a chilly air instantly fled into the person's body. The audience shivered, and even if they wore their down coats on their bodies, they didn't have half the effect of keeping out the cold. This coldness that pierces the marrow of the bones. ACI bar, what is this? Kim Ryong-soo kept waving his hand to drive away the white mist that was converging towards him. Looking at the Yellow Springs Road that could not be seen to end and could only feel the endless appalling aura, he gradually narrowed his eyes, looking extraordinarily scornful. Clang, clang, clang. At this point, quiet and chilly in the ring, suddenly it rang out, the sound of metal chains dragging across the verdant bricks, the sound of friction. At this moment, the entire audience held their breath and cast their eyes towards the source of the sound. See only, behind Zhang Shu at some point there were two incomparably taller backs. They were one white and one black, with divine light lingering around them, and their every move was accompanied by the wailing of a severe ghost. The abyssal pools on both sides of the verdant avenue all became as if they were boiling water, gurgling and bubbling because of their appearance. What the hell was that? Someone in the crowd called out. Along with the fall of his voice, the two figures on the left and right beside Zhang Shu gradually revealed their true forms. One of the white figures, with an eerie smile on his face, tall and thin. His skin was corpse-like and ghastly white. A long scarlet tongue was exposed, with blood dripping from it. The wailing stick in his hand was constantly flung around, and his pair of deep eyes seemed to be able to see all the good and evil in the world. The official hat on its head had four big words written on it at the first sight of it. It was Rich, another black figure with a fierce face and a broad, thick body. Its face was ink black. Beside it, rolling black mist coalesced into a miserable face, and the hooked rope was dragged on the ground by it, leaving scarlet gouges wherever it passed. The official hat on its head also reads four big words: peace in the world. The underworld of hell, black and white. This instant, everything around us has changed drastically. It was as if time and space, everything that existed in the human world, began to stand still, and even the birds flying in the air looked like they had been hit by a bug and were stuck in the sky, not moving at all. With the appearance of the black and white, the Dragon Nation audience felt some of the shackles deep in their memories begin to loosen. Immediately afterward, some scattered memories began to force their way into their minds. The brain hurts. Something's coming out. This, I seem to remember. These two are the legendary underworlders, the black and white irregulars. The aura of the black and white impermanence was too powerful, affecting the memories of the dragon audience, and some of the horrors that had been forgotten began to gradually revive in their minds. This shoe is awesome. To have summoned the two of it. This is an orthodox messenger of hell who possesses a deity. His strength is not comparable to any tiny zombie. By the way, did the contestant from the Republic of Korea just now say that each of the zombies he summoned retained their dead souls from before they were born? Holy, isn't this right? The black and white impermanence is a netherwoman who specializes in arresting the dead souls on Earth. Ha 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 ha. What can the little cold Republicans take against us in this duel? I thought it was going to be a sound duel, but I didn't realize that it would be a one-sided crushing of us. The Dragon Nation audience felt an unprecedented sense of relief. They don't even need to half worry about it. Black and white versus the zombie horde? Isn't this just a way for them to brush up on their performance? Playing God. Jean Lingxiu snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, uncountable zombies were like a torrential river, rushing towards the black and white irregulars. They grimace, their sharp teeth filled with a fishy odor. Knock, knock. In a split second, the ground shook and smoke rose. Among them, the runners were so fast that they stepped on everything that could be picked up around them and quickly approached towards Zhang Shu. The black and white irregulars coldly glanced at the zombie group, and a contemptuous smile appeared on their frightened faces. Where's the brat from that dares to act recklessly in front of me? White Erratic was the first to fling out the wailing rod in his hand horizontally. The moment it came into contact with the air, the weeping stick, made of special material, instantly swung out a wave of air that swallowed mountains and rivers. The air wave was unrivaled in power, and the moment it appeared, it engulfed a large area of zombies that were running. At the scene, large swathes of blood spray exploded, and the tide of zombies was instantly missing a large chunk due to white impermanence's strike. Like a cake that's been chewed on by a wild animal. How? Kim Ling-su stared at this with wide eyes, incredulous. No one else can know. However, as a terror summoner, he had clearly perceived that the moment white impermanence had struck just now had caused him to lose a full 10,000 zombies. It was after unleashing such a powerful move that white impermanence was still on cloud 9, without the slightest hint of exhaustion. Look what it looks like. Seems to be smiling? Laughing still? No, why is that? Why are you laughing? Jean Lingxiu's head felt like it had been knocked on the head, and he simply couldn't comprehend what white impermanence was doing. At that moment, I only saw white impermanence dislike the arm of black impermanence beside him, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Master Black, look at these little living zombies. Do they look like our performance this year? A brilliant light flashed in black impermanence's eyes. Hey, you don't say. It's true. Chapter 32. Black and white. This performance brush is too good to be true. This statement was made. The arrogant Kim Ling-su's face turned grim. Are you kidding me? Performance? I can't believe my zombie horde is being described as a ridiculous performance. Do you really think you've got me in one move by killing a bunch of little karamis? You guys, what a bully. Kim Ryong-su clenched his hands into fists, pointed in the direction of the black and white irregulars, and commanded in a tone that brooked no disobedience. Go! In 3 minutes. I want them to be a pile of mush. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the earth shook. The giant zombies were like mad beasts, their huge fists supporting the ground. Their forward movement had changed from legs to limbs, and their speed was significantly increased at this moment. In an instant, 50 giant zombies rushed towards the black and white irregulars, and those small zombies that stopped in front of them were all crushed into puddle after puddle of bloody sludge by its wide limbs, no longer having any breath. Seeing the situation, the ever ill-tempered black impermanence almost glared his eyes out of their sockets. In hell! Who gave you permission to steal performance from me? Shoo, shoo, shoo. It bellowed, and countless chains surged out from behind it. The pitch-black chains were stained with blood-red stains, and wrapped in layers of fury. They were like cruel and tyrannical vipers, tearing madly towards the giant zombie. Clunk. The chains continued to extend. They were extremely agile, and in a flash of lightning, they bound all the giant zombies all over their bodies, restricting their movements. In the next moment, he only saw Black Impermanence stopping all the ends of the chains with his big hands, and his ferocious and horrible face showed a horrified, hideous look. Its hands, they start to fire. It's going to take all the giant zombies, one by one. How is this possible? 50 giant zombies. Each one of them is 10 meters tall. Their body size is as strong as a small mountain. Even if the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom were more powerful, it's absolutely impossible for them to achieve this level. This horrible thing named Black Impermanence is just too arrogant. $14 billion. Dragon Nation will pay for it. The aura that the black and white irregulars had shown earlier had indeed made many of the spectators present not dare to belittle their strength. But it was simply impossible to wipe out 50 giant zombies in one shot. One must know that even the highest record of the top-ranked S-Class was only killing 5 giant zombies in one move. This Black Impermanence actually directly challenged 50 of them. 10 times. Jean Lingxiu spread his hands and looked at the little cutie, his eyes at Black Impermanence. Ha 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 ha. Are you guys making me laugh? To be so arrogant as this, you will lose this duel. Bang. However, just when the audience was still keeping their doubts about Black Impermanence's strength, in the ring, only to see Black Impermanence lash out, endless power coalesced in its hands, and the chains, which were held tightly, were pulled by a huge force. In just a moment's time, the giant zombies that had been raging earlier fell one after another like dominoes. The huge body fell on the ground and erupted with a terrifying sound, and even though the ring was made of a special material, it was smashed out into a huge deep pit. 50 giant walkers lay in the pit. No more life. Incidentally, it also ran over hundreds of ordinary zombies. A few short breaths. The audience's expressions instantly changed from teasing, to mocking, to shock, to fear. Don't eat the sour radish. This Dragon Kingdom's horror thing is also too over the top. It really just wiped out all 50 giant zombies in an instant. Baka, asshole Rukoku. They can summon such a powerful horror. What class is this, SS class? Humph, isn't it just killing 50 giant zombies in one move? Just this we in the Tianju Kingdom can easily do. I really don't know what you guys are shocked about. If I remember correctly, your Tianju Kingdom's terror is a piece of, right? It seems like there are still 2 duels left, and you guys will be permanently eliminated as well, so you have the nerve to brag about this record. Humph. You guys are just jealous of my Tianju Kingdom's strength. Just wait. The Dragon Kingdom can rise and start a deadly battle in the last showdown. My Tianju Kingdom can do the same. The audience was in an uproar, and the black erratic in the ring craned his neck, a look of contentment on his terrible face. And, well, that's nice. 20% of my strength allowed me to fulfill 30% of this year's performance target. This kind of effortlessness with high returns is just too good to be true. Master Bai, today is really a good day for both of us. Black Impermanence exclaimed excitedly and turned his head to look at White Impermanence, only to realize that this White Impermanence fellow had secretly killed tens of thousands of ordinary zombies again behind its back, accomplished twice as much as it did. This infuriated Black Impermanence and hurriedly leapt into the tide of corpses and began to kill in all directions. They kill with gusto. But the audience of the Little Chill Republic at the scene was furious. Ashibar, is this horrible thing from the Dragon Kingdom insulting us? Saying something about only using 20% of your strength? How is this possible? Do you really consider yourself a god? Talking big will get you retribution sooner or later. Don't look at our Kim Ling-soo who is now in a disadvantageous position. But this match hasn't yet gone to the end. It's still uncertain who will lose and who will win. Kim Ling-soo looked at the 50 giant zombies that had been killed in a single move. Anger filled his heart, his chest fell and it looks like neither the flying zombies nor the giant zombies can be their match. There's only one last trick to use. With that thought, he looked up at the dark sky and let out a long breath, and with a swoosh, a sharp dagger slipped from his sleeve. He gripped the dagger tightly and pulled a slash towards his palm, blood dripping to the ground. In the meantime, the wave of zombies attacking Black and White suddenly stopped moving forward and instead turned their guns around and crawled up in the direction where Kim Ryong-soo was. An incredibly fast runner arrived in front of Kim Ling-soo in the blink of an eye, before pouncing and licking the blood from the ground. Immediately afterward, more and more zombies piled on top of the first one in a steady stream, forming a huge mountain of zombies. Looking at the mountain of zombies that kept stacking up high, Kim Ling-soo clasped his hands together, a scarlet glow in his eyes. The corpse king out. A ray of red light flashed across the top of the zombie hill. And then all the zombies turned into a mess of flesh and blood and began to intermingle with each other and pile up in one piece. Black and White, who were frantically brushing up on their performance, reacted. Strange, what are these walkers up to? What's wrong with not hurrying over to be killed by us and running in one direction? Black Impermanence is very puzzled. Some lack of interest in his heart. Have not killed enough. How come it's over? The White Erratic spread his hands. I don't know. But by the looks of it, it seems like they're going to merge together to form a not-so-weak guy. The Black and White Irregulars gazed in the direction of Kim Ryong-soo. Shasta. All the walkers are piled up in one piece. They transformed into flesh and blood, frantically intermingling to form a super meatball hundreds of meters tall, with sticky flesh and blood writhing around it. In full view of everyone, the super meatball gave birth to legs and feet, as well as a head, turning into a supergiant zombie covered in blood, with eyes like caves and a mouth like an abyss. Zombie King, Chapter 33, 4th matchup, Black and White finish. A zombie king that stands 100 meters tall. It destroys skyscrapers with the lift of a hand. The hole-like eyes stared deathly at the Black and White. The clenched giant fist had come down with a bang. Seeing this, the corners of Jean Lingxiu's mouth spread into a smile. Hee. Let's see what you guys can fight me with this time. The joy of victory was written all over his face. It was as if he had foreseen the end of the dragon's fiasco. The huge fist was like a meteorite that fell from the sky, and when it rubbed against the air, it was even attached to a layer of terrifying flames, dragging out a long flame tail in the air. The eye was about to fall on the Black and White Invincibles, but just in the nick of time, White Impermanence waved his big hand. His robes fluttered, and his matchless aura poured out at this moment. It swung the wailing rod in its hand, and with it at the center, colorless super air waves were like ripples, spreading out in all directions and crashing into the Zombie King's meteorite-sized fist. In a single instant, it actually sent its fist flying, and the huge inertia almost caused the Zombie King to fall directly to the ground. This encounter, White Vagabond, winning again, and win extraordinarily easily. On the contrary, the Zombie King's right arm was all reduced to pieces and went up in smoke due to White Impermanence's attack. The huge body was like a broken glass bottle, covered with cracks, as if it would completely crumble in the next moment. Roar! The loss of one move infuriated the Zombie King, and it opened its bloody mouth and roared at the sky. The body began to grow larger and larger again, from the initial 100 meters, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually growing to 200 meters before slowing down and stopping. The crowd looked up, only to see that the Zombie King's head had long since disappeared into the clouds, and it was impossible to see it at all. Its huge limbs were like mountains, and every move it made would involve strong vibrations. When the Black and White Irregulars saw this scene, they just laughed and shook their heads. Do you have some kind of obsession with getting bigger? What's the point of getting so big when you're still as weak as an ant? The words fell. The Black and White Irregulars didn't bother to go on with the nonsense. They waved the wailing rod and the soul-hooking rope in their hands respectively, and the two horrifying forces mingled, coalescing in the void to form a wall of blood hundreds of meters high, with countless heads poking out of it, and they looked miserable and wailed in pain. It's like divine punishment from hell. This wall of blood covered towards the Zombie King. The proud Zombie King glanced at it and immediately reached out his hand to try to block the wall of blood. However, a shocking scene occurred. The moment the Zombie King's arm and the wall of blood just came into contact, its body, after all, was like paper after being burned by flames, the flesh turned into chunks, and there was still hot magma flowing through the edge connection. Just one shot. The Zombie King that was alive and well in the last second was suddenly devoid of any life at this moment, and its body, all of it, turned into a pile of dark dust. Sure, as its summoner, Kim Ryong-soo was also in an extremely bad state right now. He knelt in the center of the ring, looking at his hands, his scarlet eyes filled with resignation. How? I lost. How could I possibly lose? This isn't real. This must not be real. Kim Ling-soo kept shaking his head in small increments. His expression became strange and his demeanor maniacal. Just then, a pair of feet appeared in front of him. His body trembled as he slowly raised his head, and he instantly saw Zhang Shu, who was looking at him from above. Zhang Shu's face was expressionless. You lost this duel. It's not just you, your entire little cold republic has lost as well. In this duel of national dignity, you have lost completely, you, the losers. What he said, however, was transmitted to the ears of all the audience on the spot with special tools. The audience of the little chill republic, sitting in their seats, not saying a word with their dull appearance, did not seem to have regained their senses from the defeat. Zhang Shu turned his head to where the audience of the Republic of Shaohan was located, held his head high, and compared his finger to the number 14. Now, it's not the 1.4 billion people of my Dragon Kingdom who will compensate you. Rather, it is you who will compensate the 1.4 billion people of my Dragon Kingdom. This statement was made. The always cocky little chill Republic audience was instantly irritated. They clenched their fists and pounded their seats, their eyes staring at Zhang Shu with a deadly glare, only to see that their eyes could not kill, and they, as losers, could only endure the taunts from Zhang Shu. ACI bar, when have I ever suffered such insults since I was born? The thought that our dang little cold republic would have to compensate the dragon bone for more than $10 billion makes my teeth itch. Bastard. This is all Kim Ling-su's fault. If it wasn't for his blind arrogance and lack of self-importance, there's no way we would have ended up in this situation. That's right. It's all Kim Ling-su's fault. Thanks to us trusting him so much. But he's such a weak and incompetent piece of trash that he's simply failed our trust in him. What quasi-SS grade horrors, what Busan corpse walking, what super high win rate of 8 wins and 2 draws. All of these are fake. He, Kim Ryong-su, is just a useless piece of trash. You can't even beat a tiny Dragon Country player. Kim Ling-su, why don't you just die? You're disgracing our little chill Republicans by living. This $14 billion of compensation should be paid by the little cold Republic alone. It was at this point that the Dragon Nation audience was not happy. $14 billion? I think you guys are rushing around, but you have to compensate us for $15 billion. The short sentence instantly made the audience in the Republic of Korea Jr. fall into silence. According to the treaty, if the Little Chill Republic won, the Dragon Kingdom would have to release Kim Ruo-eun and Park Young-rim and pay $14 billion in compensation. But now, the Dragon Kingdom has won, and they have to compensate the Dragon Kingdom with $15 billion. It's all Kim Ling-su's fault. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have had to lose any money at all. A loser who doesn't deserve to be a little chill Republican at all. Cynicism from other countries is hateful, but insults from one's own countrymen are even more heartbreaking. Zhang Shu looked towards Jean Lingxiu, who was kneeling on the ground, and laughed coldly. Hee, your little cold republic is really a united country. Once they've succeeded, they unite and put you on a pedestal, bragging about you, admiring you, and being full of small-mindedness from start to finish. But once they fail, they will also unite to humiliate you, curse you, even call you a worthless waste of space, and tell you to get out of the country. Is this your little cold republic? What a show for us. Jean Lingxiu raised his head and glared at Zhang Shu. Don't be so smug here. Do you really think you'll succeed in getting through the death battle? You're dreaming. On the day you fail, you'll only end up worse off than me. At that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, his voice shaking with some madness. And, hehehe, I'm really looking forward to that day now. Looking forward to it? The corner of Zhang Shu's mouth lifted as a dagger appeared in his hand, followed by a horizontal swing. Cold light flashed as the blade sliced through the air and chopped straight into Kim Ling-su's neck. Heads separated. A pair of eyes on Kim Ling-su's head were dead wide with disbelief. How could he not expect that Zhang Shu would strike at him without warning? Phew! Zhang Shu put the dagger away and looked calm and self-conscious. Want to see the day I fail? Sorry, dead people. Don't have that chance. Living people, too. Chapter 34. Blood in blood. That's the explanation. Kim Ling-su is dead. The audience wasn't too surprised to see the scene. They were used to it. So far, none of the contestants who had participated in the deathmatch would be able to walk out of the ring alive. Some viewers used this incident to say that Zhang Shu was ruthless and inhumane. To this, Zhang Shu didn't want to pay attention to these people's words. He didn't want to kill anyone if he could. However, those silly egg players, once they were on the court, were insulting and condescending, and threatened to kill Zhang Shu. For these people, what's the point of keeping them alive? Let the tiger out of the bag? How is this possible? Jean Lingxiu has died, and this fourth terrifying duel ended with the defeat of the Little Chill Republic. The mysterious referee appears in the Ring of Terror and begins to announce the results of the. According to the pre-match raise, the Little Chill Republic needs to compensate the Dragon Kingdom for $15 billion within a day. It's a rule not to be broken. There was an air of disobedience in his tone. The Little Chill Republicans were very reluctant though. But the refill card is what they use. Now that they've lost the duel, they simply don't have the cheek to refuse. They have only themselves to blame. Wait, I have something to say. Just then, Seiki Jiho, who had been silent and thinking about countermeasures, suddenly shouted. The eyes of the entire room were directed towards him. The eyes of some of the Little Cold Republic spectators even revealed a look of incomparable disgust. Ashi, what is Guan Jiho doing? Doesn't he think that my Little Chill Republic hasn't lost enough face this time? If it wasn't for his use of the raise card, how could we possibly be burdened with $15 billion in compensation? With his ability to do this kind of work, I don't think he'll be in charge for long. When I return home, I will definitely organize people and take him to court. I seriously doubt that Guan Jiho is an undercover agent sent by the Dragon Kingdom. For Kim Ling-soo, the audience in the Republic of Koan is disgusted, disdainful, and despised. For Guan Jiho, they could almost be considered disgusted, and they could not wait to skin him and chop him up. In their opinion, the current situation is all caused by Guan Ji who, once back in the country, Guan Jiho is bound to become the target of a national verbal attack, and the executives will blame him for all the mistakes, which will put him in a very passive situation. He was the biggest entrepreneur in the Little Chill Republic, and if he messed up, all the industries under his banner would be confiscated in this crisis. Pissed off the whole country. The consequences are unimaginable. Guan Jiho naturally knew what was at stake. So, he had to redeem himself now. Head of the Little Cold Republic? Do you have anything else to say? The mysterious referee looked at him. Guan Jiho nodded, stood up straight and said righteously, first of all, $15 billion we will pay out. Willing to gamble. This is a rule set up beforehand. However, I will compensate the Dragon Kingdom for this $15 billion in my personal name. One person does everything. This is my Guan Jiho's mistake. It has nothing to do with the people of the Little Cold Republic. This statement was made. The viewers who were originally still abusing Guan Jiho all froze in the first moment. Wait a minute. What's going on? You won't let us pay for it? Guan Ji, who actually took on $15 billion all by himself? The hearts of the audience of the Republic of Shaohan were somewhat moved. And at this moment, they felt as if Guan Jiho wasn't as bad as they had imagined. Their reaction reached the first step that Guan Ji who had expected. Setting up a persona of a man who serves his country and dares to take the blame for his mistakes. So, now it's time for step 2. Guan Jiho's face suddenly became gloomy. I'll pay for the money, but I'd like to ask, is the Dragon Kingdom really unwilling to spare our Kim Ruoun and Park Young-rin? But they traveled to the Dragon Kingdom because they liked it, and you ended up putting them in jail because you were jealous. Do you do this to them? Can you stand up to the people around the world who love the Dragon Kingdom? Is this the peace and friendship you claim to be talking about? One time, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The global audience pondered the words of Guan Jiho. If it's really like what Guan Jiho said, wouldn't it be impossible to go to the Dragon Kingdom in the future? Is it possible that the publicity of peace and friendship before the Dragon Kingdom was all a lie? Looking at the audience's reaction, Zhang Shu took a deep breath. It's come to this point and still make waves, this Guan Jiho. Being able to be the head of a country. Guan Jiho is indeed not a cutie. One might even say he's smart. With his words spoken, it was as if the audience of the Koan Republic in the room had suddenly woken up. Each one of them slapped their thighs and immediately pointed their spearheads at the Dragon Kingdom. Yeah, I almost forgot about this just now. Our team members are still inside the Dragon Prison. Even though we lost this duel, what you Dragon Kingdom did has long been noted by us. If you don't want to be the target of the whole world, you Dragon Kingdom should release our people. Hatred born out of jealousy. This is the act of a villain. Is your Dragon Kingdom what is called a villain? All other things are negotiable. Only the release of my Little Cold Republican team members back to the country. This matter is non-negotiable. Except for the audience in the Republic of Little Chill. Other countries have come along for the ride. Sakura Nation. The Dragon Nation has always worn a false facade, so I urge you to release them quickly. Eagle Kingdom. Human rights are greater than everything. The Dragon Kingdom shouldn't have imprisoned the people of other countries without authorization. This matter is fundamentally against the right to freedom of human beings. Triumphant Empire. We want the Dragon Kingdom to hurry up and release the people and give a reasonable explanation. Tianju. The Dragon Kingdom is really bad to the bone. One time, all of the major countries, excluding the Woolly Bear country, began to press the Dragon country step by step. They don't care what the truth really is. All they know is that this is an opportunity to defame the Dragon Kingdom. Explain. Just then, Zhang Shu in the center of the ring suddenly tilted his head up and looked around with disdainful eyes. And, what are you guys considered to be? Just a bunch of losers. Who am I to give you explanations? Saying something about my Dragon Kingdom being jealous of your little cold republic. I poo-poo. A place as big as a sesame seed, no economy, no culture, even the thing of horror that I am proud of. I don't even have the strength to fight back in front of the black and white irregulars. I really don't know what you little chill Republicans are so proud of. Is it because you're so inferior that you're trying to cover yourself with arrogance? Bunch of trash. You're not even. And you Sakura Nation, I don't even want to talk about you guys. From the moment I made my debut, what with the Split Woman, the Halfling Necromancer, and Sadako Yamamura, tell me, has there ever been a single matchup where you guys have won against me? As for you, the Eagle State, you preach the so-called freedom and democracy. I really don't know if you really aren't tired at all of wearing such a hypocritical exterior? And you Triumph Empire, when you're old, get back on your backs and don't flaunt yourself in front of me, or I'll beat the out of you. Especially you Tianju Kingdom. Forget it. I don't even care to talk about you. Don't you guys have some explaining to do? Speaking of which, behind Zhang Shu, the figures of the black and white irregulars surfaced behind him, and he pointed his finger in the direction of the little cold republic and loudly pronounced the sentence that terrorist attack, Kim Moon-un and Park Young-rim killed 5 innocent people in our Dragon Nation. Today, I will use the blood of the 500 little cold republicans present to honor the departed souls of my Dragon Kingdom's dead. Here, that's the explanation. Black and white, do it. Chapter 35. The truth revealed. The black and white irregulars who had received the order made a move almost instantly. They unleashed a strong killing move, and a baleful aura spread out towards the audience of the Little Chill Republic. There were more than 5,000 people present in the audience of the Little Cold Republic. And according to Zhang Shu, he will kill 500 people. Sensing that the atmosphere around them had become a bit off, especially the dark clouds overhead and the fury that filled the air, a sense of death filled the hearts of the audience of the Republic of Shaohan, who couldn't believe that the Zhang Shu, what are you doing? Do you want to kill us? You're an animal for behaving like this. You will be reviled from the peoples of the world. From the peoples of the world. Zhang Shu sneered, so what? There is only one rule of survival in the world, and that is the weak are the strong. Now that the Dragon Kingdom was powerful, there was no need to be concerned about the faces of others. Do it! Zhang Shu's mind moved. Black Impermanence's soul-hooking rope had pierced through the peepa bones of the 500 little cold Republican spectators present in an instant. And in an instant, wails of agony echoed throughout the ring. But that wasn't the end of it. Only to see White Impermanence waving the wailing rod in his hand. The countless waves of air were like long invisible whips, lashing at these people's bodies, snapping and snapping with a bang, lashing their skin and flesh, and their blood soaked through their clothes. The scene. It caused all the spectators in the room to suck in a breath of cold air. Eagle Kingdom. It's over. The Dragon Kingdom player has gone crazy. He's full of killing now. We mustn't mess with him. Triumph Empire. To take the lives of 500 people in just one move, this Dragon Kingdom player is too ruthless. Tianju Kingdom. Buddha blesses us. I hope that the killing of the Dragon Kingdom will never come to our Tianju Kingdom. And I ask Buddha to descend and wash the souls of the players of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the audience in the Dragon Kingdom was a bit shocked for a moment. This hand of Zhang Shu makes me feel a little cruel. Cruel? Why, I don't think so. I think it's a good kill. Yes, that's right. How come we didn't think of cruelty at all when the Little Chill Republic killed our people earlier? That's how the Terror Ring is. Whoever is strong has the final say. And if Little Cold Republic is strong enough, even if they bring the butcher's knife down on me, I definitely won't be the least bit intimidated. Sacrificing the blood of 500 people to honor the departed souls of those who have died in our Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Shu is good. Dragon Nation has lost too many matchups in the Ring of Terror. The people of Dragonland, too, have seen too many Dragonland players die. They had long ago developed a killing heart in their minds. Thus, upon seeing Zhang Shu strike out at the audience of the Little Cold Republic, excluding a small number of people who felt shocked, the vast majority of people fully supported Zhang Shu. Scene. Ghosts wailed and pleaded. Zhang Shu looked at the audience of the Little Cold Republic, being mercilessly slaughtered by the black and white irregulars, depriving them of their souls, and his heart was not half unhappy. Actually, those who were killed by the black and white, they are criminals who have committed crimes but, for various reasons, are still at large. Since the Republic of Shaohan has no way to punish these sinners, then let the Dragon Kingdom punish them for them. Also, from the very beginning, these people have been madly mocking the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they have not committed a sin, they should be punished. As the person in charge, Guan Jiho had dispatched his personnel to respond almost immediately the moment the black and white irregulars struck. But these people in charge of security, among them the most powerful was just an S-ranked horror summoner. In just a single glance, they were defeated by the black and white irregulars and stripped of their souls. The Dragon Kingdom. Fine, fine, fine. Today's revenge. I, the Little Cold Republic, will remember it. From now on, we are enemies. Guan Jiho clenched his teeth as he rushed up, trying to use his physical body to block the massacre of the black and white infernal. But it was useless. With a mere wave of the black and white irregular's big hand, a matchless strong wind blew Guan Jiho away, causing him to hit the wall heavily and spit out a mouthful of blood. But Zhang Shu did not kill him. Kill me if you can. Guan Jiho's eyes widened in anger, his veins rippling with rage. Zhang Shu smiled contemptuously. Kill you? Are you kidding? I won't let you die so easily. I still need you to witness the second good show that's coming up. 500 little chill Republicans are dead. The scene would have fallen into silence. However, when they heard Zhang Shu say the second good show, the hearts of the crowd were once again raised to their throats, and even the heads of some countries had already begun to send out signals to their countries for help. A second good show? Guan Jiho's eyes instantly turned red. Haven't you killed enough? Do you have to let everyone die for you to be satisfied? Zhang Shu glanced at him. It's this time of the year, and you still don't forget to set up a public and righteous persona for yourself? I'm next, no killing. I just want to show a little video. Having said that, he moved out a huge virtual projector. Under his control, a virtual screen 20 meters long and 10 meters wide appeared above the ring, clearly visible to all. Didn't you guys claim that it was out of jealousy that we imprisoned the two Kim Woo-moons? Zhang Shu put the video on the screen. Next, please open your eyes and take a good look. Jin Ruan duo. What exactly is the reason why they were imprisoned by my Dragon Kingdom? The words fell. The virtual screen appeared on screen instantly. In the middle of the scene, the two of them, Kim Roran and Park Young Rim, were crouching in the corner. In front of them was the tall figure of the detainer. See this scene. The remaining spectators of the Little Chill Republic had their hearts hanging in the air. What are they doing here? Guan Jiho had a vague sense of bad feeling. It's over. The Dragon Kingdom does not honor its word, but actually released the video to the world. The video soon to be sound. The soul detainer held the dagger in both hands and rubbed it back and forth. The ear-piercing sound of the blade rubbing echoed in the ring. Creepy. The two of them who were crouching in the corner, Kim Wak-un, made a sound when they saw this scene. Park Young-lin. I beg you to let me go. I will never dare to set foot in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom again. For the matter of killing innocent people in Datsang City before, I have already deeply realized my mistake. I beg you to give me a chance to reform myself. All of this was arranged by our superiors. We were just following orders. We didn't even try to kill you Dragon Nation people. Park Young Rim was a person who was greedy and afraid of death. So the moment he saw the soul-detaining ghost threatening his life, he instantly chose to beg for mercy, and also gave out a ton of information. Beside him, Jin Ruan had a little more backbone. Jin Ruan, if you have the ability, let your horses come. Even if you kill me, Little Chill Republic will definitely not let you go. From the moment I came to the Dragon Kingdom, I knew that I would most likely end up dead, but I have no regrets. All I hate now is that I didn't kill a few more innocent people to relieve my anger during my last mission. I may die today, but my soul will always follow the Little Chill Republic, and sooner or later, I will see the great moment when the Little Chill Republic will defeat the Dragon Kingdom and even dominate the world. Chapter 36. The Fourth Duel. The End. Special Reward. When they finish. The detainer of souls waved his big hand and fiddled with countless instruments of torture. For a while, the video became very bloody, and blood didn't stop flowing out of the two Kim Rohan's bodies, as their skin and flesh were peeled back and their bones were cracked. The gaps in the nails are filled with bamboo sticks. Even the eyes, they are no longer intact. It's the detainer torturing them. It is also because of torture. Even Kim Woo-eun, who was seen as having a backbone, was quickly defeated. They fell on their knees, begged for forgiveness, and told the whole story of what happened and how it happened. Some of the viewers who were kept in the dark also finally learned what happened and understood the truth because of this video. Don't eat the sour radish, this little chill Republicans are really too bad. Clearly they have promised not to launch terrorist attacks on any country, but as a result, they have even violated their promise and launched an attack on the city of Dakura in the Dragon Kingdom. Thanks to the fact that we were so supportive of them earlier, now it seems that we are completely being used as a gun. These cunning little cold Republicans. They will pay for this one day. Originally, I thought Jiangshu was the devil, but now it seems that the real devil is Little Chill Republic. If I were Jiangshu, after experiencing being mocked, slandered, and insulted earlier, the act I would commit would definitely not just be as simple as killing 500 little cold Republicans. I would let all of them die. Damn the little cold Republic. To use horrible things to practice invasion of other countries. Isn't this against morality and ethics? A moment's effort. The attitude of the audience in each country changed drastically. From the initial hatred towards Jiangshu, it transformed into understanding and approval. The worst person on the scene was Quan Jihao. Bastard, damn Qin Xiaoming, clearly agreed not to publish the video globally, but even went back on his word. All a bunch of liars. So much for that. All the personas he had previously set up were rendered useless. Because in the eyes of the globe, it is he, Quan Ji, who has created this situation today. If he hadn't sent Kim Ruoen and Park Young-rim to attack the Dragon Kingdom, there wouldn't have been a raise in the back, and without the raise, Jiangshu wouldn't have been furious, and the 500 little chill Republicans wouldn't have died. Equivalent. It was Quan Ji who indirectly killed 500 Koan Republicans. The role that Jiangshu filled in it was merely that of a Longwa man full of patriotic fervor. Because they could not tolerate the enemy's insults to the Dragon Kingdom, they had no choice but to rise up against it. It's easy to see at a glance who is more accessible to everyone. Wait, you guys wait. I will make you pay. Guan Jiho stared at Jiangshu with cold eyes. However, Jiangshu did not take these words of his to heart at all. He knew that with the urbane nature of the people of the Republic of Little Chill, he was afraid that Guan Jiho, the person in charge, would be deprived of his rights as soon as he returned to his country, and might even be murdered, and he was not surprised by it. After all, it's not the first time. To this point, the fourth matchup, a successful conclusion. The Dragon Kingdom reaped a total of $15 billion in compensation. Counting the $3 billion that Guan Jiho had paid out earlier, the total was $18 billion. For this sum of money, the relevant departments of the Dragon Kingdom have long had arrangements. First, $1 billion to comfort the people who were hurt in the attacks. After that, the remaining $17 billion will be used to strengthen the country on matters related to the Ring of Terror. And the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom was not damaged in this showdown. There are even more people that are beginning to accept the Dragon Kingdom and recognize how powerful they are. What a show for us! The mysterious referee appears in the center of the ring, a hint of pleasure noticeable on his disembodied face. With the conclusion of this matchup, the score is now 5 o'clock in the Dragon Nation. In order for everyone to be able to pay more attention to the deadly battle, so I'm announcing a small additional reward. From now on, as the Dragon Kingdom terror objects level up, they will be able to summon more and more powerful terror objects. This statement was made. The whole audience was instantly hot. Horrible things level up to summon more horrible things. This reward, it's just too tempting. It strengthens more than just the individual. Rather, it is the strength of the nation. So far, excluding Jiangshu, the strongest terrors in the Dragon Kingdom were still only B class. After this leveling up, 100% of the B rank was raised to a rank, and it might even be possible to leap to S rank, SS rank. After all, the mysterious referee didn't specify just how many levels were being raised. Plus, more horrors can be summoned. These brand new horrors would make the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom rise several steps. The spectators of the Dragon Kingdom were all showing excited expressions at this moment. The country's terrors were stronger, which was a great thing for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Is this the reward that belongs to the winner? It's just too rich. It was only that Zhang Shu, who had always been cautious, frowned slightly at this moment. Something's wrong, something's really wrong. From the last few matchups he's been in, he can be sure it is. The mystery referee is a strict rule follower. He would never do anything outside the rules. Now, giving the Dragon Kingdom some rewards in advance really goes against the principles he has always upheld. At that thought, Zhang Shu couldn't help but ask in his mind, Sister Shi, Sister Xiaodian, what's going on here? Why did this mysterious referee choose to give the Dragon Nation an early reward? Is there some kind of conspiracy behind this? As the figure fell, a mature, charismatic voice rang out, and in answer to his question, it was high. The conspiracy is not. However, this time, the reward was not given by the mysterious referee. He was just doing a favor.
A favor?
What's that supposed to mean? Zhang Shu was a bit puzzled. She explained, in fact, from what I've discovered, the terror in the Dragon Kingdom is reviving, and the peak of the terror's revival will come after this showdown. At that time, all known horrors were upgraded in rank and still more horrors would be able to be summoned. I think the mysterious referee noticed this as well, and with your previous performance in the Ring of Terror, he appreciated how strong you were, so he did you a favor. So it is. Zhang Shu understood. That is to say, all of this now is what my Dragon Kingdom should have had, right? Well, it can be interpreted that way. She said, suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added, by the way, after this terrorist recovery, you must establish a good relevant control organization. The original institution is no longer applicable. If you can, divide it according to the rank of the horrors. And they are graded and controlled, and tasks are dispatched every month and then paid for, so that they are not prone to mess up. To this, Zhang Shu thinks so too. He muttered in a low voice, those who can summon horrors, we call them horror summoners. The organization responsible for managing these terrorist summoners. Let's call it the Horror Summoners Guild. Chapter 37. We'll protect such a people with our lives. End of the fourth matchup. Considering Zhang Shu's need for rest, the preparation time this time was extraordinarily long. A full 12 hours. Dragon Nation. Center for Paranormal Research. Inside the council chamber, the combat captains of the 10 squads looked a little agitated. This was because, just a moment ago, Zhou Zhengtian's terrorist thing level had been upgraded. From the previous B-grade devils, a leap of faith, became a Class A for tigers. Not only that, there were people all over the Dragon Kingdom who could summon horrors one after another. And the ones that could already summon horrors get a level up. The overall enhancement of the horrors. This is a heavenly good thing for our Dragon Kingdom. The captain of the 10th squad clenched his hands into fists. His terror's level had not been raised. But he had a vague feeling that it was close to being raised. It's a good thing that the strength has increased, but it also means that we need to devote more resources to the management of these terror summoners. Qin Xiaoming's always serious face also revealed an easing smile. There are still $17 billion left in the compensation for the Little Chill Republic, and this money is just enough to relieve our immediate needs. Also, let me tell you something first. The squad leaders present were quiet. Complex emotions flowed from Qin Xiaoming's eyes. Before long, the combat squad will be disbanded. As you know, the Dragon Kingdom is not what it used to be, and more terrors are appearing, and we need to take stronger measures to manage them. After deliberation, it has been decided that we will establish the Horror Summoners Association, adopting a hierarchical division system. At that time, you may no longer have the same status as you have now. I hope people can understand. For this result, the captains in the room had actually been prepared for this. From the time Zhang Shu appeared in the Ring of Terror and led the Dragon Nation to win matchup after matchup, the captains are well aware that sooner or later they will lose their current position. It was bound to happen. Chief Qin, don't worry, we can understand. Yiqiu Hong smiled and spoke. Ever since the Terror Ring descended, the country has been feeding us, and the people of the nation have pinned their hopes on us. Even if we fail in the Ring of Terror, the country and the people have not failed us. Over the years, we've also learned that with our strengths, we're simply not up to the task of holding this position. So we can understand. Zhou Zhengtian nodded. The captains present are not small-minded people, and everyone hopes in their hearts that the motherland can become stronger. Now, we can see our country getting stronger little by little, and our wish has been fulfilled. If the development of the country is delayed because a few of us are relying on this position to do nothing, then we will become 1,000 sins. You don't say, I feel hot ass in this chair now. Ha ha ha. As his words fell, the other captains present all burst out laughing at this moment. The heavy atmosphere of the scene lightened up. The other captains followed suit. They can understand. It's really understandable. There was not a drop, not even a hint of discomfort in the mind. Only, old Joe, you think beautiful. What? Now you want to give up and run away? Not even close. Qin Xiaoming swept his eyes over the captains present and spoke with a smile. Don't worry, after the Terrorist Summoner Association is established, several of you, one of you will be counted as one. All of you won't be able to escape. All of you get into the trainer's class for me, and train those newcomers properly. But don't forget that the country has trained you up not only to sell your lives, but more importantly, to pass on the spirit. This statement was made. The captains' noses snapped at almost the same moment. Turns out that the state is giving them a new mission. There is no intention to let them return home. I don't know why. Trainers are clearly a bad job. But a thrill of joy was born in the captains present. It's kind of fascinating to feel like you can add to the building of your country. Also, you have one more task before then. Qin Xiaoming handed out the information in his hand to the people present. I need you to make a tally of all the major regions of the country and take down all the information on all the terror summoners. The state has issued a circular on this matter, and the whole country is happy to cooperate with us. There are even quite a few people blocking the entrance to the Paranormal Research Center, saying they can't wait for me to register my information right now. Speaking of this, Qin Xiaoming cried and laughed. Zhou Zhengtan cautiously asked, then where are these people now? We don't want to chill their hearts. Where else? Qin Xiaoming pointed to his watch. It's 12 noon now. I must have called them all in for lunch. You don't say. They're all pretty polite, and they even put lunch money in my pocket. It's damn similar to when I was a kid and refused red envelopes on New Year's Day. I couldn't even push them away. But I really don't want to take their money. One time, all the captains present were amused. That's the people of the Dragon Kingdom for you. So grounded no matter where you go. How is a group of people just like that not worth protecting? By the way, there's also the investigation into the death of the man in the restroom last time. Do you want to hear it, Joshua? Joshua? Qin Xiaoming shouted a few times and no one answered, so he turned his head to look at the... Ooh, it's all snoring. Looks really exhausted. Go get him a flower quilt to cover him. Some mysterious conference room. Tightly closed curtains, pitch black. Several heads of state, dressed in formal attire, were quietly waiting for something. What do you say? Will the head of the Makuma Kingdom come? Sakamoto Kawai asked. John Hugh, the head of the Eagle Nation, clasped his hands over his chest, and with confidence in his eyes, don't worry, he will definitely come. And the price of not coming is something they can't afford in the woolly bear country. It's just that what I didn't expect is that your little chill republic is moving really fast. Only a few hours have passed since the duel, and you've changed to a new person in charge. He turned his gaze across the room to a middle-aged man in a purple suit with a 3-7 haircut. Guan Jiho. He has incurred the wrath of the public and is no longer fit to assume the position of head of the Little Chill Republic. The man in purple smiled and got up, a hint of gloom on his chiseled face. Hello everyone. My name is Lee Myung-hyuk. It's the new head of the Koan Republic, and I'm taking over the work previously handled by Guan Jiho. After saying that, he did not forget to smile and nod slightly to the heads of the countries present as a sign of politeness. The group of people in charge also responded lightly and did not dwell too much on the issue. They had, now, more important things to do. John Hugh, about what you said. Is it really feasible to have the Woolly Bear Nation play in the next showdown? Luvik, the head of the Triumph Empire, was a bit skeptical. You know, the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom has always been very good. Aren't you worried that the Woolly Bear Nation will surrender on purpose in a showdown? No, they won't. John Hugh narrowed his eyes and sneered. Though now that the Dragon Kingdom has risen to power, it can stay out of the way and grow alone without looking at other countries. But not he Woolly Bear Nation. They're not going to have a good time without us. Economy, resources, markets. Once the Woolly Bear Nation dares not to agree to go to war, or to surrender willfully, we will sanction them in these ways. In this way, for the sake of the country's consideration, the person in charge of his Woolly Bear country, even if he is no longer reluctant, will have no choice but to agree. And the Woolly Bear country and the Dragon country fight, whichever side fails, it's good for us. And if we can lose both, then it's a happy ending for all. Words. The principals present at once looked deeply at John Hugh. This old Eanby, he's really tough. Chapter 38 Grumpy Old Brother Furry Bear. Knock, knock. Heavy footsteps sounded. Before he could see anyone, a muffled voice rang out from the doorway. Are you kidding me? Now at this time, even if you won't let me bring my bodyguard in, you want to confiscate my gun? What? Everyone's unarmed? You think I'm going to believe you? The sound of arguing resounded through the door. The crowd inside the conference room also stopped talking. Everyone knew that it was the head of the Woolly Bear Nation, Marcasf, who had come. I'll be the one to talk to Marcasf later. You guys just need to play along. John Hugh put the matter to rest, and the heads of the other nations nodded their heads, recognizing his approach. Soon the arguing stopped. Makasov straightened himself and strutted into the conference room. He's a 2-meter-tall, 200-pound super-strong man. Tight muscles were everywhere on his body, and the left side of his face had a lurid scar that added to his tough guy demeanor. He came to the negotiating table, drew out a chair casually and sat down and, "Tell me, what is it that you wanted to see me about? Just to be clear beforehand, I know a lot of you don't like me, but if you want to kill me, I suggest you'd better stop doing it. I've brought 50 heavily armed soldiers here, and if anything happens to me, you're all sure to be shot to pieces." His behavior was big, if not unqualified and rude. But it was the same man that allowed the Hairy Bear Nation to take hold in the Ring of Terror and be worshipped by the entire country. Besides, nor was his warning an empty one. There have been instances of assassinations of heads of state before. When you go out, try to figure out strangers with the utmost malice. Especially strangers from other countries. Don't be rude like a landlubber, Marcas. This is where the heads of the countries talk about things. John Hugh said tersely. Countries? Markasov crossed his cold eyes. Cut the crap. Where's the Dragon Kingdom? How come I don't see the head of the Dragon Kingdom? This meeting, the Dragon Kingdom is not participating, Sakamoto Kawai said. At those words, Markasva's face sank, and he had a premonition that there was the odor of a conspiracy. You guys can call me when the head of the Dragon Kingdom comes. When he finished, he got up and was about to leave. John Hugh, who was on the sidelines, frowned. Why was this man not following the rules at all? Where's the recklessness? Marcasv, John Hugh exclaimed. If you don't want the people of the Woolly Bear Nation to suffer, I advise you that you had better hear what I have to say. Markasov's footsteps lurched as he slowly turned his head, a ruthless look appearing on his rugged face. What did you say? His aura instantly powerful. The eyes were wide as if they were trying to kill. John Hugh was, after all, the head of Eagle Country, and his aura was equally not weak. This is a matter that concerns all of you in the Woolly Bear Country. Are you sure you don't want to sit down and listen? John Hugh looked up at Marcasv. At that, Marcasv exhaled heavily and sat back in his chair helplessly. They say, what the hell is going on? He alone can be capricious, but he's got a country behind him. He could not hand over the price of caprice to the state. Isn't that right? Sit down and talk it over. Could we do you any harm? John Hugh, with a look of sophistication, straightened his tie and spoke with a smile on his face. Marcasv, the Dragon Kingdom deathmatch is about to go to the 5th game. So far, the Dragon Kingdom has gained 5 points, and with 5 more points, they'll be through to the death. Marcasv glanced at him with his arms folded over his chest and then what? Are you eagles ready to take the field and give the dragons another point? I didn't see that you guys are still good people. Don't look at him like a big man, but he's actually very good at yin and yang. John Hugh was so disliked by him that the organized language in his head was disrupted, and after a few moments' reprieve he continued, saying, could it be that you, the Woolly Bear Kingdom, want to see the Dragon Kingdom pass to its death? Or what? No? Marcasv asked. Don't look like you guys are on good terms now, but after the Dragon Kingdom passes the death battle and gets the rewards, they will definitely forget about everything right now, and no one will be able to help your Woolly Bear Kingdom at that time. John Hugh's tone became hard. Marcasv waved his hand, with an impatient look of not wanting to talk to him about anything. Why do you guys care so much about the Eagle Kingdom? If you really want to care, please go and paint my toilet. It hasn't been painted for a week. Don't eat the sour radish. Marcasv, what do you mean, looking for a fight? John Hugh slammed the table and instantly stormed out. You think I'd be afraid of you? Marcasv rolled up his sleeves, his eyes wide as brass bells. I advise you to talk about things quickly. Don't talk to me, wanna sow discord? No way. The situation became tense. A single match can set the house on fire. Eventually, with the persuasion of the other principals. Hoo-hoo. It was only when John Hugh let out a long breath, especially at the sight of Marcasva's arms, which were thicker than his own thighs, that his emotions calmed down even more. Okay, say something. John Hugh sat down on his butt. For the fifth matchup, after we discussed and decided that you, the Woolly Bear Nation, would be the one to fight. Who the hell did you discuss this with? How come I don't know about it in my furry bear country? Who gave you permission to make unauthorized decisions? Marcasv was instantly displeased. The Dragon Kingdom and the Manhwa Kingdom can always be friends, and the Manhwa Kingdom is also happy to pass the Dragon Kingdom to death. They knew that with the Dragon Kingdom's consistent style, even if they passed the death battle and gained the reward and became the strongest country in the world, they would not forget to pull the Woolly Bear country. So, Marcasv has long made it clear that the Woolly Bear Nation will not be allowed to participate in the deadly war. This is something that is up to all of us. When the Dragon Kingdom initiates a deadly war, it is a global enemy, and you, the Woolly Bear Kingdom, as a part of it must contribute. If you don't agree, you're making an enemy of us. Don't forget that you, the furry bear country, are not the dragon country, and you won't have a good time at all if you leave us. John Hugh's words were full of provocation. It's a naked threat. On a normal day, Marcasv's fists would have already greeted him. But this time, it's very different. What the other side is threatening is the entire population of Woolly Bear Country and even Woolly Bear Country. Marcasv also knew that although the Woolly Bear Nation looked powerful, it wasn't able to do what the Dragon Nation did without looking at other countries. They are, by definition, constrained. Mouthing off about the Dragon Kingdom being sinister, I think the most sinister people are you. Marcasv, after much consideration, could only finally and helplessly open his mouth and agree that they, all right, for the fifth matchup, I, the Furry Bear Nation, will fight. John Hugh nodded and cautioned, no active surrender allowed. Could be. Marcasv glanced disdainfully at John Hugh. Won't let me surrender on my own accord. Won't I just let it go on purpose? Humph, really, can I really be taken by you guys? Also, no running away from the battle on any pretext. Could be. Also, it's not allowed to abandon the duel in the middle for any reason. Could be. It is not permitted to tell the Dragon Kingdom of the horrors of your appearance. Could be. John Hugh breathed a sigh of relief with so many requests granted. It seemed that this Marcasv wasn't as rigid as he thought he was. There's one last requirement. The grade of the horrors your Woolly Bear Nation is fighting for must be SSS grade. With a thud, Marcasv pulled a gun out of his pocket and slammed it down hard on the table. I don't know if the terror is SSS ranked, but Old Me's marksmanship is SSS ranked. One bullet in your head and the blood won't even splatter on me. Believe it or not? Rage. His eyes were filled with rage. It was fine to have demands, but asking them to fight SSS-ranked horrors was excessive. John Hugh also understood this, and as he looked at Marcasv's fierce face, he dared to say that if he insisted on letting his opponent fight the SSS-ranked horror, this Marcasv would definitely shoot. Having no choice but to make concessions, John Hugh. Okay, SSS rank is not needed, but the last time we faced off against the Little Chill Republic, the one who fought was a quasi-SS rank. You guys should at least send out an SS rank terror. Otherwise, there's a suspicion of watering down. Marcasv didn't say anything, just got up and left on his own. SS class. The Dragon Kingdom should be able to handle it. Chapter 39 Mutual Respect and Understanding. Dragon Nation. Center for Paranormal Research. Qin Xiaoming, who was discussing things, suddenly received an incoming call from Marcasv. Answer. Marcasv, what's the matter? Qin Xiaoming asked, sounding like an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Marcasv's voice rang out from his cell phone, and immediately afterward, he told Qin Xiaoming what had happened earlier. One by one, the latter's face gradually became gloomy. The captains present noticed the change. Zhou Zhengtian was puzzled. Chief Qin, did something happen? Qin Xiaoming took the cell phone down, his eyes suddenly became gloomy and, these damn bastards. They're forcing the Woolly Bear Nation to fight in the next deathmatch duel. Even using the entire population of Woolly Bear Country as a threat. A struggle at the national level to the extent of holding the people to ransom. This kind of behavior, what is the difference between a villain and a villain? The Furry Bear Country is not like our Dragon Country. They still need to rely on other countries to survive. Yiqiu Hong sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. I have already reported this matter to the higher-ups, and we will increase our efforts to help each other with the Manhwa kingdom, and at that time, the Manhwa kingdom will not have to be subjected to others. As the head of the Dragon Kingdom terrorist ring, the power Qin Xiaoming possessed was not small. It's just going to take some time. That's why this matchup is so important, that we have to fight the Woolly Bear Nation. The captains present were deeply helpless. Zhou Zhengtian asked, "The horrible thing they came out with was?" SS class. As to what it is, Markasov didn't tell me. Qin Xiaoming said, but Markasov said that in this matchup, they'll look for a chance to let loose and let us win this matchup. But even if we let it go, we can't make it too obvious, so our horrors need to be strong enough. Not only that, but for the sake of friendship between the Woolly Bear Nation and my country, it would be best if there were no casualties on either side. The words fell. The eyes of the entire room looked toward Zhang Shu. This youth, who was lying on the table and sleeping soundly under a flower quilt, slowly raised his head, rubbed his sleepy eyes and smiled. Don't worry, everyone. There are still more terrors I can summon. Even if I challenge all the terrors in all the countries, there will still be quite a few left. And the horrors I summon are absolutely controllable and won't go wrong. Don't worry. He was woken up early. Been listening to everyone's conversations. It was also clear what was about to be faced. Also, Chief Qin, please tell the person in charge of the Woolly Bear country that there's actually no need to let go of the water. Just treat this duel as a friendly sparring match. They're not cuties in Eagle country. Even the most seamless show can be flawed, so why not just have a painful battle? In this way, the Woolly Bear Nation will not be sanctioned by other countries. Zhang Shu's eyes were filled with confidence. His voice was loud and fell into the ears of all the captains present. Even Markasov, who was still on the line, could hear it clearly. An extremely appreciative expression appeared on Qin Xiaoming's face. Good, let's do as you say. He picked up his cell phone. How about it, Markasov? Did you do what Zhang Shu said? Qin Xiaoming asked. Across the room, Markasov laughed out loud, recognition in his voice. Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect it. Every one of you Dragon Nation people are talented. In your words, I really tread on you to deal with you. Even at this juncture, you still think about our Woolly Bear country. You guys have made a worthwhile friend. All right, let's do it according to what little friend Zhang Shu said. Just to be clear in advance, the horrors of my furry bear country are very scary, so don't cry when the time comes, oh? Ah. Qin Xiaoming also laughed and joked. You'd better wash your ass and wait to be kicked by our horrible thing. Haha. Time passes. In the twinkling of an eye. Only the last hour remains before the 5th showdown begins. Because this matchup was the Dragon Kingdom versus the Manhwa Kingdom, Qin Xiaoming showed his respect for the Manhwa Kingdom by appearing in person after a long time. Before that, Qin Xiaoming told Zhang Shu about the previous investigation into the death of the man in the toilet. Regarding the dead man they found in the restroom last time the detainer ghosts were there, the cause of his death, it's a bit fishy. Qin Xiaoming stood in the spectator seat, leaned against the fence, and silently lit a cigarette. Something fishy? Zhang Shu was puzzled. How is it fishy? Based on the intelligence we have, it appears that the man was not killed, but committed suicide. Suicide? Zhang Shu froze. According to the information Captain Zhou and the others brought back, that man died in a strangely mutilated state, with all the flesh on his body cut off in one slice, and no anesthetic was administered halfway through. Is this really suicide? Qin Xiaoming is also very puzzled by this. According to reason, even if it is suicide will not choose this cruel way. The pain is their own unlikely, but true. What is certain, though, is that there was something wrong with his suicide, not in the traditional sense, but more like some kind of rite of atonement. Something like religion or something, said. He turned his cell phone on and pulled up a video. The scene in the video is a hallway of an abandoned mall, and the man, holding a rectangular object wrapped in a black cloth, walks into the restroom without hesitation. From the video footage, the man is emotionally stable. His face is calm and there is no look of panic in his eyes. It also means that he knows what he's going to do, but there is no fear of that. That's not the look of someone who's about to commit suicide. See what he's holding in his hand, the one wrapped in black cloth. Judging from the shape and the exposed edges, it should be a mirror. Qin Xiaoming pointed to the object in the man's hand. What I suspect is that this mirror is what made him kill himself. And we did a full search of the mall and didn't find the mirror, so I'm reinforcing my suspicions. Mirror, atonement, suicide, obedience. A series of information instantly popped up in Zhang Shu's mind, and he knew exactly what Qin Xiaoming was trying to convey. Chief Qin, you're trying to say that the mirror, it's likely to be something horrible, right? Qin Xiaoming nodded. Although I've never heard of an item being able to turn into a thing of terror, the ring of terror has descended, and nothing is impossible nowadays. I'm worried now that the mirror, perhaps, will kill more people. Zhang Shu pondered for a while and asked, what are the characteristics of the dead man? There are no distinguishing features, just a very ordinary, normal person. Qin Xiaoming cupped his chin in thought for a moment and added, by the way, if I have to say, he's an absconding criminal who killed someone many years ago. Murderer. Is that mirror specialized in helping the Dragon Kingdom punish criminals? Zhang Shu shook his head. The evidence was not conclusive enough. It was better not to speculate wildly. Looked at the time. The last minute is left until the start of the showdown. Qin Xiaoming gazed in the direction where the Eagle Kingdom seat was located. Where? Sakura Country, Triumph Empire, Little Cold Republic, and so on. The heads of these countries had gathered together and were looking at Qin Xiaoming with a teasing expression. Qin Xiaoming snorted coldly. Hehe. Look at their sinister faces. They definitely didn't hold their farts. I wish I could go over there and scold them. Zhang Shu waved his hand. The power of words is ultimately a bit weak. It's better to hit them hard in the face with practical actions. The showdown begins. I'm up first. Chapter 40, The Pattern of the Woolly Bear Country. Game 5 of the Dragon Kingdom Deathmatch. It's official. In the center of the ring, the figure of the mysterious referee reappeared. Only, this time, instead of wearing a black robe, he had changed into a scarlet trench coat, with a hood covering his entire head, and a green-faced mask on his face. The costume made him lose the mystery he had earlier, but had more of an intuitive visual impact of terror. Now, the fifth duel begins. Please enter both players. The mysterious referee gave an order. Zhang Shu appeared in the Ring of Terror. Immediately afterward, in the direction of the Woolly Bear Country, a beautiful woman with a delicate figure walked out. She was tall, with a pair of slender thighs that looked extraordinarily well-proportioned and wonderful under the black silk. A pair of eyes pure like water, high nose, delicate red lips. She had her hands in her pockets, a khaki-colored trench coat and blonde hair fluttering valiantly in the breeze. In the eyes of the entire audience like wolves, she took a graceful step and quickly came to the center of the ring, stretching out her hand to Zhang Shu, a pair of beautiful eyes full of good intentions. Hello. My name is Valentina. Nice to meet you. Zhang Shu returned a smile, not feeling rushed because the other party was a beautiful woman, and casually reached out his hand to shake it. Hello. My name is Zhang Shu. Please teach me more. The atmosphere of the scene, plain and harmonious. There wasn't as much saber rattling as in the previous duels. This scene was a refreshing change of pace for the audience, especially in the Woolly Bear Country and the Dragon Country, because the seats were next to each other. Several old brothers even picked up peanut beers and started drinking and chattering, as if they had seen their friends. Bastard. Hasn't this Dragon Country player always been ruthless? How is it that you show so much humility and courtesy when facing a player from the Woolly Bear Nation? Is it me, Little Chill Republic, who is unworthy? The person in charge, Lee Myung-hyuk, was very upset in his heart. The few remaining heads have looked at the little cutie with a look, as eyes at him. Gotta. Looks like the new head of the Little Chill Republic is another. Yushao Hanmin launched an attack of horrible things on the Dragon Kingdom and threatened to kill people as soon as you got on the stage, so who gave you guys a good face? What worries me now is whether or not the Makuma Kingdom will go all out in this showdown. Sakamoto Kawai was worried. On the side, John Hugh clasped his hands to his chest, revealing a hint of gloom. Don't worry, they will, said. John Hugh was seen to take out of his pocket a card of brilliant gold, and whirling about he exclaimed, I, Eagles Nation, am willing to use the reward card for this matchup. His voice was loud, especially with the proliferation of special broadcasts that reached the ears of every viewer. Everyone present had their eyes wide open. Reward cards. Effect. After using it, a random reward will be drawn, and both dueling sides will receive this random reward no matter who achieves victory. Of course, there are good and bad random rewards which could be money, resources, or a horrible thing level up. There are all sorts and sorts of things. But what the crowd didn't understand was that the two sides in this showdown were the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom, who were both explicit rivals of the Eagle Kingdom. What is the purpose of this John Hugh doing this? Was it a brain fart? Or have you come to your senses and are joining the dragon family? The audience was puzzled, and there was even an Eagle Nation viewer who called John Hugh a waste. However, Qin Xiaoming and Zhang Shu instantly understood John Hugh's purpose. He's going to sow discord. In John Hugh's opinion, as long as the lucrative rewards were extracted, the Woolly Bear Country and the Dragon Country would inevitably engage in a duel to the death, so that the purpose of stirring up trouble would be reached. If the reward drawn was extraordinary, then his loss would be nothing more than a small reward card. Another hard shot. In the ring, the mysterious referee's eyes flashed brightly as, "Oh, bonus cards. It looks like Eagle Nation is trying to add some color to this matchup. In that case, let's see what this extracted reward actually is." With a wave of his big hand, the reward card in John Hugh's hand felt like it was alive and instantly flew into his hand. And then, the mysterious referee threw the reward card towards the sky, and along with a bright golden light flashing, a super turntable appeared in the center of the ring. The pointer kept turning, and rewards kept slipping under it: 1 billion Dragon Kingdom coins, 1 year of unlimited oil resources, 1 year of unlimited coal resources, 3 years of unlimited water resources, 1 Dragon Kingdom coin, 1 kitten, all sorts of weird rewards. Eventually, the hands slowed down. In plain sight, it stopped at a very, very small, if not imperceptible, bonus area. It wasn't until the mysterious referee used his means to zoom in on the area that the crowd was able to see the rewards clearly. However, the moment they saw the reward, everyone was shocked. John Hugh, in particular, was so angry he could have spit blood. "Nima, an SSS-ranked horror." I don't know who shouted. The emotions of the audience present were instantly ignited. SSS-ranked horrors. Strategic national weapons. Possessing one is enough to gain a foothold in the Ring of Terror and even change the course of the country's situation. But now, it has become the reward for this duel. What I'm sure of is that they're numb now in Eagle Country. Giving away SSS-class terrors. Is this the ING pattern of the Eagle Kingdom? Ha 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 ha. It's really killing me with laughter. I'm afraid the head of the Eagle State is now repenting in his gut. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom, at once, erupted with gloating sounds. John Hugh listened to a taunt, and it was not pleasant. Especially when he saw the reward of that SSS-ranked terrifying thing. His heart was dripping blood.
Fark, fark, fark.
Cursing 3 expletives in a row, John Hugh might have tried to jump off and kill himself if it wasn't for the railing holding him back. Sakamoto Kawaii, who was on the side, hurriedly consoled, calm down, calm down. Even though you guys lost a chance to obtain an SSS-ranked terrorist thing, the reward is enough to make the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom tear their faces apart. So don't panic. We've accomplished our purpose anyway. Sakamoto Kawaii was on cloud 9. After all, it wasn't their reward card that was lost. Fark. If I had known that there were SSS-ranked horrors in the reward card, I wouldn't have messed around with it. John Hugh breathed heavily, forcing down his anger. Forget it, they rely on luck anyway. If we were to use it, we wouldn't necessarily be able to draw an SSS-ranked terror. To be able to turn the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom from friends to enemies. My goal has been achieved. He could only make excuses for himself. Sakamoto Kawaii and the other country heads nodded on the sidelines. Yes, 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 it's good that you can think that way. And during their conversation, the Dragon Nation audience and the Woolly Bear Nation audience also became quiet. They looked at each other in disbelief, and for a moment they were at a bit of a loss. To be sure, people don't want to become enemies because of SSS-ranked horrors. But they're spectators, they don't get to say anything, they have to see what the players on the field do with it. For a moment, the hearts of the audience were lifted. SSS-grade terrifying things. The gold content of this reward was just too great. In the ring, Zhang Shu, who was feeling the gaze of the entire crowd, shook his head bashfully. With him, there is no shortage of horrors in the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, the Woolly Bear Nation is lacking in this area. So, isn't it just an SSS-ranked terror? Win or lose, just give it to the Woolly Bear Nation. It's not like there hasn't been a humbling of rewards. There's no need to damage the friendship between the two countries over this. With this thought in his mind, Zhang Shu was ready to open his mouth. Aye. However, before Zhang Shu could open his mouth, Valentina, who was on the side, suddenly raised her hand, smiled and looked at the Dragon Kingdom seat with a resolute tone, and, I, Valentina, on behalf of the Woolly Bear Nation, hereby pledge, in this duel, win or lose, This rewarded SSS-ranked terrifying thing belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. The decision that I have made is the decision of the nation and the people. Don't even think about an SSS-ranked horror coming to ruin the friendship between our two countries. Chapter 41 SS Grade Horror Baba Yaga the Witch. Her voice was high-pitched. It's like a ringing injunction. All the spectators in the room instantly became quiet. The audience in some countries showed shocked, incomprehensible expressions. They weren't sure exactly what Valentina's point was in doing this. To give up an SSS-ranked terror for the sake of the so-called friendship of a country. Such an approach was simply incomprehensible in their eyes. What are the Woolly Bear country players doing? They actually just gave up on this reward. Is this really worth it? The so-called friendship is nothing but vanity. And this SSS-class terror is a real strategic weapon for the country. I think this group of people from the Mao Bear country are just simple-minded and four-limbed. Such a good opportunity has been wasted. There will be a time for them to cry in the future. Giving away an SSS-ranked horror. This is something a normal person can do? Don't understand, don't recognize, don't agree. This kind of player placed in our little chill republic. That's a sinner that the whole nation will verbally attack. It's the same in my kingdom of heaven. I can't figure out what the hell the Woolly Bear nation is thinking. The audience expressed extreme displeasure with Valentina's approach. There were even loud insults shouted from the floor that Valentina was just a brainless fool. However, she took it all in stride and made an international friendly gesture by sticking out her middle finger at the abusive audience. She didn't care what these viewers thought. She only cares about the Woolly Bear Nation and Dragon Nation audiences. She believes the people you care about will speak for you. Fruity. The moment they heard someone insulting Valentina, someone from the Woolly Bear country and the Dragon country immediately got up and disliked her back. Grass Nima, who gave you guys permission to curse indiscriminately. You really think that I, Rukoku, can't spray people, don't you? A bunch of shameless stuff. What people want to do is her own business. You guys put here to accuse Nima? I should have thrown you stinking sons against the wall back then. Bunch of asshole things, eat you guys. As opposed to the nationalist bombardment of the dragons. The Woolly Bear Nation audience is a lot simpler and rougher. Bunch of idiots don't pussyfoot around. Our country's players don't need you to tell them what to do. So shut your mouths. Valentina is one of us in the Makuma Nation, and her behavior, as such, represents us in the Makuma Nation, so who are you to accuse her? It really gives you face, doesn't it? Come on, the people from Sakura Nation and Little Cold Nation who screamed the loudest just now. Come over here if you have the ability. Let's see whether or not I can blow your heads off with a single punch. What are you looking at us for? Not convinced? Come and fight if you can. Let's see who's the weakling. My players are not allowed to accuse anyone except us. You guys are not qualified. Come and fight if you don't want to. What's the point of calling someone a girl? Protecting the calf. This is a very well-known trait of the people of the Woolly Bear Nation. There is also the characteristic of having exceptionally hard fists, and living in a cold environment for years, their bodies are strong beyond that of ordinary people. Each one of them was as strong as a bear, and a punch to the face of the Sakura Nation and the Koen Nation would guarantee that they wouldn't be able to utter a single cry, because they would die straight away. And the Dragon Nation audience who saw this scene was in awe of Valentina and the Woolly Bear Nation audience. It's true. Big Brother is still the same Big Brother he once was. Although he had changed his name and appearance now, the closeness to the Dragon Kingdom in his bones still hadn't changed at all. Just from this behavior of Valentina, they could give up SSS-ranked horrors for the sake of friendship between the two countries. This pattern, this friendship, is rare in the world. For a while, Zhang Shu was a bit touched. And make a vow in your heart. After this showdown, the SSS-ranked horrors will surely be handed over to the Furry Bear Nation, and no one will be able to stop them. Some people are happy and some people are sad. John Hugh, the head of the Eagle Nation, was now blue in the face with anger. Just now, he even spat out a mouthful of old blood because of the rush of fire.
Fark, fark, fark.
Damn the Furry Bear country. Damn the Dragon country. Why don't they tear their faces off for the SSS-ranked terrors? Even if they didn't tear their faces off, why do I get the feeling that their relationship has even gotten better? Is this reasonable? Is this something a decent country could do? John Hugh, who had always been headstrong and dictatorial, simply could not understand the friendship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom. All he could do now was impotent rage as well as remorse. After all, his reckoning, it fell through. And he also generously gave away an SSS-ranked horror. When they return to their home countries, they will surely be scolded by public opinion. Ring center. In response to Valentina's approach, the mysterious referee asked again that "Are you sure that, win or lose, you'll give the SSS-ranked terror to the Dragon Kingdom?" Valentina sounded determined. "Yes, I'm sure." "Well, in that case, I won't try to persuade you any further." The mysterious referee waved his big hand, and his figure gradually disappeared into the ring, leaving behind only a nebulous "Duel! Begin!" The figure fell. Valentina smiled at Zhongshu and nodded her head. Woolly Bear Nation Valentina. The horror SS ranked which Baba Yaga kind side. Baba Yaga the witch. This is a witch from the folklore that has been passed down in the Woolly Bear country for thousands of years. Legend has it that the sorceress Baba Yaga originated from some mystical religion, and that she possesses the ability to control nature, and even has two distinct personalities, one with a good side and one with an evil side. Of course, even the good side of her possesses extremely powerful strength, and when she was dueling with the Eagle Kingdom's spider mannequin earlier, she hardened her opponent's 8 legs and broke them off in an extremely bloody scene. It left an unforgettable psychological shadow on the audience. Kindness, too, depends on the opponent. The kind side of Baba Yaga. Zhongshu smiled placidly. Sure enough, the Woolly Bear country had still let the cat out of the bag when it came to choosing horrors. As Valentina's voice fell, with her at the center, the originally bright ring was suddenly shrouded in a mist, and the visibility of the scene dropped dramatically. All around, it became unusually cold. And in the ring, withered branches grew wildly, their roots like fangs and claws of demons, coiling wildly on the ground. Trees that were originally withered in just a few seconds actually possessed a height of dozens of meters, and each one of them was just like a mansion in the city, and when you raised your head, you couldn't see the sky at all. The scene was transformed into an eerie black forest, and unseen by the crowd, thump, thump, thump. The sound of a giant object stepping on the earth rang out, and each sound was accompanied by the ground shaking. The audience in the room held their breath and stared intently at the source of the sound, the unreadable, shadowy place that brought them endless fear and anxiety. John Hugh in the Eagle Country seat is also coming around. Yes, that's the horror. The Woolly Bear Nation, they can't afford to let go in this matchup. So as long as the Dragon Nation loses this matchup, my plan isn't a failure. He's like the little man who can't be beaten. Full of confidence again. In plain sight, a loud noise is approaching. Suddenly, from the eye-covering mist, people saw a pair of eyes with red light, and upon closer inspection, this pair of eyes was actually more than 2 meters tall. And then, more of the true form began to reveal itself. A pair of giant-like feet stretched out of the mist, and then the huge figure broke through the mist and appeared in front of the crowd in an eerie appearance. Is it a cabin monster with legs? Doors for mouths, windows for eyes, no arms, and offensive bones tied around the perimeter of the cabin with darkened flesh and blood remaining. And the pair of mountain-like thighs were particularly bluff, as if they could trample all the roadblocks in the world. Baba Yaga was hunched and bony. One of her eyes, cold and deep in its socket, had a mouthful of sharp, metallic glowing copper teeth. Armed with a broom, she looked like a demon in the night, sitting silently at the mouth of the cabin monster, releasing a terrifying and dangerous warning. Baba Yaga the witch, and her cabin monster. Valentina looked at Zhongshu triumphantly. Zhongshu, don't let me down. Chapter 42, can you help me paint a pair of eyes? Baba Yaga the legendary witch. Zhongshu frowned slightly. This duel can't be as casual as the previous one. The horrors selected should respect the opponent but not kill them in seconds. For a while, Zhongshu was also a little difficult. It is easy to find a powerful terrorist thing, but it is really a little difficult to find a equivalent to the other party that is not that strong. Good on. Kung Fu. As Zhongshu's mind was immersed in the Chinese horror tome, a frighteningly low voice rang out. Excuse me? Could you paint a pair of eyes for me? This statement was made. Zhongshu quickly flipped the Chinese horror codex open. When he looked at the horrible thing that made the sound, his originally tightly frowned eyebrows finally relaxed. It's not easy to find a comparable strength. But as long as I give enough respect, it shouldn't work out any worse. With a thought, he selected the horror. Ring center. In the dense, shadowy black forest, Baba Yaga was sitting at the mouth of the cabin freak and was moving a little closer to Zhongshu. The dead branches around them also continued to diffuse towards Zhongshu as they advanced. Seeing the situation, Valentina hurriedly gave a reminder. Zhang Shu, where's your terror? Zhang Shu did not respond to her at first, but only counted silently in his mind. 1987 65 40 3 2 1. Here we go. Zhang Shu's eyes flashed. In the next moment, a scarlet dragon scroll that was 100 feet tall coalesced in front of him, and it was interspersed with paper that looked like it was made of flesh skin, as well as a piece of scale that looked like it was pitch black. They were as if they possessed life, and under the blowing of the scarlet tornado, they converged frantically towards the bottom, like three-dimensional puzzles. From the feet, then the legs, up to the waistband chest, and finally a head. The parchment and scales spelled out a 10-meter-tall humanoid creature at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was said to be humanoid, but it had sharp hooked claws on its feet, sharp barbs on its small elbows, and especially its head, which looked like a hedgehog, full of spikes growing backward, with a pair of small antlers on top of its head. It was shaped like a human, but it has physical features that resemble a dragon? Parchment zappers? Nope. Parchment tie dragon man. Upon closer inspection, it's still a papier-mâché dragon man with no point of eyes, and the moment it appeared, it kept repeating an eerily low voice in its mouth that, "Excuse me? Could you draw me a pair of eyes? Excuse me? Could you draw me a pair of eyes?" At this moment, the spectators of the other countries were all feeling evil at the horrible thing that Zhang Shu had summoned. Baka, what the hell is this? It's a dragon, not a dragon. It's a human, not a human. Is this some kind of unlikable monster? Its limbs and body shape are human-like, but it is covered in scales and, upon closer inspection, a pair of antlers. Could it be that this is a monstrous humanoid species that has mutated because of some kind of disease? Ashy bar. It looks disgusting. There's no fight in this look. Ha ha ha. So it seems that this duel will definitely be won by the furry bear country. Two countries that are on good terms with each other. But now the other side has broken their own deadly streak. TSK, 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 TSK. It sounds ironic. I have a question though. Why don't the horrors summoned by the Dragon Kingdom players have eyes? Was the summoning so hasty that you even forgot to bring your eyes out the door? Ha ha ha. These viewers, Sakura Nation and Little Korea Nation, almost brainlessly sprayed Dragon Nation. They just can't see the Dragon Kingdom becoming powerful. Even if the Dragon Kingdom horror was stronger and had a spectacular appearance, they would have sprayed it mindlessly. Only the audience of the Dragon Kingdom, the moment they saw the parchment-tied dragon appear, a surge of excitement welled up in their hearts. Wait, I have a memory of this horrible thing. It's our intangible cultural heritage, a paper-tied dragon. Only, with the different materials of the paper used, this parchment-tied dragon now becomes a terrifying thing, and I can intuitively feel that its strength is terrifying. Isn't this nonsense throughout the ages, but anything that is connected to dragons? Even if it is weak, where can it be weak? Only, this paper dragon isn't like the traditional ones. It's not really a paper dragon. It's more like a dragon man, or an eyeless draconian. When you say this, I damn well remember a canon. It is said that when paper tie masters make paper tie people, they will not give them a point of eyes. Otherwise the paper tie people will become very evil, as if they are alive and have the ability to communicate yin and yang. It is very eerie and terrifying. Apart from this illusion, I don't know if you've heard of painting a dragon and dotting its eyes. It is rumored that once you dot the eyes of a dragon in a painting, it will break away from the shackles of the mortal world and become a true dragon that controls the wind and rain and soars to the 9 heavens. Paper tie people cannot point the eyes. Painted dragons cannot point the eyes. Paper tie dragon people seek eyes. Nima. The more I think about it, the more scary I feel. Damn. Goosebumps all over the place. I can't even imagine how scary it would be if they actually painted the eyes. Hiss on this paper dragon man. Humph, what a coward. I dare to think it all, but I don't dare to look, because the horror culture of the Dragon Kingdom has begun to revive, so the audience present can remember the Chinese horror gradually become more and more. But that creates a very delicate situation. Horror culture knows better. The horrible thing, summoned by Zhang Shu, is even more afraid. Those who don't know have no fear. What a true statement that is. And just as the entire audience was still holding various different attitudes towards the terrifying thing summoned by Zhang Shu, only Baba Yaga rode her broomstick and flew up to the parchment-tied dragon, a regal smile emerging from her horrifyingly twisted face. They giggle, what a cute kid. For cute kids, I granted a little wish. What is your wish? Baba Yaga looked at the parchment-tied dragon with genuine gentleness in her eyes. Actually, it's her usual killing trick. First, in a gentle way, promise each other a wish. If the other person's wish is too greedy, Baba Yaga will brutally kill him or her and make a fence of his or her bones around the cabin monster. Words. The parchment Zarin slowly raised his head and looked at Baba Yaga with empty orbs. Excuse me? Could you paint a pair of eyes for me? Its voice, without a trace of emotion, was like an emotionless repeater that kept repeating the phrase. Baba Yaga shuddered slightly, then broke into a smile and, "Isn't it just a pair of eyes? I can certainly draw them for you," said. She used the end of her broom as a pen, and the vial of blood hanging from her waist as ink, and drew a pair of eyes for the paper-tied dragon man. A pair of bloodshot eyes. The Dragon Country audience who saw this scene almost sucked in a breath of cool air at the same time. Their bodies were trembling, and fear as well as anticipation appeared on their faces. They know, once the eyes are painted, the paper-tied dragon is about to break free from its shackles and reveal its true form. Something horrible is going to happen. The Dragon Nation audience stared intently at the ring. They were scared, but they also wanted to witness, once again, the Dragon Nation terror in full force. Chapter 43 Unknown Rank Corpse Wreck True Dragon. Roar. Fruity. With Baba Yaga painting a pair of bloodshot eyes on a paper zigzag dragon. A shocking change suddenly descended upon the paper-tied dragon. The skin, made of parchment, began to combine at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the large and small cracks that had been left behind gradually disappeared. The sky was surging with winds and clouds, and a large swathe of black clouds coalesced into a huge vortex above the 9 heavens, and from the vortex, a pillar of black and red light descended straight through the heavens and the earth, instantly enveloping the entire body of the paper-tied dragon. Its body, at a speed that transcended the laws of biological evolution, began to grow. 20 meters, 30 meters, until 100 meters. A pair of antlers also rapidly metamorphosed into a pair of dragon horns that could pierce through space. Its blood eyes glowed with a boundless and endless blood aura, as if it had come from dipping in a 10,000-foot pool of blood, and every time the pitch-black scales on its body became sturdy and incomparable. Under the shroud of the black and red pillar of light, the papier-mâché dragon is undergoing a metamorphosis. Detachment from the world, breaking the shackles, with an extremely arrogant and handsome posture of the gods rocking up, tearing open the space and shaking the heavens. In just one breath, the paper-tied dragon even directly penetrated the clouds and came above the 9 heavens. The atmosphere at the scene became heavy and depressing. It was as if some great terror was descending. This time, not only the terror ring, but even within the Dragon Kingdom, it was clear to see. In the midst of the crowd, a little girl suddenly pointed her finger to the sky and cried out in surprise, saying, "Mom, I see dragons." At this moment, the people around them instantly raised their heads. Upon seeing the behemoth slowly descending from the sky, everyone instantly had goosebumps. Beneath a dimly lit firmament, a huge body slowly landed. It was hundreds of meters long, with majestic dragon horns and a pair of blood-red eyes that were extremely majestic. As if the 5 claws as hard as steel were strong and powerful, it was incredibly handsome. Between one breath and one inhalation, there seemed to be bursts of thunder explosions, and when the body moved, it was accompanied by pitch-black air currents and lightning. It was pitch black, with a rolling aura of death lingering around it, and large swathes of blood stains remaining under its black scales. Its appearance made this side of the sky bear an oppressive force that should not be borne. Looking down out of the corner of its eye, it was like the monarch of this heaven and earth, revealing 4 big words all the time. King's Landing. Papier-mâché dragon man? No, it had now become a true dragon. To be precise, it was a corporeal true dragon. At this moment, the entire Dragon Nation audience stood in awe, their pupils trembling and an indescribable joy welling up on their faces. Dragons. It's really a ing dragon. It's really freed itself from the shackles of the papier-mâché and has become a dragon that soars through the heavens and earth. Ha 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 ha, in my lifetime, I can see a dragon, although this dragon looks a bit fierce and horizontal. This is a real dragon. How can it work if it's not a bit fierce and horizontal? What did I just say? What Zhang Shu summoned is not an ordinary paper-tied dragon at all. Once you give it eyes, the illusions to paper-tied people and drawing dragons with eyes will come true. The spectators of the Woolly Bear Country on the side were equally shocked in their hearts the moment they saw the corpse wreck true dragon. I really didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom would send such a powerful terror against us. You know, in the Dragon Kingdom, dragons are their proudest existence. And although this dragon in front of us isn't a 5-clawed golden dragon, it's just as much a true dragon. On its body, a disturbing aura emerged. We are tens of thousands of meters away from it, but we can still feel its power. Just looking at it is breathtaking. Such a powerful and terrifying thing. The Dragon Kingdom could clearly save it to summon in other duels. But why would they summon it in this one? Respect us, of course. Using a country's divine beasts to fight against us is really too much of a favor. In this duel, even if my hairy bear country loses, it will still be convincing. Losing at the hands of a true dragon isn't humiliating at all right, compared to the countries in the previous matchups. The spectators of the Manhwa Kingdom were then very rational, and they had actually long understood that the Manhwa Kingdom would definitely lose to the Dragon Kingdom in this duel. But to their surprise, the Dragon Kingdom also gave them plenty of respect. This is the true friendship of a great nation. Zhang Shu looked toward Valentina and asked with a smile, "How was it? My horror didn't disappoint you, did it?" "No. No." Looking up at the behemoth in the sky, the corners of Valentina's mouth twitched slightly. It was more than not letting her down. That's just way too high on her, okay? Just this corpse skeleton true dragon that was hundreds of meters long and called the wind and rain at every turn. Go ahead and fight it with your head. You think too highly of my Baba Yaga. Spiteful as she was, Valentina could still understand Zhang Shu's feelings, and out of respect, she didn't intend to surrender so easily. Baba Yaga, even though we're no match, we can't lose our fighting spirit. Show the corpse wreck true dragon some color. The words fell. Baba Yaga put his hand over his heart. After chanting a bunch of strange incantations, a huge formation unfolded at the feet of her cabin monster. Immediately after that, the body of the log cabin freak also enlarged once again, being 100 meters tall and even sprouting human hands. Next moment, the wooden house monster stretched out its huge palm and grabbed fiercely towards the corpse skeleton true dragon. And because of its speed, it even had a layer of flame attached to it due to friction with the air. Roar! The corpse skeleton true dragon roared, its scarlet eyes also glowing with battle intent as it swung its thick tail like a giant whip descending from the sky, wrapped in thousands of divine light, and hit the wooden house monster's arm with a loud bang. The tremendous force of the whip caused the cabin monster to cry out. It hurts too much. It really hurts too much. No, can't just lose. The cabin monster breathed heavily a few times and raised his left foot high in the air before dropping it, stirring up a roll of smoke. And then, under the enchantment of Baba Yaga's sorcery, a giant sword with bloodshot eyes was firmly held in its hands. A giant sword that was 50 meters long, with a sharp blade that seemed to be able to slice through everything. It swung the blood-eye giant sword in its hand, its sword light flashing with a cold aura, and it arrived at the body of the corpse-wrecked true dragon in just a single glance. Clunk! The sharp, popping sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the ring. Circle after circle of power ripples spread out in all directions, and in a flash, the mountains trembled and the great rivers changed their flow. The audience in attendance was spared by plugging their ears with their hands. Some of the slow-moving spectators had their eardrums ruptured, leaving a large puddle of blood. Did it do damage to it? Valentina's eyes widened and she looked up to the sky in some surprise, but quickly collapsed into a face that, what the heck? The commotion was so loud, and as a result, the sword was cut off without causing any damage to the corpse-wrecked true dragon. This is too much. It's annoying. It's really annoying. She clasped her hands to her chest, her puffed-up look amusing. Baba Yaga was now kind of regretting what he thought was a mediocre papier-mâché dragon man, and it turned out to be this in the blink of an eye. I should have known better than to paint its eyes. No, we must give the corpse-wrecked true dragon a hard time. Valentina gave a final command to Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga, use the last move, the one that sends waves. Hair waves? Zhang Shu, who was not far away, heard this and pondered for a while. If you send waves, the corpse-wrecked true dragon will do it too. How about the whole true dragon spit? Chapter 44. Astronaut. I think I saw the fireworks set off by the Dragon Kingdom. Valentina gave a command. Baba Yaga in the sky instantly understood. She bit her finger and crushed the blood vial at her waist. In a flash, a large amount of blood floated in the air. She danced the broom in her hand, using blood as a medium to outline a subtle and ancient energy formation, which were poised and ready to burst forth, permeating the sorceress Baba Yaga's surroundings. Sorcery. Scarlet Devour. the sorceress Baba Yaga took a big swing. Instantly, all of the formations were in operation at this moment, emitting one wave of light after another, and these blood-red waves of light converged together, transforming into pillars of light, as if they could pierce through everything in the world. Blasted towards the corpse wreck true dragon. Wherever it reached, the earth collapsed and mountains were pierced through. Hair wave. The pillar of blood-red light continued to enlarge in the pupils of the corpse wreck true dragon, and its divine handsome and majestic face revealed a few serious colors. As it is, then return the favor with true dragon spit. Hoo. Mindfulness. The corpse true dragon raised its head and opened its abyssal mouth, an extremely powerful suction force crazily absorbing everything around it. The dark clouds, the lightning, and the broken rocks on the earth. They all turned into power and converged toward the mouth of the corpse and skeleton true dragon, and the horrible spitting breath was frantically condensing. The faces of the audience all became grave at this moment. What the hell? Even the oxygen has been sucked out by the corpse wreck true dragon? They looked up at the corpse wreck true dragon in disbelief. Such powerful environmental destruction. This was the first time they had seen it in the terror ring. This move, true dragon spitting breath, has already transcended the scope of the unusual terrorist thing. Boom! Just as the audience was shocked, the corpse wreck true dragon suddenly hung its head. An account of true dragon spitting breath seemed like heavenly punishment descending from the 9 heavens above, piercing through space, transcending time, and attacking towards the scarlet devouring sent out by the sorceress Baba A with a brutal and unparalleled terrifying might. Bang, bang, bang. Just one shot. Scarlet devouring was like a mole cricket against the green sky, being devoured and obliterated by the true dragon's spit without any resistance. And the remaining power of the true dragon's spitting breath was unabated as it blasted towards the wooden house monster. The latter raised its head, and the boundless, spitting breath that covered a full 1,000 miles made it impossible for it to dodge. All that could be done was to crouch down and shield Baba Yaga to the death. Seeing that the true dragon's spitting breath was about to fall. A close call. The corpse skeleton true dragon's pupils tightened, and its huge belly exerted force, actually sucking back the true dragon's spitting breath in a hard way, before raising its head and blasting toward the 9 heavens above. Before the duel, it had heard from Zhang Shu. Can't hurt a player from Woolly Bear Nation. And don't hurt their horrors. As the dragon's breath blasted towards the sky. In the universe, the dragon astronauts, who were originally resting at the United Nations space station, suddenly stared with wide eyes and pointed their fingers at Blue Star and their companions. Look! Someone on the blue planet is setting off fireworks. Ha! His companions slapped him on the head. Don't be stupid. There's no such thing as fireworks. A letter just came from the motherland, saying that this is the spit of our corpse wreck true dragon. Of course, you'd be right to say it's a firework, except that it's being sent from the blue planet, proclaiming to the universe the might of my dragon kingdom. Words. The dragon astronauts looked excited. Walk with extra confidence. The godly look looked at the astronauts of other countries. Their faces darkened with envy and gnashing of teeth. Damn. Why are they so powerful in the dragon kingdom? Does that make sense? The ring. Baba Yaga and the log cabin monster, upon seeing that the dragon's breath had not blasted on them, hurriedly rose and bowed before disappearing between heaven and earth. The corpse skeleton true dragon in the sky looked down disdainfully, and the entire audience didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that an accident would anger it. This matchup, it ended quickly, but all viewers knew that the horrors of the Woolly Bear Nation really tried their best. Even if Baba Yaga burned her own life, she would definitely not be a match for the corpse wreck true dragon. It wasn't until after the corpse wreck true dragon was retrieved by Zhang Shu from the Chinese horror canon, the atmosphere of the scene, so that it's not so heavy. At the same time, countless excited voices came out from the audience seats of the Dragon Nation. Was that move just now dragon breath? It's simply too handsome as well. I really want to learn it. Ha ha ha, not to mention you, I also want to learn. If I learn this in the future to fight the Sakura country, they must not die a large number of That dragon's breath just now actually went straight through the atmosphere and shot into the universe. This is the true dragon of my dragon kingdom, even if it's now a corporeal true dragon, with less than 1/10,000th of the strength it had before it was born. The strength it has displayed is extremely terrifying. Come. Where's the person who barked earlier, the one who said that my dragon kingdom doesn't work? Hurry up and stand out. See if your father I spray you. With the victory of a deadly duel versus the confidence of the people of the Dragon Kingdom had come to an unprecedented level. Their faces were ruddy and their hearts welled up with a strong sense of patriotism and pride in their country. However, the audience in the other countries, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh, I really don't know if I should call the Rikoku players stupid or naive. Such a powerful corpse wreck true dragon, if it were placed in any other duel, it would certainly be able to easily take a point. But they actually used it for the showdown with the Manhwa kingdom, even for a cutie. It's also understood that this showdown with the Manhwa kingdom will definitely let the Dragon Kingdom win. Look at the Dragon Country audience. They still seem to be having fun, not realizing that they wasted such a powerful card. They are just indolent, unlike our little cold Republicans who do things steadily, plan and then move, and use every bit of power wisely, ha 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 ha.
I see it.
Who threw the soda bottle? Just as the viewers of the Little Chill Republic were still mocking the Dragon Kingdom. On the sidelines, Grumpy Woolly Bear's oldest brother began to sit up and take notice. Picking up the garbage in their hands like a wave, they all threw it at the spectators of the Koen Republic, and the Sakura Country spectators who were fanning the flames on the side didn't spare them either. I see that you, Little Chill Republic, are really looking for people to slap everywhere just because you have a B face, aren't you? Do you think everyone is like you? That there is only so much horror available, and that you need to be careful with what you use? And you say something about the dragon not knowing tactics, and that the dragon players are stoic, yuck. I think you're the ones who are calm. As soon as you see that the Dragon Kingdom is strong, you start to find ways to slander them and insult them. Are you cheap? The people of the Little Cold Republic and Sakura Country are just bad to the roots. It's simply incorrigible. I really don't understand what the point of your existence is, or just die. Our great Ivan should have used your country as a test site, if it's really like what the Koen Republic and the Sakura Country said. Zhang Shu used a weak and horrible thing to win this duel. Such behavior was tantamount to dropping an irreparable scar on the friendship between the two countries, the Dragon Country and the Woolly Bear Country. Such a villainous act. Only a treacherous country like the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura Country would implement it. Spectator seats. The Little Cold Republic and Sakura Country viewers who were scolded didn't dare to let out a single fart, because they know that the Woolly Bear Nation is a fighting nation. Once you can't get away with cursing on the mouth, it's time to do it. Hands off even. The point is that they're also frighteningly large. Can't fight at all. Chapter 45, Raising Eyebrows 1v2 teaser. To this point, Deathmatch 5. Won by Rikoku. I really didn't expect that you would summon a terrifying thing of the Corpse Wreck True Dragons class, and the sense of oppression it brings to me is even stronger than the SSS class. Valentina patted the dust on her trench coat and looked at Zhang Shu with some surprise. According to her idea, she had expected the Dragon Kingdom to send out opponents on par with the SS class and then have a good showdown. In the end, when both sides were about to hold out, she intentionally let the water out to reveal the cracks, allowing the Dragon Kingdom to triumph. But I didn't expect it. The Dragon Kingdom even directly summoned the Corpse Skeleton True Dragon to fight her. There was absolutely no fighting back. But such an ending did not turn her off, but instead made her begin to appreciate Zhang Shu. Do not humiliate your opponent, do not deliberately show weakness, and engage in an honorable duel. That's what she was looking forward to. Zhang Shu smiled. Giving my opponent the respect he deserves. This is what I should do. Of course, it's split between people. Simple and concise. Not all opponents deserve his respect. If the opponents are the Little Cold Kingdom or the Sakura Kingdom, should we respect them? Respect my ass. Eat they are. Overall, this duel has allowed us to truly see the power of the Dragon Kingdom's terrors. Valentina smiled. And as if you were making your first appearance, you too, in your own way, little by little, are making the world aware of Chinese horror and showing us how powerful it can be. I don't know about other countries, but at least I, the Woolly Bear Country, am in your service. Zhang Shu nodded, his eyes extraordinarily rigid and powerful. Thanks for the compliment. It gives me more confidence to be recognized. As for those countries that don't recognize, one day, they'll learn that Chinese horror is the way to go. End of conversation. The mystery referee appears in the center of the ring. The fifth duel is over, and according to the rules set before the match, the Dragon Kingdom will receive an SSS-ranked terror. As the words fell, a black prismatic crystal emerged from the mysterious referee's pitch-black palm. In this crystal, there was a powerful and terrifying force, and just standing next to it was suffocating to the senses. The spectators from other countries were drooling with envy at the sight of this scene. An SSS-ranked terror. It's a strategic national weapon. Owning one more gives you an extra talking point in the ring of terror. It is a rare treasure that all nations dream of. Now, such an SSS-class terrifying thing was placed right in front of them. How could they not be moved? The hearts of the Eagle Nation crowd are breaking at this point. Fark. This SSS-ranked terror was supposed to be our Eagle Kingdoms. This is all John Hughes' problem. If it wasn't for him, how could we have lost an SSS-ranked terror? But you can't really say that. Reward cards are supposed to rely on luck. And before this, all this stuff opened up was money or useless junk. Who knew it could open up SSS-ranked horrors? That's what it means. But so what? John Hugh, he's a fool. Listening to his own countrymen hurl insults at him. John Hugh clenched his teeth and said nothing. He knew that, in this country of the Eagles, no matter how you explained it, it was useless. They only value results. When it turns out to be wrong, they're all over it. There's even physical danger if you dare to contradict them. Ring center. The mysterious referee handed the prismatic crystal to Zhang Shu. After using it, an SSS-ranked horror will be unlocked. And of course, the unlocked horror will be related to the country's horror culture. So put it away. As for how to use it, just crush it. But you'll also need a terror summoner. Of course, before you use it, you must remember that the terror summoner you choose must be trustworthy. Or else I am not responsible for the consequences. Looking at the prismatic crystal in his hand, Zhang Shu understood. To unlock the horrors in it, a candidate needs to be drawn up to act as a horror summoner. And this terror summoner must be trusted. Otherwise, it will be a curse. With this thought, Zhang Shu looked up at Valentina and asked, "Did you hear the method of use clearly?" Valentina froze. Didn't you hear me clearly? I'll tell you in a note later. Zhang Shu shook his head as he handed Valentina the prismatic crystal in his hand. This SSS-ranked terror is yours. The woolly bear country needs it more than the dragon country right now. Don't refuse. This is not my intention alone, but the will of the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom. If we don't take it, we will chill the people of Dragon Kingdom. Valentina was a little overwhelmed. She felt that there seemed to be a sense of threat in Zhang Shu's words. However, the threat was for her to take in the SSS-ranked horror. Why does it make you feel so good inside? Valentina did not accept it at first, but turned her head to Marcasf, who had no decision to make about whether or not to take it. It wasn't until after he saw Marcasf nod his head. It took Valentina a moment to put the prismatic crystals away. "I'll take care of it then, thanks." Zhang Shu nodded with a faint smile. "You're welcome." End of conversation. Under the eyes of the whole room, Zhang Shu walks out of the ring. Many viewers from other countries frowned at once. They really couldn't understand this approach of Zhang Shu. Giving away SSS-ranked horrors? Can a normal person really do something like this? Even if the countries were on good terms before, giving away SSS-ranked horrors is too extravagant. It's something that's completely impossible to happen. The audience in Woolly Bear Country, however, burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. What did I say? What did I say?" Rikoku is just the best friends to have. They are informed and will put themselves in other people's shoes. Before, I said that I, the Furry Bear Country, was stupid and gave up the chance to compete for the SSS-ranked terrifying thing. How about it? Now I've been slapped in the face. The Dragon Kingdom is compassionate and righteous, unlike a certain Sakura Kingdom and a certain Little Cold Kingdom, which are selfish and only know how to take and not know how to give back. For this SSS-class terror thing, even if they give it to the Little Chill Republic, they won't be able to find a suitable candidate for a terror summoner, and if they do find one, they won't necessarily be patriotic and they might even mutiny. One by one, you know how to sow discord between us and the Dragon Kingdom, and in the end, you're all doing nothing. In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, all those who taunt and provoke, these people they are all This kind of cursing that possesses an undercurrent is just awesome. The moment, the Woolly Bear Nation has completely raised its eyebrows. Zhang Shu returned to the Dragon Nation seats, and the entire Dragon Nation audience rose to their feet and applauded, sounding like thunder. At this point, the mysterious referee's voice suddenly rang out. "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet for a moment. I will be the one who will be announcing an important matter next." His voice was so loud that the audience in the room turned their heads to look at him. The voice of the mysterious referee, continuing to sound. With the end of the 5th game of the Dragon Kingdom deathmatch, I'm sure many viewers are tired of watching 1v1. So I've decided that for the next duel, the 1v2 mode will be open. If the Dragon Kingdom can defeat 2 countries at the same time, it will be awarded an SSS-grade artifact. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom will master a brand new technology, the gravity factor. Chapter 46. First opponent chosen. SS rank Annabelle. Of course, if it's another country that achieves victory, their reward will only be an SSS-grade artifact. After all, Dragon Kingdom is 1v2. The rewards for winning will, naturally, be more generous. Trickster? Zhang Shu was puzzled. This was something completely new that he had never heard of. As explained by the mysterious referee, the so-called tricky weapon is not the same as a horrible thing. They had no life, no mind, and were merely an artifact with terrifying power. Unlike the terror thing, which requires a terror summoner, certain conditions are required for the use of the trickster. As long as the conditions are met, whoever can use the shenanigans can use the shenanigans. Of course, if the user's charisma was high enough, they could make the artifact recognize its owner, and after recognizing the owner, the artifact would no longer require any conditions to be used, nor could it be used by anyone else. Everyone, don't underestimate the SSS-grade artifact. The combat power it possesses is not in the least bit weaker than an SSS-grade terror. The mysterious referee explained, even from the perspective of versatility, the role of a trick weapon is even higher than that of a terrifying object. So make sure you take advantage of this opportunity. As for the gravity factor, the mysterious referee did not explain much. He simply said, mastering the gravity factor was tantamount to taking the first step in controlling gravity. The amount of information contained in one short sentence was immense. Control gravity. This is a vision that the scientific community has never dared to envision in nearly a century of research. Because once gravity is controlled, floating vehicles, matter levitation, friction loss is reduced rapidly, etc. These are all just considered to be skin deep. More importantly, planetary gravity. Imagine if humans mastered the gravity of a planet. Could that mean that a grand planetary journey could be achieved by relying on gravity? Of course, these are all conjectures that have yet to be proven and have no truth to them. But that doesn't negate the importance of the gravity factor. One time, all the spectators in the room were wide-eyed. This 1v2 reward is just too generous. Of course, before that, we have to respect the opinion of the Dragon Kingdom that initiated the deadly war. If they don't agree, the 1v2 session is over. After all was said and done, the mysterious referee looked at Zhang Shu. His eyes filled with gloominess, but with a point of anticipation. 1v2. Zhang Shu cupped his chin and pondered for a while, finally looking up at the mysterious referee after ensuring that he possessed sufficient strength. One opponent is also killed in seconds, and 2 opponents are equally killed in seconds. Not much difference. 1v2 promised. The words fell. The whole audience became emotional. Has the Dragon Kingdom now become arrogant to this extent? 1v2. I'm afraid this is the first time ever that a matchup has occurred in the Ring of Terror. So far, the strength displayed by the Dragon Kingdom's terrorist things proves that they do have the capital to be arrogant. Only that it's too much to say that even 2 opponents can be killed in seconds. Right, who is this looking down on? I admit that you, Dragon Kingdom, are indeed very strong after winning a few duels, but to say that you want to kill 2 terrors in seconds is simply delusional. I unilaterally announce that I, Tianju Kingdom, want one of the slots for the next duel. This is simply delivering an SSS-grade artifact to our hands. Don't take it for nothing. Tianju, just you, stay where you are. With an SSS-ranked artifact at my fingertips, I, the Eagle Kingdom, will not give it up. SSS-ranked artifacts. I have to say, the reward is too tempting. Though it was not clear to the audience in attendance what the trickster actually did. But it's all SSS level, even a piece of has to be rimmed in gold. The unknown is often more intriguing. Mystic Hall. The Eagle Kingdom and many other people in charge began to discuss the matter of the candidates for the battle at the very first moment after the duel ended. The person in charge of the Little Cold Republic looked around, and when he realized that the participants in this meeting were as high as hundreds of people, he grunted disdainfully and, "Oh, there are a lot of people coming. In the previous deadly battle, each and every one of them shunned it. But now that they hear there's a reward, each and every one of them is as active as a wolf. I won't talk about the big countries present, but those small countries that can't even be named, don't even have great terrors, so what are you guys doing here?" On such an occasion, Lee Myung-hyuk's words were clearly devoid of any emotional intelligence. But the heads of the great powers present nodded in recognition. A country that can't even summon an A-class terror. It's a waste of a spot even if you're involved in a duel. Based on the battle power shown by the Dragon Kingdom right now, the next duel, the rank of the terror we send out should be SS at the minimum. And the information shows that there are no more than 10 countries present that have SS-class terrors. John Hugh threw the information in his hand on the table as soon as he could, and then clasped his hands on his chest in a domineering manner and, I, the Eagle Kingdom, lost a reward card earlier. So I, the Eagle Kingdom, want a spot in this duel. This statement was made. The triumphal empire on the side immediately sat back. Luvik knocked on the table, his face a little hard. There are only 2 slots in total, and you Eagle Kingdom will take one of them. So how can we divide the remaining one? Furthermore, the reward card is for you, John Hugh, to use on your own. It's none of our business. Why should we pay for your transgressions? I'll just say this, if the Eagle Kingdom is going to take a spot, I, the Triumph Empire, will take one too. 2 places. A triumphal empire and Eagle Kingdom all wanted. Looking at the Sakura country and also the Koan Republic, they are also stupid. Not enough points at all. The person in charge of the Windmill Nation at the side stood up. Everyone, listen to my advice. This will not lead to any results if we continue to make a scene like this. Why don't we all just name the horrors that are coming out and see who's powerful and who's going to be on the stage? But don't forget that the SSS grade artifacts are just a fly in the ointment. The priority is to make the Dragon Kingdom lose the war. As his words fell, the atmosphere of the scene instantly calmed down. Right on. Send whoever is good. Sakamoto Kawaii immediately contacted Sakura Goku and inquired about the next horror that could be dispatched. When he was told the information, a smile appeared on his face. All of a sudden, it's decided. I, the Sakura Kingdom, can send the SS-ranked White Bonanza, Prajna. This is a kind of horrible demon in the legend of Sakura country which is transformed by women's jealousy and resentment, and there are 3 kinds of them, White, Laughing, and Red Bonobo, among which Red Bonobo is the most ferocious and violent, and Laughing Bonobo and White Bonobo are the second most ferocious and violent. But, oh, what fighting power can an evil spirit made of jealousy and resentment have? It might be acceptable if it's Akabane, but forget it if it's Hakabane. John Hugh glanced contemptuously at Sakamoto Kawaii. Sakamoto Kawaii stiffened. And what is your horror, Mr. John Hugh? John Hugh laughed, and his eyes suddenly became dangerously sinister. And, SS Class Annabelle. Chapter 47. Second opponent selected. SS Rank Jack the Ripper. Annabelle. A horror originating from a famous movie or television production in Eagle Country. Its own is a doll that represents ominous, and in an accident but also by the cultists will be an evil spirit into the body. So far Annabelle has become bizarre and powerful, the death of the Eagle Country people in its hands, at least hundreds of thousands. And Annabelle is well known globally. Many humans regarded it as a religion, leading to Annabelle's strength being further enhanced after being summoned. Even among the SS-ranked horrors, Annabelle was enough to be selected as an upper-class combatant. Annabelle. The heads of the countries present did not expect that the Eagle Kingdom would send out such things. Playing so big, aren't you afraid that we'll just invite the SSS-ranked terror? Luvik gave John Hugh a teasing look. John Hugh spread his hands indifferently. Please, if you have the ability to do so, don't think I don't know that your SSS-ranked horrors can't take a break right now. A country like ours that possesses so many terrifying things naturally knows the secret behind this. You don't have to pretend in front of me. Luvik huffed. I didn't realize that John Hugh knew so much about their Triumph Empire. Indeed, as the horrors grew, there needs to be powerful horrors sitting in the country. They can't leave easily or there will be chaos. Minor ambush explanation to follow. Even Annabelle was sent. So let's give this one spot to Eagle Country. Lee Myung-hyuk leaned back in his chair when he finished speaking, crossed his fingers on the back of his head, and whirled around the room. As for the second slot, let me, the SS-ranked Giant Mouth Ghost of the Little Cold Republic, take it. Giant Mouth Ghost. The ghosts and monsters in the legend of the Republic of Koan names. It is said that it is a powerful ghost god with its upper mouth next to the sky and its lower mouth next to the earth. But in fact, this is nothing more than a blow-up by the people of the Republic of Shaohan. They just like to exaggerate small things, so although the Giant Mouth Ghost is a legendary ghost god, it's actually a slightly stronger ghost. Not as good as Annabelle in SS class, but better than White Bonanza. How about it? No one here has any objections, right? Lee Myung-hyuk smiled and looked around the room. I, the Triumph Empire, defy you. Luvik got up instantly, no longer a gentleman. He tugged at his collar and looked at Lee Myung-hyuk with his head held high. It's decided, the Triumph Empire, will send the SS-class Jack the Ripper. Hiss. The people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Jack the Ripper. As the most notorious serial killer in medieval Europe, his mysterious modus operandi has remained unsolved until now. It has been said that Jack the Ripper is the boogeyman of the night, traveling through the streets at night and taking human lives with ghostly power. At the time, the existence of Jack the Ripper caused a panic, and the subsequent mysterious and bizarre nature of the case even gave Jack the Ripper an extremely high level of global popularity. To this day, it is also known that Jack the Ripper was actually a psychopathic murderer. By all rights, as a human, he shouldn't be an SS-ranked terror. When it was the great fear he caused to the world he lived in at the time, as well as his global popularity, this led to Jack the Ripper having the power of a ghost even after he was summoned. Even among the SS-class terrors, there were few rivals. Jack the Ripper, Lee Myung-hyuk said without making a sound. To this point, candidates are identified. Triumphant Empire SS-class Jack the Ripper. Eagle Country SS Annabelle. Dragon Nation. Center for Paranormal Research. Regarding the next 1v2 duel, Zhang Shu, make sure to be more careful. Qin Xiaoming warily reminded, SSS-grade trick weapons are an unknown power to all. This unknown power tends to evoke greater greed. They won't let you win easily. Zhang Shu nodded his head. In fact, he had anticipated this in his mind. SSS-ranked shenanigans are just too appealing. So Dragon Nation must take it down along with Gravity Factor. By the way, there's a new discovery about the mysterious death of the man in the toilet earlier. Qin Xiaoming said as he lit a cigarette and took a shallow drag. Zhang Shu looked at him. What new discovery? That creepy mirror found? Qin Xiaoming shook his head. Looking for it was not found, but there have been quite a few people who said they had seen it. On top of that, several more bodies were found in Okura City that had died by suicide. They all share a common trait. Zhang Shu pondered for a while. All criminals on the run? Right? Exhaling a long mouthful of white smoke, Qin Xiaoming's face was expressionless as he. Though nowadays the security system is so good that few prisoners can escape pursuit. But nothing is absolute. There will always be some leaks. And this mirror is like the judge of good and evil who wanders the earth, sanctioning all these murderers on the run. According to the investigations carried out throughout the country, the strange mirror has not killed a single good person by mistake. But of course, it's possible that we didn't realize that. This? Zhang Shu's face became odd. Mirror judge? Sounds a little crazy. Things are gradually getting interesting, but what the hell is it? Definitely not an ordinary mirror. It also seems to have something to do with horror. Zhang Shu was a bit undecided about this and immersed his mind, asking to all of you in the Chinese Horror Codex. I'd like to ask, what is that weird mirror, exactly? Why it sanctioned those fugitives? The words fell. This time, the one who answered his question was the ghost duty officer who walks in the world of yin and yang, the black and white irregulars. Little friend Zhang Shu, judging by what you said, this mirror is perhaps the karma mirror in our underworld hell. To put it differently, you can regard it as a trick weapon of unknown grade. Karma mirror? Zhang Shu knows something about this. In the underworld, the karma mirror is used to examine the good and evil merits and demerits of all beings, and it is the tool for judging the dead in the underworld, often held by the king of Yanluo and other officials of the underworld. How come? Running on Earth now. Could it be that the underworld officials, who are in charge of the karma mirror, have been summoned to Earth? Zhang Shu's eyes suddenly became grave. Only this speculation was quickly rejected by the black and white. No, this karma mirror contains far less divine power than its original body, so perhaps you can think of it as, in your words, a karma mirror youthful version. Zhang Shu? Youth edition? This black and white is quite fashionable. By the way, aren't you guys in the process of forming the Horror Summoners Association? White Impermanence reminded. You can absolutely take it into your own use as a tool used to screen good and bad people, of course. Before that, you can show it to me to avoid some unnecessary problems. For example, the karma mirror has been tampered with or something like that. Zhang Shu's eyes flashed. That's a good idea. All right, I'll send someone to bring back the karma mirror now. Zhang Shu said. If young friend Zhang Shu needs manpower, we can give you a suggestion. The black and white irregulars looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Shu. Who? Upon hearing this, A smile of triumphant intrigue appeared on the face of the black and white irregulars. It's the ghost of a detainee. Send it, it's a hard-working ghost. And its favorite thing in life is to be able to roam the earth and do what good it can. You don't have to give it anything in return. It's a good ghost. Zhang Shu's eyes were suspicious. Is that so? How come he hasn't heard of it? Whatever. The black and white must have their reasons for saying so. In that case, let's send the soul detainer. The black and white irregulars slightly clasped their fists. Little friend is intelligent. At the same time, the heart snickers. Goddamn soul detainers. Like to take business from us? The pit is you. Trying to be lazy? Not even the door. At this point, the detained ghosts who were sleeping in the Chinese horror canon did not feel the slightest bit of malice from the black and white invincibles who were full of malice. Chapter 48. The duel begins. Preparation time is over. The sixth game of the Dragon Kingdom death battle is about to begin. For once, the global audience seemed extraordinarily quiet. Their gazes fell in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom seats, and the previous contempt in their eyes was no longer there. If anything, the previous taunts and tirades were stereotypes of the weakness of the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom. To this day, the audience in attendance has long understood one thing. The Dragon Kingdom has risen. It's not just the strength of the country. The horrors, too, have risen. I just don't know which two countries are the contestants who will face off against the Dragon Kingdom this time. Didn't you read it? It's the Triumph Empire and the Eagle Kingdom, and the list was announced before the showdown began. The Triumph Empire and the Eagle Kingdom. If it's them that come out, this matchup might become interesting. Indeed, the horrors they possess are considered to be of top caliber even globally. On top of that, the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom are not to be underestimated, but their nationals are just too noisy, and every time they go head-to-head they absolutely taunt the Dragon Kingdom and then get slapped in the face. I don't even know why they're so obsessed with it. The Dragon Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, they have an unshared blood feud, so the two nationals are not dealing with each other, which I can still understand. But I really can't understand what they're getting together for in the Little Chill Republic. A place the size of a fingernail, and they still have to mess with the Dragon Kingdom? If they really piss people off, can they carry the Dragon Kingdom's wrath? Harm, it's not like you don't know the Little Chill Republic. They just like to brag, with a self-righteous old man first in the world look. Lousy? That's not a Rococo word. Oh, I forgot to mention, I've been bowled over by the culture of the Dragon Kingdom now, and am studying Chinese, and I've learned a national treasure. Do you want to hear it? Tell me about it. Sakura Ghosts, WCNMLGB. Why does feel like a curse word? It's just cuss words. With the passage of time, the audience which was present gradually arrived. Everyone was nervously looking forward to this horrible showdown. 1v2 like never before. It is the Dragon Kingdom that once again breaks the mold and works wonders. Still, it was an end to victory and a fall from grace. It's all in the showdown. The mysterious referee appeared in the center of the ring, and in his left and right hands, he condensed two balls of light filled with powerful force. The rewards for this duel. I'm sure you've all been waiting for a long time. This 1v2 duel will now begin. Once the contestants are ready to take their places, please enter within 5 minutes. Seats for the Triumphal Empire and the Eagles. The heads of the two countries are admonishing and cautioning their players. John Hugh looked toward George Gower, and with two broad palms on each other's shoulders. Mr. George, this showdown is crucial, so there is no room for sloppiness. Remember, your primary goal is to cooperate with the Triumph Empire's players and defeat the Dragon Kingdom together. As for the reward for winning, I've already discussed it with the head of the Triumph Empire, and after achieving victory in the duel, we will use our strength to determine the possessor. Therefore, you have only one primary goal, to do your best to defeat the Dragon Kingdom. I know, it may be a bit difficult, but I believe you can do it. His words, infectious. George Gower was a young man of 25, in the prime of his life. After hearing these words from John Hugh, his eyes lit up with a blazing fire. Don't worry, I'll do my best. My Annabelle, the world's creepiest evil doll, has never lost a fight in the Ring of Terror. I'm sure it will help us defeat the Dragon Kingdom. John Hugh nodded. Go, and do not despise the enemy. George Gower took a step forward, and suddenly turned back, inquiring. Mr. John Hugh, I won't be responsible if Annabelle accidentally kills a dragon player, will I? John Hugh nodded. It's gotten to the point where deaths amongst the players aren't uncommon anymore, so feel free to go for it. One thought to this. George Gu Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, his face becoming vicious in a flash as he took one step towards the center of the ring. At the same time, the Triumph Empire's players appeared in the audience's view. He was a man about the same age as George Gower, dressed in a casual outfit. His tousled hair looked conspicuous as it bobbed up and down as he walked. On his face, there was a touch of unsleeping lethargy, as if nothing was on his mind. Waiting to come to the center of the ring, both sides began their introductions. Eagle Country, George Gower, the Terror SS class Annabelle. Triumph Empire, Kelvin, the Terror SS class Jack the Ripper. After the introduction, Kelvin looked around and did not find Zhang Shu's figure. That's weird. Where are the dragon players? Is this matchup still a fight? I'm really sleepy now from playing games all night last night. Hurry up and start, hurry up and finish. His staggering appearance made the whole thing seem extraordinarily irritating. Just in case, George Gower looked at him and inquired, "Did your chief say anything to you about this duel? This matter of us working together in unison?" Kelvin waved his hand in boredom. "Told you so. Told you so. Told you so. Told you so several times. Told you so since yesterday. Gave me enough to get tired of hearing it all. When the showdown starts later, you tell Annabelle to pay attention. Never hold Jack the Ripper back, and try to take the Dragon Kingdom down in one move. Holding you back?" George Gower took a deep breath and didn't pay much attention to his opponent, who would have opened his mouth if it were usual. Soon, the moment Zhang Shu's figure appeared in the ring, the whole room was instantly lit up. Many of the spectators even got right up and cheered. Zhang Shu looked at his two opponents and just started the introductions. Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Shu, summoning the terror, but the words were not yet finished. Then he was interrupted by Kelvin of the Triumphal Empire in a single breath. "Okay, cut the crap. Get started. Jack the Ripper." It happened so fast that it didn't even go through the process. Under the stunned gaze of the entire audience, Kelvin clapped his hands, and the next moment the scene was instantly enveloped in darkness. The curved moon that looks like a weird smiling face hangs in the sky. The ground that was originally made of special metal material was actually transformed into a street that was covered with pitch-black coal and crushed stones at this moment. In the center of the road, large and small puddles of foul-smelling black water accumulated, and the streetlights on either side flickered with weak light. Side-by-side houses arose all around them. They were decorated in a chic style, with spiky domed shapes and blackened stains all over the walls. There was a murky exhaust in the air. Scene. It's like a city in medieval Europe. At the end of that long, dimly lit street, suddenly, a woman's scream broke the silence. The audience in attendance looked toward the source of the sound. See only, a slender figure slowly walked from the end of the street. He wore a trench coat and a bowler hat, and one face was shielded by a rough burlap mask, revealing only a pair of evil, horrible eyes. A chilled, blood-stained scalpel was held in his left hand. Tick-tock. The blood fell on the coal and stone road with an oozing sound, and in his right hand he was pinching a fresh heart, which was beating one by one, with wisps of white vapor rising from it. Against the backdrop of the night, his figure became eerie and frightening as he approached Zhang Shu step by step. A face under the mask was gradually turning into a twisted and sickly appearance. The entire audience's expression became tense with anticipation. The Ripper. Jack. Chapter 49, The Brutal Jack the Ripper, the Creepy Annabelle. His presence clamored up the atmosphere of the scene with a layer of horror. Jack the Ripper, the globally famous serial killer, a madman who slaughtered and tortured gay women for fun, set off a wave of panic in the Middle Ages. Those who died at his hands were either disemboweled or had their hearts ripped out, and his modus operandi was brutal. With his appearance, the entire audience couldn't help but sit up straight. The fear that Jack the Ripper brought to them was heartfelt and full of truth, compared to the horrors that preceded it. After all, Jack the Ripper was a real person in history. I really want to know what kind of face is hidden under that mask. Torturing gay girls for fun. Such a person must have suffered some kind of inhuman treatment, or else his psyche wouldn't be so twisted. Do you guys remember the first time Jack the Ripper made his debut? At that time, if I remember correctly, the contestant who faced him was also disemboweled by him, and even his body was sliced into small piece after small piece. What is the identity of Jack the Ripper? Really? I thought Jack the Ripper had been investigated? It's rumored that he was a doctor who killed people to do research related to human pregnancy. Who are you listening to? All of this is just speculation. And besides, it's a clear attempt to whitewash Jack the Ripper's crimes. Ask why he tortured those victims if he really wanted to do research, even if he needed human flesh. Right? That's right, Jack the Ripper was originally a psychopathic murderer who had fun with lustful killings, and with the introduction of some movie and television productions, there are even a lot of brainwashed fans who love him for no reason. Of course, there's nothing wrong with liking Jack the Ripper in movies and television or in fiction. But don't confuse them with the real Jack the Ripper. Maybe your favorite idol was figuring out how to brutalize you the first time he saw you. The audience, which was there, maintained a very different attitude towards Jack the Ripper. Some worshipped him and took the other's perfect modus operandi as a matter of faith. Of course, there are those who remain rational about Jack the Ripper. But either one of them, inside their hearts now, they all felt an extremely powerful shock of terror. Even in their ears, the wails of those victims torn apart by grief echoed. Jack the Ripper. Zhang Shu looked at the horrors of the Triumph Empire without any expression on his face. Information about Jack the Ripper, which he had read before the showdown. It was a powerful and brutal SS-rank terror. At the end of the duel, he would abuse his opponent along with the terror summoner, and he even had an extremely skillful set of killing techniques. It allows the victim to feel, little by little, while remaining conscious, the passing of his life, as well as the intense pain from the destruction of his physical body. To put it bluntly, against Jack the Ripper, there are only two possibilities. Either that or you kill him. Either that or he kills you. Life and death. Hello. What are you waiting for? I've summoned Jack the Ripper. Do you still want to hide your Annabelle? Kelvin was at that moment standing on a tall clock tower, looking down on George Gower, in the center of the street. Hurry up and end this duel. Don't hold everyone up. Chim. What a rude guy. If he hadn't been on a mission, George Gower might have torn into Kelvin a long time ago. But for now, he needed to focus on eliminating Zhang Shu first. One thought to this. He loosened the tie around his neck and took out a sharp fountain pen, piercing the tip through his palm and drawing in it with the sharp cut. Blood kept dripping down as the flesh on his palm was continuously cut open by the tip of the pen, and its intense pain caused cold sweat to break out all over George Gower's body. There were a number of spectators present to see this scene. Both closed their eyes, not daring to continue looking. Annabelle as the world's creepiest evil doll. The way it was summoned was extremely bloody and cruel. Requires the summoner to inscribe a hexagram formation in his hand that summons evil spirits. Some experts have calculated that this would require a full 45 cuts on the palm of the hand. Each gash must penetrate the flesh. Ah! Eventually, at a shout from George Gower, the 6 mangled star formation was on his palm, revealing its true form. A large amount of blood flowed underneath George Gower's feet, transforming into the shape of a 6-maned star formation. The scarlet 6-maned star formation colored the dimly lit surroundings in scarlet the moment it appeared. And in the ears of all, weird and frightening playful laughter rang out. Funny, 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 so funny. He, 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 he. That ing sound. It's like the sound of a girl giggling as she chases and plays. But in this laughter, it was mixed with a shout as if it were a ghost crying, which made the audience fidget and goosebumps fell all over their bodies. Is Annabelle, the legendary evil doll, going to show up again? The entire audience gathered their gazes in the direction of the blood-colored 6-maned star formation. Immediately after, only to see that the original blood-colored 6-maned star formation with a radius of less than 1 meter actually began to enlarge at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, up to 50 meters. He. Thrilling, oozing laughter echoed through the blackness. In plain sight, a bizarre figure slowly appeared from the blood-colored 6-maned star formation. First, a strange-looking head was revealed, and then its entire body. It is a creepy and powerful evil doll. A head of blonde hair with a mass of neatly combed bangs in front was tied in 2 delicate twists, with red rubber bands used to bind it. It wore a long white dress that covered its legs and stood about 1 meter 2. Its face made of plastic was painted with twisted makeup, and it didn't carry a trace of blood on its body, but it was still eerie and scary. The horrible face, the deep-set pupils, and the upturned corners of the mouth. No matter what angle you look at it from, Annabelle will never be a cute doll. Every structure in its body reveals 2 big words. Not available.
叽叽叽叽，嘻嘻嘻嘻。
Annabelle appeared in full view. His voice changed once more. It was like mocking and teasing, as if the evil spirits wandering the earth were preparing to tease the prey that was about to come to them. It may be a doll, but the thrill it gives me is nothing less than Jack the Ripper. You see, its body seems to be trembling. Why is this? Is it because it's too excited? Annabelle, a doll that represents the spooky and ominous, is said to harbor the soul of a 7-year-old girl in her body. No, there's something wrong with that statement. At least hundreds of thousands of people have died at Annabelle's hands, and a 7-year-old girl couldn't have done such a cruel thing. Hidden within its body is a terrifying evil spirit that will stare at your every move at all times and inflict damage on you when you are unaware of it, ultimately devouring your soul and seizing your physical body. Chapter 50,000 Years Evil Magic Weapon A Sister Drum. Annabelle, Jack the Ripper. These two powerful SS rank terrors were about to join forces against the Dragon Nation players. Do you think the Dragon players can really beat them? It's hard to say, even if the Dragon Kingdom's terrors are powerful. But with the duel having gone this far, it might be hard for the Dragon Kingdom to come up with stronger terrors. The deadly battle for the Dragon Kingdom may be over here. Yoshi, what we've been waiting for in Sakura Nation is about to happen. The ring. The oppressive feeling from Jack the Ripper and Annabelle filled the air. Even George Gower and Kelvin turned pale. Annabelle's figure, suspended in mid-air, had large swathes of blood coalescing around it, and a pair of grotesque eyes stared at Zhang Shu in death. Its body trembled madly, as if it had activated the clockwork in its body, and its mouth opened and closed, and its cheeky laughter echoed all around. Jack the Ripper was also approaching Zhang Shu little by little. He crushed the heart in his hand and coated the scalpel with its blood, and in an instant, the scalpel, which was originally dark in color, was entwined with a circle of fury. And everywhere Jack the Ripper went, the miserable cries of women crying and wailing rang out. Scene. In the cities of medieval Europe, two powerful SS-class terrors were approaching Zhang Shu. On their faces, they all wore cruel and tyrannical horrible smiles. There was some vague anticipation in George Gowe's eyes. Oh, this time. Let's see what you, Dragon Kingdom, can fight us with. The Scarlet Fury was eroding the space a little bit. Eyesight. Just approach Zhang Shu. Suddenly, a light erupted from Zhang Shu's eyes. If that's all there is to it, the victory in this duel will still be mine. Knock. Moment. A dull drumbeat suddenly sounded, breaking the quiet of the dark night. It was as if it came from the depths of hell, with Zhang Shu as the center, stirring its ripples one after another, spreading towards the surroundings, and the blood and horror were shattered little by little. Within the sound of the drums, there were countless extremely obscure voices hidden, like a young girl crying. Knock, knock, knock. The drums sounded again. It was as if the hearts of the audience in attendance were attached to a rope. Every time the drums beat, the cords around their hearts were tugged once. An indescribable panic filled their entire body. The scene, which was still in a state of cacophony, suddenly became quiet. Everyone gathered their gazes on Zhang Shu. Even Jack the Ripper and Annabelle stopped moving at that moment. Zhang Shu raised his head, and his eyes had turned scarlet at some point. In front of him, a deep darkness was coalescing. It was like a greedy beast, crazily absorbing the surrounding baneful chi, and the originally scarlet sky actually turned into another color at this moment. An extreme color that could not be described in words. Colorful, but each color, again, was dull, and they mingled together without any pattern, without any purpose, as if rubbed together by an invisible terror, a mass of colors without any emotion. The only recognizable one is the moon in the sky. The curved moon at the moment was dyed scarlet. The red moon is in the sky. The mass of darkness in front of Zhang Shu suddenly changed its appearance. A drum was formed. Its drum surface is made of sheepskin, which is filled with blood and meridians. Its drum body, as hard as white bone, was carved with bizarre and mysterious ritual incantations, so obscure and difficult to understand that one could feel a heartfelt resistance. In the center hoop bar was set one precious gem after another, except that they were all stained with blood. The body of the drum is painted with eerie patterns in mysterious colors from top to bottom and from left to right. It hovered in front of Zhang Shu. It kept spinning and making a drumming sound, a burst of the young girl's miserable weeping over the drums, from a whisper at the beginning, morphed into a bawling cry that fell on the ears of the entire audience. This is The seats of the Dragon Kingdom audience were the first to recognize the horror. This is a sister's drum, which has a history of thousands of years. It is an incomparably evil magic weapon. It was used for rituals in Tibet in ancient times, hundreds of years ago. The terrifying power it contained, even 10 Annabelles were definitely not its match. It can be said that, so far, the dead souls who have died under the drums of our sister have amounted to more than hundreds of millions. As for where it came from and the story behind it, it is said that thousands of years ago, with an older sister and younger sister, her sister is deaf and mute, unable to speak or hear, but she and her sister are very close, and the two of them rely on each other and depend on each other. Suddenly one day the deaf sister disappeared, and her sister was so anxious that she went in search of her. And while searching, an old man came to her and kept chanting an obscure mantra to her sister. And as the sister continued her search, the sound of drums and songs came from the sky, and the sister finally understood the matter. Deaf and dumb sister has a voice, only this voice is the sound of drums. Don't dare to write directly, but it should be understood, that is, the sister became. Such things are summoned. I can't even imagine what the Eagle Kingdom and Triumph Empire will fight us with in this matchup. This horror is certainly powerful, but we cannot take it as a matter of faith. The maidens who have died because of it are too many and too pitiful. The appearance of a sister drum. It sent a wave of mental terror through the audience of all the countries present. Some people say that the horror of the West comes from blunt and naked visual bullying, using all sorts of horrible things to inflict physical terror on you. And Chinese horror is spiritual horror. It looks and may strike you as mediocre, but the more you think about it, the more unsettling it becomes, a fear that stems from the depths of the spirit. The foreign audience present did not feel terror at the sight of the sister drum, but the sound of a young girl crying from the drum of her elder sister, and the pleas of "help me, please don't kill me, and I have old and sick parents and a young brother at home," the sound of begging for mercy. It makes these viewers can't help but start thinking. What is the origin of this sister drum? Why does it make girlish cries and pleas for mercy? What is it about the materials it's made of, and why does it feel so repulsive from the bottom of one's heart? Could it be that it's made from... Oh my God! For a moment, the foreign audience who figured this out, almost at the same time, sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood why the Dragon Country viewers had said that although this thing was strong, it should never be used as a religion. The fear that this sister drum brings to me is so strong. George Gower frowned slightly. Yet aside, Kelvin didn't care about that at all. Humph. Can any more powerful be a match for the two of us? Jack the Ripper. I'm counting on you for everything. The words fell. Jack the Ripper's eyes glowed red as he flipped the scalpel in his hand and swung a scarlet on that was one story high in the direction of Sister Drum. The Annabelle on the side was equally unwilling to show weakness. Its body was surrounded by endless fury. Its eyes became pitch black in an instant, and its eye sockets cracked open with large and small cracks. It raised its hands high, and with a cover toward the bottom, monstrous waves of blood tilted crazily toward Sister Drum. Two terrifying killing moves. Instantaneous. A close call. It was as if the Sister Drum possessed life, and it began to tremble wildly, like a young girl who couldn't suppress the fear and sadness in her heart and kept choking. Eventually, a dull drumbeat sounded, vibrating for thousands of miles. And then, as if a furious voice erupted from the drums of Sister, made by countless young girls speaking at the same time. Yes, none of them will leave me alone, will they? In that case, let's kill all of you. It's the only way I can survive. Chapter 51. You, all of you must die. The angry voice fell. A Sister Drum also changed radically at this moment. It was like a mask, and a large amount of sticky and disgusting flesh and blood began to coalesce, transforming into its body and continuously extending towards the sky above. With a pair of huge palms open, the Agisai drum looked like a skyscraper-tall monster of flesh and blood. The drum floated and broke open into two hollows that transformed into its eyes, dripping blood all over its body. Most uncomfortable, on its massive flesh and blood, pair after pair of eyes actually appeared, and they lined up in haphazard rows, growing all over the flesh and blood. If there was an intensive phobia sufferer present, they would feel their scalp tingling and their body feeling uncomfortable at this moment. The eyes, they were not decorative. They were the eyes of a young girl. It's full of tears, mixed with pleading, sadness, despair, and various other emotional overtones. This scene touched the hearts of the audience in the Dragon Kingdom. These, one by one, are fresh children. The departed souls of the young girls who died because of the Ajacai drums coalesced together at this moment, even if they had been cruelly treated and pitifully made into sacrificial offerings during their lives. But after death, they are still on this side of the Dragon Kingdom. Defense against foreign enemies. How can such women not be heartbreaking? Do you really think getting bigger will help? Watching this scene, Kelvin didn't have the slightest fluctuation inside. He just felt like laughing and, under the joint attack of Jack the Ripper and Annabelle, even if you're a giant hundreds of meters tall, you'll have to die. What's going on? He hadn't finished his mouthful of words. The scene has been turned upside down, only to see that Sister Drum waved its giant palm of flesh and blood, and in just a single glance, it slapped away the scarlet awns wielded by Jack the Ripper, blasting them onto the surrounding buildings, and a large portion of the houses were instantly reduced to ashes. How is that possible? The perverted grin on Jack the Ripper's face came to a screeching halt. Just a few moments ago, when he heard the young girl's voice crying and begging for mercy, he was still aroused by it. And premeditatedly, the dead souls of these young girls will be tortured viciously after the duel is over. But right now, the results shocked him. Not only that, a Sister Drum's massive flesh and blood body actually opened a huge mouth of the abyss. Uncountable circles of sharp teeth grew on the maw, devouring Annabelle's wave of blood with a mere inhalation. Less than 5 breaths, the killing moves of the dual SS-class terrors were all neutralized. This is the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's horrors, the dead souls of tens of millions of young girls. What to stop the horrors of his country with? You, all of you, must die. Sister Drum's anger did not diminish as she clasped her hands together into a giant fist and blasted towards the ground. With a thud, a violent sound like a bomb bursting through a mountain rang out. Under the strong and incomparable bombardment force, the earth tore open huge gaps, spreading infinitely in the direction of Jack the Ripper, and a giant thorn as thick as a small mountain rose up from the ground. What? Jack the Ripper's mind reeled. The scalpel kept swinging, one scarlet aura after another chopping out, flattening the ground thorns that rose up from the ground. However, the cracks in the earth had already begun to close in at this moment. Not good. It must be dodged. Jack the Ripper panicked in his mind, and his legs powered up, leaping high into the air, his powerful jumping ability allowing him to vacate a height of 50 meters. Oh! Dodged it easily. That's all. Jack the Ripper sneered in his mind and regained his confidence, ready to turn on Sister Drum again. But just then, huge shadows descended from all directions, enveloping its entirety. What's that? Jack the Ripper fixed his eyes and his whole body was instantly thrown into a panic, only to see that another pair of arms actually stretched out from Sister Drum's flesh and blood body, and the 2 pairs of arms grabbed towards Jack the Ripper from 4 directions, from the top, bottom, left and right. There was nothing he could do to avoid it. Boom! Sister Drum hissed in a shocked voice as she grabbed Jack the Ripper in one hand while holding him in front of her eyes. You have, on you, a disgusting odor. You who must die. Each of Sister Drum's 4 arms squeezed Jack the Ripper's hands and feet. With a stab, the powerful force ripped right through Jack the Ripper's body. His hands and feet ripped off. That's not all. Sister Drum also crushed his torso into a ball with one hand, completely cutting off his vitality. Jack the Ripper, this powerful SS-class terror, had died so quickly in the hands of a Sister Drum. There wasn't even a hint of resistance. The mid-air Annabelle stopped smiling, and for a moment, its eyes were filled with fear. Not an opponent. That was the first thought that surfaced in its mind. However, it may not be able to kill me easily. That was the second thought that surfaced in its mind. At that thought, Annabelle twisted her stiff neck and her limbs kept twisting at extremely unbelievable angles. In plain sight, its head and hands and feet actually separated from its body in an instant. Each of these body parts spread out towards all corners with the torso as the center. And then, in mid-air, one sharp thread after another suddenly shot out from Annabelle's body parts. They intertwine and form a huge web. It can easily cut through small birds flying in the air. Even flies and mosquitoes were not spared. The blood-red net quickly covered towards Sister Drum. The audience was all pumped up at this moment. Sharp nets, huge flesh and blood. Annabelle is trying to weaken the Sister Drum's combat power by slicing it into pieces of minced meat. I have to say, Annabelle deserves to be the world's most bizarre evil spirit doll. And this means of making a move is indeed mind-boggling. I also wonder if the Dragon Kingdom's sister drum can turn the danger into a success. It should work, after all. It beat Jack the Ripper. Baka. Rukoka's Ajusai drum will definitely fail. Annabelle will surely slice up the Ajusai drum with ease. The Dragon Kingdom will definitely lose this duel. ACI, right? I Shao Han Republic also thinks so. Still want a 1v2. Dragon Kingdom is simply delusional. No, are you Sakura Nation and Koan Nation people all brain dead? Just know how to brainlessly spray people. Is it so hard for you to recognize the power of the Dragon Kingdom? Brainless hacks are brain dead. No rebuttals accepted. With the deadly battle going on now, the number of countries that recognize Chinese horror is also gradually becoming larger. It doesn't even need the people of the Dragon Kingdom to move their mouths. There will naturally be people who will spray the little cold republic and the Sakura Kingdom. The ring. The huge net was rushing towards Sister Drum. So fast that it was impossible to avoid it. Still trying to catch me with something like that. No way. The Sister Drum let out a violent roar as it moved its massive body to face the giant net straight up. The moment its hand came into contact with the giant net, the sharp filaments didn't cut its palm open at all. Instead, she was gripped by a hard hand from Sister Drum, and then it kneaded all the nets into a ball. Placing Annabelle's body parts in his hand, he tightened his fingers violently. Click, click, click. The sound of bones cracking rang out. Annabelle turned into a cloud of splinters. Sister Drum looked around the room, and her vacant eyes fell momentarily on George Gower and Kelvin. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 52. Playing the last song for the dead. On Sister Drum, a pair of eyes turned scarlet in an instant, filled with terrifying killing intent. The huge body actually possessed a speed like thunder. In just one breath, it came right up to George Gower's body, and then the heavy punches landed. Rigid fists tore through the air. Circle after circle of blood-colored gas wrapped around the fist of Sister Drum. This punch contains the grief and anger of tens of millions of young girls. It's like divine punishment falling from the sky. It fell with a bang. The scene was sooty. The ground was smashed out of deep craters. In the deep pit, George Gower's body had long been reduced to ashes. His soul, on the other hand, transformed into an illusory figure that wanted to soar towards the sky. Get back here. The roar of the Sister Drum was full of intimidation as it took George Gower's soul in one hand. In the center of its hand, it actually grew countless small number 1 blood-stained palms again. These palms, with their sharp nails, tore George Gower's soul apart bit by bit, and the intense pain caused him to let out a succession of wailing screams. This scene was a frightening sight for the audience. The Sister Drum, which is made of the resentment of tens of millions of young girls, is really ruthless in its methods. Not long after, George Gower completely disappeared between heaven and earth. After doing everything, Sister Drum suddenly turned her head. Large, cold, empty, godless eyes looked toward Kelvin. This contestant from the Triumph Empire was self-righteous and arrogant as soon as he appeared in the arena. It was even rude to interrupt Zhang Shu's self-introduction. It's disrespectful to the Dragon Kingdom. It is not my kind. Its heart must be different. Kill. Boom. In a flash, Sister Drum stretched out her giant palm, which was like rubber covered in something sticky, stretching hundreds of meters and grabbing Kelvin, who was located on the highest bell tower, in one hand. What are you doing? Until this moment, Kelvin completely panicked. He had thought that, with the combination of Jack the Ripper and Annabelle, even if the horrors summoned by Zhang Shu were stronger, they would definitely not be their match. But what he didn't expect was that the SS-grade terror that he was so proud of was powerless in front of a Sister's Drum, and was completely crushed unilaterally. At the moment, there was only one thought in Kelvin's mind. Chinese horror. Why is it so strong, so terrible? If he was given another chance, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to mess with the Dragon Kingdom. Reality, however, did not allow him to think much. Sister Drum held Kelvin in its hand, and then, one after another, incredibly sharp thorn grew on its palm, stabbing towards Kelvin in all directions without any dead angle. Pest! Blood flowed out of the hands of the Sister Drum. Kelvin is completely dead. The soul flies. Until this moment, the uncountable eyes on the body of Sister Drum, which washed away a few moments of anger. The scene around them also began to fade. However, this time, the Dragon Nation crowd didn't chant victory. They just stood up and silently gazed at Sister Drum with sympathy and pity in their eyes. The Sister Drum is indeed strong. and it helped the Dragon Kingdom defeat the Triumphant Empire and the Eagle Kingdom. But it is not powerful because of itself. Its power comes from the resentful dead souls of those dead maidens. Those young girls who died because of their ayahuasca drums. What was wrong with them? Why were they sacrificed? They were supposed to have a life like normal people, but they were subjected to inhuman conditions. The sister drum is an evil magic weapon, a dross that must be discarded. It is not worthy of reverence. The entire audience was under the gaze of the audience. A sister drum moved its huge body, and the pair of eyes on its body looked towards Zhang Shu with a desperate to suffocating look. They seemed to want to use their eyes and reach a brief exchange with Zhang Shu. In the meantime, Zhang Shu's mind also resounded with countless voices of young girls. The timbres of these voices were different, but they were pleading for the same thing: kill them and give them a good time. Zhang Shu's mood became heavy as he muttered, "The dead souls of these young girls cannot go to the underworld and be reincarnated. They, each and every day, suffer, mentally, physically, and in every other way, weighing them down and filling them with despair. They want me to end their suffering, even if it means killing their gods and souls. God's soul is destroyed. This has been the most complete death. Not even qualified to go to the netherworld to be reincarnated. One can only imagine how much pain they went through, if you can. They also want to go to the netherworld and reincarnate, but this is already a luxury for them." Looking at the sister drums, especially the pitiful eyes of a young girl on flesh and blood, Zhang Shu's chest fell, and it was clear to him that he had to do something. Immersion of the mind. Inquired to the Chinese horror tome. If can give them a chance to reincarnate after putting them out of their misery? They are really poor. His voice kept echoing in his head, falling into the Chinese horror canon. Gradually, the sound grew smaller and smaller until there was no more sound. And just as Zhang Shu was silent, a low voice filled with thick power sounded as if it was emitted from the deepest part of the universe. Available. The voice was filled with the tone of a superior person who could not be disobeyed. The moment it appeared, Zhang Shu could feel his body trembling. It was a sound that hit the soul. Available at. Zhang Shu's eyes gradually became translucent. A simple word, but the power contained in its back was simply astonishingly large. Reincarnate the dead souls of tens of millions of young girls. I'm afraid that those are the only ones in the netherworld who can make such a grandiose move. Who is it? Yama? The 5 ghost emperors? Or maybe it's a higher level. The more he thought about it, the more Zhang Shu felt goosebumps falling all over the place. At the same time, he couldn't help but have an idea floating in his mind. If these guys are invited out, foreign players, what are they going to fight with? Ring center. Zhang Shu reached out and touched the flesh and blood of Sister Drum. The moment his gentle hand made contact with it, the massive flesh and blood body began to fade away, turning into a mess of rotten flesh. A Sister Drum was transformed into its original form again. Although you are strong, you can no longer stay in this world. Zhang Shu's eyes stared. Immediately afterward, a silhouette appeared behind him at some point. These figures were black as shadows, and they were either beating gongs, drums, or shangs. Among the group of silhouettes, the most striking one was the one in the center. He held the oboe in his hand, took a deep breath, and then blew into the mouth of the pipe. Moment, a voice that eclipsed all the instruments in the world rang out. This sound was as high as a phoenix's roar, and at the moment it was blown, there was even an incomparably handsome phoenix rising up into the sky, and in its wake, followed by fully hundreds of flying birds. Their cries rang out at almost the same time as the oboe. The sounds of phoenixes, birds, and drums mingled together for tens of millions of young girls, playing the last song of the human world. Birds of a Feather. Chapter 53 SSS Grade Sneaky Weapon Reward appears. The phoenix, clad in the garb of 100 birds, leads 100 birds and soars in the sky. Its pure and flawless feathers fell slowly, like a flurry of snow, covering Sister Drum's body. Boom! In a split second, a pillar of blood rose to the sky from Sister's drum. The dead souls of the young girls broke free from the bounds of the Ajacide drums at this moment. Their anger and resentment poured out at this moment. The sky became blood red once more, and the audience around them felt an unrivaled aura of death. However, the breath quickly washed away. The phoenix led 100 birds, centered on the pillar of blood, in a constant spiral flight upward. Wherever they reached, a clean and flawless divine light descended, dazzling pure white light bathing their entire bodies, washing away the resentment in the hearts of the maidens and guiding them in the direction of their journey. Uncountable dead souls broke free and ran out of the ayahuasca drums, having long since become cowed by their long ordeal. Some of the undead souls, after breaking free from their bonds, hurriedly found a hidden location and hid in peace. They were scared, but that's okay. The gentle phoenix and the birds soothed the maidens with their kindly voices. Eventually, it was accompanied by a final cry of a 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 cry. The figures of the phoenix and the 100 birds disappeared between heaven and earth. As for the dead souls of the young girls who were trapped in the ayahuasca drums, they were also redeemed at this moment. After everything was over, Zhang Shu cupped his fists and bowed to the Suona class behind him. "Thank you, seniors." The figure at the head shook his head, and although he was a dark shadow without any expression, he must be relieved and happy at the moment. Let tens of millions of young girls' dead souls be redeemed. This life can have this kind of action. This life-death is not regrettable. Even Zhang Shu deserves to go down in history. But, merit or not, it didn't matter to Zhang Shu. He did it but from the heart. Rewarded on merit? It's not necessary. Wait until the rattle class has disappeared. Zhang Shu looked at the sister drum in front of him. Without the maiden's dead soul, the Ajacai drum now lost all its fighting power and was reduced to an ordinary drum. This was also equivalent to the fact that the Dragon Kingdom had permanently lost a powerful and terrifying object. But the entire audience of the Dragon Kingdom, instead of feeling heartbroken by this, on the contrary, their hearts felt free and happy. Even some viewers from other countries were infected by Zhang Shu's actions just now. Ever since the terror ring descended, various countries have been searching for the terror as if they've gone mad. They won't consider the source of the terror. They'll only care if it's powerful or not. And the Dragon Kingdom, to be willing to permanently lose a powerful and terrifying object, but also to redeem the dead souls of tens of millions of young girls. Such behavior, I, the Triumph Empire, am ashamed to be inferior. With thousands of years of cultural heritage, the Dragon Kingdom has never done wrong in the face of right and wrong. In the past, I always listened to the Dragon Kingdom on international news to publicize what benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and faith, and I thought they were just putting on a show. But today, when I saw it, I realized that they have long since penetrated into the hearts and minds of the people, redeeming 10 million young girls' dead souls. This is a great righteousness. I declare that from now on, I, Charlie Peter, have become a brainless fan of the Dragon Kingdom. If anyone dares to blacken the Dragon Kingdom again, I will be the first to disobey. Charlie Peter? If I remember correctly, you were the one who blacked out the Black Dragon country the most before. Humph, before was before, now is now. I'm a brainwashed fan of Dragon Kingdom now. I brainlessly like Dragon Kingdom. What? Not convinced. You know what the best part is? When Sister Drum defeated Jack the Ripper and Annabelle, the Dragon Nation crowd simply stood up and did not chant, which means that they were not overwhelmed by the power of the terror thing. Their hearts, to the end, are in the dead souls of tens of millions of young girls. It's just that one or two people are like this, but the key is that all of them are like this. My God. This is the true quality of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Isn't it? That's right. Who says the Dragon Nation people have no education? I, Charlie Peter, am the first to disagree. The literacy of the people of the Dragon Kingdom is deep within, unlike some people from the Sakura country who know how to put on a show in front of the camera day in and day out. What's the use of picking up garbage, cleaning the toilets, The literacy of the people can only be accurately demonstrated in such sudden moments of inadvertence. The Dragon Kingdom. Not only do the horrors deserve our respect, but even their culture, their people are equally worthy of respect. The moment, many foreign viewers were completely bowled over by the Dragon Kingdom because of this. Of course, there were still a lot of viewers who were brainless about the Black Dragon Kingdom, saying that they were even stupid enough to give up on powerful horrors. For these words, Zhang Shu didn't even bother. Looking around, most of them were viewers from Sakura Country and Little Cold Country. More than anything, I don't want to pay attention. Game 6 of the Dragon Kingdom Deathmatch. Rukokushun. Current score, 7-0. As this logic goes on, 3 more wins for Dragon will mean the end of the deathmatch. At that time, the comprehensive national strength of the Dragon Kingdom will far exceed that of all other countries. What a great matchup! I have to say, since the opening of the Deadly War, the Dragon Kingdom has really brought us all sorts of surprises. The moment the mysterious referee's figure appeared in the center of the ring, The hearts of the entire audience instantly became tense with anticipation in their eyes. The showdown is over. As agreed, the Dragon Kingdom will receive an SSS-ranked artifact, as well as the gravity factor. Next, it's the much-anticipated moment to reveal the rewards. So please, viewers, don't blink. SSS-ranked artifacts. Debut. The mysterious referee's words fell. Next moment, in front of him, a pendulum clock actually suddenly appeared. The pendulum clock is 1 meter high and features a precise and detailed mechanical design. The outermost part was plated with a layer of golden metal material, and the scale taken by the dial was an ancient rune that had never been seen before, obscure and difficult to understand, with 24 scales. The body of the pendulum clock is inlaid with beautifully subtle patterns, giving the whole clock a mid-century steamy vintage look. Snapped! The pendulum keeps swinging. The sound of bearings and gears turning was clear enough for everyone in the audience to hear. Only they were now puzzled. This thing is an SSS-level trickster? What's the difference between looking like a vintage craft pendulum clock? How does something like that deserve to be called SSS-rated? The crowd was puzzled by this. But soon, the mysterious referee's maneuver completely broke the doubts in their hearts. He stroked the pendulum clock and smiled faintly. And in the next moment, an invisible barrier spread out from the pendulum clock. All the surrounding space seemed to be shrouded in a special colorless and tasteless film, and if someone were to look downwards from the 9 heavens, they would be able to see a barrier in the shape of a semicircular sphere, wrapping the entire terror ring. And these spectators in the barrier. The body was not affected in any way, not even a single wound. They wanted to spit out a few words, but the offensive words just reached their mouths. But it was as if someone had covered their mouths with a hand, and they couldn't make a single sound. Not only that, in their minds, a thought came to mind that could not be erased. Stillness. Chapter 54. The next matchup, Dragon Kingdom versus Sakura Kingdom and Little Cold Republic, until after the mystic referee removes the effect. That's when the audience can speak properly. What just happened? Why can't I even say anything? Not only that, I can't even control my body. It's like I'm being controlled. Only my brain can still think. In that instant just now, I felt that the power in my body had been drained out of me, and it was as if my entire body had become a fish on a chopping board, unable to move a single muscle only to be slaughtered. Is this the effect of SSS-ranked artifacts? The audience was extraordinarily curious. The mysterious referee explained, this SSS-grade artifact is called the static bell. It can cause everything in a 500-mile radius to fall into a state of stasis. And in stasis, nothing is immune except the possessor, and those designated by the possessor. Of course, it doesn't completely restrict SSS class and above horrors, it only puts them into a brief stasis, but don't underestimate that brief stasis. You have to know that, in a duel of the strong, even a single mistake in a single breath can result in a situation where the whole game is lost. Simply put, I'm appalled. This SSS-ranked artifact called Static Bell. The effect possessed is the creation of a barrier in which everything enveloped in it is brought to a standstill. It's a control range type of trick weapon. The strong. If you use it in a duel, you will certainly achieve a surprising effect. Of course, in addition to that, the still bell has a deterrent effect. Within a 500-mile radius of where it is located, all terrors below the SSS level are not allowed to launch attacks. The mysterious referee added another sentence. The meaning is obvious. This is something that can also be used as a defense artifact. As long as it's there, attacks by horrors are virtually non-existent for 500 miles around. Is this an SSS-grade artifact? Although it's of no use to me, now that the Dragon Kingdom's Horror Summoner Association is under construction, it would be useful to use it as a protective measure. Zhang Shu cupped his chin and pondered for a while, deciding that he would hand over the static bell to Qin Xiaoming later. As for the conditions for the use of static bells, each use requires the consumption of a gold bar. The shock effect does not require any conditions. One thought to this. Zhang Shu reached out his hand towards the static bell. In the next moment, it actually shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then transformed into a small model that flew into Zhang Shu's hand. Eh? Zhang Shu looked at the mysterious referee with some confusion. The mysterious referee was surprised. It seems that the static bell recognizes you. From now on, you will no longer be a user, but its master. There are no conditions for the master to use something. Oh, did you save the gold bars again? That's nice. Another day to add to the building of our country. Zhang Shu's heart became more and more unrestrained. As for the gravity factor, it was contained in a highly sophisticated suitcase, which Zhang Shu did not open. The heads of the other countries tiptoed around very covetously, as if they wanted to see what the gravity factor actually looked like. But Zhang Shu was dead set on not opening it. It was his reward for winning the duel. It certainly cannot be easily exposed to other countries. This behavior immediately provoked the displeasure of the audience of the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura country. Baka, is this the pattern of the Dragon Kingdom players? Getting a reward and not even giving us a chance to look at it. The existence of the gravity factor could allow the scientific community to take a very important and crucial step in the study of gravity. This is not just a reward for the Dragon Kingdom. This should be a reward for the whole world. ACI bar, I think the Sakura Nation viewers are right. This kind of thing that is beneficial to the development of human science and technology should be taken out and shared, so as to promote the development of the world's scientific and technological level. Could it be that Rokoku's previous statement that the world is one big family was just a play on words? That's right, we can do without the SSS grade trickster. But the gravity factor hopes that the Dragon Kingdom can take it and share it. This is about the development of all mankind, and it should be shared by all mankind. Right? We in the Sakura Kingdom hope that the Dragon Kingdom can hand over the gravity factor. So is my Little Cold Republic. Have to say, in this aspect of shamelessness, the audiences of the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura country are considered to be the top group. Getting the Dragon Kingdom to take out the rewards for winning is the kind of thing they can say. The heads of the other countries did not speak. They looked at Zhang Shu silently. They also want the gravity factor if they can. This kind of technology, once mastered, will play a key role in the development of the country. However, Zhang Shu sneered, turned his head in the direction of the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom, and faintly spat out a sentence. A bunch of simple bad breath. The ultimate in enjoyment. After cursing, without looking back, Zhang Shu directly returned to the audience seats of the Dragon Kingdom. He had nothing more to say to the Little Cold Republic and Sakura Nation audiences. Calling them names feels like an insult to their intelligence. Are they considered normal? Who in their right mind would let someone share their winning reward? And in a ing obligatory tone, the Dragon Nation audience also cursed along with the, "What a bunch of whimsical, stupid birds. Want gravity factor? If you have the ability, defeat my Dragon Kingdom in the ring, dueling and not daring to participate, and you want a reward. What's the matter? You've got a big mouth, all you know is to ask for this and that all day long. I still have a pile of my child's diaper here, do you want it or not?" Seeing the way you Sakura country and Little Cold Republic are like that, you'll never be able to eat a 3-course meal in your entire life. In this case, I just ate golden needle mushrooms yesterday, and I'll pull out and take them back for you in a while. So it's kind of like this grandpa is giving you a dish of charity. Being so provoked, the Sakura Nation audience and the Little Chill Nation audience were instantly annoyed. ACI bar, what do you guys mean? Are you trying to say that I, Little Chilluminous, am no match for you, Dragon Kingdom? If it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't our Cherry Blossom country's turn for a spot in this duel, otherwise, your Dragon country would have lost a long time ago. You guys laugh smugly now. Really think you can pass the death battle? I forgot to tell you guys. My Little Chill Republic's SS class hasn't even taken the field yet. My Cherry Blossom Kingdom abounds in powerful horrors, and one of them, by the way, can storm your Dragon Kingdom. The scene was a brawl that moved toward the point of no repression. And just then, the voice of the mysterious referee sounded. Hee hee, it looks like the Little Cold Republic and Sakura country can't wait to go to war. In that case, I've decided that the next 1v2 duel will be between the Little Cold Republic and Sakura Nation versus the Dragon Nation. If, however, the Little Cold Republic and Sakura country win, they will be awarded the gravity factor. If the Dragon Nation wins, the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura Nation must each pay 14 billion Dragon Nation coins, plus mutilate one of their own SS-ranked terrors. Arguing is pointless. Everything has to be proven by the strength of the horrible thing. Chapter 55. I knew it was those two guys. Black and white. The mysterious referee's voice echoed throughout the terror ring. Almost instantly, the viewers of Little Cold Republic and Sakura country were instantly honest. Especially their leaders, Sakamoto Kawaii and Lee Myung-hyuk. Their faces were gloomy at the first moment. They, in fact, do not intend to fight in the next showdown. The horrors shown by the Dragon Kingdom now are so overpoweringly strong. They had wanted to lie dormant for a while, observe the enemy, and then strike at the critical moment to catch the Dragon Kingdom by surprise. But nay, the people of the country have put them on the spot, leaving a spot in the next showdown to be played dead on their heads. Baka! What a bunch of idiots! Sakamoto Kawaii turned his back to the Sakura Nation crowd and gritted his teeth, wanting to curse but not daring to. On the side, Lee Myung-hyuk's face didn't look good either, and by the looks of it, he was also agonizing over what kind of horror he should use against the Dragon Kingdom. Tinkerbell. Just then, Sakamoto Kawaii's cell phone rings and he answers it. Say something, I'm on fire. Mr. Sakamoto Kawaii. There's good news. The legendary Akabane has been found. What? Sakamoto Kawaii was so excited that his hands were trembling, as if he had heard some astonishing secret. Where? Where is the horrible summoner who summoned it? What have you done with him? The voice on the other side of the phone was small. Don't worry, the terror summoner is in the base right now. Only, this time it's a little different than before. How is it different? The conditions for summoning the Red Bonanza are harsh. How hard-working. To hell with it. Dragon Nation, Center for Paranormal Research. At the last minute, because of the argument between the viewers of Sakura Nation and Koen Nation, the roster for the 7th matchup has been finalized. For this result, Zhang Shu only wanted to clap his hands. A bunch of blindly arrogant assholes. There's no way I'll show any mercy in the next duel. Only cruelty can be used against Sakura Nation and Little Chill Nation. It's no use treating them well. They'll just take your kindness as weakness. But if you're mean to them, they won't even hate you. They'll worship you and be in awe. This has been proven throughout history. For example, a high mushroom cloud rose up on Sakura Nation's soil, but they soon forgot about the hatred and recognized the culprit as their big brother. Such people are, to put it bluntly, cheap. Zhang Shu. It's because of your appearance that Dragon Kingdom was able to rise in the Ring of Terror. Qin Xiaoming's eyes were filled with recognition. But even so, I still want to say one thing to you. Never, ever beware of the horrors of other countries. Perhaps it seems now that they are beginning to recognize the Dragon Kingdom. But in their hearts, they can never easily treat the Dragon Kingdom as a friend. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. This truth, I think you should be clear about it. Zhang Shu understood. Qin Xiaoming was telling him this. In the Ring of Terror, one should never be merciful. One should kill and leave no stone unturned. This is something that Zhang Shu is well aware of and puts into action. By the way, Chief Qin, this is for you. Zhang Shu handed the static bell in his hand to Qin Xiaoming, who was slightly stunned. This is the reward you received. Something that belongs to you. It's okay, take it. Zhang Shu smiled and waved his hand. After the Terrorist Summoner Association is established, it will also need to have strong defenses. And within a short period of time, there is nothing more suitable than the static bell. Besides, I have many more terrors in my hands, so I can't use this at all. Qin Xiaoming was not a pretentious person. Zhang Shu had said it so bluntly, so if he refused again, it would seem like he was being a bit unkind. In that case, I'll take it and thank you for your contribution to the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Xiaoming looked serious as he gave a military salute to Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu likewise stood upright, put away his spontaneous and free-spirited nature, and returned a military salute in a serious and upright manner. In the meantime, a staccato voice caught the duo's attention. Aya. Annoyed. Originally slept well, but as a result, I had to go catch some kind of karma mirror. Isn't this thing from the netherworld? Why don't you ask the black and white to go with them? Not far away, there was the sound of a detained ghost complaining. Immediately after, Yichio Hong, who was on the side, laughed and joked. Senior soul-detaining ghost, is there a possibility that you were sent out on a mission because you're more handsome and the populace wouldn't be afraid of you when they see you? Hiss. The detainer frowned. If it's because of that, it's not unacceptable. But for some reason, my intuition tells me that this is not as simple as it seems. You know what? It's just, I feel like someone's stabbing me in the back. Huh? Ichio Hong found it unbelievable. No way, soul-detaining ghost senior, you are an existence that dares to steal business with the black and white irregulars, who would dare to victimize you behind your back. The soul-detainer was also puzzled. I also find it strange, but my intuition has always been accurate. Wait for me to go back and investigate. Having said that, one man and one ghost continued to walk in towards the front. It wasn't long before he saw Zhang Shu and Qin Xiaoming. Is the duel over so soon? Ichio Hong was a bit surprised. But when she saw that Zhang Shu was intact, a relaxed expression appeared on her face. It looks like even 1v2 is not a difficult task for you, Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu shook his head. It's not me. It's the Chinese horror that's too powerful. I'm just a mediocre horror summoner. Mediocre. Haha. If you're considered mediocre, I'm afraid all the terror summoners in this world can only be considered imbecilic. Yi Hong said, suddenly thinking of something. By the way, we brought back the karma mirror you asked me and the soul detainer to find. That's it, said. She placed a mirror in front of Zhang Shu. It's an old mirror. The mirrors are not smooth and flat in the traditional sense, as if they have been smeared with a heavy layer of gray, unable to illuminate anything. And on the mirror frame, there were all kinds of precise and mysterious patterns engraved. There were bulls, ghosts, snakes, and gods. There were also birds and beasts, as if all the creatures in the world were engraved on it. Its surroundings, lingering ancient solemn atmosphere, just to look at the first glance. All people feel panic, as if there is an invisible great power is eroding the human sanity. The legendary karma mirror, a symbol of judgment and judgment. However, according to the black and white invincible, this mirror is not the genuine version, but a youthful version with some of its effects castrated. Still, it's more than enough to judge a person's goodness. Many thanks, with the karma mirror, the construction of the Horror Summoner Association has gained another extremely crucial force. Zhang Shu smiled and extended his hand. Yi Hong shook it. It's all due. Besides, Soul Detaining Ghost Senior gets the most credit. I'm just being a follower on the sidelines. Oops. People are giving you credit for this. What are you pulling me for? The Soul Detaining Ghost revealed an expression of disinterest. Think about it. I'm a ghost now. You're not doing me any favors by pulling the credit towards me. Might as well keep it to yourself. It is also a relatively clean and understanding ghost. Looking aside, Zhang Shu and Qin Xiaoming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just then, the Soul Detaining Ghost's words changed. By the way, little friend Zhang Shu, there is something I want to ask you. What is it? Why would you send me to look for the karma mirror? This thing is more familiar to the black and white infernal. You should have sent them. Zhang Shu sniffed and said with a straight face. Oh, I was thinking the same thing, but the black and white irregulars recommended that I let you go. They say you're hardworking for ghosts, your favorite thing is to help people, and the key thing is that you don't get paid for it. So, just send you. This statement was made. The detained ghost on the side grunted twice at once. I knew it was these two NG guys. Chapter 56 SS Grade Terror Red Bonanza. Cherry Blossom Country. Magnificent hidden base. The walls on both sides, made of titanium alloy, release a silver-white metallic luster and a sense of futuristic technology. Led by the researcher, Sakamoto Kawaii arrived at the residential area of the base. The one you said could summon the Akabane. Give me his information. Sakamoto Kawaii walked down the deep corridor. On either side were empty and quiet rooms. The researcher pushed up his glasses and said, This horror summoner's name is Shota Yamamoto. He is 26 years old, and he is a male publicist at a well-known bar, except that his performance is very bad, and he lives beyond his means every month. It also made him very realistic, opening his mouth about money and not wanting to be a full member of our team and not wanting to obey the rules. Reality? Sakamoto Kawaii waved his hand. It's nothing to be realistic. This kind of person who likes money is the easiest to control. As for not wanting to be a full-fledged team member and not wanting to submit to discipline, that's because the money isn't there. Words. The researcher on the sidelines nodded, not speaking. By the way, regarding your comment about the conditions for summoning Akabane being somewhat special, what does that mean? Sakamoto Kawaii asked. Hey, this is a strange thing to say. The researcher sighed, frowned deeply and, other horror summoners summon horrors either by specific actions or by sacrifices of blood and flesh or whatever. But it takes longevity to summon the Red Bonanza. Every time Shota Yamamoto summons the Red Bonanza, his lifespan decreases by 5 years, which we have been able to confirm by observing the changes in his cellular lifespan. 5 years of life for each summoning? Doesn't this mean that this Red Bonanza is a consuming terror? No wonder Shota Yamamoto doesn't want to be a full member of the team. Sakamoto Kawaii frowned and continued. Then how many times has he performed the summoning before? According to his own words, it has been carried out 3 times, the first 2 times for the purpose of killing, and the 3rd time for the purpose of delivering the surrender to us. The researcher added, By the way, we also figured out the people who were killed in the first 2 times, They were two families of civilians who were summoned by Shota Yamamoto to be killed by him in Akabane because of a falling out between them. Sakamoto Kawaii pondered for a while and spoke faintly. The civilian matter is well handled. Get some money to help him cover up his crime. Any other information? No more. The researcher spread his hands and said, Shota Yamamoto said we weren't the top person in charge, so he only revealed so much to us, and he said more information would only be given to you in person. Rather a guy with personality. Sakamoto Kawaii snorted coldly and continued walking towards the front. Soon, they arrived in a closed and spacious room. The bed in the room. Shota Yamamoto curled his arm into a pillow and gazed up at the ceiling with a puzzled look. The sixth horror duel has ended. Why hasn't Sakamoto Kawaii returned? Could it be that even the red bonanza is no longer able to attract them? No, it should still be on its way, and instead of thinking about that, I'd better think about how much I should ask for later. As Shota Yamamoto muttered to himself, the door was suddenly opened. Sakamoto Kawaii and the researcher walked into the room. Hello, Sakamoto Kawaii. Sakamoto Kawaii extended his hand. Shota Yamamoto turned his head to see the visitor and hurriedly sat up in a regular manner, smiled and shook, and, Hello, Mr. Sakamoto. I've seen you on TV often. Aha! Sakamoto Kawaii smiled skinlessly and cut straight to the chase. I heard that you can summon Akabane. Yeah, right? Shota Yamamoto pointed at the researchers. They've all seen it already, so I won't show it. After all, summoning a 5-year lifespan once is still a high price to pay. Sakamoto Kawaii had seen the video before arriving and had no doubts about it. Tell me, why did you appear out of nowhere? And what exactly is your purpose? If I'm not mistaken, it's for money. Sakamoto Kawaii sat in his chair and clasped his hands with the acumen of a caveman. Shota Yamamoto accompanied the smile. Haha, that's right. I came to you guys, indeed for money. How much? 10 billion Sakura coins. Based on the current exchange rate, 10 billion Sakura coins is equal to 400 million Dragon Kingdom coins. All of them are worth enough to bring hundreds of medium-sized businesses back from the dead. 10 billion Sakura coins, you really have a big mouth. Why should I give it to you? Sakamoto Kawaii looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Shota Yamamoto smiled subtly. It's simple. Because I can help Sakura Nation defeat Dragon Nation in the 7th matchup. Blind arrogance can end badly. Sakamoto Kawaii said indifferently. I know that your Akabane is SS ranked, but you are also well aware that Jack the Ripper, Annabelle, these powerful SS ranked horrors are equally powerless in front of the Dragon Kingdom players. Don't compare me to them. Yamamoto Shota's eyes became sharp. My red bonanza is no ordinary SS ranked terror. It can get stronger with the amount of life I sacrifice. Also, the person who is killed by Akabane, his lifespan will be transferred to me. This statement was made. Sakamoto Kawaii had a somewhat shaken look on his face. Become stronger with the amount of consecrated lifespan. Growing horrors? And it can also take away an opponent's lifespan. Doesn't it mean that as long as the red bonanza kills enough people, its strength will grow indefinitely? Ahem, Mr. Sakamoto, I know what you're thinking, but allow me to interrupt you. There is a limit to the growth of strength. Yamamoto Shota explained, the lifespan of the sacrifice reaching 200 years is the limit. As for what level of strength the red bonanza will reach after 200 years of sacrifice, this I am not too sure. But it's safe to say that it's at the top of the list of SS-ranked terrifying things. This, Sakamoto Kawaii doesn't doubt it. Akabane has a notable influence in the history of the Sakura country. But how do you know how much life you have? Sakamoto Kawaii asked. This one is a secret that belongs between me and Akabane. Yamamoto Shota had a look of heavenly knowledge. But because I killed 2 people before, my lifespan has now come to 240 years. So a limit sacrifice can be reached. I'm very confident in defeating Rukoku, provided the money is there. 10 billion Sakura coins once obtained, this was a great fortune for Shota Yamamoto. With money again and a life to spend, he was already fantasizing about his bright future. As for the showdown with Rukoku, he pressed on. He had absolute confidence in Red Bonanza. If we can really defeat the Dragon Kingdom, let alone 10 billion Sakura coins, I'll promise you even 20 billion, plus a Sakura Nation Medal of Honor for you. Sakamoto Kawaii said, and added solemnly, a Medal of Honor will allow you to receive 100,000 Sakura coins per month without compensation. Oh, is that a good thing? Shota Yamamoto was overjoyed. Yoshi, it's a deal. Chapter 57 SS Grade Horror Faceless General Egg Ghost. Ring of Terror. 1 hour before the start of the 7th showdown. Kawai Sakamoto led Shota Yamamoto to the audience seats of the Koen Republic. Upon seeing Lee Myung-hyuk for the first time, Sakamoto Kawai immediately asked, "For the 7th duel, which terror are you little cold republic going to send?" Because it was a collaboration with Sakura Nation, Lee Myung-hyuk didn't hide it. Egg ghosts? Have you ever heard of them? Chicken. Egg ghosts. Sakamoto Kawai suspected something was wrong with his ears. What is this egg ghost? How come I've never heard of it? However, just hearing the name gives a sense of weakness that is very untrustworthy. Are you little cold folk stupid? If we lose the 7th matchup, the Dragon Kingdom owns 8 points, and we've got nothing left to tolerate, and you're sending an egg ghost? What? Is it the eggs in your little cold republic that have become fertilized? Sakamoto Kawai immediately cursed angrily. His body couldn't help but tremble from anger. Who told you the egg ghost was weak? Lee Myung-hyuk's eyes widened. In our little chill republic, egg ghosts are an extremely terrifying existence. It is a kind of ghost that has no descendants to offer sacrifices to in future generations, and thus is transformed into a ghost due to the resentment in its heart. The reason why it is called an egg ghost is because it has no 5 senses, and is not an egg that has become a spirit. Kawai Sakamoto. It feels like it might as well be eggs becoming fertilized. Of course, I wouldn't be stupid enough to send it out for the 7th duel if that was all it was. In order to reassure Sakamoto Kawai, Lee Myung-hyuk explained. The egg ghost we sent out was a patriarch who built a powerful family hundreds of years ago. During its lifetime, it dutifully took care of the family, not only accumulating wealth, but also recruiting and amassing force, so that the family it was in at the time had the power to call the shots with the feudal rulers. However, it was such a patriarch who had his heart set on the family that was forgotten by the clan after his death, and was even given the reputation of being the scum of the clan because of his successor. Intense resentment piled up and turned it into an egg ghost. The strength possessed far exceeds the vast majority of SS-class terrors. Of course, if you think the name Egg Ghost doesn't sound good, you can call it by another name, General Faceless. For this one terror, the Little Chill Republic has not been exposed in the Ring of Terror. Its domestic, however, has long been rumored. Within the small chilly civilization, each time a horror appeared, it was tested and its values in all areas were recorded. As for the Faceless General's values in all aspects, they were extremely powerful, comparable to a hexagonal warrior, the best of all the SS-ranked horrors. Almost all of the people of the Little Cold Republic were looking forward to General Faceless' terrifying ring debut. They firmly believed that General Faceless was the most powerful SS-ranked terror within the Little Cold folk. Even after the last showdown, there was also an interesting poll within the Koen folk. It reads, "Do you feel that the Faceless General could just as easily defeat Jack the Ripper and Annabelle as Sister Drum as well? Yes, no." According to statistics, a total of 30 million internet users participated in the poll, and 95% of them chose yes. They think the Faceless General, a horror comparable to the Sister Drum. I hope that the Faceless General you speak of does have the strength. Otherwise, my Sakura Kingdom will definitely not spare you lightly. Sakamoto Kawai snorted coldly and left with Yamamoto Shota. Lee Myung-hyuk looked at their departing backs, or to be precise, at Yamamoto Shota's back, and his eyes gradually became wary. This guy's terror thing seems a bit strong. The last hour is over. The 7th game of the Dragon Kingdom death battle now begins. The mysterious referee's voice was like a bell. Before the duel begins, I'll reiterate once again. If Sakura Nation and Koen Nation achieve victory, they will be awarded the gravity factor. If the Dragon Nation wins, Sakura and Sakura need to compensate the Dragon Nation $14 billion each. Remember, it's Dragon Nation currency. In addition, each of the 2 Sakura countries will have to cut their own SS-ranked horror. Now then, let's get started. The 3-way player enters. Because he had worked as a male publicist before, Shota Yamamoto's appearance was quite popular. There were a number of countries cheering for him when he came out. Everyone is really enthusiastic. When I'm rich, and with this skin of mine, haha, I'm afraid all the girls around the globe will fall in love with me. Shota Yamamoto is extremely narcissistic. He's slender, wearing a suit, and comes to the center of the ring with his hands in his pockets. As for the contestants from the Republic of Little Chill, his name is Choi Sung-soo, and he's a 40-year-old middle-aged man. with a cross-eared beard and long hair bound with black duct tape. He stood still without a word. It looks kinda sedate. Introduce your terrors, the mysterious referee said. Shota Yamamoto turns his head towards the audience with a sunny, handsome smile and, first of all, I'm from the country of Sakura and my name is Shota Yamamoto. Since this is the first time I've appeared in the Ring of Terror, no one should recognize me. But that's okay, you'll get to know me soon enough. Because the horror that I summoned is SS ranked bonjour. And, it's a red bonanza. The words fell. Shota Yamamoto snapped his fingers. Everything on the scene, including the speed of air movement, seemed to slow down at that moment. Around Shota Yamamoto's body, a silver-white light seemed to bathe on, and they were like flowing dough that kept converging towards the sky. This is his lifespan. In the meantime, a bloody mouth appeared in the sky without warning, and it swallowed the lifespan cleanly in one gulp, gradually emerging in its true form. It was a mask with a green face and fangs. 2 pairs of horns were sharp and chilling. The empty and lifeless eyes released green smoke, and the 5 senses of the face were all twisted in one piece. The appearance was extremely horrible and scary. It had an overall scarlet color, as if it had been dipped in blood. And after, beneath the mask, a body of flesh began to coalesce. Its body was reddish, as if it had been skinned, and the muscle groups it exposed were still rolling with heat. A green-colored hair was like a vine, extending until it was draped around her waist. The sharp nails were like iron hooks, as if they could tear apart everything in the world, and it was so thin and stooped that it looked like an old granny with wrinkled skin. The moment, it raised its head, and a pair of deep and frightening eyes were staring at Zhang Shu in death. A scarlet tongue licked the corners of its mouth, and intense jealousy and greed surged within it. Its nails grew crazily and changed into a sharp spike, a ferocious killing intent that filled the air. It was going to kill Zhang Shu, took away his lifespan. Chapter 58, The Seventh Duel. The Beginning. Prajna, an oni from Japanese legend. It is made of intense jealousy and resentment. According to the information, there are 3 types of prajna. One is white prajna, one is laughing prajna, and the last one is red prajna. Of these 3 kinds of prajna, the white and laughing prajna are not very powerful. They will even play pranks on small children, grabbing their snacks and causing them to wail. However, red bonanza, however, is extremely ferocious. It does things without any purpose, kills people without any regularity, and devours their flesh and deprives them of life. Among the 3 great prajna, the red prajna's strength was the most terrifying and the most feared by the world. On the origin of Akabane, legend has it that a long time ago, there was a daughter-in-law whose husband and son had both died, and she and her mother-in-law were on very bad terms with each other, to the point of mutual loathing. The mother-in-law insults her daughter-in-law as a scourge who has killed her son and grandchildren, so she often resorts to inhuman means to abuse her daughter-in-law. And on one particular grave-sweeping occasion, the mother-in-law, in order to punish her daughter-in-law, put on a mask with a green face and fangs, and suddenly jumped out while her daughter-in-law was offering incense, trying to scare her daughter-in-law severely. But who knows, the daughter-in-law died as a result. When the grandmother saw this, she immediately panicked and thought about taking off her mask to save her life. But something bizarre happened. The mask worn on her face was as if it had been glued to her face with strong glue, and no matter how hard her mother-in-law tore at it, she could not remove it. And then, the mother-in-law's will was eroded little by little, and she also became a scarlet-colored monster, and devoured her daughter-in-law's body little by little. From then on, the powerful and cruel Akabane appeared and began to plague the earth. Many countries are not aware of Akabane. They began to question. This red bonanza is so skinny and weak-looking. Can he really defeat the Dragon Kingdom? However, the audience of Sakura Nation and some audience of other countries who were familiar with Akabane, however, at this moment this was completely excited. Yossi, Yossi, Yossi. This time, my Sakura Nation's appearance is actually a red bonanza. This duel can be declared over early. The red bonanza is a legendary ghost of the Sakura country, and its strength is simply beyond your imagination. If we were to rate the strength of the red bonanza, it would definitely be ranked in the top 5 of the global list of SS-ranked terrifying things. Ha ha ha! I'd like to see what they can fight us with in Longua. With our red bonanza around, the so-called Chinese terror is a joke. Why don't we just change the way this matchup is going to take place, and let us, the Sakura country, face off against the Dragon country and the Little Cold Republic, lest it be said that we're bullying them. The Sakura audience, letting loose with their taunts. They looked at Zhang Shu with a teasing look in their eyes. Each of them, almost all of them, had a childhood shadow dominated by Akabane. That's why there was such a strong reaction when he saw Akabane. You're my first opponent in the Ring of Terror, and you're worth 10 billion Sakura coins to me. Of course. I hope you don't lose too fast, so I'll have peace of mind when I get my money. Shota Yamamoto stands in the ring, his hands in his pockets with scorn in his eyes. He looked down on Zhang Shu. More than that, I despise Chinese horror. However, Zhang Shu ignored his mockery, but it was just a dog barking. As for the Red Bonanza, Zhang Shu didn't care. It wasn't a match for the Chinese terror anyway. The only thing Zhang Shu cared about was Shota Yamamoto's last name. Yamamoto. So familiar. He couldn't help himself, so he looked over at Shota Yamamoto and cursed that. Yamamoto, are you immortal? P.S. A terrier, it's funny. Full audience. They were confused. However, the Dragon Nation audience let loose with laughter. Ha 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 ha. It hurts. It really hurts. I've been holding my breath since I first started, and I was just about to scold. But Zhang Shu did it for me. Ha ha ha, Yamamoto. Are you first? I can't believe I have a tune in my head right now all by myself. Although Yamamoto Shota couldn't understand what exactly Zhang Shu's words meant, but after seeing the reaction of the audience in Dragonland, he understood instantly. The other person must be cursing himself. Baka! Shota Yamamoto glared at the little chill Republic player on the sidelines. Don't freeze. Hurry up and summon your terror. His anger had spiked. What a rude child. Choi Sung-soo glanced unhappily at Yamamoto Shota before turning his head to look at Zhang Shu. And of course, you're a rude child. A casual swearer like you would have been beaten to my knees and begged for mercy if you were in the little chill Republic. However, it doesn't matter, because in the Ring of Terror, I can still make you beg for mercy on your knees. The words fell. Choi Sung-soo scratched a bloody mark on his chest with his sharp nails, while his eyes became dark and oozy after that. I, Choi Sung-soo, will be summoning the horror that is SS rank Faceless General. Boom boom boom. Moment. The earth began to tremble. The sky turned dark red. The land under Choi Sung-soo's feet began to show spiderweb-like cracks, and all the dirt piled up in one piece, like a bamboo shoot that had broken through the land, frantically pulling itself up towards the top. In full view of everyone, the ground was raised hundreds of meters, forming a lofty mountain in the ring, in which stood tombstone after tombstone, a river of blood spreading from the top to the foot of the mountain, flowing over all the graves. And Choi Sung-soo standing on top of the mountain. Beside him stood a grave that was 3 meters high. The tombstone looked like it had been broken and reassembled. It was filled with cracks, and in those cracks, filled with slimy, writhing muscle tissue that looked incredibly bizarre. With a thud, a huge palm stretched out of the ground, while then forcefully supporting the whole body. It was stout, 3 meters tall, with arms as thick as tree trunks, muscles as hard as steel. The upper half of its bare skin was dark purple, and the lower half of its body was clad in armor. Dirt rolled down its body as it held the tombstone against its shoulder. A head as slick as an egg that could definitely reflect light if it were in a high-brightness scene. Faceless General. This person was the head of a large family in the ancient feudal dynasty of the Shaohan Republic. In those days, he recruited troops to become a general and did battle with the feudal rulers. The number of people who have died at its hands is at least in the hundreds of thousands, and probably close to 1 million. And after its death, its descendants, in order to live on, tarnished its honor by calling it an unforgivable evil, resulting in none of the later generations of the clan paying homage to it. That's what makes us the faceless generals of today. With the many gain effects added to it, the power it possessed at the moment, even if an unusual SS class was in front of it, it could only be killed in a single move. Shota Yamamoto, who was on the side, frowned slightly when he saw it. What a powerful and terrifying thing. I feel that it seems to be stronger than the Red Bonanza. Chapter 59. The man who claims life on credit, one blade opens the heavenly gate. Faceless General. The strongest SS-ranked horror in the Republic of Little Chill. It's over. It's over. Dragon Kingdom, you're over. Not only is General Faceless the strongest SS-ranked terror in our Little Chill Republic, it is also a hexagonal warrior that has no weaknesses at all, minus being suppressed by rank. This matchup is General Faceless first in the Ring of Terror, and likewise, it's the first one where it hits the ground running. I'm now beginning to look forward to the scene where the dragon player is knocked to the ground, and the dragon audience loses their voices and cries. Red Bonanza of the Sakura Kingdom, our faceless general of the Little Cold Republic, I just want to ask the Dragon Kingdom, what are you going to fight us with? Let's have you guys argue with us earlier, haha. Well now, big trouble. Throughout history, no one who offended my little cold republic has ever ended up in a good place. Faceless General Red Bonanza. All of them were powerful existences at the top of the SS class. The fit between them is definitely stronger than Jack the Ripper and Annabelle before. Now, what will you take to defeat us? Shota Yamamoto and Choi Sung-soo are already unstoppable when they stand together. They gave the order almost at the same moment. Out of hand, the agile Red Bonanza transformed into a ghost, constantly weaving in and out of space like fleeting thunder, leaving a series of residual shadows wherever he passed. The spectators in the audience were so dazzled that they couldn't make out the opponent's trail. Suddenly, Zhang Shu raised his head. See only. The skinny Red Bonanza had appeared above his head at some point. Its green-faced, fanged, hideous face revealed a strong willingness to kill, and its sharp nails cut through the air, actually condensing a huge clawed tooth that was oozing beyond compare, tearing apart everything around it, and grabbing up fiercely towards Zhang Shu. Its powerful aura caused the audience in the room to suck in a breath of cold air. The faceless general on top of the high mountain was equally unyielding. It carried the bloody tombstone, its strong leg muscles tightening at the moment, and with a loud bang, it stepped on the top of the mountain and leapt up high. The powerful stomping force actually stepped on the top of the mountain and made cracks after cracks, and it carried the bloody tombstone and leapt down from 100 meters under the sky. Even though there were no five senses on its face, the excitement, madness, and agitation that erupted from it almost broke through its body. The huge flesh and blood tombstone wrapped in rolling purple flames left a trailing trail vertically in the air, like a fire cloud falling from the sky, and smashed viciously towards Zhang Shu. Void minions. Berserk fire cloud. The two attacks were stiff and fierce. It arrived in front of Zhang Shu in an instant, but just in the nick of time. Break! A voice that shocked the ages suddenly rang out. In a flash, a terrifying blade chi that was 100 meters long broke through the air. The blade gas was pitch black, and it seemed to have a great power on it that could devour everything in the world, and almost the moment it appeared, it directly broke through Red Bonanza's void claws and teeth, and then rushed straight up to the 9 heavens, and the momentum of the gas was a mountainous one, and there was a loud bang. Tearing apart, the raging fire cloud struck by the faceless general easily, and then the aftermath rushed up into the sky. This powerful force actually chopped out a horrifying rift in the sky. What is this thing? What a terrifying power! All the spectators present, shocked, stood up almost at the same time. Even the faceless general and Red Bonanza were on the same page in a flash, looking at Zhang Shu warily, meeting all the shocked and appalled gazes. Behind Zhang Shu's back, even slowly walked out a white-haired old man wearing a straw raincoat with a bucket hat. There was no powerful aura emanating from his body. His body, not strong, was skinny, and his wrists were even as thin as immature bamboo poles. Wrinkles crept over his entire face. What an old, tired face it was, like a rotten old man who has lived for thousands of years. His deep-set eyes glowed white, seems to be too blind to see. The high-raised skull also became a bit oozy from the lack of flesh. The old man was carrying a basket on his back, covered with a dustpan, and just staggered in front of Zhang Shu. The straw raincoat he was wearing was wet with scarlet liquid, and as he got closer, he could smell a strong fishy odor. After placing the basket on the ground, the old man whacked his old back, and couldn't help muttering a sentence under his breath. Old and out of practice. This is but a slight move, and it feels a bit overwhelming. Saying that, the old man looked at all the audience present and introduced, without any emotion. Underneath, John Doe. It's a credit knife man. Well, a life-saving credit knife man. With the fall of his words, almost no one in the audience dared to stand up and question or mock, because that move from earlier was just terrifyingly strong. As for the credit knife people, foreign viewers are even less clear. But Zhang Shu knew. The man with the sword on credit is one of the 10 most forbidden occupations in folklore. Their existence, in folklore, has always been widely rumored. Credit the knife man, a profession that existed centuries ago in ancient times. They were a group of guys with extremely eccentric personalities, and the knives in their hands were never sold on credit. They have traveled the length and breadth of the country, giving credit for the knives in their hands to all sorts of people. After giving the knife on credit, they would often leave a prophecy, such as a flood somewhere or an earthquake or an increase in the price of food, etc. The prophecies included both natural and man-made disasters, as well as family stories. Whenever these prophecies are fulfilled, they reappear and go from house to house collecting money on credit. If someone doesn't pay, the man with the knife on credit leaves another prophecy. Only, the prophecies were mostly about unfortunate things, such as accidents with children and broken families. And these prophecies, too, can come true. It has been said that the credit knife people are folklorists. Others say that the credited knife people are a mysterious organization skilled in the art of yin and yang ghosts. There are all kinds of sayings. And as one of the 10 most forbidden professions, the skills possessed by the credit swordsman are quite extraordinary. As for the life-supporting credit knife man summoned by Zhang Shu, every feudal dynasty, it is said, left him behind. And everywhere he went, he left a bloody mess. As for why they call it the soul credit knife man, because other people credit knives and want money, but the sojourner creditor credits the knife for his life. So far, he had lost count of the number of knives he had given out on credit for a long time, and he has taken back more lives than he can count exactly. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands.
Millions?
Quantity in front of his strength no longer had any meaning. The credit blade man, for some reason, doesn't sound very powerful, but it always gives me an eerie feeling. I have a feeling that this matchup seems like it's going to become more exciting than ever. The audience at the scene didn't even dare to breathe. Ring center. The life-threatening credit knife man moved his muscles a little, and large swathes of blood flowed out of his straw raincoat, as if his straw raincoat hit a pool of blood that would never dry up. In fact, under the horrifyingly deep underbelly of the Chinese style, I, as the person claiming credit for my life, am really too weak, so small that I am like an ant that can be held down with one hand. I'm also aware that I'm not strong, I don't have much strength, and I can make a joke out of a shot, and I might even flash my old back. After living for thousands of years, I'm already an old bone, and my body is starting to fail me. I'm weak, really weak. The life-taking credit knife man sighed as he spoke. He crouched down and slowly uncovered the dustpan on his backpack, revealing a fury of bloody knives inside. Suddenly raising his head, he looked expressionlessly at the faceless general and the red bonsai. Only, to my surprise, you are surprisingly weaker than me, even less than one of my fingers. Chapter 60 Dark Night, Scarlet Rain, Terrifying Knife. His voice extremely flat. It's like telling a taken-for-granted fact. But just after he said that, a ghostly black light suddenly burst out from his eyes, and then it expanded indefinitely, and the huge baleful aura it produced actually forced back the blood clouds in the sky in an instant. In the meantime, the Sojourner Credit Knife Man had removed the handful of skips from his backpack completely. In an instant, the furious and incomparable baleful chi surged crazily. They were like scarlet silks that filled the air and even turned into substance. The Sojourner Credit Knife Man took out a 2-foot machete from his back basket. The blade was pitch black and engraved with a bizarre white bone pattern, and at the end of the handle there was a thumb-sized skull. The moment this blade appeared, Red Bonanza and the faceless general immediately became vigilant. They could feel the terror emanating from the blade. It's strong. It's dangerous. Their body instincts are sending out warnings. Even the mysterious referee at the edge of the ring couldn't help but frown as he. The grade of this sword, it's high. It's the top batch of all the trick weapons I've ever seen. Only, with such a powerful blade, it's surprising that this soul credit knife man would have. The mystic referee turned his gaze to the backpack in front of the man who had claimed the credit knife. See only. In this backpack, it was almost full of knives. Each knife looks very different, some shaped like a human spine, others like a shark's tooth. The difference in shape meant that the power contained in these knives was very different. The mystic referee could clearly sense that the skeleton blade in the hands of the life-supporting credit knife man was the weakest and most inconspicuous blade in the bunch. What kind of monster is this solitary credit knife man? The mysterious referee was incomparably scornful. Ring center. The Sojourner Credit Knife Man held the skeleton knife and walked slowly towards the faceless general and Red Bonanza, and wherever he walked, the blood on his straw raincoat dripped onto the ground, making a lurid trail of blood. A majestic aura was frantically converging towards him. Staged old thing. Yamamoto Shoda snorted coldly, and immediately sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan to Red Bonanza once again. Red Bonanza, give it to me. Kill this old thing. The Red Bonanza that had received the longevity sacrifice had a rolling heat all over its body, and it twisted its neck, an almost maniacal joy surfacing on its face, and in the next moment, it was actually filled with excitement as it fought its way towards the life-supporting credit knife man. Seeing this, the faceless general on the side blasted his giant fist on the ground, his body expanding once more as he held up a bloody tombstone and smashed it towards the sole credit knife man. 2 strong attacks. Once again it strikes. However, the life-supporting credit knife man merely flipped the knife in his hand. And then, an awe-inspiring killing intent erupted from the vicissitudes of his eyes. Quiet! Buzz! The voice falls. There was instantaneous silence all around. The world transitioned from day to night. It was as if there was a horror so powerful that it could not be named above the 9 heavens, blocking out all the light with its huge body. The scene was dark and out of reach. The crowd is dead set on the center of the ring, although they can't see anything. However, an inexplicable fear surged through their hearts at this moment. Whoa, whoa, whoa. At this point, the sky was pouring with rain. A drop of rainwater was like a weird and oozing bug, crawling all over the audience present at a very fast speed. Intense discomfort instantly filled their bodies. They wanted to take off their clothes and hold them above their heads to use as a shelter from the wind and rain. But the moment their noses came into contact with the rain, a fishy odor so strong that it hit them, that's when they realized. The drops that fell from the sky were not rain, but blood. Dark nights, blood rain. The audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Clang, clang, clang. And just then, from the center of the ring, the eerie and appalling sound of blades rubbing against the ground actually resounded again. Terrifyingly eerie dark surroundings, pouring rain of blood, and the chilling sound of sharpening knives. The audience now felt like they were in a bathroom at night and were washing their hair with their eyes closed. But suddenly, all the lights dimmed and the last glimmer in their squinting eyes faded. Everything is unreadable. The hot water in the nozzle was still spewing. And at that moment, a frightening figure, rubbing the machete in his hand, approached him step by step. The most frightening thing was that they could hear this weird sound, but the water that kept pouring out of the nozzle made it impossible for them to open their eyes and fight back, so they could only let it get a little bit closer. I don't know why, but I feel chill after chill coming from my neck. I feel that someone is holding a knife to my neck, and if I dare to turn my head, it will be chopped off in one stroke. Don't talk for a while, my heart. It's starting to panic inexplicably. What was the last sentence of the horrible thing summoned by the Dragon Kingdom player just now? It's like he said that one finger is enough to kill General Faceless and Red Bonanza. Wait, you guys, look in the ring. At this point, in the crowd, I don't know who shouted out, and everyone cast their eyes. The ring. Cluster after cluster of scarlet flames flared up. They centered around the sole credit blade man, surrounding him and bringing a faint light to the ring. In the meantime, the figures of Red Bonanza and the Faceless General also appeared at this moment. They are just one step away from claiming the credit knife man. Even, the sharp nails of Akabane were on the verge of piercing the neck of the person who demanded life on credit. But just in the nick of time, the man who demanded life on credit suddenly gripped the knife in his hand. The scarlet flames around his body became exuberant at this moment, and his eyes gazed out with ruthlessness as he coldly uttered, "Chop! Buzz! Shasta!" Endless baleful aura wrapped around the blade. The solitary credit knife man swung diagonally, like an ancient general drawing his long sword from his waist and cutting out an earth-shattering blade. The pure and powerful blade astral, the moment it appeared, shook and distorted the surrounding space, which was also wrapped in a monstrous aura as if it were 1,000 armies. The terrifying power directly cut Red Bonanza's body in two. It stared wide-eyed and incredulously at its mostly broken body, its eyes filled with extreme unease and trepidation. The Big Dipper wrapped the blood rain in the sky, leaving an indelible trace in the distant sky. The Faceless General, who was a little farther away on the side, hurriedly smashed the tombstone in his hand on the ground when he saw this scene, forcibly stopping the rhythm of his offense. Can't believe it. The mighty Akabane. Surprisingly, he was killed by a slash, and its body is sending a strong warning. If you don't run again, and it will die. But, before waiting for the Faceless General to come back from the shock, in its ears, even suddenly rang a vicissitude of the voice. The second move is named Cleave. A few simple words caused the Faceless General to be struck by lightning, and its huge body trembled slightly as it hurriedly fixed its eyes on it, only to see that at an unknown time, A blade astral deity that was hundreds of feet high was tearing apart the earth and roaring towards it. Chapter 61. It's not that you can take 3 moves, it's that I want to make 3 moves. Boom! Wherever the Big Dipper reached, the earth was torn open. The mighty faceless general, at the last moment, frantically controlled his body, trying to dodge the attack of the Blade Gang. But it didn't help. It was because of the Big Dipper, which was directly locked onto its head. The moment his body dodged, the blade suddenly reversed its direction and transformed into a chop, easily causing the faceless general's body and head to separate. Kira, die. General Faceless. Dead. The spectators present all sucked in a breath of cool air and stared blankly at the center of the ring. They had long been too shocked to say a word. But, all around, there was still darkness. The rain of blood in the sky was still falling. Could it be that it's all over like this? Our proud red bonanza has lost in such a scrappy manner. All this, it can't be true. The audience of Sakura Nation was in a bit of disbelief. However, Sakamoto Kawaii's face didn't have the anger that he felt when he failed, and he quietly looked in Akabane's direction. At the same time, his mind recalled what Yamamoto Shoda had said to him. The more lifespans sacrificed, the stronger the Akabane. When the lifespan of the sacrifice reaches 200 years, it will be the ultimate sacrifice, and the strength of the Red Bonanza will reach an unprecedented peak. Now, the lifespan of Shoda Yamamoto's sacrifice was only 15 years. He has over 200 years of life left to realize the ultimate sacrifice. Let's begin. You won't be able to walk out of the ring alive if you lose. Sakamoto Kawaii spoke indifferently into his headset. In the center of the ring, Shoda Yamamoto exhaled heavily. Yes, it was going to kill him if he lost. He doesn't want to die. So he has to win. He has to sacrifice his lifespan. 200 years. Sacrifice. A hissing sound came out from Yamamoto Shoda's mouth. His eyes became red, every blood vessel on his body rippled, and pitch-black color like vine-like things sprouted out from his neck, soon covering his entire face. In plain sight, behind Shoda Yamamoto, a huge figure coalesced. This figure still had the green face and fangs of the Red Bonanza, but its body was no longer as skinny as before. Instead, it was stout and huge, just like a mammoth. Just by lifting his foot and landing, the ground trembled and the blood and water in the ring were stirred up tens of meters high. Red Bonanza peak form. The terrifying power it exuded was at least 10 times more than what it was earlier. A gust of wind was stirred up between every breath. It held the faceless general's corpse in its massive palm before swallowing it in one gulp. Strength. Once again, a layer of white mist lingered all around the body. The hideous face was even more horrifying at this moment. A pair of empty and lifeless eyes, as if it disdained everything in the world. Strength, far beyond SS class. The Sakura Nation's audience was almost on the verge of bursting out in laughter at the sight of the Yoshi. I knew it. There's absolutely no way that Akabane can be killed so easily. From now on, the situation has reversed. I can clearly feel that the current Red Bonanza is more than 1 star stronger than before. Perhaps it's not in the SS class anymore? Ha 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 ha. The terrors of my Sakura country are truly invincible. Whatsoever Sojourn Credit Knife Man is all trash. In front of Red Bonanza, they can only be considered as jumping clowns. But the audience in the Republic of Koen can't sit still. Ashibar, what gives you Sakura Nation the right to devour our faceless general? Did you have our permission? Baka. Our Red Bonanza devouring your horrors would be looking down on you. That's right. If it's something horrible from the Dragon Kingdom that we don't even bother to devour, you should be honored by that. Anyway, this duel, my Sakura country is sure to win. You little cold republic can just mix up and assist. Don't get a bargain here. Ha 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 ha. Sojourner Credit Knife Man. To be defeated at the hands of Red Bonanza is considered the greatest honor of your life. Their mocking invective filled the entire terror ring. Shoda Yamamoto, who had sacrificed 200 years of his life, also revealed a demented smile at this moment. Hehehe. Weren't you Dragon Kingdom very wild just now? Come on. Show me another wild one. Didn't think I had it in me, did you? At the moment, Yamamoto Shoda thought he was winning. But Zhang Shu looked at his appearance and shook his head helplessly. And so, only to hear the voice of the man who claimed credit for his life ring out again. Do you know why the rain hasn't stopped? Because I still have 1 move left. The audience in the room froze. However, it was then that he saw the Sojourner's Credit Knife Man suddenly stomp on the earth. and circle after circle of cracks continued to extend in all directions. And then, he gripped the hilt of the blade with one hand, the tip of the blade facing downwards, and the blood and water piled up on the ground converged madly towards the blade as if it had come to life, centered on the knife in the hand of the man who claimed credit. The fury of the mysterious ring and even the thousands of miles in the vicinity were all converging at the same moment at an astonishingly fast speed. The 9 clusters of scarlet flames behind the Sojourn Credit Blade Man also attached themselves to the blade, transforming into 9 blood-red jewels that carried the insanely cohesive greatness. Blood rains from the sky. It's getting smaller. In the meantime, a giant sword shadow that was like divine punishment actually began to coalesce in the sky. It was astonishing and contained a vast and infinite greatness. What is this? Everyone looked up into the sky, and they were all startled by the giant sword shadow. Its huge appearance that could not be seen to the end, even the huge red bonanza in front of it, can only be counted as a mole cricket. Not good. Red Bonanza's eyes were filled with vigilance. Feeling the threat of death, it even directly tore the space in front of it and probed its sharp nails from it. In front of the person with the life-supporting credit knife, the nails of the Red Bonanza pierced through space like a sharp iron spike to take his life. However, the solitary credit knife man didn't pay any attention to Red Bonanza's attack. In the next moment, he plunged the machete in his hand onto the ground, and then turned around directly, as if everything that happened afterward had nothing to do with him. True horrors never look back at explosions. Boom! As the knife stabbed the ground, the giant sword silhouette in the sky, almost at the speed of lightning and thunder, fell with unerring precision in the direction where Chi Bono was. Terrifying explosions shook the sky and the earth. The ripples created by the power clash shattered the audience seats, and some of the Sakura Nation and Little Cold Republic spectators who were not in good physical condition were even directly shaken alive. As for the person with the life-supporting credit knife, he still had his back to the Red Bonanza with a cloudy face. At the last moment of his death, Akabane didn't even touch the body of the person claiming credit for his life. The rain of blood on the scene, too, came to a complete stop. The darkness of the night that had been reaching out to the world turned bright once again. The crowd threw their gazes into the ring, only to see the sole credit knife man's quick eyes and hands swinging out 2 more knives, directly taking the lives of the players from the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura country. After doing everything, he said, disdainfully, to the seats of the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Republic, "Remember, it's not you guys who can catch 3 of my moves. Rather, I'd like to come up with 3 moves." Chapter 62. If you insult my Dragon Kingdom, you all deserve to die. So handsome? Ha 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 ha. This pretends to be my heart. What is called pride? This is pride. It's not that you guys can catch my 3 moves. It's because I want to make 3 moves. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid the Sakura Ghost's faces are all green now. Before that, they were yelling about how it was an honor to lose to them, and I'll be damned them. Sakura Oni? Is that all you've got? Why don't you just go back to the toilet and eat? Come to the terror ring. Do you have the strength? Ha ha ha. Don't you like to open the champagne at halftime? Go ahead. Open it. Get spiked again. So what if you're a Red Bonanza? So what if I sacrificed my life? I thought I was so tough. But this is all I got. Not enough to look at all. It's really not possible for Sakura Nation to simply get the hell out of the Ring of Terror. Really, this is not the place for you. The Dragon Nation audience will not be able to mock each other at will. But once someone dares to taunt us, then you have to curse back. If you can't beat them, beat them. Can't beat. There is no such thing as a fight. That was why the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom made every effort to taunt the Dragon Kingdom. Because they're inferior to the Dragon Kingdom and jealous of what the Dragon Kingdom has right now, they're trying to make up for it in the Ring of Terror. But is it working? It doesn't work at all. It's just the difference between slapping them on the left or right side of the face. Baka. It's so infuriating. What's going on with the Dragon Kingdom? How is it that even Akabane lost to them? The most irritating thing is that they are really too loaded with horrible things. What with not looking back at the explosion and me trying to come up with 3 moves and all that, this is just a naked provocation against my Sakura country. Why did you give Dragon Nation the chance to rise? No, we must not let them win again. If this keeps up, the Dragon Kingdom will really have to pass through to the death. Many countries are beginning to panic. The 7th showdown, it's over. The score of the Dragon Nation deathmatch has come to 8 o'clock. At this rate of progress, 2 more wins for Dragon will pass the deathmatch. Once the Dragon Kingdom passes through the deadly battle, it is bound to become the most powerful country in Blue Star. One thought to this. Some of the countries that were friends with the Dragon Kingdom were not panicked, and even looked forward to it somewhat. But the people of those countries that stood on the opposite side of the Dragon Kingdom had looked so ugly that they looked like they had eaten a turd. Fark, if this keeps up, my eagle country will be in tatters. John Hugh's eyes became hard, and both fists clenched involuntarily. Since the terror ring descended, more and more countries are coming to prominence, relying on the rewards gained from the Ring of Terror. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom, which was only able to follow his ass, also had the national power to compete with the Eagle Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom, which would have been able to compete with the Eagle Kingdom. Once the pass is dead, the title of the world's strongest will fall on the head of the Dragon Kingdom. When that happens, the Eagle states will no longer enjoy the international status they now enjoy. This was something they could never allow. Of course, the Tianju Kingdom, which had never been on good terms with the Dragon Kingdom, couldn't stand to see the Dragon Kingdom pass through to the death. On what grounds? What the hell is this? Chinese terror, why is it so powerful? Shouldn't the strongest in this world be our Tianju Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom, what qualifications do they have to rank ahead of my Tianju Kingdom? Why are they allowed to pass to the death? The head of the Zogshan Kingdom gritted his teeth. In his heart, he had always carried the delusion that the Tianju Kingdom was #1 in the world. Even he had several times put out harsh words on the internet, saying that Tianju Kingdom would definitely overpower Eagle Kingdom and Dragon Kingdom to become the #1 in the world. Angry Sakura Nation, worried Eagle Country, jealousy of the Celestial Kingdom, the Little Chill Republic, the Celestial Kingdom, and the neutral Windmill State, none of them want to see the dragon pass to death. Ring Center, the mysterious referee figure appeared, and he swept his gaze over the seats of the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Republic. Now that the 7th duel has ended, then, according to the rules, the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom need to compensate the Dragon Kingdom for $14 billion each. Also, you will need to mutilate 2 SS-ranked horrors on your own. But of course, if you can't bear to do that, I'll be happy to do it for you. His voice was like a long whip that mercilessly struck Sakura Nation and Little Chill Republic. Sakamoto Kawaii and Lee Myung-hyuk clenched their fists at almost the same time. Shame. It's a national disgrace. It's just a matter of paying for it, but they also have to mutilate an SS-ranked horror of their own. This request simply does not put their national prestige in their eyes. $140 billion can be paid out, but why do we still have to mutilate an SS-ranked horror of our own? It's not fair at all. A spectator in the Sakura Nation seats suddenly got up and shouted. His words were like a stone dropped into a deep pool, stirring up 1,000 waves. Yes, that's right, that rule is not fair at all. If we had won just now, all we would have gotten would have been the gravity factor, which is just 1 reward, but the penalty for our loss is 2. This is an unacceptable regulation for us in Sakura Nation, and we protest. Yes, protest, we can pay the money, but the horror cannot cut itself. It is a matter of the majesty of our country. If we cut ourselves off from the SS-ranked horror, what kind of face does this leave us, Sakura Nation, in the international arena in the future? The Little Chill Republic also protest. Zhang Shu of the Dragon Kingdom killed so many people, why doesn't he have to suffer a little punishment? Just because he is the winner. Yes, it's true that we did kill some Dragon Kingdom players before due to mistakes, but this Zhang Shu is clearly a willful murderer. The nature is completely different. And who made those previous Dragon Kingdom players so weak? Even if they died at our hands, they deserved it. Referee, you can never favor the Dragon Kingdom. In the audience, a chorus of protests erupted from Sakura Nation and Little Cold Nation. Their words express nothing more than 2 things. The first is that the Ring of Terror is unfair and biased in favor of Dragon Nation. Secondly, it says that the lives of the people of the Dragon Kingdom are not as good as theirs. Treadmill. Can this be tolerated? Sojourner Credit Knife Man, do it? Zhang Shu's eyes were filled with killing intent, and intense anger filled his heart. Insulting my dragon country. There is one counting one. Kill them all for me. Words. With almost no hesitation, the Sojourner Credit Knife Man directly drew out 2 knives from his backpack and ruthlessly slashed in the direction of Sakura Nation and Little Cold Nation. It was like an evil ghost, madly slaughtering the lives of the Sakura Nation viewers and the Little Chill Republic viewers. Scene. Blood splatters. Head after head rolls from the audience to the ring. Pillar after pillar of blood rose to the sky, and the scene was like a human inferno. Wailing, shouting, begging for mercy, and insulting all kinds of voices mingled together. These sounds, to the soul credit knife man, sounded like the most melodious music in this world. Call it, shout it, ask for forgiveness. Little chill Republicans, cherry blossom nation, humiliate my dragon kingdom. Damn you, damn you, damn you, all of you. Chapter 63. The 8th matchup, the loser, terror comes to the native land. Ring of terror. Fishy. The clunk of the blade across the neck was simply beautiful. Cool. It's just too good to be true. The eyes of the Sojourner's credit knife man gradually glowed red, and all those who insulted the Dragon Kingdom and spoke out against it. Whether it was the ones who cursed at the beginning of the duel, or the ones who cursed just now, all of them were kept in the minds of the Soleil credit knives, and right now the heads of these people, one by one, were falling off. Large swaths of blood, staining the ground red. Zhang Shu stood in the center of the ring, looking at all of this with an incomparably happy heart. Calling out my Dragon Kingdom? Humiliate my Dragon Kingdom? Saying that the lives of my Dragon Kingdom players are inferior to yours? How dare you? The heroes of the Dragon Kingdom should never be abused by the people of another country. And if such a thing happened, their blood would be used to honor the fallen souls of the deceased heroes. Time, little by little. A few breaths later, the soul credit knife man returned to the ring, and he took out a white cloth and wiped the knife in his hand clean, before cursing in disgust that the dirty blood. As the words fell, he put on his back and returned to the Chinese horror codex. And the scene. Originally, there were 10,000 viewers in Little Chill Republic and Sakura Nation. Now only a few hundred remain. These are the people who have not insulted the Dragon Kingdom. They stood in a sea of corpses and blood, their eyes terrified and their bodies shivering. It was estimated that those who had died could never have imagined that Zhang Shu would actually assign something horrifying to do something to them. All of this, it happened really fast. Some of the countries that had reacted to the situation stared at Zhang Shu with wide eyes and with an extremely unbelievable gaze. It's like watching an incredibly brutal homicidal maniac. They wanted to open their mouths and accuse him, but when I think of what happened to Sakura Nation and Little Chill Nation, all they could do was shut up. No strength. Keep your mouth shut, otherwise cursing would be a sin. However, compared to their performance, the audiences in the Dragon and Woolly Bear countries were on the verge of taking off in excitement at the moment. A big thrill. It is really a great pleasure. That's the way it should be. When your own heroes are being abused, it would be cowardly to put up with it. Sentient. Killing. Painful. Just too painful. Ha 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 ha. Cool. Really cool. Zhang Shu did what I wanted to do but couldn't. After this duel, there will surely be many people who will accuse Zhang Shu of being a demon, but we in the Manhwa Kingdom will always believe in Zhang Shu, and we will always believe in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, the people that Zhang Shu killed just now were all those who insulted the Dragon Kingdom, and for those who didn't, there were no painful killings, so whoever dares to say that Zhang Shu is addicted to killing, I'll be the first to be unconvinced. That's right, the Terror Ring, which is supposed to be a place where people will die. Speaking about fairness here and insulting the strong, isn't that just asking for death yourself? If it were me, Mao Xiongua, I would definitely make the same decision as Zhang Shu. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom all supported Zhang Shu's approach. The same is true for the Woolly Bear Nation. On the side, John Hu, the head of the Eagle Kingdom, however, hooked a grim arc and, after killing so many people, the mysterious referee will definitely not let him go. I'm beginning to look forward to just what kind of punishment Zhang Shu will get. In John Hu's opinion, Zhang Shu's recklessness was simply disrespecting the mysterious referee and the Terror Ring, and he would definitely be punished. However, the results were a big disappointment to him, only to see the mysterious referee look at Zhang Shu and nod his head in recognition. Well done. If you didn't make a move just now, I would have definitely made a move. Speaking of fairness in the Ring of Terror and daring to bargain with me, you really don't want to die. After saying that, the mysterious referee waved his hand, and a matchless strong wind whistled out, actually completely exterminating the remaining several hundred spectators from the Sakura country and the Little Cold Republic. Zhang Shu glanced at it, not realizing that the referee's temper was also a bit big. But it's normal. After all, the world, the weak should never be allowed to insult the strong. Head of the Sakura country, head of the little cold republic, you are limited to 3 hours to hand over the compensation to the dragon country. And in addition, the self-destruction of the SS-ranked horrors must be carried out. The mysterious referee's tone was filled with an air that could not be disobeyed. The two people in charge didn't even dare to make a half-hearted attempt. They could only break their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. They couldn't vent their anger even if they had a great deal of it. John Hugh on the sidelines at the sight. Eyes are wide.
Fark.
Why is that? Zhang Shu had disrupted the order of the terror ring so much. Why hadn't the mysterious referee punished him? Could it be that the mysterious referee is really favoring the Dragon Kingdom? And so on. Something suddenly occurred to John Hugh. Remember what the mysterious referee said when Zhang Shu fought for the first time. There is no seat for the weak in the eyes of the strong. Does it? If it's strong enough, the refs are biased? After thinking about this matter, both of John Hugh's hands instantly became limp and weak, and his wish to see Zhang Shu punished fizzled out. I declare that the 7th matchup is over, and in 24 hours, the 8th matchup will begin. The mysterious referee's majestic voice rang out as he swept his gaze across the room and said indifferently, "Through the little interlude just now, I gradually realized a problem. Ever since the Dragon Kingdom started the Death War, the punishment for the losing country has been so little that it can almost be said to be non-existent. Which leads to the fact that quite a few of you are beginning to think that the Ring of Terror is a fair and friendly place, huh? It's just nonsense. Ring of Terror. This is where death and killing take place. So-called fairness doesn't exist here. Therefore, to deepen your impression of the Ring of Terror, I declare." Saying that, the mysterious referee's surroundings were haunted by a rolling aura of death. That 8th matchup, back to 1v1 mode. But, failed state, homegrown terror descent level, SSS. The victorious nation is rewarded with an SSS grade artifact. I'm going to make you all realize that it's the fate of the nation that's at stake in the Ring of Terror. The weak have no say here. Of course, in light of the Dragon Kingdom's sterling performance thus far, I hereby reward the Dragon Kingdom with an immunity card. After using it, you are exempted from 1 local terror descent. Don't say I'm biased, it's a reward for the strong. With the fall of his words, the entire audience at once showed shocked expressions. SSS-rated terror descends. The area it covers is the footprint of at least 5 super cities. Moreover, the SSS-ranked terror descended, and it was necessary to use the SSS-ranked terror to fight against it. From the Ring of Terror descended here. The previous terror descents were at the highest level of SS, but this time, there was even a direct SSS-level terror descent. Some of the country heads narrowed their eyes. The 8th matchup is getting dangerous. A little inattention could lead to a great disaster for the country. Even Eagle Nation doesn't dare to take the field lightly. Chapter 64 SS Grade Terror Summoner belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. 24 hours remain until the 8th showdown begins. Zhang Shu, who had returned to the research center, did not have the energy to pay attention to anything. Grabbed a nice nap, though summoning horrors would not affect his body in any way. But the Ring of Terror is instantaneous, can easily lead to drastic changes in mood. It also made his brain a little tired. By the time he woke up from a nap, there were only 4 hours left on the clock. Open your eyes. What came into view was a pretty face. "Captain Yi Qiu-hong? Why are you in my room?" Zhang Shu got up and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Yi Qiu-hong, who had a high ponytail and was full of youthful vigor, pointed to the door behind her. "You didn't lock the door when you were sleeping. I knocked a few times and no one answered. I was afraid something would happen to you, so I barged in, sorry." Nothing." Zhang Shu waved his hand, looking at the document in the other party's hand. He asked, puzzled, "Did Captain Yi come to see me for something? Next time something comes up, just wake me up. It's okay." "Okay." Yi Qiu-hong smiled and nodded, handing the document in his hand to Zhang Shu, and pulled the chair beside him over and sat with his legs crossed. "Remember this thing where we're setting up the Horror Summoner Association right now? So we're looking for horror summoners all over the country in a big way?" Zhang Shu nodded. "Remember? Well, to tell you the good news, we found an SS rank terror summoner." Excitement surfaced on Yi Qiu-hong's face. SS. Zhang Shu's eyes flashed. Though the vast majority of the horrors he had summoned were well beyond SS rank. But there was still some excitement after hearing the news. One had to know that in the Dragon Kingdom before Zhang Shu appeared, The highest grade of terrorist objects was only B grade. Now comes the SS class. This also proved that the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom's terrorist things was gradually becoming stronger. That's good news. Where is that terror summoner? Zhang Shu stood up. Yi Hong said, "It's at the Paranormal Research Center right now, but before I take you to her, I'd like you to watch a video." Video? Zhang Shu sat down and watched as Yi Hong tapped the video in her phone. It's a piece of surveillance footage from an intersection. In the video, a little girl in a long white dress stood on the side of the road. After surveying your surroundings and making it clear that the light was green, step carefully onto the crosswalk. However, just as she got to the middle of the road position, suddenly, a black minivan actually sped towards her. At a speed of at least 180 kilometers per hour, practically racing, the driver of the minivan, as if he did not see the little girl, did not lose speed and was about to hit the little girl. But just as the front of the car was just a finger's length away from the little girl, suddenly, a pitch-black colored aura gushed out from the little girl's body. Everything around her was enveloped by a black stream of air, which was moving at an extremely fast speed, forming a soft barrier in front of the little girl. Something shocking happened. The small car with a speed of at least 180 kilometers per hour hit the black airflow barrier, but it was actually like soft cotton, without a trace of hardness, and its speed also went to zero in an instant. When it's all over, what had been a hard little sedan changed into a mass so twisted, it looked like cotton candy. And as you can see through the surveillance video, the minivan, surprisingly, is empty. A driverless car? Can you see anything? Yi Hong looked at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu pondered for a while. What's on the surveillance video is not real, like some kind of illusion. I speculate that the horror that this little girl summoned can create illusions. Because of his contact with the various bigwigs in the Chinese horror canon, Zhang Shu now had an extremely high sensitivity to things of horror. Yi Hong nodded, proving his presumption. Is it convenient to tell me about the little girl's life? Zhang Shu asked. Yi Hong nodded. There's nothing square or inconvenient. I originally came to tell you. The little girl's name is Su Xiaoya. She's 8 years old. And when she was 5 years old, her family had a car accident, and all the adults in the family died, leaving her alone. The cause of the crash was brake failure and throttle failure. She's been living in the orphanage ever since. Is that so? Zhang Shu carefully recalled the surveillance video just now and asked, there were a total of 3 people who died in this car accident, right? Kinda. Yi Hong said. Her father, mother, and her brother all died in the crash. Remember that little black sedan on the security footage? That's her family's, and as per speculation, she's been using the horror's ability to recreate the scene of the crash at the time. I'm a little curious though. How did you know that 3 people died in the crash? Zhang Shu pointed at Yi Hong's cell phone and said, just now, I clearly saw 3 shadows behind the little girl. A grown man, a grown woman, and a youth. But they were all illusory black shadows, not visible. Hiss. Yi Hong's heart had a slight glimmer of clarity. What you mean is that Su Xiaoya's horrible thing is actually her family? Not quite sure, but 9 times out of 10. Zhang Shu said lightly. Isn't there a saying that says it all? Don't worry about ghosts harming people. Because, out of sight, your departed family members will silently watch over you. Come on, take me to her. Center for Paranormal Research. Room 321. A girl in a small white dress sat obediently on a stool. She was born with bright eyes and a pair of large, dark, pure eyes that emitted a light of buring. Because the stool was so high, she couldn't hook her toes to the floor, and her 2 short legs wobbled forward and back. Big brother, hello? My name is Su Xiaoya. I'm 8 years old. Are these marshmallows for me? Su Xiaoya blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhang Shu curiously. Perhaps because she had spent a lot of time in the orphanage, her every move had a sense of maturity that did not belong to her age. Zhang Shu smiled and nodded. Yes, I heard that you like to eat cotton candy and brought it for you specially. Remember to talk to me if you want to eat it later. I'll go get it for you. He handed Su Xiaoya the marshmallow in his hand. The latter took it with a smile and took a small bite, the sweet sensation instantly filling her mouth as she revealed a satisfied smile. After a brief taste, Su Xiaoya did not immerse herself in her own world, but instead looked at Zhang Shu. Big brother, are you trying to ask me why I went to the crossroads alone? Zhang Shu was stunned. It was still true. Actually, I don't know why I'm going. Su Xiaoya explained in a low voice. It was Mom, Dad, and the others who told me to go there, saying that if I went there, I would know what really happened back then. At first, I would feel scared and a little overwhelmed. But gradually, as I went there more often, I realized that this could be the scene of the car accident where my mom and dad and my brother left me. In saying these words, on Su Xiaoya's face, there was no trace of sadness, as if she was talking about a very normal thing. Zhang Shu frowned. It feels like, when this matter was brought up, you didn't feel sad. Sad? Su Xiaoya cocked her head at Zhang Shu. Why should I be sad? My mom, dad, and brother are always there for me if I'm sad. They'll comfort me, and if I'm bullied, they'll teach the bullies a lesson. They've always been there for me. Only, in a different way. Chapter 65 Luvic who breaks the defense. In saying the last sentence, on Suya's face, an imperceptible look of sadness clearly surfaced. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't sad. She's just forcing herself to accept it. Yeah, can I ask you a question? At what point did you realize that you, yourself, could talk to your deceased loved ones? Zhang Shu also realized that the Su Xiaoya in front of him was not an unusual little girl. She has a mature mind. It was about the year after Mom and Dad and they died. I was crying so much then Mom came out to comfort me. Then I was bullied by the other kids at the orphanage and my brother helped me get revenge. Of course it was just a simple prank or something. As for Dad, it was me who accidentally got 0 ducks on a test once, and then he popped up and scolded me. They used to only be around me for a little while, but now they can stay for ages and ages, and Mom says they can stay with me as long as I want. Su Xiaoya snapped her fingers to run through what had happened. Zhang Shu also gradually understood this matter. The year after the accident, Su Xiaoya became the terror summoner. The horror summoned are her deceased loved ones. And with his own appearance and victory in the Ring of Horrors, the level of horrors across the Dragon Kingdom increases. So the strength of Su Xiaoya's deceased relative strengthened and the time they could stay by her side was no longer restricted. Is that a good thing to do? Zhang Shu sighed. It would be really good if there was no car accident. By the way, big brother, I heard from my sister and the others that you are the hero of the Dragon Kingdom and can summon so many terrifying things. Is that true? At this time, Su Xiaoya looked at Zhang Shu and asked with wide eyes. Zhang Shu smiled and nodded. Right? Then can I make a small wish to you? Su Xiaoya was full of anticipation. Zhang Shu asked, what wish? For the next matchup, can you summon embroidery shoes? Su Xiaoya pondered for a while before saying, my brother always likes to scare me with the ghost story of the embroidered shoes now. Every time it scares me so much that I don't dare to go to the toilet at night. I think if I could have seen an embroidered shoe in person once, I wouldn't have been so scared. Of course, it's just my little wish that if the enemy is too powerful, you should never summon the embroidered shoes. I don't want to see the Dragon Kingdom lose, and I don't want to see Big Brother die. Haha. Looks like embroidered shoes are looked down upon by little girls. Zhang Shu smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, the embroidered shoes. Name sounds not very impressive though. But if we're talking about strength, even if they send out an SSS class, they're no match. So watch this duel. By the way, if it scares you so much that you don't dare to go to the bathroom at night, and then wet the bed, don't blame me, haha. At those words, Su Xiaoya's body trembled, and then her small face brushed red. People. Home. Talent. No. Will. Piss. Bed. No. Mysterious meeting rooms for countries. Come on, talk about it. Which one of you is going to go in this 8th matchup? In advance, even if it kills me, I, Sakura Nation, won't go on the field. God knows what the hell else that Dragon Nation player can pull out. Sakamoto Kawaii leaned back in his chair with his arms wrapped around his chest, a large face filled with vicissitudes. After the incident where thousands of spectators from Sakura Nation were killed after the failure of the last duel, Sakamoto Kawaii was now extremely careful. It simply didn't dare to show the arrogance it had before. Kind of a tail between the legs now. I'm not going to be able to go to Eagle Country either. John Hugh's head shot up and he simply just stopped answering any more words. Luvic, the head of the Triumph Empire on the side, looked at the head of the Tianju Kingdom. Didn't you Tennesseans scream a lot before? Saying that your horrors are the best in the world. Now that we've all admitted to the matter for the time being, why don't you guys take the stage? Huh? The person in charge of the Celestial Kingdom gave a cry of surprise and refused decisively. Are you kidding me? When there was something good before you all jumped on it one by one. Now it's good. The punishment is severe, and every one of them has become a shrinking violet, Wanting me, the Tianju kingdom, to be the wrongdoer? I'm telling you, no way, no how. Heads of states present. One counts. All of them showed trepidation about the 8th match. No way. The reward for this one was a generous one, an SSS-ranked trickster. But the punishment is just as terrible, with SSS-rated terror descending on the mainland. It is important to realize that SS-class terror descents almost always result in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. SSS-rated terror descends. That's not going to kill millions of people. A little inattention and the country is wiped out. Beating to death is not an easy way to get on the field. Seeing that the heads of the countries were all obsequious one by one, Lee Myung-hyuk, who was on the side, slapped his hand on the table and got up violently and, "Ashy it! Isn't it just a duel? Is there a need to be afraid like this? Could it be that you are all tacitly recognizing in your hearts that we are bound to lose this 8th matchup? You mustn't forget that so far, the highest rank of the horrors we've sent out has only been SS rank, and there are still SSS ranks that we haven't sent out. Now with this dead look, do you guys really want the Dragon Kingdom to pass to death?" His tone was extraordinarily intense, and his words made the blood of several of those in charge in the room boil. Right? You can't just let the Dragon Kingdom pass through to the death. It's only the 8th matchup. Why are you afraid to go on? Are they bound to lose? John Hugh suddenly stood up. "I think that the person in charge of the Little Cold Republic is right. The duel hasn't started yet. Let's not grow others' ambition and destroy our own. Therefore, I suggest that this 8th duel be fought by the Little Cold Republic." Upon hearing this, Luvik and the others began to agree. "Yes, let the Little Cold Republic come. I'm sure the Little Cold Republic can win against the Dragon Kingdom. Way to go, Chill Republic. I'm high on you guys. Actually, I've always been a fan of Little Chill Republic, so you guys must cheer up." The people in charge immediately stood in line. Lee Myung-hyuk on the side was dumbfounded. "Are you people also shameless? No, our Little Cold Republic has already lost 2 SS rank terrors due to the last duel. This 8th duel. Say nothing of us." John Hugh grunted. "So what were you barking at just now, dog? I thought you were going on." A simple sentence. Disliked Lee Myung-hyuk to the point of being speechless. The head of Windmill Nation, who has been acting as a peacemaker, has stepped up again and, "If it's not possible, let's randomly select people. And countries that don't even have any horrors above SS rank don't need to participate. The offer. Everyone can take it." In fact, through Lee Myung-hyuk's words just now, the heads of the Eagles and other nations have regained their confidence. And it's not just a showdown, is it? Who says it's a sure thing that we'll lose to Rikoku? Go ahead and draw. My Triumph Empire has always been favored by Lady Luck in this area of randomness. Luvik was confident. The words fell. The crowd began to draw slips of paper in the most primitive, effective, and anti-cheating way possible by drawing slips of paper. The results appear.
Fark.
Luvik broke the big defense. Chapter 66 Super SS Rank Countess Bathory. The 8th matchup. Start. As a reminder, the country that loses this duel will have SSS rank terror descending upon its homeland. So please make sure you're ready before the battle starts and never send out random players. The mysterious referee's gaze looked in the direction of the Triumph Empire, as if giving them a wake-up call. Luvik hung his head low. His gloomy face was ugly, especially when he saw the gloating heads of the Eagle Kingdom and the Little Cold Republic and other countries. He could not wait to insert the fingernails of his clenched fists into the flesh and blood. Damn it! Bull Goddess of Luck. The usual mishmash of little things always draws the triumphant empire. Once it comes to the critical moment, something that could go wrong if it's messed up, it's the Triumph Empire's turn. Isn't that a tease? Luvik laid all the blame on Lady Luck, trying to make an excuse for his poor hand. Suddenly, he turned his head to the assistant beside him. "Where is she, Chris? There's only the last 3 minutes left before the duel starts. What the hell is she dawdling for? I spent 3 billion Triumph dollars to bring her here. If she dares to give me a slip, I'll have to eliminate her nationality." Such a ferocious appearance startled the assistant at the side, who hurriedly said, "Soon enough is soon enough. She says she's already putting on lipstick." Luvik? Lipstick? Fark, what does she think this place is? A dating restaurant? Luvik was practically holding his breath. "You have to put on makeup before you come to the Ring of Terror. You might not even be alive later. What the hell is this lunatic thinking? Can't he have some eyesight?" Clunk clunk. At this point, the sound of heels on the ground rang out. "Ouch, Mr. Luvik. Who is this about not having eyesight? An enchanting figure appeared at Luvik's side. She wore a long black dress with stockings wrapped around her legs, a richly decorated bonnet on her head, and lace gloves on her hands, which made her look like an aristocratic woman. Only the wrinkles left on her face after the years had washed over her face made it impossible to hide her age with her makeup. Estimated it would be in his 50s. Upon meeting Chris, Luvik changed his earlier grumpy look and became courteous. Ahem, Ms. Chrissy, you know, I'm not so much chastising you as I am scolding my assistant. He's just a bit of a fool, and does a lot of things that aren't to my liking, and doesn't have the slightest bit of insight. Luvik had a smile on his face. The terror summoners of the Triumph Empire had such a high status that in their bones, they didn't have the concept of fighting for their country. As a result, if they were to make an appearance, Luvik would often have to spend a lot of money, sometimes not even enough money to get them. It's like Chris. The horror she summoned was the mighty Countess Bathory. This lady from an ancient aristocracy was a horrible murderer with extremely brutal methods who took pleasure in slaughtering young girls. Perhaps, many people are not aware of the title Mrs. Bathory, but her other title is clear to many. Vampire. Countess, the mighty Mrs. Bathory. A long time ago, the daughter of a large family in a feudal kingdom. The family she belonged to was good enough to be compared to the king of the kingdom of the day. It is said that in her youth, Mrs. Bathory held the title of the first beauty of the kingdom. Later, because of a family union, Mrs. Bathory married a man she didn't like and had 8 children in the process. But with the subsequent death of her husband in the army and war, Mrs. Bathory was left alone to guard the huge castle, and the loneliness and isolation in her heart instantly eroded her brain, causing her to age rapidly and become ugly. But later in the day, an impudent servant angers Mrs. Bathory, and in her anger she lashes the servant in the face, cracking the servant's skin and splattering blood right in Mrs. Bathory's face. The moment, Mrs. Bathory is amazed to find that killing and torturing people can make her feel pleasantly free-flowing, and that the blood can also make her skin better, making it eternally youthful. Of course, of the objects of torture and blood extraction, the young girl pleased her the most, and so, to satisfy her fetish, Madame Bathory murders all the maiden servants in the castle. But it is not enough. As a result, she also sends out announcements to the surrounding villages for the recruitment of maiden servants at high salaries, as well as tricking maidens from other families into coming to her castle under the pretext of teaching them noble etiquette. Without a doubt, these girls, all of them, must die. Mrs. Bathory developed a thirst for blood and killing in the process, and even the infamous torture Iron Chew women were invented by her. Later, because of the exposure of the crime, Mrs. Bathory was captured by the kingdom, just when all the people thought that Mrs. Bathory, who had committed a heinous crime, would be put under a harsh death sentence. But the irony is, because of the family behind Mrs. Bathory, her punishment was simply an order that she was not to leave the castle she lived in for the rest of her life until she was old and sick. Sure, by definition, Mrs. Bathory is not even as strong as a vampire count. But as more and more rumors have been spread and mixed up by later generations, many have confused her with Bloody Mary, and that leads to, after the horrific recovery, Mrs. Bathory, with a hint of Bloody Mary power. Bloody Mary, on the other hand, is a powerful SSS-ranked horror. Having an ounce of its power was enough for Mrs. Bathory to reach her own metamorphosis and become a powerful SS-ranked terror. Even, it had been said that when Mrs. Bathory felt the excitement of killing, her strength would far exceed SS rank. Super SS grade horror. That's why Luvik pulled his punches and spoke kindly to Chris. As you know, Honorable Lady Chris, this 8th duel concerns our Triumph Empire. So, when you get on the field later, please make sure you are very energetic and don't take it lightly. Saying this, Luvik once again added, if this duel can be won, your honorarium will be raised from the previous 3 billion to 3.5 billion. To win, Luvik also went out on a limb. Face money, it's useless. After winning this matchup, everything that was lost will be taken back. But who knows, Chris didn't appreciate him at all. Mr. Luvik, you want to teach me my job for a mere 500 million? What do you take me for, Chris? Chrissy glared, wrinkles screwing up her eyes, and, as an elegant nobleman, it's up to me to decide what I want to do, so don't you worry about it. As far as the little kid from the Dragon Kingdom is concerned, he's not a match for me yet. Chapter 67 Unknown Rank Embroidered Shoes. Soon, both players enter. The usual rules apply. Introduce yourself before the battle. Chrissy, of course. I prefer to be referred to as the beautiful Ms. Chrissy. It fits my beauty and status. Chris struck a deliberate pose with one arm crossed and a handbag in one hand. Zhang Shu on the side frowned. At this time he wanted to say, "Big Mom, who are you? Card powder you know not." As for the horror I summoned, it was a noble countess and, like me, a nobleman. SS class Mrs. Bathory, or of course, you can call her the vampire countess. Remember, it's the countess, not that vampire count, because she's gone to war before. That's why the global audience knows her. But because of the smug nobility in her words, many viewers pressed her. As annoying as Chris is as a person, the Lady Bathory she summoned is quite a powerful terror. Remember before, she had a superb record of winning 3 matches in a row against SS-ranked terrors. I'm told that Mrs. Bathory isn't really strong. She's only powerful because of some involvement with Bloody Mary, giving her a hint of Bloody Mary's strength. That's why she's so powerful. Bloody Mary, an SSS-ranked terrifying thing. Possessing a trace of its power is extremely terrifying as well. In this matchup, the Dragon Kingdom has really met a formidable foe. I don't know what kind of terrifying things the Dragon Kingdom will send out. I'm really looking forward to it. Mrs. Bathory might actually win after all. She's an old terror. Everyone has a good idea of how powerful she is. Chris is not liked by everyone. The powerful Mrs. Bathory, however, has cast a shadow over the audience. In the meantime, Ring Center, listening to the audience's whispers, especially when someone was talking bad about herself, Chris's expression instantly became exasperated, and, humph, a bunch of damned pariahs. As a noble, am I not something they can talk about recklessly? And you, what are you staring at my face all the time? Can you stop being so lewd? Chris suddenly turned her head and glared at Zhang Shu. The huffing and puffing looked a bit worrying to Zhang Shu, fearing that she might have chipped out her dentures. Who looks at you? Still fight or not? If not, surrender yourself and roll down. Don't dirty my eyes here. Zhang Shu did not spare Chris in the slightest and directly scolded the dislike. Exasperated, Chrissy's body shook with, "Bloody hell! Insolent pariah! I'm going to kill you. By 1,000 cuts." The words fell. Chrissy's nails instantly became sharp, and with one poof, she plunged right into one of her own eyes, removing a bloody eyeball, and then violently crushed it. The liquid coming out of his eyes was like a sticky sludge that quickly filled the ring. In the midst of all this silt, large, withered, shadowy trees grew wildly, and in the center of all of them, a huge castle made of stone bricks rose up. Oval windows, domed roofs, with guard posts, and a strong flavor of ancient European style. A blood moon hangs high in the sky. Zhang Shu stood on the ring and looked up through the layers of trees. Under the scarlet moonlight, a demonic and delicate figure was standing at the very top of the castle. She was dressed in a scarlet gown, one hand resting on her arm, the other on her jaw, her scarlet eyes like rubies, full of horror oozing with murderous intent. Her teeth, which seemed to be made of metal, shone with a morose cold light. Around the castle, pile after pile of rotting bodies of young girls. The corpses turned into nutrients for the trees, allowing them to grow an eerie look. At the scene, a white mist filled the air while a pungent odor of blood filled the air. Mrs. Bathory, the legendary vampire countess. D. Chris shouted angrily at Zhang Shu. The next moment, Mrs. Bathory on the castle pointed her finger in the direction of Zhang Shu. Those young girls lying on the ground were actually as if they had come back to life, charging towards Zhang Shu at an extremely strange speed, their bodies covered with large and small wounds. Some have no lower body and crawl with their hands for support. Some had bamboo sticks stuck in their fingers. Some of the eyes are empty, gouged out. Others had dozens of cuts on their faces and their faces were scratched to pieces. These rotting corpses look strangely mutilated. All the work of Mrs. Bathory's atrocious masterpiece. Ha 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 ha. Fear, tremble, scream. No one has ever been able to keep their cool after seeing this scene. Rococo brat, and I know that you're so scared that you want to surrender now. Chris towed the line, confidence in her eyes. However, looking at the rotting corpses that were rushing towards him, apart from some nausea and regurgitation, Zhang Shu did not have a bit of fear in his heart. This physical visual impact doesn't do a lick of good other than make me want to throw up. I'll let you know clearly what true terror is next. Having said that, Zhang Shu clapped his hands together. The carrion corpses that were still running actually began to turn into dirt one after another. After that, The forest that shrouded the scene also began to rapidly change and fade away, and even the castle underneath Mrs. Bathory's feet began to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. Scene. A sea change is taking place. Mrs. Bathory stared around in disbelief. The horrific scene she created actually fragmented at this moment, and then began to pile up and reorganize, until a blood moon in the sky was obscured by black clouds, after everything around them became pitch black. Scene. Suddenly one faint and eerie red lantern was lit up. The red light from the lanterns illuminated their surroundings, and by the time Mrs. Bathory and Chrissy came back to their senses, they were horrified to find that somehow they had arrived in a deserted village. All around, there were houses built with piles of clay bricks. Dark-colored earthen tiles covered these houses, which were jumbled and unruly. What the hell is this? It's dirty, it's dark, it's bad. Chrissy smacked the dust off her body in disgust. Mrs. Bathory coalesced a blood-red light and tried to tear through the space, but even with all her strength, she still couldn't break through this place. There are strong knots. It was eerie all around. The air is cloudy and stuffy. A gust of cold wind blew on their bodies, as if something ghostly was blowing on their necks, cold and bone-chilling, chilling their backs. Mrs. Bathory and Chrissy surveyed the surroundings with grave expressions, and the gloom made each earth hut look like an eerie monster, with its mouth wide open, that was uttering a low, hissing, monstrous laugh. Unease in their hearts drove them toward where the lanterns were. Soon, groping in the dark, they arrived at the door of a huge and eerie quadrangle. The towering gates were like eerie maws, giving an eerie and solemn feeling of monstrosity. They looked up at the hanging lanterns overhead. For some reason, under this lantern it actually made a ticking sound, dripping blood, and the lantern was extremely weird. It didn't let in any light at all. Was it because of the faulty material on the outside? Fix your eyes. It feels very much like a kind of skin. Does it say sheepskin? Chris was human, and in her mind, a flash of unease was born. Hurrying forward, he prepared to push the door open. As she held out her hand, she was surprised to find, on the door, a couplet carried. Chris, who had some knowledge of the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, frowned, and she knew that this should be the couplets that every household would put up during the spring festival in the Dragon Kingdom. It often represents joy and good fortune, but when she looked away, a strong sense of unease filled her heart, because the words on the couplet melted, turned into a pitch-black colored liquid that was continuously flowing towards the bottom. Chrissy turned her head, but when she looked at the word blessed on the door, she saw that the door had been posted with the word blessed on it. It instantly made her scalp tingle. Only when she got close enough to see it clearly by the faint lantern light, an extreme chill suddenly swept through her, just because the word written on this posting is not a blessing at all. Instead, is laid. No good. It's going to kill people. Chrissy's chest dropped as intense unease drove her to flee the scene. But when she turned around, she had just taken a step out of her legs. Suddenly, there seemed to be a sticky, soft sensation coming from his feet, like stepping on a mess of rotten meat. Terrified, Chris stiffened and looked down. See only, at some point, her feet, in fact, were dressed in a pair of scarlet, embroidered shoes. Chapter 68. Chris. The damn thing, it's on to me. This is. Chris's eyes were dead set on the embroidered shoes on her feet. It is a pair of embroidered shoes woven from delicate fabrics in an overall shade of red with a beautiful flower embroidered on it. It is superbly crafted, with hand-stitched embroidery used in every motif. This would have been a beautiful pair of embroidered shoes. However, in the dark and quiet of the night, the faint light of the sheepskin lanterns fell on the embroidered shoes, making them, instead of having a bit of a festive feeling, eerie. The scariest thing is, Chris felt, on her feet, the embroidered shoes, wet. It seemed to squeeze hard enough to step on it, and there was a sticky liquid dripping off of it. Like blood, does it say? These embroidered shoes, were they just taken out of the blood pool? And so on. Chrissy suddenly reacted, and it occurred to her where the vital question lay. This damn thing, why is it on my foot? Ever since she had been inexplicably trapped here, she had been on her guard, practically sparing no detail on the road, even the couplets plastered on the front door, all of which she had memorized the likeness of. And her feet stayed in contact with the ground. Who exactly put embroidered shoes on her feet? Or maybe it was the embroidered shoes themselves? Hiss! Chris sucked in a breath of cold air. All sorts of bizarre thoughts came to mind. The uneasy feeling welled up from her heart and quickly spread throughout her body. She swallowed and looked at the embroidered shoes on her feet, backing toward her back step by step until she was leaning against the wall of the quadrangle. Immediately, she lifted her legs and tried to take off the embroidered shoes on her feet. But, with all her strength, she was unable to remove the embroidered shoes from her feet in the slightest. The embroidered shoes were like a piece of muscle tissue that had grown on her feet, and when she pulled hard, she could actually feel the obvious pain. A pain that was like someone using sharp nails and pulling a scarlet gash on your foot with force. The darkened space, eerie surroundings, faintly glowing parchment lantern. Melt away the couplets, and there's the Dan that's taped to the door. Feeling more and more panicked, Chris grabbed the edges of her embroidered shoes with all her might, trying to rip them off as hard as she could, even as she felt her strength as a human was a bit lacking. Looking up at Mrs. Bathory. "Hurry! Come and help me. I'm going to take these damn embroidered shoes off my feet." But just then Mrs. Bathory looked at her with a stony face and said, almost in an angry voice, "Chris, what the hell are you talking about? What embroidered shoes? And why are you tearing the flesh from your feet with your fingernails?" Chris, a moment. Chris's entire body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. She was stumped. Both eyes were as wide as brass bells. Stiffly, he looked down toward his feet. That's when she looked away. On her feet, there were no embroidered shoes anywhere. It was clearly a pair of bare feet that had been scratched by fingernails and were dripping blood. Act!
Fark.
Chrissy was so scared she was crying. She scowled and glanced toward the left and right. Mouth a constant muttering like that of a madman. No, that's not true. Where are the embroidered shoes on my feet? Where did it go? It was right here a moment ago. Believe me, please do believe me. I'm not lying. Chris had his hands on his head, and his whole appearance was beginning to look delirious. When something spooky suddenly appears in front of you and appears terrifying, it's undoubtedly frightening. However, even more frightening, this weird thing that suddenly disappeared, it still disappears without warning. Originally, while the embroidered shoes were still on Chrissy's feet, she knew it was dangerous, but at least the danger was visible and palpable. But now the danger gone. Then the known dangers. It's the danger of the unknown that makes it all the more frightening. Chris also instantly realized in this moment that even if Mrs. Bathory, who was a terror, was as powerful as she couldn't help herself. Because, the damn thing, it was coming for itself. What it wanted was her. Chris's life. What the hell is this place? Chris fumed a little. The panic in her mind caused her to swallow repeatedly. She doesn't understand. Why hadn't he or she ever really seen the horror from start to finish? The fear in his heart, however, was increasing and had even broken through to the top. No way. I must escape. Definitely not a sitting duck. Chrissy is, after all, a seasoned competitor in the Terror Ring Showdown. Fighting back the fear in her heart, she stood up and surveyed her surroundings once more. At this look, her face, too, became more and more grave. The original cluttered village has long since disappeared. In its place was a quiet, dark forest, while the two of them, Chris, stood on a dirt path. Behind them was an eerie and gloomy, but covering a scale of thousands of square meters of quadrangle. The quadrangle has an ancient shape, and the walls of the stone brick pile are coated with a layer of white-gray. And vaguely you can see that there seems to be some kind of animal scratch marks left on the white-gray wall, 3 bars, from the top of the wall until the end, because it is night so it is not clear to see. And in front of the gate of the quadrangle stood 2 huge stone lions, totally different from the stone lions I remember. These 2 stone lions, without heads. It's the headless stone lion. To be precise, it was as if their heads had been sliced open in an instant by something sharp, and the cuts were so flat and smooth that even if you touched them with your fingers, you wouldn't feel the slightest friction. The headless lion. Chrissy pushed down her panic and ran her hand over the cut. But the next moment, she was surprised. This headless lion actually had a rolling temperature. It was like a live lion that had been decapitated, and scarlet blood was actually bubbling out of the incision. Wow, this is. Blood rained from the sky. The rain of blood mingled with the smell of dirt, dripping onto the ground with a lingering hint of the stench of corruption. Pissed. A drop of blood rained down on Chrissy's body without warning. But the next moment, she was horrified. This rainwater actually has a high-strength corrosive. It landed on her clothes and corroded a hole in them with the naked eye. To know, the dress she was wearing was given to her by Mrs. Bathory. Not to say that it possessed the same defensive power as Madame Bathory, but at least, because of the presence of a trace of Madame Bathory's power, even S-class terrors couldn't get close to her. But now, it was actually corroded by the rain. No good. I'll die if I stay any longer. With that thought in mind, Chris could only look to the quadrangle to survive. She had to go inside to get out of the rain. And just as she pushed open the door and wanted to enter the quadrangle, suddenly Mrs. Bathory, who was on the side, actually pulled her hand directly, and then rushed into the main room of the quadrangle with great speed. Chris turned her head when she wanted to ask Mrs. Bathory why she was more anxious than she was. Suddenly it's visible. On Mrs. Chris's body, there was actually hole after hole corroded out from the rain that had drenched her. However, what scared Chris the most was, around Mrs. Bathory's neck, at some point, hung a pair of embroidered shoes. Chapter 69. I'd rather open the door to a zombie than see a pair of embroidered shoes.
Fark.
Again, Chris fixed her eyes on the embroidered shoes. However, I don't know if it was due to her earlier blurry eyes, but this time, the embroidered shoes unexpectedly disappeared again. Mrs. Bathory was an SS rank terror, and she was so fast that she came from the main door to the main room in almost a breath. Hiding under the roof, they finally didn't have to worry about being corrupted by the rain of blood. But what's the point? Can't get away from here. Even if you hide for longer, you will die. Gotta find a way to get out. That was the thought in the minds of Chris and Mrs. Bathory. Noteworthy. The spectators outside the arena, too, fell into a deep sleep. The environment of the ring had long been dyed scarlet, and under the effect of the embroidered shoes summoned by Zhang Shu, an eerie and terrifying aura had been echoing in the ring. The airflow brought a hallucinogenic sensation, pulling them all into the space constructed by the embroidered shoes. At the moment, all the spectators in the room were experiencing the same thing as Chris. The knot of embroidered shoes targeted more than just Chris. Rather, it's all the people in the audience. So, from the very beginning of this duel, the entire center of the ring was plunged into dead silence. There were also a number of viewers who were so terrified that they just woke up. What the audience goes through doesn't kill them. Zhang Shu just wanted them to have a good experience of the billion-dollar charm from Chinese horror. Of course, it's not to say absolutely. Perhaps there would be some Sakura Nation viewers and Little Chill Nation viewers who died in an accident. It's also impossible to say. Looking at the audience, one by one, the face of the fearful look, a side of the mysterious referee hiding far away, cannot help but feel curious. The embroidered shoes summoned by Zhang Shu, what exactly are they? It actually brought the fear of all the spectators in the audience to its peak. From the time the terror ring descended to the present, this was the first time the mystic referee had seen such a spectacular scene. Could it be that this is called Chinese horror? What is so horrifying about it? At that moment, he noticed that Zhang Shu in the center of the ring suddenly turned his head to look at him and revealed a subtle smile. It seems to say again, "Want to try?" The mysterious referee quickly waved his hand. That's not necessary. In the junction, a torrential downpour of rain slapped relentlessly on the ground. The courtyard of the quadrangle soon piled up with rainwater. Chris and Mrs. Bathory were standing under the eaves of the house when, suddenly, they noticed a layer of greenish smoke that was converging from outside the gate toward the courtyard. In the twinkling of an eye, it was about to surround them. This smoke is dangerous. Mrs. Bathory's senses were extremely keen, but she was now depressed in her mind. What the hell is this place? The fury it releases, it's heavy, and Mrs. Bathory felt. There seemed to be an invisible force that was constantly pushing them towards the main room. Could it be that something even more horrifying is hidden in this main room? A sense of crisis haunted the minds of Chrissy and Mrs. Bathory. But right now, they couldn't afford any more considerations, and as soon as they did, they pushed the door to the main room open. In front of me, it was pitch black. However, just as they had entered the main room, before they had time to react, two thuds, the door closing automatically, and then, in the center of the main room, two pull candles suddenly lit up. The candles flickered weakly, and though the room's doors and windows were closed, the sparks continued to waver, as if something indescribable were blowing on them, mouthful by mouthful. Tick! At this point, a drop of water dripped from the eaves. It coincidentally landed on the back of Chrissy's head. The eerie surroundings combined with the cold, bone-chilling chill caused Chris to shiver momentarily as she reached up and touched the back of her head, holding it in front of her eyes. On his hand, a streak of scarlet.
Fark.
It's blood, Chrissy exclaimed, before her head snapped up. See only, on the sturdy wooden beams of the main room, there were actually human corpses hanging one by one. Their necks were bound with twisted rope, which suspended them from the beams of the room. The death was a horrible one. All of them spat out their tongues, their eyes wide. Bloodshot eyes, deadpan, staring in the direction of where Chris was, as if it were on purpose, a scene that had been arranged in advance. Only the clothes on their bodies, not costumes, but all kinds, silk, linen and rough, and shawls with armor. The only similarity was that the necks of these corpses all had bloody holes made by sharp instruments, and the blood flowing from them dyed their clothes red. In the main room, there were enough to hang at least 80 corpses. But, if that's all, not enough to scare Chris. What really scares her is this. On the feet of these corpses, they were actually wearing embroidered shoes that she had seen before.
Fark.
Embroidered shoes. Why embroidered shoes again? Chrissy held her head, feeling like her head was going to explode. And, come out if you can. What's the point of hiding behind the scenes and playing tricks on people? Every time you know how to scare me with embroidered shoes. Come out if you have the guts. She yelled and screamed, trying to ease the fear in her mind. But when she saw that the corpse, which had been hanging from the beam, suddenly began to tremble violently and emit a whimpering death cry, Chris was instantly honest. Not a single fart. People have been blindsided. She was now very confused about one thing. This was clearly a duel between horror things. Why did it involve her, a horror summoner? I don't want to die. Can't I just admit defeat? Is that okay? Naturally, it won't work. With a swoosh, 5 bodies suddenly broke free from their bonds at the beams of the room, and 4 of them surrounded Mrs. Bathory with great speed. Mrs. Bathory was also shocked at this moment to discover that she, as a powerful SS-ranked horror, was unable to break free from the 4 corpses in front of her. They indeed could not help her. But she could not help them either. And a body. It stabbed towards Chris with great speed, holding sharp, fully half-meter long iron spikes in its hands. What else can we do? Run, of course. With no time to think, Chris immediately turned around and, with trembling hands and all the strength she could muster, painstakingly pulled the door open. Outside the door, blood rains down. A cloud of mist fills the courtyard. In these mists, a dark shadow approached towards Chris as if it were a walking corpse. Wait until Chris looked down. Her entire face had despair written all over it. Embroidered shoes. A pair of scarlet embroidered shoes were placed outside the door in a formal and neat manner.
He.
Embroidered shoes. Embroidered shoes again. Now Chris is going crazy with the embroidered shoes. Now her. Rather open the door to see a whole bunch of walkers frantically lunging towards her. Nor would I want to after opening the door. Saw a pair of red embroidered shoes. Chapter 70. An extremely een body born in a een year, a een month, a een day and a een time. Pest! The sound of spikes stabbing through the body rang out. Blood soared out of Chris's body like a column. She looked down at the embroidery needle that stabbed through her body, and on her face, instead of panic, there was a relief of relief. It's over. It's finally over. I don't want to stay a minute longer in this damn place, even if I have to die. Embroidered shoes. Ha 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 ha. Chris's entire body became insane, losing the light of the living in her eyes. It was as if he had lost his soul and turned into a walking corpse with no purpose. With a dull look, she hooked her waist and held the embroidered shoes on the ground in her hands, carefully rubbing her face against them, as if she was aching for a precious treasure. After that, she put the embroidered shoes on her feet and endured the pain to pull her body out of the spikes. While then she leapt on her tiptoes to the center of the courtyard. Rain dripped down on her body, instantly corroding a bloody hole. But it was as if Chris had lost her sense of pain, ignoring the wounds on her body, like a madwoman, dancing openly in the rain of blood. On his face, there was a maniacal smile. In his mouth, a constant murmur escaped the embroidered shoes. Yaya loves to knit embroidered shoes. Embroidered blood. Yaya loved to drink embroidered blood. Until her body completely dissolved. Her eerie voice only faded away. After Chrissy's death, from the dark shadows in the courtyard, a young girl slowly stepped out. She was dressed in a red sari, her hair was cloaked, and a shocking slash mark surfaced on her ghastly white face. On the body that the sarong could not cover, filled with whipping, burns, strangulation, and other kinds of wounds, these brutal wounds, one cannot help but think that the young girl in life what kind of inhuman treatment suffered. In her embroidered shoes, with a slender finger-length embroidery needle in her hand, she approached Mrs. Bathory, step by step, expressionless. After the death of Chrissy, who was a terror summoner, Mrs. Bathory's body, too, began to become transparent and faded a little. In a minute at most, Mrs. Bathory will be completely dead. The young girl now appears. She was to, with her own hands, send Mrs. Bathory away. Ring of terror. The vast majority of the audience was awake. But now, they were all pale and their eyes were permeated with panic. Same as Chris before he died. They would, right now, rather see a bunch of walkers pouncing on them after they open their eyes. Nor do I want to be seeing the red embroidered shoes. Treadmill. It's just too scary. I haven't seen a single ghost since the beginning. Yet they kept feeling that a ghost was watching them. Every moment, not even a hint of relaxation. It's like mental torture. And when these spectators, at the sight of the young girl in embroidered shoes, not to mention speaking, even breathing was extremely cautious, afraid of angering her if she wasn't careful. To know, the audience just snapped out of the fear of being dominated by the embroidered shoes. Brains are still buzzing. Snap. The young girl took a step towards Mrs. Bathory. Mrs. Bathory desperately tried to break free, and on her body, a scarlet aura coalesced, and a berserk power crazily swept through everything around her, and the air appeared to visibly change due to her anger. The surrounding time became a viscous substance, like a liquid, flowing a little. The 4 corpses that had trapped her also turned into a cloud of ashes in an instant. On her ghastly white skin, black hairs grew rapidly, and her originally good-looking face issued a radical change, becoming a monster with big scarlet eyes and a short nose. Mrs. Bathory hissed. Wrapped in a furious and incomparable blood light, he opened his fangs and killed towards the embroidered shoe girl. Just a blink of an eye. She had then come to the embroidered shoe girl. Sharp fangs were about to bite through the young girl's skin. A close call. Pest! Cold light flashed. The embroidery needle in the young girl's hand was like a knife, transforming into a white light chopping in the air, as if cutting through all the matter in this world. Spinning and gurgling, Mrs. Bathory's head rolled to the ground, and her body, covered with black hair, was like broken glass, gradually disappearing and eventually returning to nothingness. After everything is done, the ring, restored to its original form. All the spectators, at this moment, looked at the embroidered shoe girl with timid gazes, not even daring to blink for fear of seeing another pair of embroidered shoes when they opened their eyes. The young girl, little by little, walked towards Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu sighed and sympathy flowed from his eyes. Tough job. Don't worry, your innocence, which has been proven, and everything that happened to you, we will remember. There is actually a very long story about embroidered shoes. Legend has it that, in ancient times long ago, the neighboring village has a girl named Yaya. Yaya looks very beautiful. Some people say she is the most beautiful girl in the square miles, just reached the age of marriage, the threshold of the family where matchmaking marriage proposals stepped on the bad. However, let the marriage proposal and matchmaking people come a lot, Yaya did not agree to them. Because Yaya is an orphan and grew up with a disabled grandfather. Since she knew how to start, she had covered the family's living expenses by weaving embroidered shoes, and now, when it was hard for her to live in better conditions, she thought of saving more money to take her grandfather to the doctor. If she chooses to get married at this time, according to the rules, she will need to go to live in the man's house, and the disabled grandfather will become a widow and no one to take care of him anymore, so Yaya refused all the marriage proposals and matchmaking. For a long time, the matchmakers also stopped making fun of themselves. People in the village praised Yaya for being a filial child. But it wasn't until one day that a young master named Zhang came to the village. That young master Zhang, who had the county magistrate behind him, could be considered extremely arrogant, and when he came to the neighboring village, he began to freeload and act recklessly. Due to his status, the people in the village dared not speak out. I don't know where on earth this young master heard about Yaya. So on a dark and windy night, a group of masked men in black broke into Yaya's home and kidnapped her, then brought to young Master Zhang's room. Something indescribable has happened. This would have been extremely infuriating. But this young master is worse than a dog or a pig. Afterwards, he even had a bunch of his own minions, even sold Yaya to a greenhouse. Afterwards, in order to clear his name, young Master Zhang buys the magistrate to say that Yaya had seduced him by trying to get money from him. The ignorant villagers have since turned their attitudes upside down, abusing Yaya and calling her an unruly woman. She was previously given a matchmaker who didn't want it, but then she saw that young Master Zhang had money and went to hook up with someone else. It's like seeing money in. The villagers' gossip drove Yaya's grandfather to death, and Yaya, filled with despair, jumped into the river to kill herself. But what everyone didn't expect was this. Yaya, she is not an ordinary girl, but an extremely een body born in a een year, een month, een day and een hour, special physique coupled with endless resentment, making her a terrifyingly powerful creep. All those who had slandered her and violated her, she had spared none of them. Before the quadrangle is that Zhang surnamed Gongzi's residence, hanging on the beams of the room, is his family's subordinates and that magistrate. As for the very first village, it's the neighboring village after the tragedy. Chapter 71, that's right, I, Longhua, am targeting you, thanks to. Yaya nodded slightly at Zhang Shu. Her voice did not carry a trace of emotion. However, when she learned that her innocence had been proved, a confinement that was trapped in her heart was also at this moment completely unraveled. Her body, transformed into bits and pieces, returned to the Chinese horror canon. Scene. Also because of Yaya's departure, the atmosphere finally stopped becoming oppressive. Just then, from the seat of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, there suddenly came a frightened voice that, Baka, how? How did this happen? The person next to me is dead. What the hell is going on? A voice that completely broke the silence of the scene. Immediately after that, more and more voices rang out from the seats of the Sakura Nation. No good. The guy next to me is dead too. He's foaming at the mouth. The guy next to me is dead too. His hands and feet are gone. Baka. What the hell is that? The person next to me even had his eyeballs gouged out and maggots are growing inside. Ayawa. Why is this happening? Wasn't it fine just now? The Sakura Nation audience, in an uproar. At this point, a burst of cacophony also instantly erupted from the seats of the Little Cold Republic. Ashibar. Our Little Chill Republic's audience has actually died a full 300 people. They're so pale now. Their bodies are so cold they look like they've just been transported from the morgue, and it's frightening to sit next to them. What's all this really? Why did they die? The ring. Zhang Shu looked at everything that had happened, and when he learned that the people of the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom combined, a full 3,000 people had died. His heart was so happy that he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Instead, he felt that killing these people was not enough. As for why the Sakura Nation and the Koan Nation people still have an audience alive, is it because they're so smart that they survived? Not at all. Rather, it was because these people were really cowardly, and when they sensed that something was not right around them, they even directly froze in place and did not go anywhere. It was reasonable to say that even with this method, it was absolutely difficult to escape death. But the point is that Mrs. Bathory and Chrissy died too soon. So much so that the audience was not yet put in their place. The showdown, then, is over. Baka. Look, you guys, on the feet of these corpses, they're wearing embroidered shoes. I don't know which one of the Sakura Nation people suddenly shouted out. Words. The countries involved in the deaths of spectators have begun to examine the bodies, and unsurprisingly, on the feet of all these dead spectators, they are wearing identical embroidered shoes. The size of the embroidered shoes was not large, and it was just enough for a girl of 18 years of age to wear down. Among the spectators who died at the scene, there were many strong men who were more than 1 meter 8 in height. These tiny embroidered shoes don't fit their feet. But now, on the feet of all the dead spectators, there was a pair of embroidered shoes, still of equal size. One can't help but begin to wonder about these burly men, how they managed to keep their embroidered shoes on their feet. Did they have their feet hardened into embroidered shoes? Or maybe their feet cut down to size? Fine thoughts. The living spectators turned their attention to the feet of the corpses, and not surprisingly, the embroidered shoes on their feet were still dripping blood. During this time, the bold Lee Myung-hyuk pinched his nose and forced himself to endure the stench, ripping off the embroidered shoes on the feet of one of the male victims. Upon seeing the embroidered shoes, the pair of feet that looked as if their fingers had been neatly sliced off by a knife, violent nausea surged up, and Lee Myung-hyuk's stomach flipped, almost couldn't help but throw up. At this moment, the Sakura Nation and Little Cold Nation audiences completely collapsed. They were especially devastated when they saw that, excluding them, none of the other country's spectators seemed to appear dead. Baka baka, embroidered shoes again. Why is this thing a ghost? Since the start of the duel just now, I've been inexplicably pulled into a space and managed to survive by fainting to death, and now this thing has appeared again. What in the world are these horrible things in the Dragon Kingdom? Why? I can't even see what it looks like, but one is scared to death. And why? The audience in trouble are all from my country, Sakura, and the viewers from other countries didn't have any trouble. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom is deliberately targeting my Sakura country? What is their purpose in doing this? What's in it for them? The Sakura Nation viewers were extremely upset by this. On the side of the audience of the small cold Republic of China is not happy to hear it. ACI bar, can you guys talk or not? What do you mean that only your Sakura country's viewers are in trouble? Can't you see that many people have died in our little cold republic as well? Are you disrespecting the dead of my little cold republic? Ashibar, you Sakura and Rikoku are not good people. In addition, you Sakura Nation people are really shameless. Why is the Dragon Nation targeting you? Don't you have any points in your hearts? We all know it by heart. We have to point it out, don't we? Besides, I, the little chill republic, am the most innocently victimized nation. Fark, your little cold republic is no good either. Can't you see that people have died in my Eagle Kingdom as well? Yeah, the viewers of the little cold republic and the cherry blossom country, do their eyes grow to their asses? Can't you see that a lot of people died in my Tianju Kingdom as well? My Triumph Empire was not spared. I, the Windmill Kingdom, have likewise had people pass away, except for the Woolly Bear Country and some other countries that are friends with the Dragon Country. No spectators are in trouble. The spectators from other countries present appeared more or less dead. This was also something that Zhang Shu had agreed with Ye before the duel began. Spectators from the Sakura and Koen republics must be killed. The Woolly Bear Nation, the other Dragon Nation befriending nations, do not kill them, just let them experience it. As for the rest of the country, it's all up to Yaya. Only what Zhang Shu did not expect was that the spectators of the Sakura Nation and the Little Cold Nation were so stupid as to lead a battle in the Ring of Terror. Draws all the attention away. So much so, that Zhang Shu, who was the instigator, stood in the center of the ring as if he was a nobody. The spectators from the Dragon and Woolly Bear countries also wore interesting faces and watched the big show with their melons high. However, there was no shortage of clear-headed ones among the audience in other countries. Wait, don't argue for a moment. Shouldn't the culprit for the deaths of the audience be Zhang Shu of the Dragon Kingdom? This statement was made. It was as if the mute button had been pressed on the cacophonous scene. You can hear a pin drop. The audience looked at each other in a daze, their brains instantly clearing. That's right. The one who caused all this right now is the Dragon Country player, Zhang Shu. Instantly, they pointed their spearheads at Zhang Shu. Many swear words wanted to be cursed out, but associating it with the weird embroidered shoes earlier, the curses were on the edge of their mouths and eventually converged into a question that lacked the middle tone of their voice. Zhang Shu, you're the one who killed my audience in the Sakura Country Little Cold Republic. What exactly is your purpose in doing all this? Could it be that you are deliberately targeting us? The questioning voice fell on Zhang Shu's ears. He laughed coldly, a condescending arrogance in his eyes that, right, it is against you. You don't want to obey? Come out and die. Chapter 72 SSS Grade Artifact Baptism of Darkness. Quiet. The countries of Sakura and Koen, which had the highest number of deaths and injuries, were quiet. It's okay to give them lip service, but if they're really asked to go into battle, they're more afraid of death than anyone else. Watching them all start to cower one by one, Zhang Shu shook his head disdainfully. There are some people who always like to put their faces into the palm of other people's hands, and they still feel uncomfortable if they don't slap them. That's sick. He didn't cover his voice. The mocking words were heard clearly by the Little Cold Republic and the Sakura Country, but they could only bite their teeth into their stomachs now. Didn't dare to mess with Zhang Shu, didn't dare at all. They knew that once they angered Zhang Shu, they might have to account for all of them here. This is a lord who is not merciful. Sakamoto Kawaii and Lee Myung-hyuk, who were the people in charge, had their fists clenched and squeezed, itching to crush their bones. Anger that filled their brains. Both eyes, which became red from rapid blood congestion. But this, it didn't help. Incompetent rage only looks ridiculous. To this point, the 8th matchup, over. The mysterious referee held an ancient pitch-black scepter in his hand as he came to the center of the ring, and the aura emanating from his body became extremely terrifying. He looked at the triumphant empire, his eyes flashing red, and the losing side, the triumphant empire, punishment. SSS-rated horror that descends upon the homeland. After saying that, he raised the scepter in his hand high, and on the pitch-black scepter, bizarre runes swam, and a world-destroying divine light shot out from the top of the scepter into the firmament. The sky, in an instant, turned scarlet. In the next moment, a huge bloody eye poked out from the clouds. It was full of strangeness and ominousness, covering hundreds of miles, and around the bloody eye, dirty tentacles waved with open teeth and claws, and then, from the bloody eye suddenly stirred up a circle of ripples. The powerful ripples were like ghostly black shockwaves coming from the depths of the universe, slowly shooting towards the direction of the Triumph Empire. When this ghostly black shockwave landed on the Triumph Empire's homeland, boom! It was like a mushroom cloud rising from an atomic bomb explosion. With the mushroom cloud as the center, dozens of surrounding cities were covered by a huge red square barrier, and the area it covered was hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Within the confines of this red barrier, the human body undergoes all sorts of bizarre changes. There were those who died suddenly and strangely, those who grew a third hand, and even those who twisted their torsos and crawled on the ground like spiders, attacking other humans in a frenzy. Sure, the scariest thing is, above the red square barrier, coiled around a terrifying thing with tens of thousands of eyes, pitch black, and a body so huge that it was thousands of meters in size, its eyes, staring at the earth below, and wherever it reached, blood flowed into rivers. SSS-ranked horrors. The moment, Luvik picked up his cell phone and dialed home. When told that the casualties inflicted in just a few minutes were only enough to reach up to 100,000 people. His face, long ago, was too somber to see any other expression. Just a command into the cell phone, in a tone of voice that brooked no disobedience. Dispatch! Bloody Mary. One side lost. One side wins. The Dragon Kingdom as the victorious side. You can obtain a SSS-ranked artifact. Take this. It's a reward that belongs to your Dragon Kingdom. The mysterious referee put away the scepter in his hand, and the bloody eyes in the sky disappeared without a trace. He handed a beautifully crafted wooden box to Zhang Shu, and all the spectators stood up in curiosity. In the box lay an old revolver. The revolver was crafted from a silver body with a wooden grip. On the grip, several beautifully engraved flowers. And on the silver barrel, engraved streamlines carried through to the end. This is a brand new, but vintage-style old revolver. Its molding gives a sense of ordinariness that can be bought in any market. The audience frowned. Could it be that this revolver is an SSS-ranked trick weapon? It looked as if it didn't have any killing power at all. If you just look at it on the outside, maybe it's not unique. But with that, the mysterious referee picked up the revolver in the box as soon as he could, while aiming it at the sky and pulling the trigger. Moment. Air vortices converged at the muzzle. When it reached a certain critical point, there was a loud boom, and a black beam that seemed to be able to engulf space shot out from the muzzle. Dark in color, ancient and powerful, and like a dark bullet made of muscle tissue, it cut a trace through the air and rushed towards the sky above. The ever-spinning bullet drove all the air currents around it in a spiral trailing circle. Boom! It exploded in the sky. It turned into a black cloud of thousands of square meters. The power generated by the explosion was like a thunderbolt resounding in the sky. This item is called Baptism of Darkness. One shot and the SS-class terror will be killed in an instant. The mysterious referee blew a mouthful of white air from the muzzle of his gun and said faintly, with his words spoken. The audience, who were still questioning, honestly shut their mouths at this moment. Instantaneous SS level? This little revolver, it's so terrifyingly powerful? This is an SSS-ranked artifact. The spectators were drooling with envy, and they couldn't help but start fantasizing that if they could get Baptism of Darkness, even as ordinary people, they could have the power to fight against the horrors. The bottom line is this. The spooky weapon is still a revolver. Who wouldn't want to juggle a revolver in their hands and then give their enemy a headshot with pinpoint accuracy? Dark Baptism. The audience was truly envious this time. However, what the mysterious referee announced next almost made them want to go up and cajole in envy. By the way, there's one more thing. Dark Baptism. It automatically coalesces bullets every time it fires, so there's no need to change bullets. However, if you want to experience the fun of ejecting a bullet, that's fine too. After saying that, the mysterious referee flicked and slotted out the bullet. While holding the handle of the gun and lifting it back, the bullets tinkled and fell to the ground. And then you can install the slot back in and still continue to shoot. No bullets. And that's a good thing. Zhang Shu had thought that this baptism of darkness, was so powerful that the bullets it required would have to be built with some sort of precious material, but he hadn't expected that it actually didn't need to be. This is really cool. I'm getting tired of saying envious words, but why wasn't I the one who obtained darkness's baptism? We all have the same 2 eyes and 1 nose. Why do the dragon players get such great stuff while I can only look at it? Even though I know it's a dragon player's, why do I get the feeling that it's going to be mine before long? No, dreaming again? You don't want to go robbing, do you? Wait, everyone. If you want to go grab it, remember to look down and see if you have embroidered shoes on your feet. Again? Still trying to scare me? How can there still be embroidery? Nanny, really? This feeling of being an NPC in the world, I'm really fed up with it. Chapter 73. The final showdown Dragon Kingdom must win. The spectators around them were so envious that their eyes fell to the ground. However, Zhang Shu was more cautious. As an SSS grade artifact, what are the conditions for darkness's baptism? Its use? Every powerful artifact requires conditions of use. The mysterious referee explained, baptism of darkness doesn't require any conditions. A brilliant light flashed in Zhang Shu's eyes, but before he could be happy, mystery referee throws a pot of cold water down. Baptism of darkness doesn't require conditions for use, but its bullets do. Its bullets, in theory, are expensive, even more so than any of your blue star currencies. Because, with its bullets, it takes lives. Each shot costs you a year of your life. Of course, you could also load some normal bullets into it, but that would be weak, and 1 shot would kill at most a B-ranked horror. Sure enough, Zhang Shu reacted. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Any good thing requires enough to sustain it. Take it. A year's life is not much, and it might be able to help you at a critical moment. The mysterious referee handed the baptism of darkness to Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu took it, only to see that in the next moment, the body of the baptism of darkness gun suddenly emitted a dazzling white light that pierced one's eyes. After the light faded, the word Shu appeared on the wooden handle of the gun. Watch this scene. Zhang Shu thought of something. The person who is recognized by the artifact is the owner of the artifact. Master, there are no conditions of use. This is recognizing me? Zhang Shu looked at the mysterious referee with subtle eyes. The mystery referee was speechless. I really don't want to talk to you right now, really? The mysterious referee then wondered. It's not. On what grounds? These SSS grade shenanigans, they are sick. I'm at least good enough, right? And I usually give them good care, and I've worked so hard, so why don't you recognize me instead of going to recognize Zhang Shu? Do I look so bad compared to him? You've really got a face for this one piece of shenanigans, too. Seeing that the Dragon Kingdom horrors are powerful, one by one they run to give them away, right? He hasn't even warmed up the handle of his gun, and you're endorsing him? Don't you know that what comes too easily won't be cherished? The mysterious referee pondered for a long time, looked at Zhang Shu, and gave a in an unfavorable manner. Zhang Shu's face was delighted, and he spun his gun around with baptism of darkness. There's one to say, the feel is real good.
去，一边下去转去，别耽误我宣布事。
With a wave of his hand, the mysterious referee directly sent Zhang Shu to the Dragon Country audience. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Country audience instantly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, the refs are jealous and are starting to get upset. Anxious. Ring center. The mysterious referee, who had adjusted his mindset, swept his gaze across the room, and his tone was once again filled with majesty. Thus, the 8th duel has ended. Current deadly score, Dragon Nation 9 o'clock. Do you know what this means? The referee's words caused the faces of the entire crowd to freeze. The spectators of the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom had a look of anticipation in their eyes. And when the score came to 10 o'clock, the Dragon Kingdom would rise up completely. The country's economy improves for 50 years. The level of science and technology improves for 50 years. Non-renewable resources become renewable resources, and renewable resources become infinite resources. The nation's overall horrors are upgraded by 2 levels. More nationals can summon horrors. The above rewards will also be doubled. It also means 100 years of economic and technological improvement. During this period, there will be no bottlenecks in development, and you will be able to move forward without any obstacles. There is also a constant flow of resources to provide the energy needed for development. More importantly, A piece of truth can be gained about the Ring of Terror. This reward holds enough gold to move all nations. The moment, the people in charge of each country began to think of countermeasures in their brains almost instantly. With such a generous reward, the world landscape would change drastically once it was obtained by the Dragon Kingdom. The heads of the other countries, this last battle, the most crucial one. So far, the Dragon Kingdom has managed to come this far with its own efforts, and to show my terror rings respect for the strong. This final battle will therefore remain a 1v1. But I'll tell you in advance, if what is sent out for the next showdown is still an SS-ranked horror, simply don't show up, just surrender, and declare the Dragon Kingdom a pass-and-die battle. The mysterious referee's voice was so loud that everyone in the room could hear it. What's that supposed to mean? Obviously, it's wanting other countries to send SSS-ranked horrors. Only to the audience's surprise, this last matchup was still a 1v1. They had previously thought that the mysterious referee would surely trip up Dragon Nation on the final showdown. But to my surprise, he didn't. He seems to, well, respect the Dragon Kingdom. No, it's respect for the strong. Of course, risk is often linked to reward. A red light flashed in the eyes of the mysterious referee. If one can defeat the Dragon Nation in the final showdown of the death battle, then one will receive half of the Dragon Nation's Death Battle Pass reward, and an SSS-ranked artifact will also be obtained. Of course, if the Dragon Kingdom overcomes the 1,000 armies, it can pass directly to the death, and there will be an additional reward. The country's area will be expanded by 100%. This statement was made. The ring instantly erupted with a boiling sound. The audience was so excited that flames were about to burst out of their eyes, and their bodies all began to tremble unceasingly from excitement. This last showdown, whichever side wins, the rewards received will be unprecedentedly generous. As for the Dragon Country audience, their hearts were thumping at this moment. The national territory expanded by 100%. This is something that many ancient emperors, who spent their entire lives in pursuit of awe. In order to expand the country's area, how many people died on the sands, how many people were mercilessly trampled by war horses, how many times blood was shed, and how many times dynasties changed. The goal, now, is laid out in front of us. A mere step away from the Dragon Kingdom. Once realized, the Dragon Kingdom will become the strongest country in the world. There isn't one. Zhang Shu, who stood at the forefront of the audience seats, took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became resolute. The last showdown is a must-win for the Dragon Kingdom. In the meantime, at the forefront of the Sakura Nation spectator seats, Sakamoto Kawaii clenched his hands into fists as he stared at Zhang Shu's figure, his eyes emitting all sorts of bizarre and horrifying glows as if he were trying to eat someone. The deadly battle for the last game absolutely cannot let the Dragon Kingdom win. Otherwise, my Sakura Kingdom will be finished. Chapter 74, the last match of the death battle, Sakura Nation appearance. Ring center. The mysterious referee continued to add, the old rule is, if there is a reward, there is a punishment. The punishment for the Dragon Kingdom's failure was made clear when the death battle opened. As an opponent of the Dragon Kingdom, if this duel fails, an SSS-ranked terror will descend upon the homeland. But this time not one, but two. The 9th matchup, and a crucial one. So, it will be opened in 48 hours. So please make sure both sides in the battle are well prepared. The rewards, they're great. But the punishment, too, is extremely severe. This was the worst punishment that had ever occurred since the Ring of Terror descended upon the Blue Star. But even so, the heads of the other countries were clear that even if the dangers they faced were many and difficult, the final battle of the deadly war had to be won. Otherwise, once the dragon passes through the death war, it will far outpace all other countries. At that time, all countries will not be able to restrict the development of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom will have the strongest national power. It was even highly likely that, with this power, the Blue Star would be unified. Mystic Conference Hall. In the magnanimous hall, almost all the country heads, excluding the Dragon Country and the Woolly Bear Country, had gathered here. The last game of the deathmatch is especially crucial. They, after much deliberation, must come to a conclusion. John Hugh was the first to speak. The final matchup has to be an SSS-ranked horror. To date, the number of countries that have seen SSS-ranked terrors can be counted on one hand. Also, this last game is about the fate of the venue in the country, so there should never be any more moves such as pushing, shoving, giving up, etc. as before. The old rule is that countries with SSS ranked terrors participate in a random drawing. The winner of the draw goes out for the 9th death match. The words fell. Without further ado, John Hugh tore several sheets of paper directly from the notebook in front of him, wrote the list, and sent it to the heads of the countries. Lee Myung-hyuk, as the person in charge of the Little Chill Republic, opened the note with great reluctance, and when he saw that the results showed that he had not been drawn, he then let go of his heart. I hope that this time, Lady Luck can really be on our side. Luvik said a simple prayer before carefully opening the paper ball. After losing the last matchup, the Triumph Empire's homeland suffers a SSS-ranked terror descent. The populace has been killed or injured in the hundreds of thousands, and it was easy to send out the SSS-ranked terror Bloody Mary to barely contain the scene. If they are allowed to lose one more time, the damage done is more than they can afford. Good on. This time the goddess of fortune had, indeed, favored the Triumph Empire. Luvik was so happy when he saw that the note in his hand read, "Not drawn," that he was about to jump up and down. Ness, I knew that Lady Luck would be on my Triumph Empire side. Ha 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 ha. After his last failure, Luvik had originally lost faith in Lady Luck. But the success of this one made him completely convinced that the Triumph Empire was favored by the goddess of fortune. He even swore that he would be a devotee of Lady Luck for the rest of his life. Backwards, Windmill Nation was also involved in the extraction. They have SSS-ranked flying devils, so they're qualified. Drawing results not drawn. The head of Windmill Nation breathed a sigh of relief. The drawing proceeded quickly, and the countries that possessed SSS-ranked terrors all opened the paper balls in their hands. Within a short time, the scene was on Sakura Nation still open. The people present fixed their eyes on the ball of paper in Sakamoto Kawaii's hand, and gloating surfaced on their faces. The drawing of the slips of paper is done at the same time, and only one of the paper clumps in a pile can be drawn. Now all the undraws are showing up. In Sakamoto Kawaii's hand, it must have been drawn. Do I even have to open it? Against the pair of gloating eyes, the version of Kawai coldly grunted, not even with a look, as he threw away the ball of paper in his hand. And then he stood up with the intent to fight in his eyes and the 9th showdown, which is also the last of the deadly battles. If we lose again, the Dragon Kingdom will become the strongest country in the world, and with the blood feud between my Cherry Blossom Kingdom and them, they will definitely not let us go. So, even if I don't get drawn, this final matchup, I, Sakura Nation, must go. Not only do we have to go, we have to win. Only by defeating the Dragon Kingdom can I, the Sakura Kingdom, or even you, the Eagle Kingdom, the Triumph Empire, the Little Cold Republic, and so on, have a better chance in the Ring of Terror. So, I hope you all understand that in this final showdown, I, Sakura Nation, am fighting on behalf of the whole world. Pop pop pop. His words fell. Lee Myung-hyuk, who was at the side, immediately got up and applauded, while not forgetting to nod his head in agreement. Mr. Sakamoto is right. Don't worry guys. Even if we lose this last matchup, we'll remember everything you Sakura Kingdom has given. Good luck, Sakura Nation, representing the world in battle. These words, although there was some suspicion of yin and yang in them, Lee Myung-hyuk did hope that Sakura Nation would be able to defeat Dragon Nation. John Hugh stood up and held out his hand to the version of Kawai that, "Cheer up. This time, it's up to you, Sakura Nation. But before that, may I ask which SSS-ranked terror your Sakura Kingdom is planning to send? Also, has its terror summoner been taken under control? It's a secret about an SSS-ranked horror. So far, the reason why these countries in charge are dead set against sending out SSS-ranked horrors is because, well, an SSS-grade horror that possesses an extremely strong self-awareness. They are like a separate life form. Even if any means were used, they could not be controlled. Additionally, whenever a horror summoner summons an SSS-ranked horror, his consciousness would then be eroded by the SSS-ranked horror. When the degree of erosion reaches 100%, the terror summoner will be controlled by the SSS-ranked terror and become a walking corpse without a mind of its own. Once the terror summoner is controlled, SSS-class terrors will lose their bonds, and they will endanger the earth and cause great destruction, even paralyzing cities and killing hundreds of thousands of people at the drop of a hat. According to the relevant expert speculation, a terror summoner's consciousness would be eroded by about 20% every time he summoned an SSS-ranked terror, and theoretically, every SSS-ranked terror summoner could only summon an SSS-ranked terror a maximum of 5 times. Of course, because it's speculation, it's not accurate. Perhaps after 3 summons, the consciousness would be completely eroded, which is highly possible. So, the vast majority of the time, the state uses SSS-ranked terror as a tool to deter other countries and domestically hazardous terror. Not until the moment of truth. There won't be a country willing to send out SSS-ranked horrors. This thing, it's a double-edged sword. If you don't get it right, something will happen. If asked, can anyone summon an SSS-ranked horror and still be unaffected by it? Or perhaps summoning a SSS-ranked or higher horror and not being affected in any way? Yes? No way. Absolutely not. Perhaps. Zhang Shu of the Dragon Kingdom can. Luvik uttered in a daze. Dragon Nation. Center for Paranormal Research. Achoo! Zhang Shu rubbed his nose and looked puzzled. Is someone secretly thinking about me? Chapter 75. All interpretation rights reserved to the Dragon Kingdom. Walk out of the conference room. Sakamoto Kawaii returned to his car, and after making sure no one was listening around, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, Mr. Sakamoto, what can I do for you? Sakamoto Kawaii had a serious expression. On my order, recall all the eyes planted in the Dragon Kingdom. The situation is urgent. By any means necessary, make sure they return to Sakura country within a day. Also, this matter is highly confidential. Do not speak to anyone you know well. Words. The person on the other side of the phone hurriedly said yes, and he understood that this was the 9th matchup that Sakura Nation would be fighting in, and that Sakamoto Kawaii was planning for the worst. Once the Dragon Kingdom passes through to the death, the comprehensive national power has been greatly enhanced. The national terrorist stuff leveled up big time. At that time, all the eyes planted in the Dragon Kingdom would inevitably be hunted down and killed, and at that time, the Sakura Kingdom, would suffer a heavy loss of intelligence. So it is important to respond before then. Dragon Nation. Center for Paranormal Research. Zhang Shu stood at the window. The wind at night was a little cool, blowing on him, making one feel that his crotch was chilled. He hurriedly tightened the jacket on his body. It's really cold day after day. When you go out, you still need to remember to wear more clothes. Talking to himself, Zhang Shu suddenly thought that he still had 2 packets of instant noodles in his cabinet. Have a warm snack. With this thought, he walked towards the accommodation. Suddenly, a familiar voice came to him. Zhang Shu, do you have time now? The sound is soft and melodious, like a silver bell ringing, which is refreshing. It's little sister Diane. It's so late. Little sister Diane is still up? Zhang Shu inquired to the voice in his head. If not, come out and eat a noodle. Even though it's braised, you can make do with what you've got. Eating noodles? Dressed in a white dress and sitting on the coffin, Xiao Sacrifice crossed her legs and couldn't help but give Zhang Shu's soul a violent chestnut. Eat, eat, eat. Day after day you just know how to eat. So late and still eat. Are not afraid of gaining weight. I recently read a Weight Watcher's handbook, and it said not to eat after UG 1800 hours or you'll gain weight. Zhang Shu froze. Where did you learn about the diet handbook? Looks like they haven't been sneaking out and sneaking around behind their backs much. All right, if you don't eat it, I'll eat 2 packs alone. Zhang Shu was secretly happy. Little sister Diane, so you don't listen to a word I say. Forget it, whatever. I do have something to tell you. Xiao Dian waved his hand, then whirled around and said seriously. Through my senses of the Dragon Kingdom's mainland just now, quite a number of horrors from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom are approaching the coastal area. According to my speculation, these people, most likely Sakura Nation's hidden eyes in Dragon Nation, should have received some kind of order by now and are preparing to return to their country. Zhang Shu, who was still full of food just now, instantly looked like a different person. He cupped his chin and began to think, eyes from the Sakura country? It's not really that unusual. Though after the resurgence of the horrors, countries began to explicitly ban the entry of terror summoners from other countries. But there will always be some leaks. Just like the Park Yung-rim duo before, they relied on forged identities to sneak into the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, it wasn't a rare thing for the Dragon Kingdom to have eyes and ears in the Sakura Kingdom. Only, what Zhang Shu was puzzled about was these eyes planted in the Dragon Kingdom, and why they chose to retreat at the same time. Shouldn't it be better to leave some and withdraw some? After all, smuggling over is extremely costly. I seem to understand. Zhang Shu cupped his chin and pondered for a while before saying, if I'm not mistaken, Sakura Nation will be our opponent for the 9th showdown. In order to prevent these eyes from being captured if they fail, so they have to return home early to avoid any accidents. Have to say, This preemptive strike by Sakurakuni does have viability. But the point is, they simply didn't expect that Xiao Dian, whose rank was unknown, possessed a superb perception that covered the entire Dragon Kingdom. I'll go find Chief Qin now and explain this matter to him, Zhang Shu said and was about to head there. Xiao Dian spread his hands. Aya, do you think Qin Xiaoming he's stupid? I'm afraid people would already know about this kind of thing. Sakura Nation's eyes, they probably don't even realize that from the moment they set foot on Dragon Nation soil, they've actually been locked down. The reason why we didn't make a move on them is that we suspect that they can summon powerful terrors that are not easy to deal with. Secondly, we are putting a long line to catch a big fish, and thirdly, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Now that the time has come, and the big fish and the little fish and shrimp are showing up, it's time to reel in the nets. Unsurprisingly to me, within 10 minutes, Chief Qin will definitely come looking for you. The words fell. Fruity. Qin Xiaoming hurried over. Zhang Shu, according to the report from the spies I planted, the eyes of the cherry blossom country, they are trying to do everything they can to evacuate towards the coastal areas. Qin Xiaoming was panting, sweat seemingly raining down on his forehead. So, I'd like to ask you to summon the terror and assist us in catching these guys. Exactly what Diane said. Zhang Shu nodded. There is no need for Chief Qin to be so polite. This is what I should do. The words fell. He mentally immersed himself in the Chinese horror tome and summoned the black and white figures. Both of you, I have to ask for your help again this time. Zhang Shu cupped his fists and saluted. The black and white irregulars waved their hands indifferently. There is no need to be so courteous, little friend. These damned horrors have appeared on my Dragon Kingdom's territory, so it is only right that my two brothers should step in to govern. It's just a small matter. We'll be back as soon as we get there. Having said that, Qin Xiaoming left with the black and white irregulars. Zhang Shu stood in place and checked the time on his watch. There were only the last 8 hours left before the start of the 9th duel. In order to avoid unexpected situations when Qin Xiaoming captured the Sakura Nation's eyes, it looked like tonight would be another sleepless night. Actually, you can probably sleep through it. In the era of the revival of terror, the black and white invincibles are stronger than you can imagine. Xiao Dian, who was sitting on the coffin, swayed her two white jade legs and said faintly, "That I know." Zhang Shu waved his hand. Actually, what I'm worried about right now is how exactly to deal with the Sakura Nation's eyewitnesses after capturing them back. Because, under the current law, if there is insufficient evidence, the most that can be done is to deport them back to their home country. And they've all chosen to retreat. Surely all the evidence that should have been destroyed has been destroyed. Xiaodian couldn't help but laugh. No, why do you need to worry about such a simple problem? I'm sure we'll just kill them all after we catch them. As for things like the law, all interpretations belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Simple and concise. Just kill it. It's a curse to keep it. Zhang Shu frowned. I think that they should be made to kneel for 7 days and 7 nights with their backs to the sea and their faces to the earth of my Dragon Kingdom before they are killed. Don't they like to admit their mistakes? Then let the whole world see how ugly Sakura Nation is. Words. Diane nodded slightly. I think you're right. Chapter 76. SSS Class Terror Sakuten Boy. Ring of Terror. The Dragon Kingdom Deadly Battle. Scene 9. Officially, the super-large ring suspended in mid-air was filled with hundreds of thousands of spectators from countries all over the globe at this moment. The momentum of the scene, a mountain and a sea, all the people almost at the first time burst out shouting, as if the whole ring was beginning to tremble because of their coaxing. The front row of spectators in the Dragon Nation, waving their national flags, which fluttered in the wind. The audience in the back row, also at the first time, raised the sign in their hands. All the signs converge in one piece. From the high place overlooking down is the most dazzling Dragon Country flag. Deadly battle for the last game. The emotions of the entire audience were driven up, and everyone's gazes, tightly focused on the center of the ring. Soon, it was accompanied by the appearance of the mysterious referee figure. The cheers turned into waves in this moment, one after another. Ha ha ha. Looks like the audience was more excited than I was. But there's no need to rush. The excitement, it has begun. The mysterious referee had a smile on his lips as he waved the scepter in his hand and declared, "This battle is the last one of the Dragon Kingdom death battle. So let me announce for everyone the 2 players who will go to war this time. First of all, let's invite Dragon Country's player Zhang Shu. As the initiator of the death battle, his performance on the death battle can be said to be amazing. It can even be said to be like no one before or after. Let's invite Zhang Shu to enter. Boom, boom, boom. There was thunderous applause. The mystic referee waved his hand in a big wave, and a brilliant radiance erupted from the Dragon Kingdom seat. Countless ribbons and pieces of paper flew out, and in full view of everyone, Zhang Shu, dressed in black, came to the center of the ring. With one hand raised high in the air, and with eyes of unparalleled determination. Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Shu. This battle will be won. The seats of the Dragon Kingdom and the Furry Bear Kingdom immediately erupted into a mountain of violent shouts. Haha! Zhang Shu of the Dragon Kingdom is very confident. I hope he can bring the same amazing performance this time. As the mysterious referee spoke, his eyes suddenly turned in the direction of the Sakura country, and with a big wave of his hand. Next, please welcome the other side of this battle, the Sakura Nation players to the stage. The words fell. The entire room was quiet as they looked to the seat where Sakura Nation was. Clunk. The sound of clogs on the floor rang out. See only. A middle-aged man in a samurai uniform with long hair and wooden clogs slowly entered. He was tall, with a handsome, angular face, and a dark, cross-eared beard that added a touch of sophisticated charm. His dark eyes, which were deeply sunken into their sockets, seemed to have lost all the life that a human being should have. Two wide sleeves were tied up by him, revealing a pair of powerful arms with a bizarre tattoo engraved on them, which seemed to be a ferocious and incomparable demon. At his waist, an exquisitely crafted katana stood out. His expression was cold as he took one step towards the ring. In the meantime, the mysterious referee's voice began to ring out as well, and I'm sure everyone here is no stranger to this Sakura Nation contestant. That's right, he's known as the first samurai of the Sakura country, the owner of the Sakura country's national treasure taijutsu, Kid Kiri Ansatsuki. And, as most everyone knows, the terrifying summoner of the SSS-ranked Sakatani Kid, Genryu Shinichi. Pop pop pop. Genryu Shinichi's name rang out. The vast majority of the audience at the scene, excluding the Dragon Country and the Furry Bear Country, almost instantly had a look of excitement on their faces. There were even those who wanted to charge right out of the ring. And Shinichi Minamoto Yori hug each other. Genryu Shinichi. The name, it's just so impressive. You know, he was the first SSS-ranked terror summoner to appear in the terror ring, even if years have passed so far. But the audience vaguely remembers. Before Genryu Shinichi made his appearance, the highest rank of the Blue Star Terror was only SS rank. The appearance of Minamoto Yori Shinichi has completely shattered the perception that SS rank is the highest. The SSS-class Sakatani Kid he summoned in his first appearance killed the SS-class Chainsaw Demon, then known as the world's #1 horror with that move alone. It's safe to say, Shinichi Minamoto Yori is best known as the SSS-ranked horror summoner. Sakuten Boy, the first SSS-ranked terror to appear on the Blue Planet. Exactly. It's the long-established Minamoto Yoriyoshi Shinichi, interrupting Rikoku's winning streak by relying on his SSS-ranked Sakatani Kid, shattering their dreams of passing the death battle. It was still Dragon Country's player, Zhang Shu, who relied on his Chinese horror and stepped on Sakatani Boy's corpse to get through the death battle, making Dragon Country the world's strongest country. The mysterious referee waved his big hand. An endless red light filled his surroundings, his eyes flashing a red light that. All that is revealed now. Deadly battle. Game 9. Begin. The words fell. He immediately leaves the ring. Ring center. Genryu Shinichi spat out the grass he was holding in his mouth, while the corner of his mouth tugged slightly. Oh, annoying guy. Finally leaving. Kid, next, it's your turn to die. Having said that, as soon as he drew out the child Kiri Anzan at his waist, the sharp blade flashed with a sharp, cold light the moment it sliced through the air. At the hilt of the sword, a tyrannical killing, like a long, dusted, murderous aura spewed out, and countless scarlet breaths were like ribbons of color, floating in the air. With all eyes watching, Genryu Shinichi suddenly pointed the taijutsu in his hand toward the sky. Huffing and puffing, large swathes of blood chi converged to produce a scarlet blood bead, coloring the originally pitch-black sky with a red curtain. And then, under the impact of the column of blood, the sky was blasted out with a huge crack, and in the next moment, large swathes of blood actually rolled down in this crack. Blood was like a waterfall, dropping down from the sky. The momentum was overwhelming and extremely shocking. Blood waterfalls dangled down into the ring, and soon, the blood water turned the ring into a pool of blood a full meter high at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the meantime, Behind Minamoto Yuriyoshi Shinichi, a massive figure stepped out of the blood waterfall. It was cloaked in armor nearly 10 meters tall, with a huge wine gourd suspended on its back, and its scarlet skin all over its body looked like it had been peeled away, revealing the most primitive muscle tissue in it. A pair of bizarre horns on its head, messy red hair hanging straight down to its waist, covering the upper half of its body and hanging behind it like a cape, sharp fangs, and razor-sharp claws. The earth trembled with every step. With it comes the surrounding space, all at a speed visible to the naked eye, distorted, as if it had been twisted into a whirlpool. As it opened its scarlet eyes, its powerful aura spread out in all directions, and with just a single glare, the powerful aura it contained actually shook out a crack in the high wall at the edge of the ring. The moment, the Sakura Nation audience was so excited that their bodies were trembling, and SSS-class Sakatani Boy, one of the 3 legendary terrifying demon kings, this time, I, Sakurago, have saved the day. Listen to everything the crowd says. A disdainful gleam flashed in Zhang Shu's eyes. SSS class? One of the 3 legendary terrifying demon kings. Just a slightly larger mole cricket. Chapter 77: The Power to Dispel All the Darkness in the World. The ring. The Sakatani Boy, who was as huge as a small mountain, held an iron staff and approached Zhang Shu step by step. Strong, big feet stomped into the pool of blood, sending ripple after ripple. The sky is scarlet. The earth trembles. It has an aura that gradually becomes stronger. The space around them was collapsing, weighing down the audience in attendance. But, at this moment, the joy on the faces of the Sakura Nation spectators could barely be suppressed as it surfaced. Sakuten Boy, one of the 3 legendary demon kings of the Sakura Kingdom, is also the leader of the Ghost Clan. It is said that it was once so powerful that it shook the contemporary dynasties of the Heian period with its own strength, and even occupied large territories, so that even the rulers could not do anything about it. Nowadays, this demon king, who was called a childhood shadow by the people of Sakura Nation, was now enjoying the admiration and anticipation from the entire Sakura audience. It walked towards Zhang Shu, and the iron staff it held in its hands transformed into a giant engine that was tens of meters long, like a landslide, and whistled towards Zhang Shu. A gust of blood thunder lingered on top of the iron staff, flickering with light and might. The huge force wrapped in it tore the space apart with a burst of explosions. Eyesight. The iron staff was only a foot away from Zhang Shu. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a gong sound that would last for eternity and shake the 9 heavens rang out. Knock! The gong sounded as if it had been struck from the depths of the universe, hitting the hearts of the people, and was so loud and powerful that even the humans on the blue planet proper could hear it clearly. With the sound of the gong, excluding the Dragon Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom, the souls of the audience all seemed to have been traumatized. Their brains became foggy and stars kept flashing in their eyes. Soul shock. Sakuten Boy put away the iron staff in his hand, and his eyes became extremely grave at this moment, even breathing carefully. Even as powerful as it was, it had never encountered such a terrifying soul shock. The infinite greatness it contained traumatized even its soul. Not only that, in that moment just now, Saketun Boy was also surprised to find that in his own heart, a trace of timidity was born, didn't even see what the other guy looked like. And the soul is already afraid? This is very unusual. Sakuten Boy's hands were tightly gripping his iron staff, and every pore of his body was ready to fight in an instant. Thud. At this point, the gong once again sounded. This time, the sound of the gong was like a ripple large enough to encompass heaven and earth, and wherever it reached, the heavens changed drastically. The ripples were born from a place where the end could not be seen in the distance, expanding rapidly with a speed that exceeded the speed of thunder, and wherever they reached, the scarlet sky instantly turned into gloom. Large black clouds were born without warning, converging over the terror ring. It was like a giant net hanging above the sky, covering everything in the ring. The temperature at this moment began to plummet. From the initial 26 degrees Celsius down to an extremely terrifying temperature, the scene seemed to be that endless cold winter days under the 9 springs. The space was condensed with a layer of frost. Even in the realm that Sakatani Boy was in, the waterfall of blood that hung down from the sky began to solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a strong aura! The opponent this time is a formidable foe. Genryu Shinichi frowned. At this moment, the entire audience's breathing became fine. They gasped for air, and the hot breath they exhaled instantly turned into white mist. Nervousness, anticipation, worry, fear, and other emotions surfaced on their faces. Thud, and that's when another gong sounded. This time, however, along with the sound of the gong came the river that was 10,000 feet high, as if it could swallow everything in the world. The torrential river water, turning up huge waves, flooded towards Sakuten Boy. Seeing this, Sakatani Boy's eyes glared as his iron staff plunged into the ground, giving birth to an all-encompassing wraparound barrier. The river water impacting on the barrier, tumbling and diverting, confusing Sakatani Boy's vision. When it's all over, the audience and Sakatani Boy in attendance were shocked. The ring that was originally turned into a pool of blood. I don't know when. It actually changed into a river. The source of the river was impossible to see, as if it came from the depths of hell, deep, dark, and indescribable. The end of the river was unfathomable and endless, as if it spanned the entire firmament. This is... Sake Swallow Boy was shocked to realize that his body was sinking a little bit. It immediately urged its power to levitate its body, which prevented it from being swallowed by the river. At this moment, its eyes were filled with thick scorn. Compared to such a vast and spectacular scene right now, the blood pool it created was not worth mentioning at all. Look, you guys, on the river, it's fogging up, someone in the crowd called out. All eyes converged on the river. Gloomy skies, the dark clouds that cover the firmament. An endless river of rolling smoke floated by, covering everything. If someone was confused and accidentally stepped out of the way and fell into this river, they would surely be instantly torn apart. Sakuten Boy gazed at the smoke ahead. That's when it found out. In this smoke, even slowly out of a bone-thin old man. The old man was wearing a purple Taoist robe on the inside, a straw raincoat on the outside, and a bucket hat on his head, stepping on the river as if he were walking on a flat surface, and his body was as if it had no weight at all and could not sink at all. On his feet, he wore a pair of plain, unadorned straw shoes. Around his waist, he wore a black belt. Two withered, ghastly white hands. One holds a brass gong and the other holds a Dementor bell and gong hammer. Knock! The gong sounded again. Immediately after that, the old man flung the soul-regenerating bell in his hand. Jingle bells, jingle bells. In the quiet environment, the sound of the Dementor bell seemed particularly abrupt, and one couldn't help but feel the chill down his spine. And then, the old man took a long breath, and a touch of perseverance instantly surfaced on his cranium-high face, and with all the strength of his body, he bellowed to the sky that, "Rise!" Boom! 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 In a split second, behind the old man, in that unreadable mist, one figure after another actually emerged. These figures following behind the old man. Because of their constant proximity, everything around them seemed to be filled with an instantaneous force that was on the verge of expanding until it exploded. The river, which had hardly calmed down, was once again churning at this moment, with an even more grandiose momentum. When the 56 black shadows tore through the mist and appeared behind the old man, just 3 meters away from him, they actually stopped neatly. And after, the old man struck the gong and rang the bell again and walked forward. This one black shadow, before continuing to move forward slowly, where they walked through, the mists receded, the river made way for them, and even the air was distorted beyond recognition because of the terrifying killing aura they released. Spectators from other countries, watching the scene in front of them, trembled in their hearts. However, just when they thought it was over, suddenly, in that unreadable mist, thousands of black shadows actually appeared once again. Each black shadow represents a corpse, although they are dead, but their eyes are still firm, the murderous aura released around them, as if they can tear apart all the darkness in this world. Chapter 78 Unknown ranks Western Hunan corpse catchers. At this point, spectators from other countries have long been shocked beyond words. Such a grand and spectacular scene was the first they had ever seen in the Terror Ring ever. None before. At the same time, they couldn't help but begin to speculate in their minds as to what the terrifying thing summoned by the Dragon Kingdom this time was. Just by looking at it, one could feel its unrivaled power. It was so powerful that it suffocated them. The direction of the Dragon Kingdom seat. A spectator who had awakened to the horror and had seen much of it, suddenly cried out that, "I got it! I got it! It's a corpse rush. This is the Western Hunan necromancer catching a corpse." His words caused the Dragon Nation audience present to instantly wake up. To this day, Chinese horror has gradually been revived in the minds of viewers. Much of what was lost is gradually being restored. Western Hunan corpse catching is white witchcraft. Legend has it that a long time ago, people in the Western Hunan area were very concerned about returning to their roots, but in order to make a living, they had to go out to other places to make a living. At that time, the road was dangerous, and in addition to going to other places, the people were not familiar with the land, and therefore it was often easy to die in other places. At this time, the family members of the deceased will plead with the local corpse drivers will die in another country, in the way of corpse-driven, so that their leaves return to the dust to return to their hometown. Rumor has it, the necromancers often walk at night and have the ability to order the corpses to move, and once someone sees a necromancer driving a corpse at night, they need to retreat quickly, or else they will encounter a great disaster. At that time, the people, for the corpse-driving craftsmen especially respect, and even roadside inns and taverns, will also be open specifically for the corpse-driving craftsmen to rest place. And even by the time of the war, there are also still a number of necromancers walking the earth. Let the soldiers who died in other lands return to their roots. However, as far as I can remember, the corpse catchers can catch up to a dozen or so corpses at a time due to their limited abilities, but the spectators looked towards the river, only to see thousands of corpses behind the old man. Not only that, the composition of the team that drove the corpses is also very peculiar. An unusual corpse drive requires the corpse and the corpse driver to be in the same straight line, so that they can walk faster and more conveniently, except that the corpse drive team summoned by Zhang Shu, their composition, seems to be divided into 3 parts. The Longwa audience watched the procession of corpse catchers on the river. Eyes that gradually became heavy. A huge rush of corpses. At the forefront was the old man, who was a corpse drover and needed to open the way ahead. And at the very back are thousands of bodies. Although they were not arranged in a straight line, their movements were neatly organized, as if they were carved out of a single mold, full of momentum, divinely handsome. However, the most puzzling and thought-provoking thing for the Dragon Nation audience was, catch the corpse team, the middle part. The body of that corpse released an aura that could overcome everything, and in their eyes, there was no deadness belonging to corpses. Instead, they were filled with the color of perseverance, and when they were walking, the determination to look at death as if they were at home surfaced on their faces. Most importantly, this team, it was made up of 56 black shadows. 56. This is a number that is just too impressive for the dragon audience. Every person in the Dragon Kingdom, from the time they can remember, almost always understands the meaning of this number. Ethnicity. 56 nationalities. Now, the number 56 appears in this procession of corpse catchers. This made the audience in the Dragon Kingdom. A guess instantly surfaced in their minds. Could it be that these 56 black shadows, each one of them, are our people of all races, the soldiers who died in the War of Resistance? At the thought of this, the audience of the Dragon Country almost instantly felt their scalps tingle and their bodies all began to tremble slightly. Ring center. Sakuten Boy looked at the procession of corpse catchers, craning his neck and holding an iron staff tens of meters high, and looked at them coldly. It's just a trick to play God. Wait for my king's move and destroy you old thing. Its hands snapped together, gripping the iron staff in its hands, every muscle in its body poised for action before it swung with all its might. In a split second, a raging hurricane whistled out from its iron staff, sweeping across the river and quickly transforming into a water tornado that went straight through the heavens and earth, and the terrifying might it wrapped around it was not at all comparable to those SS-class terrors that had been there before. The water tornado covered an extremely wide area, and if it was placed in a city, it could almost easily destroy a city. Such a terrifying move was blasting towards the corpse-catching team that the old man was in. The moment, the old man also sensed his opponent's offense. But on his face, he remained as cold as before, merely lifting the soul-regenerating bell in his hand and gently shaking it. This time, the sound made was no longer as crisp as before. Instead, it's deep and thick, vibrating in the sky. It was like an ancient arcane bell that buzzed. And then, accompanied by the old man mouthing the words, "The soul returns to its roots. Sins of the mortal world. Obstructing is a death sentence." The words fell. The river around them rolled violently. And then the old man struck the gong in his hand, and the moment the gong hammer struck the gong face, there was a loud boom. A berserk sound wave impact instantly burst out, like ripple after ripple, directly tearing apart the surface of the river and shattering Sakuten Boy's water dragon scroll. After that, the remaining power blasted towards Sakuten Boy. Seeing the situation, Sake Swallow Boy wanted to use the iron staff in his hand to block it, But when the impact was so close to it, a wave of fear suddenly welled up within Sake Swallow Boy's heart. Not good. Tried to avoid it, but it was too late. Bang! The impact slammed into Sake Swallow Boy's huge body, and its terrifying might caused Sake Swallow Boy to change color on the spot. A large mouthful of blood was spat out by it, and then its body was rammed against the surface of the river and kept retreating towards the back until it was thousands of meters away before it gradually came to a stop. However, as the crowd once again cast their eyes toward Sakatani Boy, it had long since become in a sorry state. Its strong body had been blasted out with a bloody hole through it. Its face had long since been covered in blood, and even the fingers holding the iron staff were twisted and broken, and the iron staff that it was so proud of had been blasted into a broken stick. Lying on the surface of the river, motionless, it seemed to have lost its life. Failed? How could this happen? My Sakura Kingdom Sakatani Boy. There's no way he could lose just like that. This is an SSS grade terror. How could this happen? It's impossible. I don't believe it. Even if the Dragon Kingdom terrorist thing is strong, how is it possible to defeat my Sakura Kingdom's SSS ranked terrorist thing in a single move? Everyone, don't worry for now, because as far as I know, Sakuten Boy possesses a total of 2 lives, and the strength of the first life is relatively weak, but when it uses its second life, its strength will be boosted like never before. Fruity. Next moment, Sakatani Boy, who had been lying motionless just a moment ago, suddenly swindled. It stood up straight while turning its head, its gaze constantly sweeping over the surroundings as if it was searching for something. The moment Sake Swallow Boy's gaze met Gen Yorizunichi's, a madness to kill, instantly flared up, and then it dodged, actually appearing directly behind Gen Yorizunichi. With its sharp claws, it pierced Gen Ryushinichi's left chest from behind, removing its rolling, beating heart before swallowing it in one gulp. All of this happened extremely fast. Even Gen Ryushinichi didn't react. However, Sakamoto Kawaii, as the person in charge, understood on the spot that Sakuten Boy was out of control. Chapter 79. This move, what can the Sakura country block? In plain sight, Sakuten Boy eats Gen Ryushinichi's heart in one bite. Next moment, pillars of blood rushing into the sky erupted from its body. Its body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, began to recover its strength, crazy growth, crimson skin, actually grew as if lizard-like scales, neck even grew a handsome man's head again. Passing on. Sakuten Boy, in fact, possesses 2 faces or even 2 bodies. One of them, in the image of an evil spirit, was the same as it first appeared. The other, on the other hand, was a handsome, beautiful man. The only way for it to reach the peak of its strength was to fuse the power of the 2 bodies. And according to the records, the Sakuten kid was decapitated by Minamoto Yorimitsu, and as Minamoto Yorimitsu's descendant, Minamoto Yorimichi, his bloodline and the kid Kirienzumi in his hands suppressed it at all times. Now, Sakuten Boy devoured the heart of Minamoto Yorishinichi and gained his powerful samurai heritage. Even a national treasure taijutsu, the kid Kiri Yasuzuna, can be used. Sakuten Boy's strength had now taken a qualitative leap, far surpassing even his former peak moment. See the moment. The hearts of the Sakura Nation viewers were worried, but more than anything else, they were excited. Yoshi. I knew it. Sake Swallow Boy will never die easily. It's the legendary leader of the Ghost Clan, one of the 3 great demon kings. Now that Sakatani Boy is holding the boy cutting Enzumi, and it has realized a power boost beyond itself, what will the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom take to fight us? Ha ha ha. Starting now, for this 9th duel, our Sakura Nation will win this duel with a crushing victory. The Dragon Kingdom is bound to be no match for my Sakura Kingdom. The spectators of the Sakura country, at this moment, had already given birth to a ray of hope in their hearts. Sakuten Boy was originally an SSS-ranked terror. Now that its strength had increased again, it had come to an extremely terrifying level. Although it was not out of the realm of SSS grade, it was far beyond the ordinary SSS grade horrors. At the very least, the SSS-ranked flying demon of the Windmill Kingdom wouldn't last more than 3 moves under the hands of the wine-swallowing boy right now. Sakuten Toko double gripped the power-amplified Kid Kirienzumi and raised it high above his head. The sharp blade of the sword as if it had been hardened with a layer of scarlet fire. Its burly muscles quickly collapsed at this moment, and horrifying killing intent erupted from its eyes, before its arm powered up and viciously chopped down the child cutting Yasuzuna. Pest! A sharp, blood-colored semicircle cut out cleanly, and in the process of flying, It continuously absorbed the surrounding matter, growing its body, and soon it was hundreds of meters, like a blood-red curved moon, with a layer of bizarre black light around it. Electricity. Then he had come to the old man's body. Seeing the situation, the old man took the soul regeneration bell in his hand and swung it with a big hand. The violent power easily crushed the blood-red curved moon chop. Sake Swallowchild's eyes flashed, did not give the old man any time to react, gripping the child-cutting ankara in his hand. In just one breath of time, he actually chopped out 20 curved moon chops. These powerful chopping blows converged in one piece, and wherever it passed, one could even hear the little ghosts wailing. The vertical curved moon chop, the might contained within it, caused the clouds in the sky to be cut out of a rift, and its other end went forward against the river, tearing open a deep ravine. Ghost Chopper Curved Moon. With this move, Sakuten Boy used all of his strength. It was quite certain that it would obliterate the old man and the team of corpses behind him with a single move. Powerful move. The anticipation in the hearts of the audience in attendance was pulled full circle in an instant. The Dragon Nation audience stared at the old man on the river, waiting for his next move. However, looking at the attack that was getting closer and closer to him, the old man didn't feel the slightest bit of threat and merely shook his head indifferently. And then he turned around, and to the 56 black shadows behind him, as well as the thousands of black shadows further back, he clasped his fists and saluted, and spoke in an extremely respectful tone. And, "I know, old man, that the warriors have been waiting impatiently for a long time. Since that's the case, then this last move, I'll let you all have it." With that, the old man hunched over and slowly walked towards the back, while not forgetting to instruct a sentence that, "And please, warriors, with your full blood that can conquer all, and your unwavering patriotic will, once again for my dragon kingdom, open the way." The words fell. Boom, boom, boom. Shasta, an aura that was the most powerful, the most vast, and the most magnificent in this world suddenly erupted from the bodies of these 56 black shadows. Endless greatness transformed into thousands of rays of light at this moment, whistling toward the sky, actually forcing back all the darkness in the world in less than a breath of time. The brightest light in the world fell on these 56 black shadows. Immediately afterward, under the shocked gaze of the entire audience, these 56 black shadows gradually began to reveal their true forms. Behind them, a totem that was incomparably powerful and representative of the 56 ethnic groups coalesced. The Han Chinese Dragon and Phoenix Totem, Tibetan Totem of the Padala Palace, Uyghur Nightingale Totem, Hmong embroidered totems of the Hmong people, Yugu Sacred Deer Totem, Bronze Drum Totem of the Zhuang people. The moment the totem representing the 56 nations appeared, the Dragon Country audience, almost instantly at this moment, understood what had happened. These 56 black shadows that appeared on the scene were the representatives of the martyrs from various clans. Those thousands of black shadows were resistance martyrs from all races. In the meantime, almost at the same time, a memory surfaced in the minds of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. This memory recorded was about the story of the life of that demoiselle old man earlier. He was a corpse chaser from Western Hunan. Since childhood, he has been working as a corpse chaser, and he originally wanted to rely on this craft to make a living. But with the coming of the war period, everything has changed drastically. Many soldiers died on the front lines. They can't return home even at the last moment. In order to bring these fallen warriors back to their roots, he resolutely left his hometown and embarked on a journey to drive corpses without any pay. Whenever a war occurred, even at the risk of his life, he would let the corpses of those Dragon Kingdom warriors return to their roots. If the body is intact, drive the body back home. If the body is missing, take a symbol, find a feng shui site, bury it in a thick layer, and return its symbol to its hometown before sending it back. During this time, he never received a penny of payment, and it is because of his perseverance, faith, righteousness, and national sentiments that he sent 5,600 soldiers back to their roots and souls during the war. Now, these fallen martyrs are guarding the Dragon Kingdom once again in their own way, facing Sakatani Boy's powerful and incomparable killing move. Various looks coalesced on the faces of the pioneers. There was anger, determination, bravery, arrogance, and murderous rage. But the only thing that wasn't there was fear, for the martyrs knew that what they were facing was a horror from the land of Sakura. Cherry Blossom Country? What are they? There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a bunch of dirt dogs. Come one, kill one, Come a bunch, kill a bunch. On the ring, the power condensed by all the martyrs, the totems of the various races represented on their bodies, actually erupted in colorful colors at this moment, and whichever one of them it was, it looked exceptionally dazzling. These colors rushed up to the sky. Eventually, at some point, they began to coalesce with each other, starting to mingle. It turned into a brilliant and incomparable stream of light. The stream of light only two colors. One kind of red, one kind of yellow. The red one transformed into a great giant curtain that was large enough to cover the earth, while 5 yellow streams of light dotted the red giant curtain, forming the greatest existence in this world. This scene was not only visible to the audience at the scene, but even to the people on the mainland of the Dragon Kingdom. When they looked up and saw, in the sky, the unrivaled greatness of the pattern. Almost instantly, it was like an electrifying, tingling sensation, and goosebumps rose all over his body. It's the flag. It's the flag of my Dragon Kingdom. It covers the whole heaven and earth. Looking at the transcendent giant that was boundless and in the upper air, it released a terrifying might. Sakuten Boy's eyes widened as he tried to defend with all his strength. It's not possible. It doesn't have the strength. The move, gathering together the spirit and will of the 56 nations of our Dragon Kingdom. Cherry Blossom Country, what's to stop it? Who are they to block? Boom! One moment. Under the great offense, Sake Swallow Boy had no power to fight at all, instantly turning into pieces and fading away between heaven and earth. The martyrs looked at this, and on their faces, a look of excitement and euphoria appeared. At this point, the old man who had previously retreated to the back, leading the fallen martyrs of the Dragon Kingdom, came before Zhang Shu, and handed Zhang Shu all the tools used to catch the corpse in his hand, while he cupped his fists and saluted. Western Hunan corpse catchers, lead my Dragon Kingdom warriors, cross the river back to their homeland. The moment, the looks of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom immediately became serious. Whatever they were doing, they got up at almost the same moment. Zhang Shu straightened his back, held his head high, and looked at all the fallen martyrs with an extremely spirited look, with the most respectful gaze, and his loud voice rang out, I, Zhang Shu, with the 1.4 billion people of the later generations of my Dragon Kingdom, welcome all the heroes and martyrs home. Salute! Chapter 80 Deadly Battle Pass Reward. Distribution. The people of the Dragon Kingdom all had serious expressions at this moment, their eyes gleaming as they faced the martyrs and saluted. The martyrs located behind the old man, after seeing this scene, especially after seeing the latter-day Dragon Nations people one by one with high spirits and fighting spirit, as well as that respect and admiration in their eyes. The martyrs' noses were sore and excitement welled up. One of the pioneers at the head of the group stood out and looked at the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom, his voice loud and strong. Now, seeing the present-day prosperity of my Dragon Kingdom, the people remember the hardships of their heroes and honor their glory. We, who die, have no regrets. It's worth everything we've done. A few short sentences. However, the power contained within it caused the hearts of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom to tremble. In order to protect the Dragon Kingdom and to save the people from the heat, the martyrs fought on the front line of the war without fear of death. They fought tooth and nail, not for themselves, but only for the latter-day Dragon Kingdom to truly rise and no longer be bullied. Now, after seeing that the Dragon Kingdom was strong and the people were living in peace and happiness, a smile appeared on the faces of the martyrs. It was the cleanest smile in the world, unadulterated and the most heartwarming. They are, by far, the toughest people. They are, by far, the most admirable people. But they're also, like, the sweetest people. Under the admiring gaze of the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom, the martyrs straightened their military appearance and performed military salute. Their bodies, transformed into the most dazzling light, coalesced towards the Dragon Country flag reflected in the sky, transformed into a great power that protects my Dragon Country. Their will, for all eternity, their spirit lives on with the world, until the bodies of the last martyrs converge on the flag in the sky. It was only when the old man, who was a corpse catcher from Western Hunan, cupped his fists and saluted Zhang Shu. Farewell here, old man. The words fell, and his figure began to return to the Chinese horror codex. On his way out, Zhang Shu opened his mouth and asked, Senior, I still don't know your name. Name? The old man shook his head with a faint smile. This is something that I have forgotten from the moment I left my home and threw myself into the battlefield. If you must, you can call me the Western Hunan necromancer. It's also the final proof that I, and the rest of my brothers who drive the corpses, have ever existed in this world. Times of development. The existence of the necromancer has become folklore. Many people are not aware that this is an industry that actually existed. Zhang Shu looked at the old man and assured, "Senior, we will definitely remember you." Aha! The old man smiled and nodded his head, his body disappearing little by little until it completely merged into the Chinese horror tome, his breath becoming very faint. It's like falling asleep. To this point, the 9th matchup of the deadly battle. The end. Ring of Terror. Everything is back to the way it was in the beginning. Sakutan Boy's body turned into ashes and faded away between heaven and earth. As its horrible summoner, Genryu Shinichi is now completely lifeless and dead as a result of having his heart ripped out. Sakura Nation, defeated. For the losers, the punishment, quite severe. The mysterious referee held a pitch-black colored scepter, and with a big wave of his hand, pitch-black colored light rushed up into the heavens, and the huge pair of bloody eyes broke through the clouds and came out, and it danced with sticky and disgusting tentacles around it. From the pupils, 2 scarlet rays of extinction shot out, falling on the Sakura country's soil. One falls right in the center of the country and one on the coast, catalyzing a terrifying earthquake and tsunami that engulfed a tall office building. The people of the Sakura country where the disaster occurred wailed in agony as they frantically fled, but the swift tsunami and violent earthquake would not give them a chance. In just one moment, it caused the deaths of up to 300,000 Sakura Nation people. And then, from a crack in the earth, a huge figure crawled out. It was as huge as a mountain and looked like an enlarged giant gorilla, but it had no hair on its body. They formed from white and red-colored muscle tissue with a giant lizard head. The moment it appeared, large swaths of blood poured out of the ground, flooding the crowd on the road. Coastal. In the void right in the center of the tsunami, there was a bizarre figure suspended in the air. It was bone-thin, 1 meter 8 in height, wearing an elegant and delicate tuxedo, and on its head was a weird and oozing goat's head. The bizarre goat-headed man stood upright in the air, and with a wave of his large hand, the unparalleled blood-colored strong wind actually directly destroyed a quarter of the city where he was currently located. Double SSS-rated terror descends on the mainland. It's simply great. Sakamoto Kawai's mind went blank at the sight, so much so that he forgot to do even the most basic countermeasures. It was only thanks to a reminder from the Sakura worker next to him that he slowed down, and then hurriedly dispatched the horrors to confront them. Sakura Country's SSS-ranked horrors aren't the only ones that swallow wine children. After the punishment, next, it's time for the much-anticipated reward. The mysterious referee's voice rang out in the ring. He looked in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, and as if he were counting the rewards a little bit, according to the rules, the Dragon Kingdom's success in passing the death battle will double the reward on top of the original. The country's economic level, which was to be raised for 50 years, is now raised for 100 years. The level of technology was scheduled to be raised by 50 years. Now it is raised by 100 years. Non-renewable resources become renewable resources, and renewable resources become infinite resources. The level of the Dragon Kingdom's horrors has been raised by 2 levels, and more horrors can be summoned. Of course, there is also the one that has made countless people boisterous, the 100% expansion of the country's land area. Every word of the mysterious referee was wrapped in great power. One moment, from the terror ring, majestic power coalesced. It turned into a ball of light that shone on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Wherever the light reached all the rewards, they turned into substance in the Dragon Kingdom. Non-renewable resources such as oil and coal are rapidly regenerated to fill the void. Renewable resources, such as water, become inexhaustible. Science and technology, the economy, and the level has made a qualitative leap. Artificial intelligence and mechanical learning technology is developing rapidly, more and more high-tech robots appear, and the knowledge that had not been possessed in the form of data appeared on the scientists' work computers. Quantum computing is breaking through, and traditional computers are lifting their technological limitations, assisting humans, processing grander data, and allowing for better solutions to all problems that occur. Technological breakthroughs in the use of resources. Breakthroughs in the original oil, coal, nuclear, solar, and other technologies have been achieved. Power consumption has been drastically reduced, infinitely close to zero, and more energy sources have been discovered, such as gravity energy. Virtual reality technology. Humans can utilize a virtual platform to conduct feasibility studies on everything in the plan, even if it fails without incurring losses. Major breakthroughs have been made in space technology and planetary migration. Top-notch biotechnology, after all, appeared in the minds of human beings in a flash. Diseases that were incurable also have countless solutions at this moment. Those suffering from incurable diseases, who no longer had any hope of living, had renewed hope in this moment. High-rise buildings have become more spectacular, the environment on the street has become clean with the speed visible to the naked eye, the original decoration is simple, perhaps dilapidated houses at this moment even also changed into a small villa, a variety of furniture is complete, but also very humane through the water and electricity, everything all have undergone a sea change. The Dragon Kingdom, renewed, the comprehensive national power has been greatly enhanced. The level of technology, 100 years ahead of the world. Sure, more importantly, increase in the size of the country. Chapter 81. Expanding territory to open up land? I swing a Ho Thief 6. On the coast of the Dragon Kingdom. The islands that were originally suspended in the sea began to converge towards the plates of the Dragon Kingdom, as if they had been fitted with thrusters. Not only that, but there were even huge peninsulas born from the bottom of the sea, piece by piece, bordering the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, and eventually, after all the islands were spliced together with the Dragon Kingdom mainland. The land territory area of the Dragon Kingdom. It has come to a staggering 19.2 million square kilometers. Not only that, but these emerging territories are fertile and rich in resources. There are forests, plains, grasslands, rivers, and lakes on it, but no deserts with extremely low availability. It is simply a dreamland for human habitation. The most crucial thing was that the territory spread out from the coast of the Dragon Kingdom, encircling the Sakura Kingdom to death in the middle of the territory, containing their ocean access, which was undoubtedly holding the national lifeline of the Sakura Kingdom. Of course, Sakura Nation won't be around much longer. Now, the Dragon Kingdom became the most powerful country in the world. Sakura Nation, naturally, cannot stay. Previously, it was motivated by considerations of international impact. The Dragon Kingdom has yet to make a move. But right now, the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom is the strongest. Strength is influence. Who dares to disobey? Stand out. The next one will destroy you. What's more, ever since the Terror Ring descended, the Sakura Nation had been trying to find ways to make the Dragon Nation fail in the Terror Ring, and its ambitions were well known to everyone. It simply wanted to put the Dragon Nation to death. Perhaps many years ago, there were indeed some people from the Sakura Nation who recognized history and admitted their mistakes, but with the descent of the Ring of Terror, such people were almost non-existent. The vast majority of the people of Sakura Nation view the Dragon Nation as an enemy. For the enemy, absolutely intolerable. It must be extinguished. In addition to the expansion of the land area, the sea area of the Dragon Kingdom also fully doubled, not expanding from the original ocean. Instead, it changed the previous high seas into the seas of the Dragon Kingdom, which was overbearing, but none of the countries dared to object. And, on the new land and sea of the Dragon Kingdom, all appeared as huge boundary markers, on which were inscribed, in a pontifical calligraphic style, several large and very imposing characters. Within the Dragon Kingdom, other countries are forbidden to travel. Sure, it wasn't an absolute ban. As long as you had permission from the Dragon Kingdom, you could still enter. But if one dares to break into it illegally, scarlet divine light will descend from the sky and tear the intruder apart. Terror in the Ring. After the viewers in other countries saw this series of changes in the Dragon Kingdom, they stared with wide eyes, and a strong look of jealousy spread across their faces. Some people grit their teeth, desperate to take all the rewards on themselves, especially the heads of countries such as the Republic of Koen. At this moment, their faces were blue. The veins on his forehead were bulging. His body revealed a sour odor that had coalesced from too much jealousy. That reward, it's just too rich. Let the Dragon Kingdom, in one leap, become the most powerful country in the world. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, the quality of life has also improved drastically. People no longer have to worry about food, drink, housing, and transportation. The happiness index soared rapidly. Sure, to say the worst and most irritated, it would have to be the person in charge of Sakura Nation. Sakamoto Kawaii's face was as ugly as if he'd eaten a turd, and his fists kept pounding on the fence, itching to break the bones of the... Baka, Baka, Baka. Why does it look like this? The Dragon Kingdom, they actually passed through to the death. The current them has risen to power, and my Sakura Kingdom is definitely not their match. And, with their new territory, they have surrounded my Sakura country and curbed its sea routes, which is simply killing my Sakura country. If this continues, sooner or later, my cherry blossom kingdom will be suppressed by the dragon kingdom, or even, it's highly likely that they will exterminate us. At this moment, Sakamoto Kawaii's face changed, and the fear in his heart caused his body to tremble from fear. Now, the dragon kingdom has just been rewarded, so perhaps it will take some time to digest. But when the dragon kingdom has these rewards completely in hand, it will be no trouble at all to take down the Sakura country in one fell swoop. With that thought, Sakamoto Kawaii clenched his hands into fists, knowing that after he returned to his country this time, he must use all of his power to search for the horrors in the country and build defenses, defend against attacks from the dragon kingdom. One side is sad, the other side is happy. The dragon country viewers, at this moment, were all receiving shortcuts from home. There are loved ones who are sick, but now there is help, and it doesn't even cost a dime. It's all covered by the state. Some of them have turned their cottage houses into small villas, and even the yield and quality of crops have been greatly improved. And the most crucial thing is that the price of collecting crops has also increased, so everyone has money to earn. Various. Not only that, but the state is beginning to develop new policies in response to the new territories. The whole of the Dragon Kingdom was in a flurry of busyness, but it was a busyness of joy. After all, who wouldn't be happy with a new territory? Ha 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 ha. The country has doubled in size. Doesn't that mean we now have another 9.6 million square kilometers of Earth to reclaim? With a place this big and the vast majority of it available, I can't even imagine how much I could grow. I was worried about what I should do in the future. But now it's good. I'll just join the open field brigade and go farming. Remember to call me when you go, and to tell you the truth, I'm a thief of six in swinging a hoe, and I can clear an acre of land in a morning. Holy, an acre a morning? Dude, you're ing Superman. I can't even begin to imagine how fragrant the rice and wheat will smell when the fertile land is combined with our excellent seeds from the Dragon Kingdom. What a coward. I dare you to think. If it were me, I'd plant some high-yield grains, and now that the preservation technology is advanced, if any more Dragon Nation people go hungry in the future, I'll give them these grains for free and no one will be allowed to starve. Mr. Righteousness, take my bow. The Dragon Nation audience, giggling and laughing, had happy smiles on their faces. Regardless of their usual status, when they hear of a new territory in the Dragon Kingdom, the first thing that comes to mind is almost always to run off and farm. Hate to stick crops in every part of the globe. It's very plain and grounded. Of course, with a new territory, there will naturally be new arrangements, and if all of it is used to grow crops, then I'm afraid that each person will have to eat 10 meals a day until the monkey's age. The spectators of the Little Chill Republic on the side hated their teeth when they saw the Dragon Country spectators looking so pleased with themselves. ACI bar, they're so arrogant, isn't it just doubling the size of the country? What's the point? Even if they give it to us, we don't even care about it. That's it. It's as if they've never seen the world. And to even talk about planting crops in a new territory is dirt cheap. I really can't figure out why the Dragon Kingdom's luck is so good that they really let them pass to the death. These rewards should have belonged to our little cold republic. When the audience of the Dragon Kingdom heard their words, they were not in the least bit accustomed to them and immediately disliked them back. It smells so bad. Has the audience of the Republic of Shaohan not taken a bath in 100 years? What a big sour smell. And talk about doubling the size of the country is not uncommon. Oh, just your sesame-sized place. Even if you double it, it's still so small and pathetic. I can drown your little cold Republic of China with a pea. Saying that my Dragon Kingdom is lucky and the reward should be yours? I'll go. You guys are really shameless. Everything is yours, right? I got a piece of here for you guys too, want it? Before, you even said that the Great Wall of my Dragon Kingdom is also yours, so you really don't have any face at all. Chill Republicans are like that. The more they don't have, the more they intend to SCK. Just then, the old hairy bear on the sidelines suddenly stood up and patted the Dragon Nation audience on the shoulder. Old brother, you guys are just too good-tempered. What's the point of talking nonsense with these assholes from the little cold republic? Just do it and be done with it. Having said that, rolling up his sleeves and plowing through his weapons, the cranky old hairy bear brother went straight for the kill toward the audience in the Republic of Little Chill. Chapter 82, The Battle of Nations. The ring opens soon, with the Dragon Nation audience and the Woolly Bear Nation audience joining forces. The audience of the Republic of Chill is honest. Sitting coyly where he didn't even dare to fart. Upon closer inspection, their faces were bruised and purple, looking like they had just been beaten up. As the person in charge, Lee Myung-hyuk really had nowhere to go with his anger when he saw this scene. This kind of conflict between viewers is something he, as the person in charge, really wants to manage but doesn't dare to do so. The ring. With the last game of the death match over. In the direction of the Dragon Kingdom seat, ribbons of color flew and flags fluttered. The mysterious referee looked at all of this and pressed his palm, and then, the atmosphere of the scene instantly changed drastically. With him as the center, an illusory space began to build, overlaying towards Zhang Shu, soon shutting him and Zhang Shu in a small airtight space. It was as if he was in a vast starry sky, with a void under his feet and a bright starry sky in front of him. At this point, the heads of state remembered, after the Dragon Kingdom passes through the deadly battle. There's also a very important bonus. The mysterious referee, who will tell the Dragon Kingdom a secret about the truth of the Ring of Terror. Damn, it's a separate small space. Even with the most advanced technology, you can't eavesdrop on any information. John Hugh flung the bug in his hand to the floor as soon as it was in his hand, and the plotting and scheming fizzled out, and he looked extremely angry in this moment. Luvic looked similarly grave. Secrets about the truth of the Ring of Terror. The reward, it's just too tempting. No, this secret absolutely can't let the Dragon Kingdom have it all to itself. Even if it costs the heavens, we have to get it. Luvic secretly made a conclusion in his mind. Sakamoto Kawaii and Lee Myung-hyuk's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously thinking about some kind of plotting and scheming. The head of the Dzungaria was envious and stomped his feet. In the void of space, the mysterious referee looked at Zhang Shu in front of him and spoke faintly. The Dragon Kingdom passes death battle, and to fulfill my promise, I'm going to tell you the truth about the Ring of Terror. Zhang Shu frowned slightly and concentrated, waiting for the other party's next words. I know, the mysterious referee spoke. In your hearts, the most curious thing is what exactly is the Ring of Terror? Where did it come from? And what is its purpose in coming to the Blue Star? Now, let me tell you that the place we came from is an unknown and dangerous space, beyond the universe. We all over the universe. Our purpose in coming to the Blue Planet is to make you as strong as possible for all the dangers that may come in the future. Dangers that may be far away or close at hand, one can never tell. Possible future dangers? Help us get stronger? Zhang Shu looked up at the mysterious referee. According to you, there will be danger coming to the Blue Star soon in the future, and your terror ring is acting as a savior? However, the mysterious referee shook his head. Not really. We are not good guys, we are not bad guys, we are not saviors, we are not destroyers. Please don't stereotype us. You can see us as a tool to make the strong stronger. The mysterious referee spoke in a clouded voice. The message given was cryptic, but Zhang Shu captured two key points. First, there is a danger that will befall Blue Star in the future. Secondly, the Ring of Terror can help the Dragon Kingdom become stronger and fight danger. Simple and concise. Got it. Now, the Dragon Kingdom has become the strongest country on the Blue Planet, but that's not enough. The mysterious referee looked at Zhang Shu, his tone a bit more serious. Next, I will change the rules of the ring to assist Dragon Kingdom in rising again from its current level. Raise the bar again. Zhang Shu looked at the mysterious referee, cavernous. What do you mean, unify the globe? That's right. I know that with the combined national power of the Dragon Kingdom right now, it could use weapons to occupy the globe, but that would not only lead to land damage, but it would even cause the Dragon Kingdom to lose the rewards from the Ring of Terror. So, I will change the rules of the Ring of Terror to help Dragon Nation go for global unification with maximum gains. The mysterious referee spoke before reminding, but Zhang Shu, you should know that all I can do is to change the rules in the ring. More importantly, it is also necessary to rely on the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's own horrors. So please make sure that, as before, you defeat the other countries in a crushing manner and unify the globe. Zhang Shu sniffed, a bemused smile. This kind of thing, even if the mysterious referee didn't say anything, he would still do it. Harmonization of the globe, not the Dragon Kingdom. Ring center. When the mysterious referee and Zhang Shu figure reappeared, instantly became the center of attention. The heads of the other countries and the spectators were looking forward to it, wanting Zhang Shu to say something, preferably something that would bring out that secret about the truth of the Terror Ring. But the result, to their great disappointment, only to see Zhang Shu leave the center of the ring with a cold expression, not even moving his head as he walked towards the Dragon Kingdom seat on his own. Don't want to say a word. Don't even want to take another breath. Watching the other country heads dry up. Dragon Kingdom Zhongshu. At this time, Li Mingyi of the Little Chill Republic suddenly shouted out, "Don't you want to say something as the first passer of the deadly battle?" Zhongshu turned back and knew what the other party was playing at. So turning his head, he spoke slowly and, "Let me say something. First of all, the secret about the truth about the Ring of Terror, which I will never tell you, don't even think about it. Also, I'd like to say," speaking of this, Zhongshu suddenly looked in the direction of the Woolly Bear Country and the Dragon Country. "Would the Woolly Bear Nation audience and my Dragon Nation audience please stand up for a moment first, please? The Woolly Bear Nation audience and the Dragon Nation audience rise." And then, Zhongshu stood tall and high with his head held high, bellowing in the tone of a superior. "I'd like to say, everyone here is a bunch of trash. Little Chill Republic? Cherry Blossom Country? Eagle Country? Tenguin? Empire of Triumph? Is he insulting us? He must be insulting us, right? Asshole. Well, he deserves to die." At this moment, these principals cast their fierce gazes unanimously at Lee Myung-hyuk, with eyes that seemed to say, "You're the only stupid bird with a mouth, aren't you? You'll die if you don't talk. Do you have to go for presents? Now it's good, isn't it? You've been scolded by others, and you've dragged us down with you. You Little Chill Republicans really deserve to die." Lee Myung-hyuk was innocent. "ACI, right? Why are you looking at me like that? I just said what you guys wanted to say." Zhongshu ignored the cacophony of these people and returned to the Dragon Country seats on his own, while not forgetting to ask the Dragon Country audience and the Woolly Bear Country audience to sit down. It can be described as a murderous execution to the extreme. In the meantime, the mysterious referee in the ring changed into a blood-red robe, and the weapon in his hand changed into a blood-red scythe. A raging killing frenzy surged through his body, and a flood of bell-like voices resounded in the ring. Now, I declare the Dragon Kingdom death battle officially over. Next on the program is the ring. The Dragon Kingdom, as the strongest country in the world, will be the ringmaster of the tournament, and the rest of the countries will be the attacking countries. Each country has 3 chances to attack the ring, and once it succeeds, it will receive 50% of the Dragon Kingdom's deadly battle reward. And there will be 3 additional SSS ranked artifacts, as well as 1 SSS Terror Drop designation card. SSS Terrorfall designated card. Any country can be designated to encounter SSS-rated terror descending on the homeland at any time, in any place. Its strong power has even exceeded that of strategic weapons. Plus, there's a 50% bonus for the Dragon Kingdom death battle. The reward's very tempting. One could even go so far as to describe it as horrible. The other countries present were as if they had come to life at that moment. Greedy lights were coming out of their eyes. Only the mysterious referee's next words caused their hearts, which had originally come to life, to instantly fall to the bottom of the ice. Of course, if the Dragon Kingdom defends the ring successfully, it will gain 33.3% of the attacking country's territory. Once the attacking country fails in all 3 attacks, the territory of its country will belong to the Dragon Kingdom. The people, the horrors, the resources of the territory, everything is at the disposal of the Dragon Kingdom. In addition, I would like to mention here that the same country may not attack the ring twice in a row, and needs to attack the ring at intervals, lest you say that I am biased in favor of the Dragon Kingdom. With the mysterious referee's words falling, the other country heads and people understood instantly. The so-called ring. It's not at all the same level as before. This is no longer a small fight. Rather, the fate of an entire nation is at stake. Once it fails, the mountains and rivers are in turmoil and the country is in ruins. Their hearts, at this moment, hung in the air. At this moment, the mysterious referee looked at Zhongshu. As the ringmaster, the Dragon Kingdom can designate the attacking country. Now, please make your choice. The moment, the other country's audience looked at Zhongshu as if they had seen an evil spirit, their lips turning white with fear, and they couldn't even avoid him for fear of being designated by him. Sakamoto Kawai, in particular, had even ducked into the crowd to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. He really doesn't want to be designated. Right now, within Sakura's country, it was experiencing a double SSS-ranked terror descent, and an SSS-ranked terror had just died, and it even had to face all-around suppression from the Dragon Kingdom and even attacks. They really don't have the energy to face the ring again. However, Zhongshu's voice suddenly rang out. First ring match, Sakura Nation. Dragon Kingdom, want you to die. Chapter 83. No one is allowed to swipe a gift. The Ring. Scene 1. Sakura Nation versus Dragon Nation. It will open in 24 hours. Using this time, Zhang Shu returned to the Dragon Kingdom. Just after arriving at the Supernatural Research Center, he bumped into Qin Xiaoming, whose face was overflowing with red light, chatting happily with the black and white irregulars. It looked like their mission to capture the Sakura Nation's eyes was successfully completed. Chief Qin, how's it going? Did you catch all of those Sakura country's eyes planted in Dragon Country? Zhang Shu asked. Qin Xiaoming nodded his head with a smile and glanced at the black and white invincible beside him. Both of these two have struck out. Even if the Sakura demon possesses heavenly abilities, it will be hard to escape. According to our statistics, there are a total of 30 eyes planted by the Sakura country, 15 of which are B-ranked terror summoners, 10 are ranked, and there are 4 S-ranked and 1 SS ranked. As you suggested, we have arranged for all of these people to go to the coast of the South China Sea, so that they can kowtow and confess their sins with their backs to the sea and their faces to the earth of our Dragon Kingdom. After 7 days, these people will be sentenced to death again. It's this law that's a relief. It would be too cheap for these cherry blossom devils if they were sentenced to death alone. Eyes closed and he passed away. Even the pain felt was only for a moment. How is this going to work? For the Sakura ghosts, especially this kind that jeopardizes the Dragon Kingdom, they should be punished severely. In addition, we shaved off their Bollinger caps so that they could also feel the intense pain in their flesh when they kneeled down. The black and white irregulars interjected from the side. It had to be said that the means of torture possessed by them as undertakers were nothing short of fancy. Torturing ghosts every day without fail. Well, in that case, all is secure. Zhang Shu smiled and nodded his head before looking at Qin Xiaoming. Chief Qin, where are these people now? South China Sea. Come on, show me. The level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom is now highly developed. There have even been floating trackless trains, which can easily reach speeds of thousands of kilometers per hour, and are so safe and stable that even the thinnest coin placed by the window doesn't fall over. It was smooth and quick. Just under an hour. Zhang Shu and Qin Xiaoming and the others then arrived in Nanhai City. Led by Qin Xiaoming, they arrived at the coastal area. Not close enough. From a distance, he saw a group of people gathered around, each of them holding a cell phone and taking pictures of the Sakura Oni kneeling on the punishment table. There are also a number of people who are thoughtful and enthusiastically live streaming to the Dragon audience who can't watch it live. Come, brothers, come and see. It's these guys who want to harm my Dragon Kingdom. One by one, they stole the secrets of my Dragon Kingdom and wanted to put my Dragon Kingdom to death. They simply deserve to die. Just these people, even killing them isn't enough to relieve their anger. You all see that mustache guy kneeling at the front with his head cracked. This guy's name is Naoya Kameguchi. He's the leader of the group, and the worst of the worst is him. Watch me treat him to a super rotten egg. Saying that, the anchor picked up the rotten egg in his hand and greeted it towards Wiguchi Naoya. Because they were controlled by the power of the black and white irregulars, all of these people from the Sakura Kingdom were kowtowing, and when Naoya Kameguchi finished kowtowing one, and had just raised his head, that anchor's rotten egg smashed right into his face. It's dark and smelly. Viewers who couldn't be there in person were popping in and out at this moment. Some of the big brothers who watched in relief were unstintingly rewarding one sports car yacht after another. That's not going to make the anchor whole, he rushed.
哎，看直播就看直播，刷礼物是怎么个事儿？
You use the money up where it belongs. Don't bounty me. I've got money. Saying that, this anchor directly turned off the gift function, and didn't forget to add that. In order to prevent any more viewers from swiping gifts for me in the live broadcast. So please give Big Brother Peng 1 a bit of a report. Let's see if he dares to swipe it again. Big Brother Pengjiai panicked. Hurry up with the picture and post. Has been honest, begged to be spared. With pictures, sure. Except for some private live streams. Professional organizations in the country are also reporting on relevant aspects. Their filming equipment was filming at a 360-degree dead angle, in all directions, with a clarity that could even illuminate the pores on the faces of these people, Naoya Kameguchi. This broadcast. Who to watch? Global. Cherry Blossom Country. Sakamoto Kawai, who had just returned from the Ring of Terror, was sitting on the couch with a haggard look on his face. He pinched his brow, his face full of vicissitudes and sorrow. The whole person looked like he had aged a dozen years. Even his breathing had become a bit rambling. In front of him, news reports from around the globe were playing on the television. In the past, he would listen carefully and analyze the information contained therein. Today, though, he just didn't have the energy. Double SSS rank terror descends on Sakura Nation proper. The comprehensive national power of the Dragon Kingdom has increased dramatically. The Dragon Kingdom has added new territories and surrounded the Sakura Kingdom to the death. Ring match, first match, Sakura Nation versus Dragon Nation. If you lose, 33.3% of Sakura Nation goes to Dragon Nation. Every single thing was weighing him down. It's happening right now. A subordinate knocks on the door and enters the room. Mr. Sakamoto, regarding the SSS class terror descending on the mainland, it is now temporarily resolved. In this terrorist attack, a total of 3 million people died directly, and even more 5 million people received injuries, and the direct economic losses have already exceeded the national treasury's earnings for a year. Losses extremely serious. Sakamoto Kawaii exhaled heavily, having predicted this outcome. Inform all regions that precautions must be strengthened. The SSS class terror descent is only temporarily receding, but as long as they are not completely exterminated, no one knows when they will appear next and where they will appear. The subordinate nodded. Yes. Well, stand down. After greeting his subordinates away, Sakamoto Kawaii took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, how's the handling of what I asked you to arrange earlier going? How many of my Sakura Kingdom's eyes planted in the Dragon Kingdom have safely returned to the mainland? The opposite party visibly froze as they heard the words. Stammering and stammering, it took a long time to get out the words. Mr. Sakamoto, in this case, there have been some accidents. Something has happened to the planted eyes. At those words, Sakamoto Kawaii seemed to have predicted it. Hey, how can you do something like this without an accident? Actually, I didn't expect them to all make it back home safely to begin with. As long as Naoya Wakuchi can return home safely, the others, too, will have no use for them. Tell me straight, how many more eyes have landed safely? The opposite party, after a long pause of silence, which was followed by a faltering speech. They, 0, 0. Sakamoto Kawaii? You give me that again. Mr. Sakamoto, this accident happened so suddenly that I really don't know what's going on. The voice on the other side was a bit rushed. It's on TV. Just switch to the international channel and you'll be clear. Chapter 84 Threatening My Dragon Kingdom? There's no need for the Sakura capital to exist. Sakamoto Kawaii then focused on the TV. Upon looking at the contents of the live broadcast inside, his entire body was shaken in place on the spot. The southern city of the Dragon Kingdom. See only. Naoya Wakuchi was kneeling on a makeshift platform with his back to the sea, facing the territory of the Dragon Kingdom.
咚咚咚的，不断地用脑袋去撞击大理石台面。他们的眼中没有一丝生气，不断重复着磕头抬头、磕头抬头的动作。
They even cracked their foreheads, and the blood that flowed out soaked their clothes, but the kowtowing showed no sign of stopping. At the same time, his mouth kept chanting, I'm 1,000 years old. I'm guilty. I'm sorry for the Dragon Kingdom. I deserve to die. I, Sakura Onaikan, am an asshole and so on. The number of viewers in the live stream is long since broken 2 billion. It's an audience from around the globe. It could be said that these people, Wiguchi Naoya, had really disgraced all of Sakura country, even though they were originally shameless. Of course, there were some saints from other countries in the live stream, saying that the people of Sakura Nation were so pathetic, killing and not abusing and so on. But the kind and straight-talking Dragon Nation viewers listed a laundry list of previous crimes committed by the Sakura Nation in a matter of minutes. Occupying my dragon's territory, destroying my dragon's culture, and killing my dragon's people. Even the lives of people from the Dragon Kingdom were used for that all abominable human experimentation. And to the resentment of all the Dragon Kingdom, the day that can never be forgotten, South. Crimes committed by the Sakura state. Even killing them all would not be enough to atone for their sins. Even now, the Cherry Blossom country still refuses to admit the various crimes committed, and the heinous crimes it has committed make it impossible for the Dragon country to ever forgive them. Sakamoto Kawaii was so angry that his body trembled when he saw this scene, and a mouthful of old blood was directly spat out due to the rush of fire. His face, with a swish, turned pale. Dragon Kingdom. This is humiliating my Sakura Kingdom. No way. They must not be allowed to go on any longer. I'm going to stop what they're doing. Sakamoto Kawaii picked up his cell phone and dialed Qin Xiaoming's number with a gloomy face. The moment, Qin Xiaoming, who was in Nanhai City, immediately had disdain on his face after seeing that the caller was Sakamoto Kawaii. Sinking your teeth in so quickly? You can't even do it in Sakura Goku. Let go if you have an ass. Qin Xiaoming didn't bother to be polite with the other party. Sakamoto Kawaii suppressed the anger in his heart and indifferently spat out a few big words that 100 billion long Gua dollars. Interrupt the live broadcast and release Naoya Wakuchi and the others. His tone, filled with a commanding tone, seemed to think that $100 billion would make Qin Xiaoming agree. However, this is simply not possible. $100 billion for me to release these cherry blossom devils? Are you kicked by a donkey? You told me to let go and I let go. $100 billion? I think you're here to look for scolding, right? Your Sakura country will be destroyed by my dragon country in a short while. When that time comes, the whole country will be owned by my dragon country. What does I care about this 100 billion of yours? Qin Xiaoming split his head and gave Sakamoto Kawaii a pass, completely not giving the other party any face. Even his words, which happened to be recorded by the professional next to him, were heard globally. The Dragon Nation audience and the Woolly Bear Nation audience straightened up and cursed. Sakamoto Kawaii, who was far away in the Sakura country, clenched his fists almost instantly. Such humiliation, such insults. It was almost as if he was not in his sights. Baka! Captain Qin, you guys really think the Sakura country is easy to bully, don't you? Sakamoto Kawaii's eyes instantly became shadowy, and a cruel expression surfaced on his treacherous face. Don't forget that there are still quite a few people from the Dragon Kingdom traveling and working in my Sakura country. If you really push me hard, then don't blame me for killing innocents indiscriminately. The ugly appearance of the Sakura ghosts was exposed in this moment. However, when the words just came out of his mouth, Qin Xiaoming snorted coldly. Oh, when it really is as far as this relationship between my Dragon Kingdom and your Sakura Kingdom is concerned, you wouldn't still be naive enough to think that there are still people from the Dragon Kingdom on your territory, would you? In fact, as early as the moment the deadly battle began, Qin Xiaoming had then sent out a notification to the Dragon Kingdom people who were far away across the globe. Ask them to return home immediately. To this day, the compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom who were far away in other countries have all returned to their homeland. How is it possible? Sakamoto Kawaii didn't realize that Qin Xiaoming's layout was 100,000 miles ahead of him. By the way, just now, you are threatening me, Dragon Kingdom, right? Qin Xiaoming's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone became low and filled with anger. In that case, your Tokyo can cease to exist. The words fell. Qin Xiaoming decisively took out another encrypted contact communication device and gave the order that the Super Plasma Cannon, first test, target Sakura capital, fire. As his words fell, in the ocean of the Dragon Kingdom, a super large weapon device was slowly born. Its body was forged from high and new materials. The surrounding matter converged towards the muzzle of the cannon at an extremely fast speed, and then with a loud bang, it shot out an extinguishing divine light as if it was in a metaphysical novel. Directly, swiftly, and with unerring precision, it blasted towards the capital of Sakura Nation. Boom! Earth-shattering explosions rang out. The capital of the Sakura country, at this moment, was completely reduced to ashes. Millions of people died completely at this moment. Not even dregs were left. However, the deaths of these people are not to be regretted. You should know that the people of Sakura Nation now have long regarded the Dragon Nation as an enemy. To be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. But it's time to say no. These people in the capital of the Cherry Blossom country are really not afraid of the heat. The super plasma cannon bombarded down. The temperature is tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. These Cherry Blossom people are hard to not say a word, because all of them are dead. At this moment, almost every country on the globe is taking it all in stride. They all marveled at the current technological strength of the Dragon Kingdom, and also marveled at the decisiveness of the Dragon Kingdom to kill when they said they would. Some of the countries that usually crossed bad blood with the Dragon Kingdom were now trembling. But then again, how do they know? This so-called super plasma cannon. It's just the tip of the iceberg of the Dragon Kingdom's strong national power. Baka? Qin Xiaoming, you are simply... You never again. Before Sakamoto Kawaii finished cursing, Qin Xiaoming was too lazy to talk to this nonsense. Someone who is so dead that he can resort to stupid tricks like threats. Talking to him too much is just polluting his brain. Sure. Sakamoto Kawaii was also remorseful of his behavior at the moment. The capital of the Sakura country said no more. I should have known better than to mess with Rukoku. Too many serious things had happened in a short period of time that Sakamoto Kawaii needed to deal with. His spirit was already broken, and Fong was also sick and desperate. Now he regrets it. But does regret help? The capital of Sakura, which had disappeared from the map, seemed to cry out loud bull. Chapter 85 SSS Grade Horror Great Tengu. Only the last 5 hours remain before the first match of the ring begins. Sakamoto Kawaii, sullen, arrived at the mysterious institute, questioned the staff and SSS ranked terror summoner. Now anyone who can step in, regardless of all consequences. Right now, he couldn't think about that much anymore. The worker on the side frowned. Because of the terror fall, at least one SSS rank is needed to hold down the Sakura country. Originally, there were a total of 3 SSS classes in my Sakura kingdom, and now with Sakuten Boy dead, one is still needed to hold down the Sakura kingdom. The only one left to dispatch is Yamato Ayane.
Yamato Yan.
Sakamoto Kawaii's eyes became heavy when he heard the name. In his mind's eye, a fair-skinned man, arrogant to the point of being unbeatable, came to mind. This man named Yamato Ayane was the second SSS-ranked terror summoner to appear in the Sakura country after Shinichi Minamoto Yori. The terrifying thing it summoned was likewise one of the 3 great demons. From the Sakura country 100 Ghosts of the Night, the SSS-ranked Great Tengu. Beyond that, Yamato Ayane also has a very special ability. The horror he summons, the Great Tengu, can also summon its subordinate, the Crow Tengu. This was not the same as Zhang Shu, who summoned multiple terrors in one person. Rather, the person summons the horror, and the horror then summons the horror, as if in a lasso. In a sense, Yamato Ayane who can summon 2 horrors, an SSS-ranked Great Tengu and a quasi-SSS-ranked Crow Tengu. Special powers, of course, often come with a not-so-subtle price tag. There is a condition for Yamato Ascending Valley to summon the horror. 100 hearts must be consumed before they can be summoned, and the conditions for summoning them gradually and progressively become stricter as the number of times increases. At first, eating 100 chicken hearts will fulfill the summoning condition. But then, it gradually evolved into dogs, pigs, and monkeys. The heart that is needed is becoming more and more precious. The amount of food that Yamato Ayane eats also grows wildly. To this day, in order for Yamato to summon an SSS-ranked Tengu, he must consume 100 fresh sheep hearts. Well, because of the summoning conditions, it was originally said that nothing could be done to put Yamato Izutani on the field. But now, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Sakamoto Kawaii's face surfaced with an inhumanly ruthlessness that, "Go get 100 prisoners." The staff hurriedly said, "Before you came, we had already prepared." "Well, I said 100 hearts." Sakamoto Kawaii looked at the lewd-looking staff member beside him and nodded slightly. Well done. Battle of the States. The ring, the first match. Starting now. The mysterious referee appeared in the center of the ring, and now he was in a blood-red robe, and the blood-colored scythe in his hand released a bizarre and oozing terrifying aura. If one looks closely, one can clearly notice that even the terror ring has changed its appearance. On the various edge directions, several huge stone stakes stood, and if one looked closely, one could see that the thick stone pillars were carved with exquisite patterns, and the handsome dragon statues hovered in great majesty. Next, let's invite the ringmaster of the tournament, Dragon Kingdom Zhang Shu, to make his appearance. The mysterious referee waved his big hand in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. A million eyes. Zhang Shu walks towards the ring. Black as always. Handsome face, determined, slender, well-proportioned and well-muscled. He swept his gaze over the entire audience, his face expressionless, as if he was confident of winning the next ring match. Confidence. Haha. It seems that Dragon Kingdom Zhang Shu hasn't lost his confidence due to the change in the match mode. Let's look forward to his next performance. After the mysterious referee introduced Zhang Shu, his scarlet eyes looked in the direction of the Sakura country. The tone of his voice, too, was more than a little teasing. I also wonder if Sakurakuni, who sorely lost the SSS-ranked Sakatani boy in the last matchup, has caught its breath by now. If you really can't send a player to the ring, you can just give up this attack, but of course, the penalty for failure will still be borne. Ring of Terror, including me, is extremely fair and absolutely respects the opinions of the participating nations. With those words, he was close to writing on his face that he would just let Sakura Nation give up. Sakamoto Kawaii clasped his hands to his chest, his gaze dead set on Zhang Shu in the ring. Who says I have no players to send to Sakura Nation?
Yamato Yan.
Sakamoto Kawaii gave an order. In the next moment, from the audience seats of the Sakura country, a man with an exquisite appearance slowly stepped out. He had a clean, airy center parting up, was dressed in the most popular and trendy clothes of the moment, had his hands in his pants pockets, and his head was almost tilted up to the sky as he walked. Just the first sight of him, there would be a stereotype of him. Pride, condescending, even the arrogance of the sightless, the arrogance of the sightless. He was handsome, a fresh-fleshed handsome man very much in line with current aesthetics. But if one looked closely, one could find that he possessed one red and one black pupil of a different color. On the corners of his mouth, there were still blood stains. Like you've just finished eating raw meat and haven't had a chance to wipe your mouth. Ascending Valley Yamato came to the center of the ring in a big way, and when he saw Zhang Shu, the corners of his mouth were even more sinister. The Long Gua Zhang Shu. Hee, you're pretty good, to be able to push my Sakura kingdom to this point. I admit that you have some strength. But today, I'm going to end your undefeated legend here. Shu Zhang. Is this some kind of mental hospital patient who got out? Coming up with this kind of mindless vitriol really makes you look like a eh. On the side, Yamato Ayane was still chattering and booing away. I'll stomp you to the ground and show you that my SSS-ranked Big Tengu is the most powerful in this world. I'll make it clear to you what happens when you offend the Sakura Kingdom. I'll make you realize that the so-called winning streak is only because I didn't make an appearance. Otherwise, you would have lost long ago. I will kill you first. Then I will obliterate your corpse. And then I will stand on the land of the Dragon Kingdom and slaughter the people of the Dragon Kingdom. You! Bang! Just when Shangtani Yamato uttered his last words, Zhang Shu's eyes instantly became vicious and terrifying. Endless anger surged from his chest, before he clenched his fist and hit Shangtani Yamato's face with a loud bang. The force is great, directly knocked out all of Yamato Ayane's teeth. And then, with a cold snort, Zhang Shu threw out his fist again, which solidly struck the most vulnerable part of ascending Valley Yamato, hurting him so much that his face instantly turned pale, curled up on the floor, rolling around in pain. Zhang Shu's eyes were incomparably ruthless, saying that it was not okay to kill him, saying that it was not okay to exterminate the Dragon Kingdom and slaughter the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Even more so, saying something about SSS-ranked Big Tengu being the strongest in the world really makes you feel ridiculous. It's just a demon that harms the earth, even if it's strong. It's just a piece of trash that only dares to bully people. Zhang Shu didn't even give ascending Valley Yamato time to react, quickly flipping through the Chinese horror tome in his mind, and his eyes suddenly flickered. Spin exclaimed, I, Zhang Shu, hereby request that the bull-head and horse-face of the Tenin marshals go to war. Let this Sakura ghost know what it means to be powerful. Chapter 86 Tenin marshals ox-headed horseface. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Shu's words fell. The scene in the ring quickly changes skyward. Bone-piercing frost spread out from behind him, and the surrounding sky seemed to be cloaked in a deep ethereal green. And in the eerie and gloomy environment, an ancient and grandiose giant door loomed behind Zhang Shu. If you look carefully through the layers of fog, you can see that the giant door is made of special materials. The surface is attached to a sticky and fishy substance, and ancient mysterious patterns are carved on the giant door. There are demons and ghosts and weird runes. The giant door was like a ferocious beast that opened the mouth of the abyss, releasing a bizarre and ominous murderous aura all the time, and just by standing next to it, the bone-chilling cold seemed like it was going to freeze one's body into ice. Looking through the doorway, there seemed to be all sorts of horrible things wailing and hissing inside, suffering inhumane torture and punishment. This giant door, what is it? What is behind it, exactly? The spectators present, almost at the first sight of the giant door, an ominous aura quickly enveloped their surroundings, and they frowned, their bodies balking. Knock, 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 and just then, in the midst of those layers of mist, beneath the huge solemn gate, suddenly there came a sound, which made the earth tremble. All the spectators were, at this moment, staring with full attention. See only, wrapped in layers of mist, two pairs of eyes filled with endless killing intent released a bizarre light. Two mysterious and powerful figures broke through the mist, slowly moving forward step by step. They were extremely tall, with muscles rippling from their strong arms, and each breath was extraordinarily powerful, like some kind of fierce beast roaring low. Gradually, the audience was able to get a good look at them. One of them held a steel fork, muscular and strong, with a pair of eyes as wide as copper bells, not sulking but angry, and on top of its human body, there was an extremely majestic bull's head, and just by glancing at it, it was as if it would be torn to pieces by it in the next moment. The other carried a large sword on its shoulder and constantly twisted its neck as it walked. It also possessed a fleshly body that was so strong that it was almost perverted, only that it, with a human body, possessed a face that was the same as that of a horse. They all wore armor, dark blood stains adhering to their bodies, releasing a foul and unpleasant odor, and the chains on their armor clanked as they walked. The moment their figures fully appeared in the ring, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom, almost at the same time, revealed their excitement. Meanwhile, the heart that hangs in the air is too steady to be held. Ha ha ha! The 10 marshals of Oxhead and Horseface. With these two out, what's Sakura Nation going to fight us with? A mere Tangu can be destroyed at the drop of a hat. However, the spectators from the other countries, they did not know how powerful Oxhead and Horseface were, except that just looking at the appearance gave them a tinge of skepticism. The Woolly Bear Nation audience disliked the Dragon Nation audience next to them and asked suspiciously, "I want to ask, old man, is this guy with a bull's head and a horse's face, are they very powerful?" The Great Tengu of the Sakura country is an SSS-ranked terror. Plus it can summon a quasi-SSS-ranked Crow Tengu. So don't take it lightly. The old man in the hairy bear country is not sure about Bullhead and Horseface. They are, after all, a fighting people that even bears have to back off when they see them. So in their subconscious, creatures like cows and horses are not scary at all, and are even a little cute. A sidebar to the Dragon's viewers online explains that, "Older brother, do you remember the black and white we appeared before? I know. Do you think the black and white are powerful? Awesome. Let's put it to you this way, Oxhead, Horseface and Black-White Impermanence. They are both ranked among the 10 Gradine Marshals. Black-White Impermanence is honored as the 7th and 8th Masters, and Oxhead, Horseface is honored as the 3rd and 4th Masters." On the side, old brother Hairy Bear realized, "You mean, Bullhead and Horseface is even more powerful than Black and White? That's not true, only comparable." Full confidence surfaced on the faces of the spectators in the Dragon Kingdom. The SSS-ranked Great Tengu is frankly a demon that roams the earth persecuting humans. In our Dragon Kingdom, they don't even make it to the stage. The Bullhead and Horseface are the Netherworld Orthodox. All of them have establishments. Do you know what it means to have establishment in our Dragon Kingdom? Meaning what? Just 2 words, awesome. On the sidelines, the old hairy bear brother was hearing these words. They were even surprised to burst into a dragon's nation. He really didn't expect that the harmless-looking Bullhead and Horseface could have such status and strength. The ring, ascending Valley Yamato, who was curled up on the ground, rolling around in pain, instantly sensed the change in the surrounding aura. He forced down the pain and raised his head, and when he saw the eerie surroundings and the 2 bizarre and incomparable figures, his body was starting to tremble from fear. "No! Won't work. This is a matchup that must be won. My SSS-ranked Big Tengu is the greatest terror of all." Ascending Valley Yamato stood up with great difficulty, and then his eyes released a scarlet light, and above his fingers, sharp nails began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it possessed a sharpness like that of a razor blade, Ascending Valley Yamato's eyes crossed, and he actually inserted his finger directly into the position of his heart. Next moment, pitch-black colored chi clusters continuously emerged from his heart. A cyclone formed around him, wrapping him in a deadly package. These air masses continued to converge, building a mysterious figure in the sky. It possessed a bizarre red face with a long nose like a talking Pinocchio in a fairy tale, was born with a sharp mouth and fangs, and a pair of pupils deeply sunk into the eye sockets that hid a dangerously oozing cold light. It wore a monk's costume, and on its back was a pair of unfurled feathered wings that were 10 meters long, holding a fan in one hand, and a deadly black wind lingered and swirled at its feet. The moment it appeared, the earth all vertically erected one lofty mountain after another. SSS-class Big Tengu, the legendary demon of the Sakura country. It is said, his original body is a feudal ruler of the ancient Sakura, in the struggle with the hostile forces when the defeat and was exiled, and from then on the heart of the resentment, after the death of the resentment into a Tengu, and by virtue of its strong strength from a number of Tengu fighting out become the Big Tengu. According to the books, it possessed the ability to call the wind and rain, and utilized its powerful spells to endanger the earth, causing a wave of panic throughout the entire Sakura kingdom at the time, and later hiding in the mountains and forests. endangering mankind. The influence of the Big Tengu in the Sakura country was extremely far-reaching. Almost every person in the Sakura country knows the story of the Great Tengu. Phew! The Great Tengu flapped its wings behind its back, holding a regimental fan, and a pair of eerily deep eyes released a vicious light. It glanced at the ox head and horse face below, and on its crimson face, there was a slight movement, and in the next moment it did not hesitate. Waving the group fan in his hand, he actually conjured up a violent black hurricane. The matchless hurricane tore through everything around it. The audience seats of the Little Cold Republic were actually swept away by the black hurricane by dozens of people because they were too close to the hurricane. Wait until the hurricane clears. Another figure appeared in the ring. It looked very similar to the Big Tengu, with the same two wings on its back and wearing a monk's costume, except that its face was very different from that of the Big Tengu. Its face, covered with feathers, resembled a crow's head, and its eyes were as if they were bird's eyes, and instead of a human beak, it had a sharp beak. A long taijutsu was held in its hands. Standing in the ring, motionless, the airflow around it was split in two by an invisible force the moment it approached the taijutsu in its hands. Quasi-SSS Grade. Crow Tengu. Chapter 87. A move to take down the ring. The pressure unleashed by the Big Tengu and Crow Tengu overwhelmed the spectators present. Bullhead and Horseface stopped and faintly raised his head to look at them, with no expression on his face, as if he had seen the most common stream of demons and ghosts. Couldn't get interested at all. The Sakura Nation crowd, however, started cheering at this moment. And SSS ranked Great Tengu, Quasi-SSS ranked Crow Tengu. They can all be powerful terrors of my Sakura country. Even in the history of our Sakura country, they are enough to rank high. There is hope for us in this ring match. The Great Tengu can surely lead us to victory. Look at our mighty Tengu, and then look at that bullish, manly, horsey thing from the Dragon Kingdom. A clear-eyed person can tell which is stronger and which is weaker. De Tengu. This is something that has been in my psyche since I was a kid. Not only that, the Great Tengu's spells are also unpredictable. Even if the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom were more powerful, they could never be a match for the Great Tengu. As for the Crow Tengu, it is said that its sword skills have long been at the peak of excellence, breaking water and cutting streams. Not in the least, even the hardest solids in the world, it can easily cut through them with a single slash. With the Tengu out there, what Bullhead and Horseface is simply not enough to look at. It's like grabbing a life preserver. The crowd of Sakura Nation, all of them chanting and cheering for Yamato Ayane at this moment. In the meantime, a small chilly Republican audience chimed in. Something about the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom having long since bottomed out. Can't get a better one now. Can only be topped off with ugly monsters like Bullhead and Horseface. In the ring, Yamato Ayane listens to the chants ringing out around him as a contented smile appears on his face. Oh! It looks like everyone can't wait to see the image of the Tengu holding the Dragon Kingdom's Bullhead and Horseface to the ground. In that case, De Tengu, do it. 10 seconds to end this duel. With the fall of his voice, the Big Tengu hanging in the air and the Crow Tengu in the ring looked at each other with a plan already made in their minds. Big Tengu versus Bullhead. Raven Tengu versus Horseface. Their breath quickly skyrocketed, and the Crow Tengu, who was the first to strike, was seen waving its taijutsu in its hand. The incomparably sharp blade sliced through the air, with one eerie black aura after another attached to it, and under the forceful swinging of its blade, its body seemed to emanate one wail after another of evil spirits. Bullhead and Horseface saw this scene. Eyes crinkled slightly. With a knife. In that case, I'll leave this guy to you. Don't overplay your hand this time. Don't make any mistakes. Dressed in armor, the mighty Bullhead In Shui looked at Horseface and said faintly, "A little demon is just a little demon, not even qualified to make me raise my interest. Too lazy to play with it." After Horseface finished, flung the chain in his other hand casually to the ground, and gravely warned the solitary souls chained to the stand here honestly if you don't want to go up in smoke. You know the consequences of running away without authorization. After saying that, Ma Mian will shoulder the big sword, heavily smashed on the ground. The horrible weight even directly smashed the ground out of a big pit. Just as it was just about to strike, chained, a certain unrecognizable evil spirit cautiously raised his hand and, "Horse-facing Marshal, I want to discuss something with you." Horseface frowned. "Fart if you have one. Why Don? I help you out in this duel. I see that the other party is quite weak. My kind of level out will be enough to deal with it. Why bother you, don't you think so? That evil ghost smiled and grinned. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, trying to mitigate the crime? No way, stand still. As the words fell, Horseface twisted its stiff neck and held the large sword in its hand with one hand. A brutal and incomparable berserk force converging towards its hands at an extremely terrifying speed. Strange and mysterious runes surfaced on its arm, and it took a deep breath, just as it heard the bullhead beside it ask, "About how long will it take?" Horseface held out a finger. "A minute. One breath." Phew. A sentence just finished. Horseface's huge body, just like a cannonball ready to fire, with an astonishing speed, rushed towards the crow heavenly dog, and its speed was so fast that even if the lightning and thunder were in front of it, it could not catch up with it in the slightest. The place where he had originally stopped had been left with a huge deep pit. The large sword in its hand swung and slashed in the air, releasing a terrifying burst of sound as a remnant shadow was retained in the air, transforming into a dazzling drag mark, while the audience, still in a daze, looked around trying to find Horseface. Just listen. The sound of the blade slicing through the body rang out. The crowd cast their gazes towards the center of the ring, and immediately after, a scene that shocked the crowd occurred. In the ring, Horseface's mere casual and incomparable swing of the sword actually disintegrated Crow Tengu's full force strike and, with unabated power, directly sliced Crow Tengu's body in two. The quickness of the action. It had to be barely visible with the help of a replay in the ring that could be slowed down thousands of times. One short breath. The quasi-SSS ranked Crow Tengu, just like that, died. What kind of blade technique is this, and why is it so fast? The Sakura audience, whose faces had been so hard to see that the Baka, isn't the Crow Tengu's swordsmanship at its peak? Why was he decapitated by this man-less, horse-less thing? This Horseface came out too fast. I see, it wasn't really that Horseface struck too quickly, but that we were a bit high on the Crow Tengu. Although its sword technique is at the top of its game, its main body strength is weak, so as long as its opponent has SSS class strength, it can be easily defeated. I see, it looks like the quasi-SSS class is still untrustworthy. It's up to the big Tengu next, just because of one sentence. The Sakura Nation viewers, then, immediately jumped the gun and blamed the Crow Tengu for being too weak for the defeat. It's obvious what they're doing this for. Just don't want to recognize the power of the Dragon Kingdom horrors. There was still a hint of fantasy left in the minds of these Sakura Nation people. They fantasized that the big Tengu could save the day and completely turn this underdog situation around with 1 against 2. The ring. Horseface puts away the great sword in his hand and obliterates the remnants of the Raven Tengu. After doing everything, it went back to the bull's head and picked up the chain on the ground, sighing somewhat bitterly as the entire audience watched. Hey, as I get older, things are starting to get out of hand. What was promised to take only a breath of time ended up taking a breath plus a millisecond. After all, it's me, Horseface, who's gotten weaker. Chapter 88. The Great Tengu is strong, but it's just a dog. Crowd? What's the word? What kind of talk is that? Is it in Versailles? A millisecond more is considered a step back in strength, right? What's with all these horrors in the Dragon Kingdom? One is better at pretending than the other. The Sakura Nation viewers gnashed their teeth in anger. The ring. The Great Tengu stood upright in the air, watching what had just happened, and the aura around him gradually became agitated. Killing its subordinates in front of it, this was undoubtedly like not putting it in its eyes. There are many versions of the legend of the Great Tengu. It has been said that it is the result of the grievances of the feudal rulers. It is also said to be a monster that deceives monks. But either way, all clearly stated, the Great Tengu, extremely arrogant. Now, as an extremely arrogant, terrifying thing, witnessing other terrifying things disrespecting themselves, in the heart of the Great Tengu, thick killing intent has begun to coalesce. Dark streams of light surged from the fan in its hand. Scarlet flames attached to the feathered fan as it violently flapped out, a huge circle of fire wheels whistling out at this moment. This fire wheel was extremely bizarre, and wherever it reached, there was even a smell of the air being burnt, and a bizarre and miserable sound was hidden in the fire wheel. They were like a buzzing sound that shook the audience present to nausea. This is the art of the fire feather. It is one of Tengu's powerful killing moves. It is made from flame and human souls. Scary and powerful? It's just a sculpture. Seeing this, the bull's head took a step forward horizontally, and his strong bull's hooves stomped on the ring, and the air at the scene seemed to be compressed in a split second, making people feel suffocated. The sky, in an instant, became cloudy. Invisible power permeated the surroundings. Large swaths of blood vapor filled the scene. The bull's head held a steel fork, cold eyes across. In the hands of the unrivaled strength whistled out. In the face of the incoming fire wheel, just a horizontal slash, as if tearing open a huge mouth. It was actually in an instant to break through the fire wheel. Effortless. The big Tengu at this moment also no longer trust. A hand will be in the hands of the feather fan on the waist. Open the big mouth, crazy absorption of the surrounding air. Not only this, even in the ring, the souls of some of the spectators were drawn out by this terrifying suction. Of course, with the protection of Horseface, the spectators of the Dragon and Woolly Bear countries were naturally spared with ease. Rolling air and spectator souls were sucked into the belly of the big Tengu. The big Tengu's body was getting bigger and bigger, from the initial 2 meters to more than 100 meters wildly. The skin on its body was also broken by the power, and its crimson face turned into a color as if it was coal at this moment. A red streak was like molten lava that flowed over its body. It gulped in large quantities of boiling hot air masses, and its every move induced bizarre changes in its surroundings. Roar, bellowing. The great Tengu's body, as majestic as a mountain, leapt high into the air, like a meteorite falling from the sky in the direction of the bull's head. The power was so terrifying that the impact alone caused the ring to deform. The Sakura audience was so excited to see this that they stood straight up and, must win, must win, must win. This supergiant thing that fell from the sky. What can the bullheads of the Dragon Kingdom take to block it? Being pressed by such a terrifying force, even the most powerful of terrors can only be turned into a lump of minced meat. SSS-ranked Big Tengu, it gathered all the power in its body on this move, and also sacrificed the souls of thousands of spectators at the scene. The strength that erupted far exceeds even that of the sake-swallowing boy. For this ring match, I declare that my Sakura country is sure to win. It's not just them. Sakamoto Kawai, Luvic, and also John Hugh, the heads of the country, also showed excitement. Did really win. Boom! The big Tengu slams heavily into the ring, motionless, like a giant mountain standing still. On its face, a triumphant smile appeared. But the next moment, a terrifyingly huge force suddenly emanated from beneath its body. The massive big Tengu felt its body lose its balance, as if something of some kind was forcibly lifting it up. Looked down and realized with horror. Bullhead. Alive. Not only were they not crushed into mincemeat, even alive and well. The bull's head is like a monstrous god of war standing in the center of the ring, and actually with no expression on his face. He took the big Tengu, which weighed as much as a meteorite. Easy lift. Or a hand. This is a little too powerful. This scene made even the Dragon Nation audience look a bit shocked. They had thought that the bull's head might use the steel fork in his hand to defuse the attack of the great Tengu from the sky. But what was never expected? The bull's head, in fact, directly took the big Tengu down hard, even effortlessly. The corners of the Sakura Nation's audience's mouths kept twitching, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Baka! How did this happen? Are you kidding me? Lifting the meteorite giganticized big Tengu with one hand. Is this really the strength that a terrifying thing should have? Bullhead. This thing is definitely not an SSS-level terror. No, I can't accept this. Looking at the scene in front of them, they couldn't believe it. The audience of the little cold republic on the side gritted their teeth in jealousy. Why is such a powerful and terrifying thing not my little cold republic? No. Bullhead and Horseface should be my little chill republic. Our little cold republic's ox and horse are recognized as the world's #1. So Oxhead and Horseface should rightfully belong to my little cold republic. Yeah, right? Shameless as they are, they're at it again. But no one in the audience paid any attention to the clown's poor performance. Everyone locks their eyes on the ring. The big Tengu moved in, trying to break free. But the next moment, from the bull's arms, one chain after another like a viper coalesced, binding the great Tengu in an all-round and deathless manner in an instant. These chains were burned red by the hellish karmic fire, and the rolling heat directly attached to the body of the great Tengu. The pain caused it to wail in agony, and its body rapidly shrunk, eventually transforming into its initial form. The chains were bound to its body, and even if it used all its strength, it could not break free. Seeing this, Oxhead raised the steel fork in his hand high and met the fearful gaze of the great Tengu. dropping it violently and directly penetrating its body from the sky. SSS Class de Tangu. Die. Immediately after that, the bull's head suddenly turned his head to look at Yamato Shingtani, and his hand gently tugged, as if there was an invisible chain binding Yamato Shingtani, pulled him right up to the front. What about this person? Oxhead looked at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu cupped his fists and said, I also ask Senior Oxhead to take action, so that he will not be allowed to enter the wheel of reincarnation for eternity, and his soul will be scattered. Aha! The bull's head nodded, and a huge palm cupped the head of Yamato Ayane. Spinning around, it was like crushing a ripe watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. The scene was extremely gory. It was a great pleasure to watch the Dragon Nation audience. Chapter 89 Within the Dragon Kingdom. Sakura is forbidden. Blood spread all over the ring. Chunks of flesh, as if they were rotting, remained on the bull's hands. It shook its hand in disgust before picking up the chains on the ground, and after greeting Zhang Shu, it disappeared into the ring along with Horseface. The moment, many of the spectators other than the Dragon Kingdom had shocked looks on their faces. What they hadn't expected was that the strength of this bull head and Horseface had reached such a terrifying realm. Even an SSS rank didn't even last a single move in front of them. What the hell is going on here? Wasn't the terrifying thing summoned by the Dragon Kingdom player just now just a cow and a horse? What makes them so powerful? Fark, in that case, even my country's Bloody Mary is not necessarily a match for the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom. I kind of understand now, from the very beginning, we have completely underestimated the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom. They are of a very high level. The strength of the Great Tengu, even in the SSS class, is considered to be among the top, but even it, after all, could not escape the fate of being killed in seconds. I seriously doubt that the Dragon Kingdom must have used some unknown means. If not, how could they have found so many powerful terrors in a short period of time? I admit that because of the rewards, the level of their terrors has increased, but it should be far from reaching the current level. Ah, damn Dragon Kingdom. What gives them the right to make a desperate comeback every time? The red-eyed spectators were so angry that they clenched their hands into fists. Now that the Dragon Kingdom has become the most powerful country in the world, almost no public figure dares to insult the Dragon Kingdom openly. So these spectators only dare to whisper crickets, still afraid of being heard by the Dragon Kingdom audience. Then I declare the first ring match, Dragon Nation wins. The mysterious referee's voice interrupted the clamor in the ring, and everyone gazed at him, only to see him gripping the blood-colored scythe in his hand, and then raising it high towards the sky. An exploding thunder continued to extend towards the sky, as if it was supplying energy to some kind of unnameable creature in the sky. And then he violently chopped the scythe in his hand down. In an instant, a dazzling beam of light fell from the 9 heavens above, pierced through the clouds, and blasted towards the Sakura country's territory at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the light reached, not an inch of grass could grow. Once a creature gets too close to the light, their life ends in an instant. Boom! Shocking explosions rang out across the blue planet. All the spectators saw with their own eyes that the beam of light landed on the southern territory of the Sakura country, and the moment the light fell, all the buildings around them seemed to disintegrate and turn into small scattered pieces. The Sakura people who were still in this territory also died completely amidst the terrifying might that was gradually approaching. Cherry Blossom Country, 33.3% of the territory. With the help of the beam of light, it instantly cleared everything above it. And not only that, the place that should have been in ruins was actually changing radically at a speed visible to the naked eye. The concrete, asphalt, and rebar on the ground were quickly swallowed up by the earth, never to be seen again. In its place, the hills are filled with lush green vegetation and pure water. Everything is as full of life as if it were the beginning of the Earth's birth. But this territory was shrouded by a cylindrical barrier, just like the circle drawn by the Monkey King for the Tang Monk. Even if one used all their power from the outside, they could not break the barrier by a single bit. Not only that, above this territory, a magnificent stone monument stood. It says cherry blossoms are forbidden in the Dragon Kingdom. Ring of Terror. The people of the Sakura country who saw this scene were almost so angry that their eyes were about to burst into blood. Baka, Baka, Baka. These were originally the territories of my Sakura country. It's really damned to carve our territory with the words, all of the Dragon Kingdom. And even naming the people of my Sakura country as not being allowed to enter. This is really too arrogant. They, in no way, have our Sakura country in their sights. 33.3% of the territory. That's more than 100,000 square kilometers of land. And now it's just given up to the Dragon Kingdom. This is simply the most humiliating day for our Sakura Nation. The bottom line is that all the Sakura Nation industries that ever existed in that territory were destroyed. Not even one of the Sakura nationals who survived in that land survived. The territories are all Dragon Kingdoms now. Can't we give the people in the territories a way to live? Is that a hard thing to do? Rikoku. They're just a bunch of heart-breakingly cruel guys. The Sakura spectators turned their heads to the dragon's seat with eyes wide open. Only, after they turned their heads, they were surprised to find that the Dragon Kingdom seats had long become empty at this moment. Not a single spectator in sight. Could it be that the Dragon Nation knows that they have committed a huge crime, so they have fled in fear of the crime? What a bunch of timid and cowardly rats. Baka. Sooner or later, I, the Sakura Diet, will take back everything I've lost. We, the Sakura country, will definitely stand at the top of the blue star, proudly looking down on the group. Before the group of cherry blossom ghosts could finish their harsh words, a sudden sharp pain came from their heads. Take a closer look. It is actually the Dragon Country audience joint Harry Bear old brother. Is copying the hands of bricks, stones, iron bars and other things, is full of love and peace, to educate the audience of the Cherry Blossom Country ruthlessly. Beat the out of them, wailing and wailing. There was no chance of shouting for mercy. The audience of the Terror Ring became a pandemonium and a mess for a while. This one-sided crushing lasted for an incense stick of time. When it's all over, the Dragon Nation crowd and Old Man Woolly Bear returned to their seats, winning the battle in a big way, with 0 casualties. On the contrary, the Sakura country, even more than 300 spectators lived to see Hades, and more than 1,000 were beaten all over the body. It can be said to be a heavy damage. Sure. Before returning to the seats, as he passed by the location of the Little Chill Republic, he even punched those Little Chill Republic spectators who had screamed the loudest just now. They sat in their seats with regularity, not daring to breathe, fearing that if they offended the Dragon Kingdom due to one of their carelessness, they would inevitably receive another beating. At the same time, other countries, when they see this scene, bodies shivered almost at the same time. Nima. One word and it's straight up. That's too tough. Who the hell allows that in the Ring of Terror? Having just finished spitting in their minds, the men visibly froze. Because, seems like this sort of thing isn't forbidden in the Ring of Terror. Either. Chapter 90. The next attacking nation, Little Chill Republic. This is the end of the first ring match. The second ring match will begin in 48 hours. Before that, please Dragon Country's player, Zhang Shu, pick the next attacking country. The mysterious referee turned to look at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu cupped his chin and gazed around the scene. The moment, almost as soon as his gaze swept over, the spectators from these countries all lowered their heads at the first opportunity, fearing that they would be drawn against their own country. In the end, after a moment's consideration, Zhang Shu looked in the direction where the Little Cold Republic was located. The country is not very large. Even if we win you over, there is still a slight disadvantage for my Dragon Kingdom. However, your shameless behavior is indeed infuriating. Zhang Shu pointed his finger at Little Cold Republic. Next ring match, Little Cold Republic. During the duel just now, when Bullhead and Horseface first appeared on the scene, these damned Little Cold Republicans, one after another, mocked Bullhead and Horseface's looks and said that they were inhuman monsters that looked incapable of fighting. But as it turned out, when they saw the power of Bullhead and Horseface, he had no shame in saying that Bullhead and Horseface belonged to the Republic of Shaohan. Can this be tolerated? Definitely can't stand it. Come on. Don't you usually brag about being great? If I don't show you some color, you really think you're a powerful country, don't you? Beyond that, Zhang Shu had another reason for choosing the Republic of Shaohan. Before the deadly battle opened, these stingy Little Cold Republicans went so far as to publicly insult the people of the Dragon Kingdom for not being able to afford to eat meat on social media, saying something about how the foreign students of the Dragon Kingdom were shamelessly chucking in more meat, and that they didn't have any quality at all. This piece of information was something that Zhang Shu had only learned a short while ago. He saw the message at the time and his lungs exploded with anger. These Little Cold Republicans have really taken meanness and shamelessness to the extreme. Hell knows that they, who are called developed countries, can only eat one piece of meat per meal. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were having a famine. Also, at the games a long time ago, These little chilly Republicans went crazy eating the big watermelons in Dragonland while still talking about the bad food in Dragonland on social media. It's really all about the face. Never seen anyone more disgusting than them. These little cold Republicans, they're just cheap. Give them watermelon? Eat. Give them for fear they'll be overnourished. With this thought, the anger in Zhang Shu's eyes grew stronger and stronger. In the second ring, the arrogance of these little cold Republicans must be trampled underfoot. Ashy it. Surely you've been chosen? Lee Myung-hyuk had a vague premonition after the defeat of Sakura Nation in the party. I didn't expect the premonition to actually come true. What to do? To give up. If I give up, the Nationals will surely skin me alive. Lee Myung-hyuk was now torn. If he didn't give up, there was a good chance that he would lose miserably. But if he did, with that kind of pissant nature of the people of the Republic of Shaohan, he would definitely scold him to death and even physically attack him. The penalty for going up, failing, and dying in SSS-ranked horror is the state. Stay out of the ring, give up, and leave an SSS-ranked horror behind, but be punished yourself. Think about it. Lee Myung-hyuk's brows were furrowed. This second ring match, it had to be on. SSS-ranked horrors can lose. But he, Lee Myung-hyuk, didn't want to die. Dragon Nation, the first ring win, helped the Dragon Kingdom occupy 33.3% of Sakura's territory. This is undoubtedly another great thing for the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom. At this rate of progress, it wouldn't be long before the entire Sakura country completely disappeared from the blue planet. For such enemies who do not recognize their mistakes and hold a blood feud against the Dragon Kingdom that can never be forgiven, they should be completely wiped from this world. There's an old saying that you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Only by uprooting the Cherry Blossom Kingdom could the Dragon Kingdom be relieved of its hatred. Of course, the little chill republic can't be spared either. Soon, just soon, at this rate of progress, it won't take long to unify the Blue Star. A smile surfaced on Zhang Shu's face. I can't even dare to imagine how mind-blowing it would be the moment the Dragon Country flag is planted all over the globe. Already looking forward to it. Hold down the joy in your heart. He returned to his lodgings. Let's put the unification of the globe on hold. Sleepy, go to bed first. Checking the time at a glance, 9 o'clock at night. Well, it's a good time to rest. After saying that, Zhang Shu fell soundly asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he opened his cell phone and looked at it. Time 8 p.m. Time has gone backwards. Zhang Shu gave a surprised cry and quickly reacted. So it was me who slept for a day and a night. Simply cleaned up. Zhang Shu walked out of the room and into the corridor. He braced his hands on the window and looked up at the sky. Quiet night, bright stars dotted the dark night sky. Flickering, like a beautiful elf, is releasing a unique charm. Wisps of breeze wrapped in coldness fell on Zhang Shu, and the lights of the skyscrapers outside the house were brightly lit. The star train that connects the city runs diligently. The floating car on the viaduct hums sharply as it cuts across the pavement, but soon falls silent again. The robot in charge of security was loaded with all kinds of weapons, constantly sweeping over every corner of the street, and its piercing eyes seemed to say that every person with bad intentions would never be able to get out of its palm. The highly technologically advanced Dragon Kingdom took on a vibrant appearance. Everyone had a smile on their face. They were elated. No one was dead. Pretty good. Zhang Shu closed the window and prepared to go back to sleep. He happened to meet Qin Xiaoming, who was walking. Chief Qin, what's the matter? Aha! Qin Xiaoming handed Zhang Shu a document in his hand. I didn't get a chance to talk to you because you've been sleeping all day. These are some of the hot things that have appeared on the globe in recent times. 3 in all. Hot events from around the globe? That's worth a good look. Zhang Shu opened the file. The first one, it's about Sakura Nation. Because of the deaths of the SSS-ranked Great Tangu and the SSS-ranked Sakatani Boy, the powerful terrors sitting within the Sakura country were understaffed. So much so that a lot of little ghosts have started to come out to harm people. And in just one day, tens of thousands of people in the Sakura country have been killed by the horrors. The terrors are summoned by humans to be used in the Ring of Terror, and this has led to a misunderstanding of them by many. The idea is that they are a bunch of creatures that are good with people, which is not the case. Terrifying things, they have their own thoughts, and if the person who summons it is of a decent and normal heart, their desire to harm humans is affected. But once the person summoning the horror is a guy with a bad heart, this is the time when a powerful horror is needed to sit on the ground, and as long as there is an SSS-ranked horror sitting on the ground, only then will these guys with bad hearts not act rashly. Qin Xiaoming took a drag on his cigarette and told all of this information. Now that the Sakura country has 2 SSS-ranked terrors dead and the situation in the country is so dire, there are a lot of guys who are endangering humanity. Of course it's normal. Zhang Shu nodded his head and then asked, doesn't Sakura country have any other SSS-ranked terrors? According to the information I have, there's another SSS class, but it lacks in strength and can't suppress the terror of the entire Sakura country. Qin Xiaoming explained. Words. Zhang Shu shook his head indifferently and looked reassuringly at the Chinese horror tome in his mind. Fortunately, the horrors of my Dragon Kingdom do not harm the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 91 SSS Grade Terrorist Thing Rosy Red Lotus. Second thing. Because of the appearance of the ring. In order to be able to survive better, there are a number of countries that have begun to embrace the warmth. They establish a multinational, strongly led super alliance with the purpose of combining the horrors between the countries to fight against the Dragon Kingdom. Right now, the few known alliances are the Eagle Alliance, led by the Eagle Kingdom, unites all the countries of the M continent. The Triumph Alliance, led by the Triumph Empire, united all the countries of the O continent except the Woolly Bear country. The Tianju Alliance, led by the Tianju Kingdom, united all the countries in the Southeast Y continent. So, now the whole situation of the Blue Planet became very clear. Dragon Kingdom, Hairy Bear Kingdom, Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Little Chill Kingdom, Eagle Alliance, Triumph Alliance, and Tianju Alliance. Qin Xiaoming spoke, because the Woolly Bear country and the Dragon country signed a permanent peace, permanent mutual help, and permanent common development agreement today. The enemies of the Dragon country are now left with the 3 major alliances, as well as the Cherry Blossom country and the Little Cold country. The alliance is a combination of many countries in one piece, but if they fail, the territory counts as a whole. Zhang Shu smiled at his words. This has reduced my workload quite a bit. He had thought that he would have to go on defeating them one country at a time, gradually and progressively. Now these countries have formed an alliance. It's a lot less work. That said, but the alliance has also allowed the horrors of these countries to consolidate, and they are now only stronger than before. Qin Xiaoming said seriously. Zhang Shu was not a blindly confident person, the pros and cons of which he was naturally aware of. The thought crossed my mind. He shifted his gaze to the third hotspot. It's about the Little Chill Republic. It is said that at 5:30 this morning, many people witnessed the mother river of the Republic of Korea turn into a river of blood. There were also bodies lying densely packed inside, which made it look extraordinarily scary. But this phenomenon existed for only a few seconds. Wait a few seconds for the river to turn back to its initial normal appearance. Even some of the photos taken by quick-eyed witnesses have been claimed to have inexplicably changed shape on their own. If it were in the past, this would most likely be a gimmick and highlight that the Little Chill Republic has deliberately fabricated to attract tourists. But now that the international situation is dire, I'm sure they don't have the energy to do such boring things. Qin Xiaoming leaned against the window, inhaled a mouthful of smoke and then exhaled. The white mist slowly drifted toward the sky, and a smoke circle could still be seen. Zhang Shu pondered for a while. Chief Qin, you're trying to say that this is an incident triggered by something horrible, right? Aha! Qin Xiaoming nodded his head. Although I have never heard of it, nor have I gotten it from the intelligence officer's information, the Little Cold Republic has something terrifying that makes rivers turn into rivers of blood. But it's a really weird event that happened. So be careful. These guys from the Little Chill Republic, sinister and cunning, are a dog that bites. Zhang Shu nodded his head. Simply ended the conversation. When Zhang Shu returned to his accommodation, he was ready to go back to sleep. The lights, which had been bright, went out with a swoosh after a flicker. Immediately afterward, Zhang Shu frowned and quickly stood up, his eyes gazing around as a bloody smell filled his nostrils. Suddenly, he gazed into some dark corner. There stood a woman with a phoenix cape and a flower cover, a festive dress, but with an extraordinarily bizarre and frightening aura. Are you? Zhang Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. Before the woman could reply, in his head came the voice of little sister Diane. A poor woman who died in an underworld marriage said she wanted to be in the next ring. Little Chill Republic. It was a dark night, and you couldn't see your fingers. At the riverside of the Han River in Koan Republic. Some mysterious location obscured by skyscrapers. Lee Myung-hyuk was quietly looking at the river with a young girl wearing a long white dress and a cape. Isn't that enough? Lee Myung-hyuk opened his mouth and asked, some dissatisfaction in his tone. The purple-lipped girl wearing a white dress with miserable white skin on the side shook her head in a small increment and said with an icy expression, "There are still the last 3 people missing. They died too horribly to summon them without enough blood. That you should know." Upon hearing this, Lee Myung-hyuk didn't say anything more and just waved his hand lightly. In the next moment, several big men in suits carried out 3 unlucky people in black plastic bags from the dark alley. These 3 people's hands and feet were bound, and their mouths were sealed with adhesive tape, so even if they struggled with all their might, they could not make the slightest sound. "Throw it down," Lee Myung-hyuk instructed his little brother. In the next moment, several big men in suits moved skillfully and threw the 3 unlucky people into the river water. It is worth mentioning that the 3 were thrown into the river without stirring up a single splash. "Hurry up and start," Lee Myung-hyuk said to the young girl beside him. Next moment, the young girl was seen clasping her hands to her jaws and chanting an obscure incantation. Combined with the cold, chilly winds of the night and the dark sky, everything around them seemed extraordinarily eerie. And the next moment, something even more startling happened. See only. When the young girl stopped the incantation in her mouth, the Han River, which was still normal even at this moment from the center, set off ripples after ripples. These ripples contained some kind of bizarre power, causing the river to continuously tumble and stir up, a strong odor spreading, and the air was filled with a foul stench due to the corruption of the corpses. When Lee Myung-hyuk looked at the Han River again, the river water had, at some point, turned scarlet and was extremely sticky. Immediately afterward, body after body floated up out of the bloody water, dressed in all sorts of different costumes. Ancient, modern, men's and women's, blood is flowing. The bodies are all over the Han River. If there were witnesses present now, they would know immediately that the scene was exactly as they had seen it in the morning. Nope, not the same. In the morning, it's just blood and water and bodies. But tonight in the Han River, there were also 2 huge lotus flowers as if they were blood-stained, slowly unfolding on the surface of the river, and the moment they were in full bloom, a scarlet murderous aura spread crazily in all directions. In that lotus flower seems to hide 2 extremely bizarre body. "Okay, go." The white-skirted girl turned and walked away. Because of her departure, the river returned to normal. Only that her initially immaculately clean white dress had, at some point, more blood. "Done." Lee Myung-hyuk followed, and the young girl did not answer him. This made him a little angry, and with a cold snort he said, "You know, in order for you to be able to summon the SSS-class Rosebud Blood Lotus, I sacrificed over 200 people today. And over 100 of them are from my little cold republic." The young girl stopped and looked at him. "Does a man like you even fear life?" Lee Myung-hyuk froze and then spoke. "What I mean is that you don't make me pay out disproportionately to the benefits." The young woman sniffed and sneered. "Don't worry, in the second ring match, I will definitely win." Chapter 92: A body split in 2 weird summoning methods. Ring of Terror. The ring, the second match. Ashy it is. This duel our little chill republic will surely win. Dragon Kingdom. I admit that your terrors do have some strength, but this time, our little cold republic will win. Everything is within our grasp. No one in this world has ever been able to occupy the territory of our little cold republic. The showdown hasn't even started yet. The audience of Little Chill Republic was like taking too many stimulants. One by one, they stood up and screamed. Amidst the cacophonous voices of the entire audience, the mysterious referee waved his hand, and the scarlet figure instantly appeared in the center of the ring. There, Zhang Shu made an early entrance. "Let's cut the crap and get the second ring match started now. Please enter the contestants of the Little Chill Republic." The mysterious referee pointed his finger in the direction of the Republic of Shaohan, and the eyes of the audience were all cast at this moment. However, after waiting for several breaths of time, no one stood up, and even the spectators of the Little Cold Republic were a bit puzzled. The mysterious referee frowned slightly. "Does it say, is the Republic of Chill giving up?" While he was thinking like this, he heard the audience of the Little Chill Republic, almost at the same time, let out a surprised voice. "Hiss. Ashy bar. Why does it feel so cold all of a sudden? Did someone put ice in my back?" The crowd all looked from side to side, and when they turned their heads to check the source of the cold, they only saw a young girl in a long white dress, slowly getting up and walking out from the audience of the Little Cold Republic. Everywhere she went, a series of scarlet footprints would be left under her feet, but these would soon be covered by a layer of frost. Some of the spectators close to her were even shivering like crazy because it was so cold. This showdown is all on you. Never let me down. Lee Myung-hyuk subconsciously patted the young girl's shoulder with his hand, but the bone-piercing cold that came with it instantly made him withdraw his hand. The young girl ignored his words and walked towards the center of the ring on her own, and wherever she passed, the temperature plummeted at a highly unbelievable rate. Zhang Shu looked at her and frowned slightly. Is it so gloomy at such a young age? Wouldn't this create a huge tundra if it died and was buried in the earth? I accidentally went too far. Zhang Shu waved his head and retrieved his thoughts. At this point, the young girl had also made her way to the center of the ring. She was cloaked, her pitch-black colored hair hanging straight down to her waist, a white dress that was spotlessly clean, and a pair of eyes that were quite large, but with a deadness that didn't belong to her age. Especially her pale to weird skin. If you look closely, you can actually see bruise after bruise. Beaten? Or is it necrophilia? Zhang Shu cupped his chin in thought. The cold, emotionless voice of a young girl came to his ears. The Little Chill Republic, Park Ruoshua. Summon the terror. SSS Class Rose Red Lotus. Roses? Red Lotus? Is that the name of the flower? Zhang Shu was not sure, but adhering to the principle of not taking the enemy lightly even if he had the strength, he still clenched his fists. Next moment, the mysterious referee figure disappeared from the ring, the young girl named Park Ruoshua suddenly stormed out, her eyes staring fiercely at Zhang Shu, sharp fingernails growing out of her slender fingers, and threads of ice lingering on top of her hands. She stomped her legs and powered up, approaching towards Zhang Shu at an extremely fast speed. Underneath the disheveled hair was a hideous, horrible face. Is this a sneak attack? Sculpture. In the face of Park Ruoshua's sudden attack, instead of choosing to retreat, Zhang Shu violently took a step forward, and like an arrow that had left the strings, he swiftly arrived in front of Park Ruoshua's body. In his arm, a huge force belonging to In Shui Nyoto instantly erupted out, pinching the young girl's arm with one hand. There was a click. Straight away, she crushed her arm to pieces, and then the muscles on Zhang Shu's arms rippled, and the whole person, centered on his feet, pinched Park Ruoshua's arms, and just like a lead balloon player, he directly threw Park Ruoshua out alive. It smashed into the walls around the ring. Boom! The scene was sooty. That wasn't all, only to see Zhang Shu put his hand into his pocket, and a vintage revolver appeared in his hand. SSS ranked artifact Baptism of Darkness. Hoo. In a flash, the surrounding pitch-black colored matter converged towards the gun's muzzle, and Zhang Shu raised the Baptism of Darkness, aimed it in the direction of Park Ruoshua, and pressed the trigger. Shoo. Next moment, countless bullets flew crazily towards Park Ruoshua's direction, and their power was so terrifying that it actually pierced the ring through hole after hole, and if the mysterious referee wasn't beside him to patch it up in time, perhaps the spectator seats in this direction would have collapsed. Rolling smoke filled the ring. Visibility is rapidly decreasing. The entire audience gathered their eyes on the ring. Could it be that the contestants of the Republic of Shaohan died just like that? It's not. Wouldn't that be a bit hasty? Under the puzzled gaze of a crowd of spectators. In the next moment, only a blinding red light suddenly erupted from the smoke. A dark figure stumbled up from under the wall, her hands falling naturally, her head hanging low as she stumbled forward, continuously approaching towards Zhang Shu. When she was only the last 10 meters left from Zhang Shu, the body suddenly became stiff, and the arms, head, and neck were like toys twisting wildly. By this time, the smoke was about to dissipate, and under the gaze of the crowd, Park Ruoshua actually directly inserted her hands into her own chest, after which something extremely unorthodox happened. She tore herself apart. A line from the navel to the nose, from which it divides into two absolutely symmetrical halves. What the hell is this? It's a little out of character, isn't it? The audience's wide eyes were about to fall to the ground when they saw this scene. Next moment, something even more incredible happens. Originally torn into two halves of the body, the incision surface was turned into a viscous liquid, constantly wriggling and growing, soon growing arms and legs. Half an incense stick of time later, Park Rakusetsu split in two. Two identical men appear in the ring. Is this a diversion? It's a bit evil, isn't it? The Rokoku audience pulled at the corners of their mouths. Park Ruoshua's bizarre behavior made them feel incredible. Even trickster stream novels don't play with such evil things. Zhang Shu, who was in the center of the ring, watched all of this without any movement on his face. In order to summon the horrors, one would go so far as to sacrifice one's own flesh and soul. I'm looking forward to what the hell can be summoned with such harsh summoning conditions. The words fell. Next moment, a bizarre formation that looked like altar runes unfolded underneath both Park Ruashua's feet at the same time. Countless amounts of blood and water gushed out from the formation, flooding the ring, and underneath their feet, two huge blood-colored lotuses grew and wrapped around them. The appearance of the scarlet lotus was extremely bizarre. Its petals were filled with dense white fangs, and dozens of tentacles with bone spines stretched out from the center of the closed petals. The surrounding power was crazily absorbed by the two blood-colored lotuses. After approaching a certain tipping point, lotus blooms, revealing two eerie figures. One of them wore a blood-stained white dress, had short hair, and a pair of dark, empty eyes that looked like they had been gouged out. The other one, also wearing a blood-stained white dress but with long hair and eyes as white as a blind man's, cocked his head and was wearing this bizarre and frightening smile on his face. Rosebud and Red Lotus. The reference is not to flowers. Instead, it's people. Those who have died. Chapter 93. She Hey Hey. The moment, Rosebud and Red Lotus stood in a huge blood-colored lotus flower. Along with their orders, the sharp teeth on the petals of that blood-colored lotus flower were like bullets, frantically shooting towards Zhang Shu. The thick and disgusting tentacles at the stamen also stretched out crazily, like the incredibly greedy demon that wanted to devour Zhang Shu's flesh and blood, dripping out greedy saliva. 2 kills. A momentary attack. See the moment. Lee Myung-hyuk, the head of the Little Chill Republic, revealed a satisfied smile. Humph. The Rosebud Red Lotus was originally an extremely terrifying existence in the legends of My Little Cold Republic. Paired with Park Ruashua, a natural evil seed, the power it possesses is not only bizarre, but also powerful. Rosebud Red Lotus. From the folk horror legend of the Republic of Koan. It is said that in ancient times, long ago, there were 2 sisters named Rosebud and Red Lotus. They had a happy life, but after their biological mother died and their father found a stepmother, their lives went from heaven to hell. Her stepmother is ruthless and believes that it is a waste of food for Rose and Honglian to stay at home. So she devises a scheme to throw skinned rats under Rose's quilt and falsely accuses her of being pregnant with a wild child. What's disgusting is that the father listened to such lies that were obvious at a glance. And once again, he sets up a scheme to get Rosebud killed in some pond. When her sister, Red Lotus, learned of this, she also jumped into the pond out of grief. After that, the pond blossomed into a huge, terrifying blood-colored lotus flower, and the spirits of the 2 sisters wandered the world, harming generations of people. If that's all, they are not yet so powerful. The ones that make their strength skyrocket. This Park Raksuk, this child born of an evil seed. When she was 5 years old, she ended her parents' lives with a kitchen knife while they slept, for no reason, simply because she wanted to. Because of the laws of the Republic of Koan, Park Raksuk, who was only 5 years old, was not convicted of any crime, but merely adjudged to be severely mentally ill and placed in a mental institution. But as a result, when she was 9 years old, she took advantage of the darkness of the night and the wind to burn down the entire mental hospital, and hundreds of patients and doctors, along with the volunteers who worked in the mental hospital, more than 900 people, were all killed by her. This time, Park Ruashua was directly judged to have been born with an evil seed, meaning a child who, after being born, has an independent mind and kills people for fun without any humanity, and announced that the death penalty was to be imposed. But as it turned out, at the critical moment, Park Ruashua managed to summon the SSS-class Rose Red Lotus. This natural evil seed was saved. In this ring match, My Little Cold Republic has an absolute advantage. Lee Myung-hyuk, who knew that the Rosebud Red Lotus was powerful, revealed a smug smile at this moment. The ring, sticky and disgusting tentacles and countless sharp teeth were whistling towards Zhang Shu. The moment they are infinitely close to Zhang Shu, click, the surrounding space, like glass, appeared as if it were a spider web of cracks and extended continuously. With the sound of shattering ringing out, the space turned into a piece of glass shards and shattered all over the place. The original killing move that had been blasted towards Zhang Shu also fell to the ground with a flurry of spatial debris, losing any aggressiveness. In the meantime, a strange greenish-black air current centered on Zhang Shu and spread crazily in all directions. It contained a huge and incomparable weird power, directly crushing the huge blood-colored lotus under the feet of Rosebud and Red Lotus, and a seeping and incomparable coldness filled the air, changing the surroundings, changing the surrounding sky, and everything was changing. What's going on? Rosebud and Red Lotus stepped barefoot on the ground due to the destruction of the giant blood-colored lotus. But the moment the fine soft paws made contact with the ground, even if they were strong like them, they felt a bit cold and prickly. Look down. The original ring had, at some point, turned into lapis lazuli tiles. On the moss-covered green stone tiles, there was a layer of sticky and disgusting material attached, like the saliva spat out by some kind of lizard, except that the material was black. It's like a stinking, rotting pile of blood and flesh. What's this? Doubts arose in the minds of Rosebud and Red Lotus at the same time. They looked up. Sudden realization. The ring changed shape. The previous audience is gone. Zhang Shu on the opposite side is gone. Everything's gone. The sky, which had been bright earlier, had at some point hung a curved moon, and the faint moonlight cast down so that they could barely see everything around them. Left is a high wall that you can't see the end of. Right? The same high wall that you can't see the end of. They were caught in a dead-end alley with high walls. The high wall was made of old bricks piled up, the tiles on top of them all broken beyond repair from age. The viscous and disgusting liquid covered all the walls, dripping to the ground with a snapping sound, as if someone had taken advantage of the night and stood on top of the wall and kept pouring out blood, in partially uninfested areas. Inscribed in a row of large letters. When the mists rise, run, run, run for what? Why are you running? What's in here? Why do you run when you see the mist? The two sisters couldn't help but start thinking. Clunk. At this point, a sudden voice rang out. Rosebud and Red Lotus winced almost instantly. Although they were SSS-ranked horrors, their minds were only at the age of a young girl, and they would also experience fear in the face of the unknown. The voice came abruptly. The two sisters touched the base of the wall and moved forward little by little. The younger sister, Red Lotus, had been tugging at her sister's skirt because she had been timid since she was a child. So she kept pulling her sister's skirt and curled up, coyly moving forward. At this point, everything around us changed as well. In the sky, at some point, a large black fog had covered the moon, causing the already weak moonlight to completely disappear. A cold fog gradually rose from the unknown front and back. This fog, filled with the smell of blood, and the moment it came into contact with it, it was as if someone was hiding in the mist, constantly stabbing you with spikes. A bad thought surfaced in Rosebud and Red Lotus minds. The words inscribed on the high wall just now. When the mists are fully enveloped, run. It's going to die. Not good. Gotta run. But where to run? Rosebud and Red Lotus, being the horrors that they were actually seething with fear in their hearts at this moment. They tried to use their terror power to break through this hellhole, but it was useless. It was as if all their abilities were sealed. Their hands were bound, and they couldn't use a bit of energy at all. Fearful occasion. A little faint green light shone at their feet. Rosebud and Red Lotus looked up with trembling. See only, not far over the high wall on the right side, as if standing an ancient, faintly greenish, old-looking attic. On the outside of the attic, there was still a red lantern hanging, but it was a little hard to see because the mist was so thick. The two sisters looked at each other. They know. To get the hell out of here. The attic ahead was their only hope. They walked cautiously toward the front with the help of the faint ray of green light, not knowing whether it was because they were thinly dressed or for some other reason. They feel so cold that they can't help but wrap their arms around themselves for more warmth. The darkness of the night, the narrow alleyways between the high walls and the figures of the two sisters faded into the mist. Only, they didn't realize one thing. Everything that happened here seemed like it was intentionally guiding them towards the attic. Just then, the row of large letters originally inscribed on the high wall misty rising run. It has evolved at a speed visible to the naked eye into two readable, somewhat creepy. Shishihihi. Chapter 94. Underworld Marriage? Or Two Up? The two sisters took advantage of the dim light. Soon came the old loft. In front of them, it was an old, broken wooden door. The threshold was broken open in a series of gouges, in which blood seemed to linger. Two wooden doors. One complete, like it was newly made with a hint of wood. The other was extremely broken, and not only was it infested with hole after hole from bugs, but wood shavings fell off when you reached out and touched it. Most disconcerting. The bottom half of this wooden door is gone. Is there any point in keeping it when it's all rotten like this? If you have the money to replace one, don't you have the money to replace the other? A series of questions appeared in the sisters' minds. But they had no time to think about that now. The mist, which was on the verge of swallowing everything. Don't want to die. Must enter. Push the door in. Then close the door all in one go. The sisters leaned their backs against the door, the fear in their hearts just barely relaxing a little in this moment. But soon the fear, once again, swept over the heart. They looked up, just a short distance ahead. The old loft that stood there. It rose up out of the ground, and its base was covered with rounded lapis lazuli tiles, on which two kinds of bizarre things were piled up. One is a crumbly red ribbon that symbolizes festivity. The other, white paper money at the funeral of a dead person. The two sisters winced in their minds and looked up. One could only see that the attic was more than 30 meters high and was divided into 5 floors, with a circle of blood-red lanterns hanging from the outer eaves on the outer rim of each floor. The mottled walls were a little cracked, and in certain dead-end locations, there were cobwebs. It looked like the attic hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Only, why would there be a red ribbon hanging? In addition, this hanging lantern is also extraordinarily new. The attic also has cutouts on each floor of the window. Everything is so new. The new man, the new marriage, the new joy. The old attic, the joyous new marriage. When two extremely incompatible things are combined together, one's mind is quick to speculate in an unsettling way. The two sisters froze and stood still, somewhat afraid to move. At this point, from the inside of the loft, there seemed to be a cacophony of chatter. What kind of day is this? The two dolls of this old Zhang family even chose to get married on this same day. Today? The 18th day of the first month. Don't you know? Oh, the 18th day of the first month. It is indeed a good day. What young man did his daughter marry? And what kind of girl did his boy marry? I don't know. Seems like he's here on business from out of town. Out of towners? And do their parents know? I don't know. Oh, it's a good thing I don't know. It's a good thing I don't know. At that moment, another voice rang out and, what are you guys talking about? What 18th day of the first month? What kind of day is this? Not even this? Whose doll are you and who sent you? I am a child of the old Lu family. It is my mom who told me to come. She said that she did not dare to come. Really, people are getting married but a big happy why do not you dare to come? By the way, what exactly is the 18th day of the first month? A good day to get married. But it's an underworld marriage. What? The guy inside, obviously taken aback. Not only that, Rosebud and Red Lotus outside the door subconsciously took several steps backward. Underworld marriage? What is a plutonic marriage? Why, it was clear that they had never heard the word before, but the moment they heard it, there was a seeping feeling in their heads. Rosebud swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Intense unease filled her. The timid Red Lotus was already shivering on the sidelines. Just as they took a few steps back, trying to get as far away from the loft as possible, a bone-chilling chill suddenly appeared behind them. Turn your head. I don't know when. Misty had come through the gate, came out into the yard. Done. Rosebud and Red Lotus were really out of ideas. All they could do was look at the door to the attic entrance. Going in was the only chance to survive. Right? Get in there. One thought to this. Rosebud and Red Lotus could no longer care about the fear in their hearts. Slam the door and enter the attic, and then quickly shut the door. Spinning around, he immediately turned his head. Only, the lively images imagined did not appear before their eyes. The interior of the attic was a deserted nothingness. Piles of dust on the floor, and cluttered chairs everywhere, randomly placed, some even broken in half. Here, it seems that a fierce fight took place a long time ago. Rosebud and Red Lotus moved forward carefully. At this point, there was a click. It was as if Red Lotus had stepped on something fragile. Looking down, it was a human bone. Who? Rosebud and Red Lotus were horrors after all, and weren't going to be intimidated by something like human bones. But they were now certain that there had been a fierce fight here a long time ago, and even a lot of people had died. Just the bones on the ground alone numbered in the hundreds. This is still the first layer. Hell, I don't know if there are more bones in the layers above. Rosebud and Red Lotus continued to walk on the first floor of the attic. But as they stayed longer, the more uneasiness grew in his heart. The extinguished red candles, the red ribbons hanging from the eaves but already piled with dust, and the two sandalwood chairs right in the center of the room. In the center of the two wooden chairs stood a wooden table with an offering plate containing fruit that had long since rotted to seeds. The scariest thing is, on the two chairs were two human bones. They were weird-looking, their heads were crooked, there were some cracks in every bone, and where the neck bones were, they were all penetrated by scissors wrapped in red cloth and fixed on the wooden board behind them. Rosebud frowned. Was this some kind of crime scene? Who killed these people? All those red candles and red ribbons and the chatter at the very beginning. Shouldn't this be the place to get married? Hoo-hoo-ya. At this point, a high-pitched oboe suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, with a bang, the door to the attic was kicked open, and then there was a feverish noise from outside. Rosebud and Red Lotus looked back at the same time. See only. A group of men covered in black robes and smeared with heavy makeup came towards the attic with smiles on their faces. A line of dozens of them.
他们的黑袍上绣着白色的纸钱，脸上的笑容僵硬无比，就像是被控制着的行尸走肉，嘴中呜地叫着，像是在营造一种热闹喜庆的氛围。
Rosebud and Red Lotus frowned. Suddenly see, in the middle of this group of weird black-robed people, there was actually a man and a woman escorting two living people. The woman is cape-crowned and wearing a cover. The men wore official uniforms and belts. At this point, in the middle of the loft, there were actually two bizarrely dark coffins that appeared, and inside, there seemed to be two corpses lying. Rosebud and Red Lotus minds instantly recalled the words they had just heard. A fearful thought surfaced in their minds. Underworld marriage. Or two. Chapter 95. One worships heaven and earth. Two worships. The sky was overcast. The icy cold wind seized the opportunity and poured frantically through the door and into the room. Creepy people in black robes. A man and a woman they were escorting were struggling frantically. But because they were gagged and tied up, they couldn't break free even with all their might. Soon, the group escorted the man and woman into the room. Rosebud and Red Lotus subconsciously moved towards the back. When these black-robed men got closer, they were surprised to find out. These creepy guys, all of them are paper people. Miserable skin, a dull smile, and eyes dotted with vermilion. Stiff demeanor. Rosebud and Red Lotus backed away in fear. At this point, with the entrance of the paper man, the red candlelight in the otherwise dimly lit room lit up and everything changed forever. Red ribbons are attached between the beams of the room, and the room is decorated with a large number of festive objects used in marriages. On the main seat, the two human bones from before had changed into old men and women at some point. They were dressed in clean and neat clothes, draped in red and with red envelopes cupped in their hands. Around the room, guests were also seated in a circle. They talk loudly and are so lively. Everything was shrouded in light. At that moment, Rosebud and Red Lotus looked up. On the attic, where you couldn't see the ceiling, there was actually one standing spirit tablet after another. So, this is not really an attic. Instead, it's an ancestral shrine. Sister. Red Lotus reached out a trembling hand to point at the guests. Rosebud focused her attention on it. It was a shock to realize that the faces of these guests were covered with a yellow amulet with bizarre charms written in vermilion. It's like being dead. Newcomer. Into the temple. A shrill voice rang out. Only a bloated old woman in brightly colored clothes appeared in the ancestral shrine. Her face was blue. Her fierce eyes looked like they were trying to eat people. And in front of her were the two pitch-black colored coffins. This person is Ghost Matchmaker, specialized in matchmaking for medieval marriages, and acted as a wedding officiant. Bring them here. At the command of the ghostly medium, paper figures in black robes escorted the man and woman before her. Male wearing black official clothes, slender figure, a set of skin was born handsome, but the skin is a little rough. I think it must be a person who is always on the move. The woman beside him, with her phoenix crown and cape, wearing exquisite jewelry, and the phoenix embroidered on her dress, was atmospheric and dignified. In the meantime, in the ancestral shrine, the two dark-colored coffins were also pushed open by the paper men. Two figures were assisted from it. Again, a man and a woman. Only, they were stiff in demeanor, bloodless, with yellow amulets on their faces, and even walking could only be carried. Dead people. No, no, no. Get out of here, all of you. You can't do this, you can't do this. At this point, the man who had been gagged earlier made a sound at this moment, as the linen cloth fell from his mouth. The living intermarrying with the dead. You are damaging the Een virtue with such behavior. It's expressly forbidden. Even if we're from out of town, Once we're found out, you'll all go to jail. Hurry up and release me and Muin." The man kept resisting as he looked at the paper men who were carrying the dead man towards him. His face filled with anger and trepidation. His name is Li Qingshu. It was a businessman from out of town. The living woman beside him was named Su Muin, a childhood friend who grew up with him and was betrothed as a child. Vow to grow old together when you grow up. The two are of average family background, although the family has a few acres of good land, but due to the local strong gentry deductions, each year can only fill the stomach. Because of the years of war and turmoil, the family's good land has been destroyed. If Li Qingshu didn't know some boxing and kung fu, I'm afraid Su Muin would have long been plundered by those cruel soldiers. To survive, the two of them took all their savings and left their hometown to start a small business like the marketplace traders. At first, I hit the wall repeatedly and lost a lot of money. Later on, he met a nobleman and gradually got better. It doesn't make much, barely enough to fill your stomach. Luckily, the duo were frugal enough to save a lot of money over the years. Li Qingshu then made a promise to Su Muin that when he earns enough silver, he will get married and settle down. The man and the woman, seeing that it's coming together. But who knows, when passing through a certain path, just by looking down at the red bag dropped on the side of the road. And he got the black stick. When they opened their eyes again, they realized that they were being dressed in the clothes of matrimony and their hands and feet were bound. They thought that this was a prank prepared for them by a certain friend, but as all sorts of weird things happened behind them, they gradually realized. This is being paired with an underworld marriage. Li Qingshu was allotted to the youngest daughter of the old Lu family. Su Muin was allotted to the oldest son of the old Lu family. Couples who are about to get on track and start a family have completely fallen into the abyss because of this last walk of business. Forced to marry a dead man they don't like and haven't even met on one side. That's no matter who you put it on. All absolutely unacceptable things. Imagine a boy and girl who have been with you since you were a child, and you've been through elementary school, middle school, high school, and college together. During that time, you've had fights, you've had hilarious fights, and you've sat in silence on a high mountain watching the sun go down and the sun come up. Graduation. It was hard to get a job, it was hard and tiring. Seeing that you have been working hard for many years, you are finally on the right track towards marriage. But just then, you were kidnapped to a remote village for an outing and forced to marry two dead men. Who can take it? Who can stand it? But what can you do if you don't accept it? Resistance? It didn't work. Li Qingshu and Su Muin are outsiders. With their bare hands, they were no match for the crowd. Moreover, the old Lu family is the biggest force in the area. Even the county magistrate has to give them three thin face. Let's not talk about whether or not anyone knew that Li Qingshu and his duo were in trouble. Even if someone knew, would they be able to find this place? Even if we find it, what can we do about the Lu family? Despair. Li Qingshu clenched his fists and tried to break free from the rope, but it was useless. At the ghost matchmaker's command, the paper people picked up the burlap on the ground and stuffed it back into Li Qingshu's mouth. Soon, the two couples were carried by paper men and stood on a raised platform. They turned their backs to the two elders of the old Lu family behind them. Scarlet candlelight. In the spooky wedding hall, the shrill, piercing voice of the ghostly medium suddenly broke the silence and, "One bow to heaven and earth." The words dissipated. The paper man pressed down on the necks of Li Qingshu and Su Muin, as well as the two deceased children of the Lu family, and knelt hard on the ground to worship heaven and earth. Second worship. Then, they were forcibly turned around and worshipped the old man and woman of the Lu family who were sitting firmly in the high hall. Finally, after the paper man had set up the two couples in a face-to-face direction, the last voice of the ghost matchmaker rang out, "The couple to worship." The voice fell instantly. The oozing sound of the oboe instantly echoed throughout the ancestral shrine. It was like a mournful song of solace, and it gave people chills and goosebumps to hear it. Soon, the worship process was completed. The paper man controlled the cold hands of the Lu family's eldest son and helped him uncover Su Muin's head. At the same time, the youngest daughter of the Lu family in front of Li Qingshu had her head uncovered. One beautiful and soft-looking. One, the face is rotted most of the time, the temperament does not have any temperament, only let people feel cold. Looking at her, cannot help but shiver in the heart. At this point, the ghost matchmaker removed the burlap from Su Muin and Li Qingshu's mouths. Moment. Angry curses and sad cries rang out together, and they mixed together, making the entire ancestral shrine very noisy. When the ghost matchmaker saw this, A fierce light erupted in his eyes and, "What's the point of crying and cursing on your wedding day? Come on, man. Fetch me the needle and thread." Chapter 96. Guess how she cried with a smile on her face? Immediately after, something that made the necks of all the viewers shiver appeared. That ghost matchmaker was like a cruel and severe ghost, even holding an embroidery needle, threading it, and aiming it at Su Muin's lips. Sharp embroidery needles pierced her upper and lower lips. Blood fell from Su Muin's mouth. Intense pain filled her brain, and she was so scared that she kept pleading as tears continued to flow from her eyes. On the side, Li Qingshu saw that his beloved was suffering from endless pain and torture. The anger in his heart made his eyes turn scarlet. He constantly had to twist his body, wanting to break free from his bonds, but the ropes binding his hands and feet were surprisingly strong. Even after tearing his arms and legs almost to pieces, he failed to break the rope. Those paper people are also powerful. Pressing down on Li Qingshu caused him to be slow to raise his knees even when he was kneeling on the ground. Cry, cry, cry. Isn't it just so you can marry a dead man? What's there to cry about? When you get to the netherworld, the Lu family will guarantee you honor and wealth in your next life, so you can't wait to be happy. The ghost matchmaker's face was expressionless, and while using the needle and thread, she said harshly that there, now let's see you cry. In a few moments, the sound of the woman crying quickly turned into a whimper from her throat, her mouth covered in blood. The upper and lower lips were sewn shut in a shoddy manner that brought about a violent tearing sensation once one tried to open them with force. The moment, the Dragon Nation audience outside the arena couldn't help but think of a lyric in their heads. She didn't get a word in edgewise this time. I thought it was sad to the point of being speechless. But who knows? It was actually sewn up. That's why you can't talk. Old thing, I'll kill you, Li Qingshu yelled. Above the wedding hall, the ghostly matchmaker snorted coldly, picked up a needle and thread, and quickly sewed his mouth shut as well. It's much quieter. The ghost matchmaker is satisfied and then looks to the paper man. Get the coffin nails. Next moment, the paper people brought the coffin nails. The pitch-black coffin nails, each of which was 20 centimeters long, had a layer of rust attached to their exterior, filling them with a bizarre and incomparable aura. The ghost matchmaker first used a candle flame to give these coffin nails a simple sterilization, and then that pair of shadowy eyes once again stared at Su Muin. A little closer, and then a hand took hers, dragging her in front of the coffin slab. She heard only a thud. The coffin nails ran through Su Muin's palm and nailed her hand to the coffin board, and then the other hand, and her feet were not spared. It was accompanied by a miserable whimper. Soon, it's all over. At this moment, Su Muin, as if she had lost her 3 souls and 6 spirits, was nailed to the coffin board. Her expression was dull, and her eyes had become red due to the flow of too many tears. The most horrible thing is that her face, because of the coffin nails and the acupuncture points, is half smiling and half crying. Laughing and crying. Guess how she laughed and cried? Despair, endless despair. Can't see any hope of staying alive. Her gaze landed on Li Qingshu's body. Inside, it contains sadness and disenchantment. As if to say, I really don't want to die, I really don't want to leave you. At this moment, the anger in Li Qingshu's heart could hardly be suppressed, and he forced himself to endure the pain, hissing loudly and, "No!" The lip on the seam was torn. His eyes were glazed over. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails were embedded in his flesh. But that didn't stop the ghostly matchmaker. She instructed the people to put the old Lu family's eldest son into the coffin, and after that, she closed the coffin board nailed to Su Muin with a bang, and sealed the cut with a coffin nail, one up, one down, face to face, in a dark coffin. Looking in front of her eyes, the old Lu family's eldest son who was dead through and through. Su Muin's inner pain could no longer be described in words. She couldn't help but laugh out of her mind, laugh in despair, laugh at the helplessness of fate, laugh at the shame of this futile dregs. A myriad of emotions that eventually turned into a single sentence. Done. This life, it's completely over. It's finally done, you're next. The ghost matchmaker looked at Li Qingshu. You old smashed seed. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Li Qingshu shouted angrily. I'm going to skin you and chop you up, make you go into the frying pan, and make you beg for your life and beg for your death. Bang. His words were not yet finished. The ghost matchmaker directly manipulated the shovel on the ground, and then swung it violently at Li Qingshu's head. Smash him straight to death. Staggering and so grumpy. What about scaring your own bride? The ghost old lady glanced at Li Qingshu's body. And then, following the example of what was just done, the youngest daughter of old Lu's family was placed in the coffin, and then Li Qingshu was nailed to the lid of the coffin board. Bang! The coffin is covered. Underworld marriage is hereby completed. Hiss! Rosebud and Red Lotus, who were lingering on the sidelines, had long been too frightened to breathe at this point. Everything that happened just now was really beyond their knowledge. They've gotten a lot of people killed, but torturing people in this way, they had never seen before. They were not sure what the hell was going on. But let the living marry the dead. It's the kind of thing that is creepy even to hear about. Not to mention seeing it with my own eyes. The spectators in the ring, too, had their mouths open and their eyes glazed over in disbelief of what was before them. Underworld marriage? Is this an underworld marriage? Why, to give a horror that comes from deep inside. Not only is it a visual impact, but even the spirit seems to be racked with fear. The spectators of the Dragon Kingdom, upon seeing this scene, were more sympathetic and pained. Underworld marriage, this kind of thing, just how many people like Su Muin and Li Qingshu have been killed. As I recall, the original underworld marriage, which referred to the marriage and burial of a dead person in matrimony between a dead person and a dead person, was derived because in ancient times it was a great disadvantage to come of age but die unmarried. It refers to the marriage of a man and a woman, using 2 men and 2 women whose birth dates are compatible and who are both dead, by way of a borrowed spirit tablet to pay homage. This was just the very beginning, and then as the demand became greater and greater, medieval marriages became very popular in the folklore, but dead people with compatible birth dates were too hard to find. So unscrupulous ghost matchmakers chose to throw red envelopes by the side of the road as a way of tricking passers-by and forcibly dragging them off to be paired in medieval marriages. This stuff, it's clearly harmful. I admit that the things of the old ancestors are indeed very good, but there are some things that are really harmful feudal dross. I wonder how many men and women have died under this dross. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom had a somewhat complicated look on their faces. Ancestral Shrine. Mrs. Lu sat up from the high hall and looked at the ghostly matchmaker with some concern. Is this really all right? Can my eldest son and daughter really be at peace in the Yellow Springs? If that Li Qingshu and Su Muin tell the King of Hell where to go for what we did today, what should we do? In ancient times, people were more likely to believe in this, and many still do. There's good and there's bad. At those words, the ghost matchmaker snorted coldly and, "Sue! What are they going to sue for? Their mouths are sewn shut by me. They can't even speak. And as for that Li Qingshu humph, tear yourself up and go to hell as dumb as you are." The ghost matchmaker continued. In addition, the coffins are all sealed by me. Even if they have accumulated grudges and transformed into a severe ghost, they will definitely not be able to break out of the coffins. One thought to this. Only then did the old man and woman of the Lu family nod their heads in reassurance. That's good, that's good. Come on, ghost matchmaker. These are a small token of appreciation. Thanks to you this time. They then took out a large bag of silver, which, judging by its abundance, was at least as much money as a farmer's uncle could earn in a lifetime. Collecting the money, the ghost matchmaker held it in his hand and turned it upside down, somewhat dissatisfied. That's all you're giving? That Li Qingshu is a practiced fighter. It took me a lot of effort just now. Don't you know that? In addition, that Su Muin is a beautiful girl. In these 10 miles and 8 villages you go and ask around, which girl can compare to her? It's not that I'm belittling. It's not like I didn't see your eldest son when he was alive. That ugly and vulgar appearance. Even worse than a beggar on the street. If it wasn't for me, could he have married a beautiful girl like Su Muin? The ghost matchmaker was like a shameless businessman, treating Su Muin and Li Qingshu as commodities, constantly selling their goodness. Saying that, the ghost medium suddenly snorted coldly, marched to a coffin, picked up the shovel on the ground, and said in a cold voice, "I should have known you'd pay this much. I might as well just destroy that Su Muin girl. I can still make a lot of money by selling her to a youth house." As it turned out, she hadn't finished her sentence. The coffin that held Li Qingshu on the side immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. It charged directly at the ghost medium, knocking her off her feet, and then Li Qingshu's roar containing extreme anger resounded from the coffin. Smashing seeds. Old me today. I'm going to rip your mouth off. Chapter 97 Rosebud and Red Lotus? Aren't they little soldiers? Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura continuously emerged from a coffin. Immediately after that, the coffin that held Su Muin was also constantly giving birth to a rolling death aura. They died, but they became terrifying and powerful. On the side, Rosebud and Red Lotus stood in place, somewhat at a loss for words. Suddenly, in their minds, the cold, icy voice of Park Ruoshua actually rang out. They don't freeze. If we really let them come out of their coffins, we won't survive. Rose and Red Lotus were surprised. But our power, what makes them SSS-ranked horrors? More than that, it was thanks to the addition of Park Ruoshua's innate evil seed. If it wasn't for her, it would have been hard enough for Rosebud and Red Lotus to become SSS terrors. Rest assured, your powers have been restored. First, the existence of this boundary is dominated by the terrifying power of the Ghost Matchmaker. Now, because of the revival of Li Qingshu and Su Muin, the dominant force was shifting. As the two forces exchanged, there was a brief gap. This also allowed Rosebud and Red Lotus to regain their suppressed powers. It's not too late. Hurry up and do it. The words fell. Under the gaze of all the spectators, Rosebud and Red Lotus looked at each other. Scarlet breath lingered around them. With a flash of his body, he leapt high into the air, and then transformed into a blood-colored lotus in the air, and landed violently on the two coffins, the tremendous weight of which was like a boulder pressing down on them. To stop the Li Qingshu duo from terrorizing the recovery. Fark. Does this horrible thing from the little cold republic want some more face? Taking advantage of people's danger is really exactly like their little cold republicans. Damn it! Ring spectator. On seeing this moment, a flood of curses erupted. But these tirades were not offensive in the least to the shameless little chill republicans. They even clasped their hands together and a sneer appeared on their faces. Who says this won't work? If you're capable, let the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom break through the suppression and run out of the coffin. What's it say about us? This duel, I, the little chill republic, will. But when they had not finished speaking, a terrifying bellowing voice rang out from inside the coffin. Get out! Li Qingshu was incomparably angry. Once again, a powerful and incomparable impact erupted. Its power was so strong that it directly shattered the coffin, and even brought Rosebud with it. And then, with a flash of his figure, while Rosebud was flying backwards in the air, he pinched her neck and, scarlet eyes, filled with anger, he glared and roared. You're that old smashed seeds helper? No! No! While Rosebud shook her head, her other hand transformed into a sharp blade, ready to take Li Qingshu's life when he wasn't paying attention.
No niet.
Don't think I don't know that you pressed on the coffin just now. Li Qingshu didn't listen to her at all, and a terrifying and powerful punch was swung out, wrapped in an unparalleled huge force, and struck Rosebud's face. The force was so great that it directly knocked her head off. That's not all. Rolling black flames erupted from his hands, quickly wrapping Rosebud in an endless heat that burned her skin in a scream. Rosebud quickly turned to ash, completely lifeless. No! Seeing her sister die, Red Lotus' heart exploded with rage. Countless tentacles with spikes sprouted from her back and stabbed towards Li Qingshu. But it hadn't even touched the other's body yet. Scene. The sound of metal cutting suddenly came to mind. Clank. Electricity. All the tentacles were sliced to pieces. At some point, a phoenix-crowned woman's figure appeared in front of Red Lotus. She hung her head low, her fingers curved, forming a sharp blade, and suddenly stopped, cocked her head, and turned to Red Lotus with a maniacal grin. And, girl doll, you deserve to die. Click. The words fell. Su Muin's body was like red thunder, coming before the Red Lotus in an instant. Her hand swung in a slicing knife stance, and with just a single glance, she separated the Red Lotus body and head. Her head fell to the ground and rolled a few times, Red Lotus eyes wide as if telling of her overwhelming shock. Dead. SSS class Rose Red Lotus. Just die. But that's not all. Su Muin, who was in a state of madness, controlled some of the sharp weapons around her and killed them towards those paper people and guests. Even though these paper people were full of yin qi, each of them possessed terrifying and incomparable power. But Su Muin, who had condensed the grievances of all the women who had died in the underworld marriage, had transformed into an indescribable and extreme terror at this moment, and all the paper people were nothing but dirt in front of her. Just one shot easily obliterated all the paper people, along with the surrounding guests. One by one, kill them all. Scene. Wailing in all directions. After doing everything, Su Muin picked up the two scissors and appeared in front of the Lu family's old man and woman in an instant. No! Little girl, you can't kill us. I sympathize with what you're going through, but it's all the ghostly medium's fault for the damage she's done to you. We just want to give our children a good home. Are we wrong? Old Mrs. Lu was terrified, but she didn't feel that she was wrong. Old thing, who wants to explain to you? Go to hell. The pain-ridden Su Muin had no more patience. She took the scissors in her hand and bit by bit she cut the flesh tissue of the old man and woman of the Lu family. Even their bones, a little bit crushed. The endless pain made the old man and woman of the Lu family cry out. But no one sympathizes with them, trying to give their children a good home. That's right. But maiming someone's life, that deserves to die. A blood debt is paid in blood. Pest! Along with Su Muin when she inserted the scissors wrapped in red cloth into the necks of the old man and woman of the Lu family, they were completely lifeless. And so he died. God's soul is destroyed. Boom! On the other side, another shocking boom erupted. Li Qingshu, in a state of rage, gathered the grievances of all the males who had died in the underworld marriage, and with an instantaneous body, he arrived in front of the ghost matchmaker. And then a slap on the face of the ghost matchmaker. Under the ghostly medium's horrified gaze, a palm slammed her head into the wall, and endless rage poured out of the old smashed seed. Ing told you, I'll never let you go even if I'm a ghost. Having said that, he frantically ripped the ghost medium's head out of the wall, smashed it in, ripped it out, smashed it in, keeps repeating. Soon the ghostly medium was smashed beyond recognition. She begged bitterly, No, don't kill me. It's you who kills. Li Qingshu pinched the ghost medium's collar and lifted her up, while continuously bombarding her face with punches and pounding on her face, and when he was about to beat her to death, he utilized bizarre means to heal her injuries slightly. Keep the ghost medium in a constant state where he or she can clearly feel the pain, but cannot die. Process. Li Qingshu tore her mouth open and then sewed it with a needle and thread, the process of pain and suffering. It went on for half an hour. Finally, Li Qingshu utilized special means to send the ghost medium to hell, suffering pain and suffering all the time and not being allowed to reincarnate for eternity. To this point, second ring, over. The spectators in the ring, who had long been thrilled with the, yes, it was just awesome. This damned ghostly matchmaker deserves to die in endless torture. Hell knows how many people this old smashing bastard has killed. Assholes like her deserve death by 1,000 cuts. If I didn't have the strength, I'd have to go up and kick it twice. Wait, you guys seem to have gotten one thing wrong. This matchup is between the Little Chill Republic and the Dragon Kingdom. It's the SSS-ranked Rosebud Red Lotus versus Underworld Marriage. Why is everyone talking about ghost matchmakers now? Where's Rosebud and Red Lotus? Nobody say anything? The audience suddenly froze. As if this is the truth? Why are we all talking about ghost matchmakers and underworld marriages, rosebuds and red lilies? At this point, an honest dragon audience member scratched his head with a puzzled look on his face and, is there a possibility that they were swiped as skirmishers? What's the point of discussing the minions? Little Chill Republican Audience. EA, Chapter 98. Within the Dragon Kingdom, the Little Cold Republic is forbidden. When you put it that way, it seems true, haha. To be honest, in this duel, Little Chill Republic's SSS-ranked Rose Red Lotus doesn't have much of an existence at all. It feels like it's totally just a pendant to go along with it, and none of it can be seen to work at all. The strength is also average, it's not much at all, as expected. The Little Chill Republic is one of the best in the world in the area of boasting and boasting. Laughed my ass off. I thought I was going to put on a big show for us when I started talking so hard, but it turned out to be a big. After all, they are developed countries that can't even afford to eat meat. It's reasonable for the horror to be a little weaker. Maybe it's because of malnutrition? I'm not one to put others down, but there's one thing to be said for the Chill Republic, and it's true that it's pretty trashy. Strength garbage, even if it is, the country area is still small, the country area is small, forget it, the comprehensive national strength is still not very good, the comprehensive national strength is not very good even if it is. The key is that they still love to brag about themselves. I really can't figure out, just sesame-sized place, why would they be so arrogant to the point they are at now? But if they can just have a couple plates of peanuts when they drink, they won't be this drunk. The yin-yang technique of the Dragon Nation audience isn't bad at all. In just a few short sentences, all that was said was the pain point of the Republic of Little Chill. This directly annoyed the audience of the Little Chill Republic. ACI bar, when have I, Little Chill Republic, ever been so insulted? The Dragon Kingdom, aren't they just relying on the fact that they're up now? In the previous Terror Ring, weren't they also are defeated? I really don't know what's the point of being godly. This time it's just our little cold republic specifically letting them off the hook. And they really think they're powerful? One day, my little cold folk will defeat the Dragon Kingdom and become the new overlord in the Ring of Terror, listening to the oaths of the audience in their home countries behind them. Lee Myung-hyuk's expression was a bit complicated, and a look of gravity appeared on his always calm face. The audience of the Republic of Koan is still obsessed with the fantasy of Lao Tzu is the best in the world. But after this showdown, Lee Myung-hyuk was also thoroughly seeing the power of the Dragon Kingdom's terrifying object. The reason why this duel was lost was not at all that Rosebud and Red Lotus were too weak, but rather, the Dragon Kingdom's underworld marriage was simply too strong. The terrifying strength possessed by the underworld marriage, which had a history of thousands of years and had accumulated the grudges of countless men and women, had long surpassed common sense and could not be viewed with rational knowledge. I'm afraid, this world, it's really going to change. Li Mingyi looked at Zhang Shu, his eyes slightly narrowed with viciousness. If he could, he really wanted to do away with Zhang Shu himself. But that's simply not possible. Let's not talk about whether or not he, Lee Myung-hyuk, had the strength as an ordinary person. Even if he was the world's top terror summoner and could summon SSS-ranked terrors, what was the point? It was simply no match for Zhang Shu. The ring. Zhang Shu cupped his fists and saluted Su Muin and Li Qingshu. Many thanks to the two seniors for making a move. You're welcome. Li Qingshu and Su Muin waved their hands and spiraled back into the Chinese horror codex. Within their bodies, although they gathered the grievances of all the poor people who had died in the underworld marriage, these people had long since entered reincarnation to be reincarnated. So they did not need Zhang Shu to redeem them. And, back many years ago, the Dragon Kingdom then explicitly forbids the existence of such a thing as a plutonic marriage, so there will be no more deaths from plutonic marriages. Passed down for thousands of years, it has a long history of medieval marriages. It was originally intended for two deceased men and women to be married, so that even when they reached the Yellow Springs, they would have a companion to take care of each other and have a beginning and an end. Although it is a bit horrible, the starting point is to console the spirits of the deceased in heaven, out of respect for the dead, which is undoubtedly good. But as the market expanded later, and people moved on, it was actually a coercive way to get the living and the dead to marry, to seek profiteering. This has also soured and evolved meditation marriages into dross. For this kind of harmful dross, even if it has thousands of years of culture, it should be discarded, and it can be written down in a book to warn the world, but it should never be allowed to reappear in the world. Take the good, take the bad. Zhang Shu muttered, his heart a mix of emotions. At this point, the scarlet figure of the mysterious referee appeared in the center of the ring. Oh, why do you look so sad after winning the duel? The mysterious referee said with a smile, and then his gaze was cast in the direction of Little Chill's Republic, and his eyes suddenly became ruthless. Then, according to the rules, 33.3% of the land of the failed attacking country goes to the Dragon Kingdom. Punishment begin. The words fell. The blood-colored scythe in his hand shot a red light towards the sky. The light folded and turned into a cylindrical column of light, instantly shooting towards the Little Cold Republic native land. Accompanied by the expanding pillar of light, within the area covered by the pillar of light, the territory of the Little Cold Republic was undergoing the same changes that had previously occurred in the Sakura country. All buildings were obliterated. Those within range were also purged. Within a short time, an intact territory was completely divided from within the boundaries of the Little Cold Republic. Above the territory, the same huge boundary monument surfaced. Within the Dragon Kingdom, the Little Chill Republic is off limits. ACI, this territory, originally ours, but now even we, the people of the Little Chill Republic, are not allowed to enter it. I seriously doubt that this is an insult. I'm so upset that such a precious territory of our Little Cold Republic has been given away just like that. Damn it! Why am I not a terror summoner? If I'm a terror summoner, I'll definitely summon the strongest terror in this world and take back everything my Little Chill Republic has in the terror ring. A momentary loss proves nothing. Our Little Cold Republic will surely rise against the odds and rank at the top. The viewers of the Republic of Little Chill know that lost territory doesn't come back on its own. So just start fantasizing like crazy, praying for a savior to fall from the sky and save their Little Cold Republic. But it didn't work. Very different from the intense reaction of the audience in the Republic of Little Chill. The Dragon Nation viewers weren't too happy about getting the territory of the Little Chill Republic. Am I sick? There's a new place to garden. But why am I not excited at all? I don't know, I feel the same way, like I'm getting something, but then I'm not. Could it be that I've become greedy now too? The Rokoku audience frowned. Suddenly, another honest man spoke up and, brothers, don't doubt yourself, honestly, with that little territory of the Little Cold Republic. Isn't getting it the same as not having it? It's too small, it's really too small. I thought it wasn't there if you didn't tell me. Pinching finger gesture. This statement was made. The Dragon Nation audience then reacted. So it is. But a fly's leg is meat even if it's small, and this place could still be used to fix a few public restrooms. Little Chill Republican audience. EA. Rapidly red warm angry. Chapter 99 Next ring match. Tianju Alliance invites to fight. The punishment is over. Next, it's time for the all-eyes selection. The mysterious referee looked at Zhang Shu. Then, please choose the attacking country for the next ring match. This statement was made. The entire audience was momentarily quiet. Now that the Dragon Kingdom was in full swing, almost no country would want to touch this mold. Everyone cowered, not daring to meet Zhang Shu's gaze directly. Zhang Shu spread his hands. What's there to think about? Definitely the Sakura country was destroyed first. Sakura Nation. I knew it. A heartfelt smile appeared at the corners of the Dragon Nation audience's mouths. Sakamoto Kawaii's face turned blue. Baka. I knew this would happen. This Zhang Shu. He's practically fighting against my Sakura kingdom. I wasn't going to use it. But now it looks like there's no way out. One thought to this. Sakamoto Kawaii took a few heavy breaths. Sakura Nation uses the Battle Avoidance card. Battle Avoidance card. When used, this card exempts your country from a duel. This was an extremely valuable prop, one that Sakura country had won in the Ring of Terror in the past, and it's coveted by countless countries. This was the only one in the world. Of course, there is a price to pay for the use of Battle Avoidance cards. Once used, the user's country faces a penalty of a 20-year regression in scientific and technological level. The country against which the game is played will also be rewarded with a 10-year increase in technology level. This is why Sakamoto Kawaii has been reluctant to take it out and use it. The level of technology has been set back 20 years. Such a harsh price to pay was more than even the SSS-ranked Terror Descent had ever seen. The mysterious referee waved his big hand and took back the Battle Avoidance card in Sakamoto Kawaii's hand. Battle Avoidance card used successfully. The words fell. In Sakura country itself, some of the original machinery and equipment, as well as high-tech industries, declined at a rate visible to the naked eye. Their country's productivity has greatly diminished, and even their military power has regressed by 20 years, falling directly from one of the world's top powers to an average country. On the contrary, 10 years of technological leveling descended upon the Dragon Kingdom. Some restrictions on scientific research were once again broken, and not only that, because of the improvement in the level of medical science and technology, the overall life expectancy of all the people in the Dragon Kingdom has increased by 50 years. I'm sorry, but for the third ring match, you won't be able to pick Sakura Nation as your opponent. The mysterious referee looked at Zhang Shu. Please re-select the attacking country. Can't you pick Sakura Land? These damn prop cards are kinda annoying. The good thing is, this is the only one of these battle avoidance cards on the planet. Zhang Shu cupped his chin, his gaze constantly sweeping from country to country. Eventually, it slowly fell on John Hugh, the head of the Eagles League. As it is. Then, humph! What a bunch of cowards! Just when Zhang Shu was about to pick the Eagles League, suddenly, from the seats of the Tianju Alliance, a disdainful voice came, only to see Amit, the acting head of the Celestial Alliance, stand up violently, clasping his hands to his chest, stepping on the stool with one foot and raising his head. For the next ring match, I, the Tianju Alliance, request to fight. I'd like to see just how powerful the terror of the Dragon Kingdom is. Can the Dragon Kingdom still win every time? I, Tianju, really don't believe this. After all was said and done, Amit didn't forget to sweep over the other country heads with a trashy look. The look seemed to say, one by one, you both despise my Tianju. But what happened? When it came to the critical moment, not a single one dared to come forward. It was simply a shrinking violet. It's all a bunch of crap. If we want to win the ring, we still have to look at my Tianju Alliance. P.S. The TJU is a consortium of countries in Southeast Asia, as explained earlier. In the ring, Zhang Shu couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked at Amit. Is there something wrong with the brain of this acting head of the Tianju alliance? In this situation, how dare you run into the mouth of the Dragon Kingdom? He's really not sick? To be the head of an alliance, albeit by proxy, surely isn't a brainless fool. Zhang Shu frowned and analyzed. Perhaps, he saw that I went to choose Sakura country again and again, so he thought that I, Dragon country, had run out of road. If that's the case, then he's kind of stupid too. Actually, it was really as Zhang Shu thought. Amit thought he had seen it all and thought that the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom were just about to bottom out, which is why he chose to go for the repeatedly frustrated Sakura country over and over again. This guy. He didn't know anything about the conflict between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, but that's normal. The arrogance of the Tianju alliance was no better than that of the Little Cold Republic. In their perception, the Dragon Kingdom was still stuck in the farming era. What else would you expect them to know about the recent history of the Dragon Kingdom? With my face sticking out, it would look like I was afraid if I didn't reach out. Zhang Shu snorted coldly. The third ring match, the attacking country, the Tianju alliance. I'd like to see what you guys, who claim to be so far ahead of the Dragon Kingdom, are really capable of. Words. Amit sketched a gloomy smile. Next ring match. I will let this world see the power of my Tianju alliance. Not far away, Luvik jabbed his finger at John Hugh, who was beside him after he saw this. See, what did I tell you before? These guys in Tennessee are just pure dumb birds, and I am not at all interested in being in the same boat as them. I'm afraid not to taint the brain. John Hugh nodded. So do I. Dragon Nation. 72 hours remain until the third ring begins. 3 days off. The Jiangsu people were all happy. Since participating in the Ring of Terror, it was like he was at work, even his free time was scarce. It's not exhausting, but after all, it's more or less uncomfortable to be under the gaze of a global audience. Just wait for global harmonization. Zhang Shu thought like this. At this time, Zhou Zhengtian patted him on the back. Zhang Shu turned around. Huh? Captain Zhou? It's been a long time. Aren't you out on a mission? Because of the creation of the Horror Summoners Guild. That's why Zhou Zhengtian was dispatched to look for terror summoners across the country earlier. Although Zhang Shu could summon all sorts of horrors from the Dragon Kingdom, the establishment of the Horror Summoner Association was still necessary. What the mysterious referee said, he remembered. Maybe sometime in the future, there really will be unknown dangers coming to Blue Star. Zhang Shu wasn't sure that by the time that time came, he would have the ability to fight one against the other. Therefore, he hoped that the Dragon Kingdom could have more powerful terror summoners. Personal strength is, indeed, important, but the power of unity should not be underestimated. Mission to mission. It's time to give yourself a little break after all. Someone in the family is sick, so I took a vacation to come back to take a look, Zhou Zhengtian said. Zhang Shu asked out of concern. Nothing serious, right? No. Zhou Zhengtian smiled. As far as the current level of technology in Dragon Kingdom is concerned, even if one does get any serious illness, it would still be a minor one. Speaking of which, when I first met you, I thought you were going to die for your country, but I didn't realize it was a deep hide. The corner of Zhang Shu's mouth lifted. Just tell me if it's handsome. Zhou Zhengtian was flabbergasted, and then he revealed a bold smile. Ha ha ha. Your kid still stinks of beauty, doesn't he? But it's time to say no. It's really impressive. And it's good to know that my son is going to be as successful as you in the future. Xu Zhang. Why do I get the feeling you're taking advantage of me? Don't doubt it. It's just taking over. Chapter 100. Yellow Purse's Seek Seal of Approval. Here's a floating car for you. The latest model, it's old expensive. It's going for tens of millions of Longwa dollars. Zhou Zhengtian led Zhang Shu to an open area. There was a high-end silver floating car parked here, with a shell made of high-tech and a streamlined design that allowed its speed to easily break through thousands of kilometers per hour. That's good. Zhang Shu entered his information into the floating car. In this way, as soon as he came to the floating car, the door would open automatically, all without the need for such a thing as a key, a boon to those who lost 3. But the only flaw now is that Joshua doesn't have a driver's license. He's taken the test before, but he's failed Section 1 and Section 3 after Section 2. Good on. Floating cars were simple to drive and relied more on artificial intelligence. So Zhang Shu spent a morning taking his driver's license. Sitting in the car with the air conditioning on, he enjoyed a long overdue relaxation. At this point, Zhou Zhengtian's cell phone rang. Connections. It's Qin Xiaoming calling. Chief Qin, what can I do for you? Where are you now? The training ground near the Paranormal Research Center is taking Zhang Shu for a practice session. Is there something wrong? Zhou Zhengtian asked. Qin Xiaoming's voice was not hurried. Practicing? Well, it's quite good. Let Zhang Shu learn to scrap the car, so that he doesn't have to insist on me driving him around every time he goes out in the future. Shu Zhang? When did I ever do that? Ha ha ha. Just kidding, down to business. Qin Xiaoming's state switched quickly, and his tone was a few points more serious. Residents within the amenity neighborhood have reported that they have always encountered a weasel blocking their path on recent nights, especially around midnight. It is said that the weasel will also spit. Every time you see someone, just say hands in the air, smile and ask. Zhang Shu interjected. Old folks, do I look like a man or a god to you? Qin Xiaoming froze. You know about this too? Aha. Zhang Shu nodded his head. The story of the yellow skin begging for a seal is quite famous. Qin Xiaoming continued. This matter started 5 days ago, and I suspect that a new terror summoner should have appeared. If you guys have time, you'll take a look at the Ankang neighborhood. If there's a time conflict, I'll arrange for another captain to go. Zhou Zhengtian agreed. I'll go. There's nothing much to do. My family has recovered from their illnesses, and it's time for me to return to my post. Zhang Shu's eyes turned. Yellow-skinned begging for a seal. Has heard many times, but has not seen it with his own eyes. Yes, I'll go with Captain Zhou. Qin Xiaoming said. All right, then I'll send you the coordinates. Remember to go at around midnight time at night. Ankang neighborhood. The Ankang neighborhood, far from the city center, is particularly cold because of the scarcity of residents. Even when the roads are lit up with streetlights, they still can't hide the lack of people. This is probably the place. Zhou Zhengtian and Zhang Shu arrived at a garden path. Flanked by bushes and surrounded by lush green vegetation, the garden in this small neighborhood was exceptionally shady because the light was blocked. Fixing his eyes, there was even a faint layer of mist covering it. It fell on the person, a little cold, like frost. Do you feel it? The surroundings have become darker and colder, Zhou Zhengtian said. Zhang Shu nodded. It's indeed dark, but I'm wearing more clothes, so I don't feel the cold anymore. When Zhou Zhengtian turned around, he saw that Zhang Shu had actually put his winterized cotton jacket over his body. Awesome. Keep poking around in the garden. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past the Zhang Shu duo. The two looked toward the side at almost the same time, but there was nothing. There was only a slight quivering of bushes. Looks like we won't find it tonight. Zhou Zhengtian sighed. Let's go. Let's go back first and come back tomorrow. Zhang Shu nodded his head. The two turned in unison. But the next moment, a bizarre figure actually appeared in front of them. It had soft yellow hair all over its body and a sharp mouth with sharp teeth, like an elongated version of a mouse, and against the darkness of the night, it slowly stood up. The two front paws were clasped together in a gesture of bowing. The black mouth even revealed an oozing smile. Hey! Folks, do I look like a man or a god to you? Really found it. The two of them, Zhang Shu and Zhou Zhengtian, smiled at each other. Immediately after that, the two of them summoned horrors. Zhou Zhengtian summoned the SS rank for the tiger, the ferocious, blood-stained, two-headed tiger, staring at the little weasel with a pair of ghostly green, ferocious eyes, and the low roar emanating from his throat was extraordinarily powerful. Around it, dozens of devils were holding spikes and wearing birthday suits, looking extremely terrifying. The tiger that became a man, or a two-headed tiger. The little weasel was taken aback. At that moment, an aura that frightened it even more came from behind Zhang Shu. See only. The black and white irregulars broke through the space and slowly stepped out. Their surroundings were haunted by the aura of yin and yang, and their deep-set eyes were permeated with an indescribable terror. The moment it appeared, it caused the little weasel to stare directly into the eyes. This. The little weasel was already too shocked to speak at this point. Are these two the legendary, the Undertaker, black and white? The little weasel was scared to death and immediately scampered away without a single moment of hesitation. It is now a shallow Taoist, and when it meets these powerful and terrifying things, It can only run. Stop! Zhang Shu gave an order. The little weasel fell to the ground with a thud as if his feet were bound. Turned around and looked fearfully at Zhang Shu. Two small eyes as if to say, "Please, let me live. Next time we'll never find you to ask for a seal." Zhang Shu caught the back of the little weasel's neck with one hand, and by observing its breath, Zhang Shu realized, this little weasel is not shallow. It's exactly the same as nothing. Must have started practicing monasticism a while ago. You don't even have any Taoist skills, and you're still here to ask for a seal with someone? Zhang Shu flung the little weasel in his hand, passing on. When the weasel reaches 500 years of Taoism, it will go out to look for people of destiny and ask them for a seal, asking whether it is like a man or a god. If it answers like a god, it will immediately attain immortality and become the yellow immortal in the mouth of the world. But once it answered that it was like a human being, its Tao was ruined, it could no longer cultivate, and from now on, it could only walk like a human being. But likewise, the person who answers the question will be remembered by it, and from then on unfortunate things will happen in the family. Right now, this little weasel hasn't even had a year's worth of Taoism, and he's still learning to come out and beg for a seal? Is the world of horror so rolled up these days? Say it, what's the name? Zhang Shu asked. He could understand the language of the little weasel. Abilities granted by the Chinese Horror Codex. The little weasel spoke. Yellow little fairy. Ooh, not a small mouth. And this is even before you become immortal. Zhang Shu continued to ask, tell me, who is your terror summoner? Huang Shaoxian's eyes twinkled as he thought of a particularly powerful man he had heard of before. To prevent being victimized, so it decided to borrow a little of its opponent's prestige. It's Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu. Chapter 101. Huang Shaoxian. Zhang Shu is not a bad person. No? Your terror summoner is Shu Zhang. Then who am I? The corner of Zhang Shu's mouth twitched slightly. How he hadn't thought about it. I can't believe I'm still having this day where I'm being foxed with my name. The bottom line is, you said you'd use my name to scare people even if it's okay. The point is, you don't even know what the main guy looks like, do you? You're just going to borrow someone else's name and ignore everything else? Zhang Shu looked towards the Huang Shaoxian in his hand. He seriously doubted that this idiot Huang Shaoxian must have heard about his name from somewhere and then moved out to use it. As it turns out, he guessed right. Your terror summoner is Zhang Shu. Then who am I? Zhang Shu pointed at himself. Huang Shaoxian scratched his head with a harmless face. Don't build it. Shu Zhang. Hopeless. All he could do was pull out his cell phone. Tap on a random video program. The video recording his duel was presented to Huang Shaoxian. At first Huang Shaoxian was wondering what this human youth, who looked like he wasn't holding his farts, was going to show himself. Could it be some horror video of torturing weasels or something? But when it looks at the content of the video, it doesn't talk. Huang Shaoxian looked at Zhang Shu with a fawning smile. Would you believe me when I say that my master's name is really Zhang Shu? Bitch's smile. Shu Zhang. Do I look like the kind of guy who's easy to fool? Can this be tolerated? Definitely can't stand it. What if you don't teach such a dishonest little weasel a lesson, in case it grows up and runs into people's yards to steal chickens and dogs? Huang Shaoxian must be taught a lesson. In a flash, a ghostly cry rang out. 3 minutes later, Zhang Shu caught the back of Huang Shaoxian's neck and couldn't help but rub the big meaty bun on its head that was bubbling with white air. Will you dare to fox around in the future? Huang Shaoxian cried. Don't dare. Never dare again. I'll definitely figure out that the rightful owner is foxing around in the future. Oh. Zhang Shu sighed. It seemed that he still hadn't packed enough. Forget it. That's all. Soon, led by Huang Shaoxian, Zhang Shu and Zhou Zhangtian arrived at a pet store that had been closed for a break. Even in the wee hours of the morning, the people inside are still busy. Push open the door and your eyes are greeted by a cleanly cleaned storefront. Pet cages placed around the perimeter are well regulated and neat. It gives the pets a comfortable place to live and also protects the guests who come here from injuries from their pets. Good evening, sorry. Not open right now. If you need a pet, come back tomorrow morning after 8, please. A soft feminine voice came from backstage. Soon, a woman with a ponytail and wearing a white shirt and jean shorts came in front of Zhang Shu's duo. She was fair-skinned and beautifully born, with a smile on her face at all times, giving her a very calm and natural look. I'm sorry to bother you so late, but we're not here to buy a pet. There's something we want to ask you, Zhang Shu said, holding the Huang Shaoxian in his hand and waving it in front of him. Xia Xiaoyan frowned slightly and turned her head to look at a cage behind her that had been locked with a full 15 locks, only to find that those locks had all been destroyed. Ah! Damn you! Huang Shaoxian, how many times have I told you? I told you not to run out alone and scare people. Why don't you listen? This youthful and beautiful woman rolled up her sleeves and pinched Huang Shaoxian's ear. Zhang Shu saw this and hurriedly let go. So it was not long before we saw. Huang Shaoxian's head had another large meat bag. The two meat packets are kinda symmetrical. Huang Shaoxian, woo-woo. Only I hurt the world reached. Leave in silence. I'm really sorry, as you can see, I'm a horror summoner, and this Huang Shaoxian is a horror that I summoned. Xia Xiaoyan apologized repeatedly. I don't know what's going on lately. It used to be quite honest, but now it wants to run out all day long to find someone to ask for a seal. What else do you say? Don't look at it now that it doesn't have the Tao, but once it succeeds, it will attain immortality and be directly 500 years ahead of the other weasels. I'm all convinced that I can't manage it at all. As she said this, a look of distress was evident on her face. Zhang Shu thought it was interesting directly asking to be sealed as an immortal. This Huang Shaoxian was quite a living treasure. But it seems to work in theory. But it doesn't actually work. Cultivation of this thing is all about the heart. If it was really as simple as Huang Shaoxian thought, then I'm afraid Huang Xian would have taken over the world long ago, right? It's okay. It now appears that the weasel hunting sealing of the Ankeny neighborhood can come to an end. Zhang Shu smiled bashfully. At that moment, Zhou Zhengtian, who was on the side, pulled out a business card from his pocket. Miss Xia, this is my business card, and given your status as a horror summoner, if you are interested, you can join the Horror Summoner Association, where you can get more help. Of course, it's all voluntary. Xia Xiaoyan took it and smiled politely. Okay, I'll think about it. Just as Zhang Shu and his duo were about to leave, suddenly, a muffled voice resounded in Zhang Shu's mind. This little weasel is very spiritual. The voice? Zhang Shu immersed his mind, only to see that a yellow immortal wearing a Taoist robe with a divinely handsome appearance had appeared in his mind at some point. Its body is covered with a layer of mist. Raising his hands and feet, there seems to be a flow of Dao Yun, clearly the appearance of a weasel, but through a trace of the feeling of the immortal style of Taoism. This is the real yellow fairy. The Tao is very high. Latecomer has met the yellow immortal. Zhang Shu cupped his fists and bowed. Huang Xian nodded his head. Then with a big wave of his hand, 5 dust-covered booklets appeared in Zhang Shu's hands. Give this item to that little weasel, even if it's some care from the elders to the juniors. Zhang Shu looked at the booklet in his hand. It should be the Tao of Immortal Cultivation. Can I use this thing? Zhang Shu asked with some anticipation. The yellow fairy on the opposite side was confused by the question, and after a long moment's reprieve, he shook his head and said, Can't. You don't need to monasticize. As the words fell, Huang Xian transformed into a mist that could not be seen and returned to the Chinese horror tome. I don't need to practice? Zhang Shu sighed. The dream of flying with a royal sword seemed to be impossible. Back to reality. He handed the 5 booklets in his hand to Huang Shaoxian, who was curled up in a corner, constantly drawing circles with a bamboo stick and in an unusually low mood. Humph, humph, humph. Badasses. All a bunch of bad guys. Sister Xiaoyan is bad. Zhang Shu is bad. The older guy next to him is bad. The big era who likes to fart and stink me is bad. And the stupid parrot who poked me in the ass this morning is bad. Don't I just want to ask for a seal? Why are they all bullying me? If I had a doorway to honest monasticism, I wouldn't be doing this kind of thing. Min Jinghao. Huang Shaoxian was like a puffer fish, her cheeks bulging with anger. Actually, not that it wanted to go begging for a seal of fright. It also wants to be like the predecessors recorded in the book, hidden in the deep mountains, borrowing the aura of heaven and earth, borrowing the Taoist law to honestly and obscenely cultivate. The point is, the conditions aren't right. It is a summoned horror. So, there is not a complete free-for-all. The only method it had to raise its strength was to look through books and use those scattered Tao methods to cultivate. It's really hard to do. Just as Huang Shaoxian was getting angry, at that moment several pamphlets were handed to it, and Here, take this, these are from your second oldest master. Zhang Shu said. Huang Shaoxian was first stunned, and then when it looked clearly at the booklet's flailing handwriting, a light sprang out of its eyes, hastened to take it, and instantly resumed his smiling cheeks and, "Hey, I told you before, Zhang Shu is not a bad guy." Chapter 102 Eagles, Triumph, Sakura, are all the same way. Huang Shaoxian, who had obtained the Tao, was like having chicken blood. Decisive, open, refining. But it only took one of the 5 books. The remaining 4, it said, were not suitable for its use. Zhang Shu was a bit puzzled by this. I think it's because of that. As Xia Xiaoyan spoke, her mouth suddenly chanted a string of incantations, and in the next moment fox whiskers grew on her face. An illusory white light enveloped her surroundings, and when the light faded, a small fox with a fluffy body and a very cute appearance lay on her shoulder. "Fox," Zhang Shu instantly reacted. "Are you still able to summon snakes, rats, and hedgehogs?" He looked to Xia Xiaoyan. Xia Xiaoyan shook her head. "For the time being, I can't, but I can feel that there are indeed 3 more mysterious terrors in my body." "So it is." Zhang Shu understood. He had thought that Xia Xiaoyan's terrifying object was simply Huang Shaoxian. Now it seems that all 5 immortals can be summoned by her. The only downside, the 5 immortals she summoned seemed to be underage. None of the Taoists were high, perhaps not even spiritually intelligent, and could only be considered to have a throwback spirit. Growing horrible things. This one would be interesting. After briefly chatting with Xia Xiaoyan and successfully getting the other party to join the Horror Summoner Association, Zhang Shu and Zhou Jingtian were ready to get up and leave. "Just got up," came Huang Shaoxian's childish voice. "Mr. Zhang. Zhang Shu, if I stick to the right path, will I be able to slay in the terror ring, like the other terror things? I'm not sure, as far as our Huang family is concerned. Do we really have the strength?" Huh? It was as if Zhang Shu had heard a big joke. "No, Huang Shaoxian, you're looking down too much on your second master Huang, aren't you? You don't think that it's weak after going through thousands of hardships and attaining immortality, do you? Wait. I'll let you know clearly in the 3rd ring match, the strength of your family's yellow second master. P.S. Huang Heir de Shur is an honorific title for the Yellow Fairy." Huang Shaoxian's eyes glowed with anticipation. Leave the pet store, back to the Paranormal Research Center. Then he saw Qin Xiaoming, who was sitting in his office, frowning. "Chief Qin, the investigation about the weasel begging for a seal is clear. The other party is a terrorist summoner and has already joined the Terrorist Summoner Association." Zhou Jingtian reported the matter in full. Qin Xiaoming nodded his head and gestured for the 2 of them, Zhang Shu, to sit down. "Chief Qin, is something wrong? Why do I see you with a sad look on your face?" Zhang Shu asked suspiciously. Qin Xiaoming pulled up 2 video files. The first one. It's the Eagle Alliance and Sakura Nation that have joined forces and are launching an attack on the 33.3% of Sakura Nation's territory that Dragon Nation previously won. In the other, the Triumph Union and the Little Chill Republic are joining forces in launching an attack on the 33.3% of the Little Chill Republic's territory that the Dragon Kingdom has won. The scene was very chaotic. Modern weapons and horrors alike were bombarding the barrier in a frenzy. However, the barrier was unharmed. "What are they doing here?" Zhou Jingtian frowned. "Could it be that he wants to take these territories back? How can this be? This is destroying the territorial integrity of my Dragon Kingdom." Zhang Shu cupped his chin and took a closer look at what was on the video. One thing that was noticed was that in either video, the horrors and technological weapons they were fielding were not of a high grade. One might even say that is low. Not to mention SS rank, even S rank was rare. With the strength of this formation, even a lifetime of attacking would never be able to break the protective barrier. As you can see, this is the Eagles and Triumph League putting on a show, Qin Xiaoming said, stating the reason for what they did in the Eagle Alliance. These 2 cunning fellows must have cajoled the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom by saying that they fully support them in recovering their lost territories. When the Sakura country and the Little Cold Republic fall for it, they will immediately withdraw for reinforcements. From the information intercepted by the intelligence department just now, a large group of terror summoners went to the Sakura country and the Little Cold Republic this afternoon, but it didn't take long for them to use special means to go back. Just confirms my suspicions. Be a stir. This is the usual style of the Eagle Kingdom and the Triumphal Empire. Now they've all formed an alliance, but instead of reining it in, they're dragging other countries in to be stirrers with them. Zhou Jingtian then wondered, what's the point of them doing this? What else would make sense? Qin Xiaoming spread his hands. It's nothing more than wanting us, the Dragon Kingdom, to focus our attention on dealing with the Little Cold Republic and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, so that they can use this time to make adequate preparations to deal with the Dragon Kingdom. There are times when the hookups between nations are not much different than between people. The only difference is the degree of impact. Of course, we can't take this lightly. The world is not yet unified. We still need to work hard. Zhou Jingtian nodded his head. Zhang Shu cupped his chin and pondered for a while, deciding that it was necessary to give the Eagle Alliance and Triumph Alliance a bit of color. It was true that the hatred between them and the Dragon Kingdom was less than that of the Sakura Kingdom. But, in recent history, they didn't bully the Dragon Kingdom much either. The number of people from the Dragon Kingdom who had been killed and the national treasures of the Dragon Kingdom that had been looted could not be in the least bit small. They're not ashamed to be in a nest of rats with the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom all the same way. Other than that, there is one more thing. Qin Xiaoming spoke. Zhang Shu and Zhou Jingtian looked at him. Just a moment ago, information came from the relevant departments that the Tianju Alliance side summoned an SSS-ranked horror and used that evil head subduing technique to break the chi of my Dragon Nation's people. The art of head surrender comes from the East-South Asian region. It is a weird and evil folk sorcery widely spread in the local area. It is said that the use of this art can break a person's chi, and Sirius can also control people's thinking so that they lose consciousness and thus die. And now terror revives. Because of its wide circulation, the art of head slowing can even affect the chi of the people who exist in a region, which is a kind of evil way. Good thing. My Dragon Kingdom is no longer the Dragon Kingdom from before. Even if it's an SSS-ranked terrifying thing, it will never think of attacking us. Qin Xiaoming had more pride on his face. But don't forget, after experiencing the previous horrible things level up, the SSS-ranked terrors that the Dragon Kingdom now possessed were not a few. Even before that, it was SS-ranked Su Xiaoya. It had now become an existence beyond the SSS class. These bastards from Tianju, they can't wait to die before the third ring match even starts. Zhou Jingtian clenched his fists. Zhang Shu's eyes gradually narrowed. The Tianju Alliance is really a group of guys who don't know the height of heaven. They are likewise disgusting. Chapter 103. This immortal will be here today to act on behalf of heaven. Ring of Terror. Third ring match. Before the duel even started, a strong smell of gunpowder permeated the scene. The audience of the Republic of Cohen was the first to speak. Ashy it is. Damn Triumph Empire. You promised to help us take back our territories. But the first time the guns went off, you all became shrunken turtles, didn't you? Is this what you all claim to be about always supporting me? Little Chill Republic? You are truly damned. Human-faced and beastly guys. I can see clearly that you guys just want to transfer the conflict with the Dragon Kingdom to my Little Chill Republic. In order to live on, you Triumph Empire really don't even have a face. Ashy Bar. A sea bar. The Republic of Chill audience breaks into song. But the self-proclaimed Noble Triumph Empire audience didn't even bother to pay attention to them. Even the person in charge, Lovick, just sneered, "Humph. A bunch of brainless guys. Being cheated and still have the nerve to bring it out? It's really not a shame at all." But the good thing is that the attention and conflicts are once again focused on the Little Cold Republic, and the Dragon Kingdom should leave my Triumph Empire alone for the time being. Stalling. Drag it out as long as you can. It's their only strategy at the moment. The side of the Eagle and Sakura countries were similarly no better. The audiences of both countries were cursing and spitting, and neither was letting the other get away. Seeing this, the mysterious referee held the scythe, and along with it, the bottom of the scythe slammed into the floor, inspiring a terrifying force, and only then did the surrounding clamor become much less. The third ring match now begins. Please invite the Tianju Union players to enter. Rukoku as the ringmaster. That's why they show up early to the ring for every matchup. At this moment, all eyes converged on the seats of the Tianju Alliance. Everyone was curious as to what kind of goods the Tianju, who always liked to boast and brag, could come up with. Soon, the figure appears in the ring, dressed in a strange costume of many colors, with his arms folded and a large shaved head. He moved step by step to the ring. Why do you say it's been moved? It was because he was wearing a skirt on the lower half of his body, like a monk's costume, but with bright flowers embroidered on the outer rim. Not only that, but his demeanor was a bit odd, and he wiggled his hips as he walked, matching his greasy skin and straggly beard that hadn't been combed in a long time. It's safe to say, nothing about it is male except the appearance of a male. It's really a bit overwhelming. I, Adi-cha, have been ordered by my lord to come, to kill Zhang Shu and destroy the Dragon Kingdom. The moment he stepped into the ring, Adi-cha did not hide the murderous intent and arrogance in his eyes. His eyes were wide as if full of confidence. The Dragon Kingdom audience, in an instant, had a surge of anger in their hearts. When it's true that you eat and don't brush your teeth, what ing big mouth. Right after he got on the stage, he threatened to destroy my Dragon Kingdom. It's a bit overrated. Your words won't bring you any benefits. They will only hasten your death. Zhang Shu looked at the other party with a look in his eyes. At that, Attika's mouth corked up in a smile that, no one in this world can make me die, and whoever I let die, dies. Siamese sorcerer, my lord, let the world witness your terror again. Adi-cha raised his hands high as if embracing the sky, and then flung himself to his knees in front of everyone. Zhang Shu hurriedly moved towards the side when he saw this. He thought that Adi-cha was going to ask him for New Year's money. Immediately after, on both of Attika's arms, blood gullies appeared as if they were cracks without warning, and scarlet blood gushed from his hands and flowed down the gullies to his entire body. It was as if the blood in his hand was unending. Soon, he was like a statue with blood attached to his exterior, becoming a bloody man, kneeling in the ring. Not a single movement. Next moment, the sky became instantly dim. Gust after gust of gloomy wind kicked up all around, blowing on people's bodies as if there were knives cutting them, making people feel pain in their bodies. Behind Adi-cha, a bizarrely ancient wizard's tower broke out of the ground and stood in the middle of the ring, and from the hollow of the tower, a large amount of sticky, disgusting substance poured out. It gave off a disgusting odor. Creepy bone bells hung from the corners of the tower, tinkling and clanging in the ghastly wind. There seemed to be a soul-sucking ability in the ringing that made one's mind dizzy and guilty of nausea. And after, a bizarre figure slowly walked out. It held a walking stick as if it were made of spinal bones, wrapped in scarlet cloth with 3 skulls at the very top. The pitch-black colored Dao robe on its body dragged on the ground, dragging out a trail of blood, and it had a necklace made of sharp teeth hanging around its neck, like a shaman of an evil religion, and from the moment it appeared, it gave off a feeling of uneasiness in one's heart. Phew! It raised its head, revealing a face so withered that it was nothing but skin and bones, with a pair of scarlet eyes set like blood-colored jewels. All over his body, he smelled like a rotting corpse. The moment it appeared, the Tianju Alliance side, a flood of excited voices erupted. Siamese wizard! It's the Siamese wizard! This is the most powerful sorcerer in East-South Asia, and even people like me, who don't know much about it, feel scared when they hear its name. It is said to be a sorcerer who has mastered countless kinds of bizarre spells, and with its thousands of variations, even a Taoist monk is defenseless in front of it. Ha 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 ha. This matchup, our Tianju Alliance will definitely win. I choose to sleep from now on, so that I can wake up and see my Tianju Alliance moving towards victory. The viewers of the Celestial Union, especially those affiliated with East-South Asia, had absolute confidence in the Siamese sorcerer. In their eyes, this is a sorcerer so powerful that no one can match him. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's horrors were as powerful as they were, in front of 1,000 different spells, it would only be a loss. Surrender! In the ring, a bellowing voice suddenly rang out. The next moment, only to see the Siamese sorcerer waving the scepter in his hand, countless baby dolls wrapped in blood cloth, as if they had gone crazy, actually frantically attacked towards Zhang Shu, as well as the audience of the Dragon Kingdom. These baby dolls, very creepy, with oozing smiles on their faces, with teeth so sharp they could pierce steel, once approached by them, certain death. Siamese sorcerer, it not only wants to kill Zhang Shu, but also the Dragon Kingdom audience. Eyes on. Those baby dolls were like a large bloody mist, about to tear and slaughter the Dragon Nation audience. Suddenly, an unparalleled thunderbolt descended from the heavens with a rumble that struck all the baby dolls with unerring precision. And after, a thick and powerful voice, as if ringing from the 9 heavens above. The crooked and evil, how dare you take action against the people of my Dragon Kingdom? Today, this immortal will be here, slaying evil spirits and demons, acting on behalf of heaven. Chapter 104, 9,999 Years of Tao, Yellow Immortal Primordial Ancestor. Phew! The words fell. The breath around them was changed by the power contained in those words. Immediately afterward, beside Zhang Shu, a figure dressed in a Taoist robe, surrounded by a lingering Taoist rhythm, causing one's heart to tremble just by looking at it, appeared. In Zhang Shu's eyes, the yellow immortal was a weasel wearing a Taoist robe with a look that revealed a few godly handsomeness. But to the others, the yellow immortal didn't have any real appearance. Its body was covered by a layer of illusory mist, and the crowd could only feel a powerful and terrifying force lingering around the yellow immortal. But none of them could get a good look at Huang Xian. After all, this yellow immortal in front of Zhang Shu. Long ago, he left the realm of animals and became an immortal. Weasel monasticism, it is said, has 5 stages. In the first stage, one possesses a certain amount of Tao, has given birth to spirituality, and has a longer lifespan. In the second stage, one possesses spiritual intelligence and masters certain spells, already possessing power beyond that of unusual creatures, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits are also cultivated and complete. The third stage, crossing the heavenly tribulation. Once the heavenly tribulation was passed, one could master part of the laws of survival between heaven and earth, and his or her entire body of skills would be sufficient to cope with the vast majority of crises. Most of the yellow immortals, as they are often called, are in the third stage. The fourth stage, on the other hand, needs to require the yellow immortal to possess thousands of years of Tao. At this moment, the yellow immortals are no longer just a folkloric honorific for them, but are truly attaining immortality. Possessing the Godhead, it has been canonized. They can build their own temples, have immortal positions, and can use immensely powerful immortal techniques. As for the 5th stage of the Yellow Fairy, only 8 big words, ranked on the Great Tao, heaven and earth are the same. Whether in reality or in ancient texts, there has not yet been a 10,000-year-old yellow immortal in existence. Zhang Shu looked at the yellow immortal in front of him. With the appearance of the other party, the sky was shrouded in a layer of mist, as if the snow of winter was about to fall. Take a closer look. Zhang Shu snapped to attention. Summoned this yellow fairy himself. The fur actually tends to be infinitely more pure white. 1,000 years black, 1,000 years white. Could it be that this one in front of me has already possessed 10,000 years of Tao? Zhang Shu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. But he quickly realized that the other party's fur was only infinitely close to pure white. There's one last bit away from being pure white. Not 10,000 years. Rather, it's 9,999 years of Taoism. This should be the closest yellow immortal to the pinnacle in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. The first ancestor of the yellow immortal. This matchup is one without suspense again. Zhang Shu glanced at the Siamese sorcerer on the other side, and according to his naked eye observation, this ghost's Tao hadn't even reached 1,000 years. It should be 999 years. 9,999 versus. This, even kindergartners come, they know who is more and who is less. On top of that, Siamese sorcerers practiced crooked ways. Against the yellow immortal's orthodox way, there was no chance of winning. This matchup, the swatting flies with nukes again. Zhang Shu was helpless. He didn't want to use a nuclear bomb either. The point is, Chinese horror is all ing nuclear. It's just a change of scenery. Ring center. Looking at the impenetrable figure in front of him, the Siamese sorcerer frowned as a wave of death hung over its head. No good. Seeing the situation, the Siamese sorcerer immediately took out a string of bone chains and spat out a mouthful of old blood at it, and mysterious runes emerged on the bone chains. Immediately after, a terrifying altar rose in the center of the ring, and in the center of the altar was a stone pillar with 3 skeletons, releasing an ominous and frightening aura. Raider of Fortune, Regent. The Siamese sorcerer bellowed and whirled around, waving the scepter in his hand and controlling the altar. All kinds of substances embedded in the air were absorbed by the altar, and some unlucky spectators even had their luck and chi taken away by this altar. Borrowing this portion of luck and chi, the 3 skeletons on the stone pillars in the center of the altar suddenly blasted out 3 columns of blood from their empty eye sockets. Blood sacrifice? A little trick that no one played thousands of years ago, and you still think it's a treasure? Huang Xian had a disdainful face. His sleeve robe waved, incomparably strong winds were born, and he actually disintegrated the attack that blood sacrifice had attacked in an instant in a single glance. And then, it once again rolled up its sleeve robe, and its previous attack was actually augmented dozens of times, and in a flash of lightning, it attacked towards the Siamese sorcerer. The other man's face changed. Hurry up and urged the skeleton in the center of the altar to block it. But it didn't work at all. The yellow immortal's attack broke through all defenses and arrived in front of the Siamese sorcerer in an instant. It directly pierced through its body. That's the end of it? The global audience all showed puzzled expressions at this moment. The Siamese sorcerer died a little too soon. However, the corner of Amit's mouth, who was the acting head of the Tianju alliance, lifted slightly. Humph. This Siamese sorcerer is a terrifying existence with more than 900 years of Taoism. Those who have died at its hands can no longer be measured in numbers. It is the most powerful Siamese sorcerer from ancient times to the present. Where's the easy death? Fruity. As the crowd once again turned their attention to the ring, the Siamese sorcerer who had been pierced through his body had, at some point, turned into a bone doll. Scapegoating. These evil witches. They would use all sorts of devious and cunning means to take away the newborn babies from the people's homes, and later, using cruel means, they would put the babies' flesh and souls into bone dolls. In the event of a life crisis, then they will let these dolls die for them. It is because of the existence of such bizarre witchcraft that it is found in some parts of East-South Asia. The rate of missing babies is frighteningly high. Ho ho ho! The Siamese sorcerer looked at Huang Xian, a sneer-like laugh escaping from his mouth as I've refined 1,000 scapegoat dolls like this one, and they give me enough chances to defeat you. I have 1,000 chances to miss, but not one chance for you to miss. Huh? Huang Xian revealed a very contemptuous expression. Thousands of times is a lot. Is it something to be proud of? Is this something awesome? In that case, let's kill you 1,000 times. And it only takes a second. Shoo shoo shoo. The words fell. Huang Xian waved his sleeve robe again, and 1,000 black talismans that released terrifying power surrounded the Siamese sorcerer to death in a flash. On each black talisman, ancient and complicated patterns were carved with blood. At that moment, only the yellow fairy whispered, "In my name, enlighten the five thunders' heavenly heart-positive law." Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, thousands of black talismans gushed out uncountable thunderbolts in an instant, and they covered the sky, attacking from all directions. A thick layer of black clouds had piled up all over the sky, in which thunder rolled and hurricanes roared, accompanied by the yellow fairy's parallel finger downward pressure. Click! 1,000 thunderbolts descended from the 9 heavens. Let alone a second, not even half a second was used. The Siamese sorcerer's pride and joy of 1,000 alternate deaths was reduced to nothingness in an instant. Chapter 105. If you cultivate, seeing me is like an ant seeing the blue sky. Come on, call me another one. Huang Xian clasped his hands to his chest and just sat in the void as if he had a stool under his butt. Although its appearance could not be seen clearly, one could clearly judge just from its tone of voice that it was definitely tilting its head at the moment, the disdain on its face almost coalescing into substance. Ha 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 ha. This is what you call effective pretending, okay? It's a slap in the face to push and talk a lot before the showdown even starts. I kind of understand why Yellow Immortal clearly could have directly killed the Siamese wizard in seconds, but why did he temporarily leave it with a dog's life so it's used for pretending? The Dragon Nation audience burst out laughing when they saw this scene. The Tianju audience's faces were extremely ugly. Each one of them turned the color of a pig's liver as if they had eaten. How? This can't be. The reacting Siamese sorcerer's eyes widened as it stared incredulously at Huang Xian. The thunder spell just now had given it an unprecedented aura. This is a feeling that can only come from stepping into monasticism. It was a sense of despair of facing a behemoth with no power to fight back. No, this can't be real. You must be playing God. There is no one in this world but me who can master such profound spells. You're a liar. You're pretending. Hehehe. You must be trying to break through my mental defenses with this. The Siamese sorcerer's appearance became a little crazy. Its speech was delirious, and its body was shaking slightly, not knowing whether it was angry or afraid. But soon, the self-proclaimed strongest sorcerer was rekindled. It dropped the scepter in its hand as soon as it could, and then ripped off the necklace of sharp teeth from its neck, actually holding it in its hand and feasting on it like it was meat. After finishing the necklace of fangs, its eyes turned red, removing a blood pot hanging on its waist and drinking the blood inside. But it seemed to be unsatisfied, even lying on the ground and stuffing the scapegoat dolls, which had been chopped into ashes, into its body frantically. Eating frantically, madly taking the power of flesh and blood and soul. Suddenly, intense pain emanated from the Siamese sorcerer's abdomen. It covered its stomach. The pain made it unable to stand up. It could only half kneel on the ground, its body constantly shivering, and cold sweat instantly soaked through its entire body. Pest! The sound of something sharp piercing through flesh and blood rang out. The Siamese wizard in the ring is undergoing an amazing transformation. Its body became pitch black, as if it had been coated with a layer of paint, and its back was torn open with a huge gash. Uncountable arms grew out of its back, changing from scarlet to pitch black the moment they came into contact with the air. And on these arms, there were clusters of dark golden rings. The Siamese sorcerer has now left the realm of humans and has become a terrifying monster with a height of 50 meters, inscribed with runes all over his body and possessing 4 eyes. Around its neck hung a necklace made of skulls with flesh and blood still remaining, even some that hadn't even had their eyes gouged out. It's scary. Roar! The Siamese sorcerer let out a low hiss as it stared at Huang Xian with a pair of eyes full of killing intent, as if to say, "Now, let's see what you use against me." Physical evolution achieved using grudges and souls? The yellow immortal broke through his opponent's spell with a single glance. It looks pretty scary, except still doesn't do much. The words fell. It only twisted its neck a little. In the next moment, its hands clenched, and a light containing the laws of heaven and earth flashed in its eyes. Endless illusion. Up! The words fell. Everything in the ring began to change drastically, and the seats of the audience, which had originally been coaxed, disappeared at this moment. The ring under the feet actually turned into a vast and boundless river. The churning river water rose hundreds of meters in height, sweeping the dark clouds in mid-air, together and down, surging. On both sides of the river, there are 2 cliffs that cannot be seen from the top. They tower into the clouds, towering, looking up. It is filled with a shock that is difficult to describe. What is this place? The Siamese sorcerer's eyes widened as it stood on the surface of the river, and compared to the cliffs on either side of it, it looked like an insignificant bug that could be held down at any moment by some horrifyingly huge force. What the hell is this place? How did I get here? It looked around openly, panic rising in its heart. The feeling of powerless despair in front of the great river cliffs made its body start to tremble. Boom! Suddenly, a figure stood in the void, and as it appeared, the sky was once again covered in dark clouds. Hurricanes howl, mountains quake, and rivers turn up in waves. What man? The Siamese wizard looked up. It looked away, and underneath those 9 heavens, an indistinct figure was looking at it with a condescending demeanor. It's the yellow fairy. The yellow immortal was above heaven and earth, stepping on clouds and mist, accompanied by wisps of breeze around him, just like the immortals in this world, giving people an extremely unreal and illusory feeling. It looked at the Siamese sorcerer with the same disdain. You seek death. The Siamese sorcerer was annoyed, and the arms on his back clenched into fists almost at the same time, its thigh muscles instantly tightening. Step on the river. Boom! Stirring up an explosion of water. Like a stringed arrow, it shot violently towards Huang Xian, countless pairs of clenched fists transforming into a giant fist of flesh and blood at this moment. It was like a one-armed giant with blood attached to its fist as it kept approaching Huang Xian. But Huang Xian didn't panic at all, merely smiled blandly and stretched out the palm of his hand, while flipping it over and illusion. Inverted. Phew. Next moment, this side of the world, even as if the palm of the yellow immortal that, in a counterclockwise direction, actually began to reverse. Towering craggy cliff tops facing downward, the mighty river even inverted, extremely unreal suspended in the air. The river and the crags were like a huge barrier falling from the sky, constantly overpowering towards the Siamese sorcerer. What the hell is this? The Siamese sorcerer looked up at the sky. An indescribable fear surfaced in its mind. The huge black shadow that overpowered the area covered 1,000 miles in every direction, filled with a suffocating aura. Continuously falling, a terrifying roar erupted between heaven and earth in the end, in a ghostly cry filled with resentment. The Wizard of Siam is completely dead. Click. Space was like shattered glass. Everything is back to the way it was in the beginning. Everything earlier was an illusion created by the yellow immortal utilizing means, which was its most skillful spell. Looking at the only remaining head of the Siamese sorcerer, Huang Xian slowly came before it, towering over it and, to borrow the words of a certain great god who must not be called by his name, you don't practice and see me as a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you practice, seeing me is like an ant seeing the sky. The words fell. Huang Xian raised his foot and landed violently. With a poof, the Siamese sorcerer's head was stomped to pieces. Chapter 106, The Yellow Immortal. But he is very vindictive. Third ring match. The end. The Tianju audience froze in place, their faces filled with incredulity. They simply couldn't accept the fact in front of them. Losing. We actually lost. How? This Siamese sorcerer is the strongest sorcerer in the world. How could it fail? Is it hard to believe that the Dragon Kingdom has utilized some kind of demonic magic? The Tianju Union spectators showed difficult expressions. A grumpy San looked at the audience member who had said earlier, "Wake up from your nap and welcome the victory," especially hearing him snore. He was so angry. The bang woke him up with a kick. Sleep, 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 sleep. You've lost the game and you're still awake. What? Kicked awake. San instantly stormed up. He glared. What did you say? Lost? How could we lose? Didn't we have a good chance of winning? How should I know? It must be because you boys are snoring so loudly in your sleep that it's affecting the Siamese wizard. Sleeping San was instantly offended. No, it's none of my business. It's clearly the Dragon Kingdom's problem. Why are you running around blaming me? If you have the ability, go blame the Dragon Kingdom. This statement was made. The Tianju Union spectators reacted immediately as they kept recalling the duel in the ring, eventually holding back a few sounds that, "Humph. Dragon Kingdom is just lucky this time. If you have the ability to come back in the next duel, my Tianju alliance will have to give them a little show. Just wait. The defeat and victory of one duel proves nothing. My Tianju alliance will become great again. But don't forget, our Tianju alliance is the most powerful country in this world. Even the Dragon Kingdom is not as powerful as us. Sooner or later, one day, my Tianju alliance will dominate the Terror Ring. These Tianju spectators, when it comes down to it, have a blind confidence in their bones. Thinking that they were the best in the world, they had no one in sight and didn't care even if they lost. Even Amit, the man in charge, just grunted a few times. I really didn't expect that the terror of the Dragon Kingdom really has some strength. However, that's all. When the next matchup takes place, my Tianju alliance will definitely take back everything we lost today. Until then. With that said, Amit's face was so grim that he looked up in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, and a wave of condescension welled up in his mind that, at that time, I will let you lowly Dragon Kingdom people know that in this world, only I, Tianju, am the most powerful. The words just fell. At this point, Amit noticed that the Yellow Immortal, who was in the ring instead of leaving, was taking a step towards their Tianju. Wait a minute, what's this about? Dragon Country players. Mind your terror. Can't you see it's about to make a move on my Tianju audience? Amit looked at Zhang Shu and even yelled at him in a commanding tone. Words. Zhang Shu didn't pay any attention to him. What the hell? Amit, who is he? Who is qualified to give orders? At this moment, the Yellow Immortal had already arrived at the Tianju audience seat, and it released a timidly ferocious light in its eyes. If I remember correctly, your horrors were trying to take on my Dragon Kingdom audience in the beginning, weren't they? If that's the case, then it's not too much to ask that I kill all of you, is it? A cruel and tyrannical expression appeared on Huang Xian's face. Next moment, in the center of its hand, a strange red light coalesced. In an instant, these red lights pierced through the foreheads of those San who had previously taunted the Dragon Kingdom. In a split second, in the seats where Tianju was, large swathes of blood poured into the Terror Ring, and their wails were spread all over the ring. However, Huang Xian's face did not show the slightest bit of pity. It is not a bad fairy, but it is not a good fairy either. It remembers who has been kind to it. Whoever has a grudge against it, it vindicates. The people of the Dragon Kingdom respect the Yellow Immortal, and even build temples for it, set up plaques, and give offerings to it. So it transforms the family immortal, and blesses the family without any disaster or calamity. But the Siamese sorcerer from the Celestial Alliance, as soon as he came up, he had to give the audience of the Dragon Nation head falling spells. A damned sorcery that not only breaks one's chi and takes away one's life, but even causes all his descendants to suffer from it. Such a vicious act. How could the Yellow Fairy tolerate this? The Tianju Alliance must die for their sins. Don't forget, the Yellow Fairy is the most vindictive. Ring of Terror, Tianju Union seat. Splattered blood landed on the clothes of the spectators of the country next to them. but they did not dare to insult or get angry. Even the acting head of Tianju had meticulously stayed in some hidden corner early on, not daring to make a single sound at all. But it didn't work, because the ghostly figure of the yellow immortal had appeared behind him at some point in time. You just said that I, Dragon Nation, am lowly, right? No. No. Listen to my explanation. Amit begged before he could say anything. But the yellow fairy's sharp claws were like knives that could cut through anything, slicing right through his neck. Poof! Amit was separated from his head. This acting head of the Tianju Alliance, who hadn't even been acting for a week, was completely declared dead at this moment. 5,000 Tianju Alliance spectators at the scene, 3,000 died directly, all of whom had previously abused and insulted the Dragon Kingdom. They died, not unjustly at all. Phew! After doing everything, Huang Xian returned to Zhang Shu's side. Zhang Shu is a little worried. Elder Huang, can you cultivators really kill so many people? Will it affect you in any way? Without any other thoughts, Zhang Shu was simply worried about Huang Xian. No. If it is indiscriminate, we will indeed be condemned by the heavens. But I'm standing up for the Dragon Kingdom to do the right thing for the heavens. So how can I be punished anymore? It's more like having a reward. Those who insult the Dragon Kingdom and plot against it, after I kill them, my Dao will still improve, Huang Xian said, a flash of light suddenly emanating from his eyes. That is, if I can kill a few Sakura people, it might bring me even better feedback. One thought to this. The yellow fairy looked towards the Sakura Nation's seat with some excitement. However, these timid Sakura spectators immediately left the scene as early as the first moment after the duel ended. Run really fast. Pity. The yellow fairy sighed. Back to the Chinese horror canon with a lack of interest. Meanwhile, the figure of the mysterious referee appeared in the ring and, I declare that the third ring match ends here. The punishment begins. 33.3% of the Tianju Union's territory goes to the Dragon Kingdom. Now, will the Dragon Nation please pick the next attacking nation? This time, the heads of the Eagle Alliance and Triumph Alliance didn't lower their heads as they looked at each other and smiled. Not long ago, they deliberately designed it so that the Sakura Kingdom and the Little Cold Kingdom would go and recover their lost lands and offend the territorial sovereignty of the Dragon Kingdom. As a way to increase the hatred between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom as well as the Little Cold Republic. Now it seems impossible to them to be in the draw themselves. Zhangzhou and Luvic gave a look of contentment. However, something they didn't expect happened. Zhang Shu stood in the center of the ring and shouted, next matchup for the attacking nation, the Eagles Alliance. Johnson? Ludovic?
Fark.
Why don't you follow the rules? Chapter 107. I'm just a mediocre horror summoner. The third ring match is over. The territory of the Tianju Alliance was instantly enveloped by a beam of light, and 33.3% of the territory it owned went to the Dragon Kingdom. The corners of Zhang Shu's mouth lifted up in a heartfelt smile. Another day to open up the territory for the motherland. At this rate, before long, all over the globe, the flag of the Dragon Nation can be planted. The audience on the scene, there are excited, there are silent, there are holding their breath with no place to vent, of course, to say that the expression of the most ugly, but also the head of the Eagles League, John Hugh.
Fark.
Why did you pick me for the Eagles League? Shouldn't it stand to reason that the Dragon Kingdom would choose the Sakura country? The more John Hugh thought about it, the more angry he became. Could it be that the earlier ploy had backfired? Luvic couldn't help but gloat at the sight of his exasperated appearance. Haha, it doesn't matter. There are quite a few horrors in your Eagle Alliance. Isn't it just a small duel? I'm sure you guys can take it easily, ha 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 ha. The attacking country is no worse for either country's effect as long as it's not the Triumph League. There was some relief in Luvic's heart. Goddess of Fortune was once again on their Triumph Alliance's side. Humph! What are you laughing at? If you can hide for a time, can you hide for the rest of your lives? It's not just a ring match. Do you really think that there are no terrors in my Eagle Alliance? A grim chill flickered in John Hugh's eyes as he pulled out his encrypted cell phone and dialed a call to. Hey, I'm John Hugh. I need to request supreme authority for the next matchup when our Eagle League takes the field. It's time for that guy who's being held at the bottom of death row to be let out for some air. Dragon Nation, Center for Paranormal Research. Based on the current level of technology, in another 10 days, the Terror Summoners Association will be ready in a big way. When the time comes, you, as the hero of the Dragon Kingdom, must not be absent. Qin Xiaoming said as he pointed to a super large, future sci-fi style high-rise building not far away. Zhang Shu nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely be there. About how many terror summoners are there now? Qin Xiaoming cupped his chin, recalling the contents of the information. There are countless B-class terror summoners, probably dozens or millions of them. There are 10,000 A levels, of which 5,000 have chosen to join the association. There are 2,000 S classes, of which 1,000 have chosen to join the association. There are over 100 in the SS class, and 90 of them have chosen to join the association. There are 10 people in the SSS class, and so far, 5 have chosen to join the association, while the other 5 have not joined, but have made their stance clear that they will definitely rise to the occasion when the country is suffering from a crisis. The rewards gained in the Ring of Terror have increased the overall terror strength of the Dragon Kingdom. With this current terrifying lineup, even if we look around the world, it is unprecedented. Qin Xiaoming continued, as for the SSS level above, so far there are a total of 2, one is Su Xiaoya, and there is also a teenager wearing a white bodysuit, but his whereabouts are very hidden. We went to look for him many times, but did not bump into him. The initial decision is that he's a guy with a severe case of social phobia. Even if he accidentally makes a physical movement such as touching shoulders with a bystander, he'll panic and fumble. These were seen on the security cameras. Heavy social phobia? The horror is still ranked above SSS. It's necessary to make the trip yourself. Zhang Shu asked Qin Xiaoming for a piece of information about the white bodysuit boy, then returned to his room. Lying on his bed, he also did things that were not far from ordinary people. Left leg over right, back against the bedpan, happily swiping a certain tone. A moment of sadness and a moment of giggling. It's like committing a crime. What are you looking at? Hip, and no seriousness. At that moment, a figure in a white dress appeared on the sofa next to him. Xiao Jian lay on the sofa, curling his arms as a pillow, one leg bowing and the other resting on it and rocking, looking casual. Sister Xiaodian? When did you come out? Zhang Shu was puzzled. Holding the latest model of cell phone, Xiaodian faintly replied back, It's out early. Where's Sister Shi? How come you're the one who comes out alone every time? Is it hard for you to isolate people? Zhang Shu's eyes were subtle. Not at all. Xiaodian pointed to Zhang Shu's cell phone. Look at who that woman is in there. Zhang Shu was puzzled by what he heard and looked down at his cell phone. At some point, Hai had appeared in the cell phone screen. Masu smiled and gave Zhang Shu a greeting. Shu Zhang, is this some kind of latest prank? It's not fun at all. Scary, all right. Hey, no point. Thought I could scare you. Xiaodian shook his head and continued to lie on the sofa and play with his cell phone. She is like a neighbor girl, seems, not the slightest bit of the oppression of the horror of the thing, also not the queen that the majesty of the nature is very cheerful and jumping, compared to the Hai to be a lot of demure. Xiaodian, don't be so unruly. She pinched Xiao Dian's ear, causing her to wail in pain, while Zhang Shu snickered from the sidelines. Standing up, he was ready to go out and move his muscles. Even though it was already dark, it was nice to go for a night run. At this point, a dark shadow appeared in front of him. He wore a straw raincoat and a bucket hat, and the basket on his back contained dozens of knives that gave off a bizarre aura. The man who takes credit. Senior, why have you come out as well? Zhang Shu frowned and asked suspiciously. The man with the life-threatening credit knife smiled. The wrinkles piled up on his face, giving him a kind and amiable feeling that staying in there every day for a long time is a bit tiresome after all. I heard that the Dragon Kingdom is now a new place, so I thought I'd come out and take a look. Zhang Shu nodded his head. The life-taking credit knife man belongs to the old-timers. He also hoped that these old-timers could come out more often to see the great mountains and rivers of the motherland now. Geez, the old man is still so fond of jokes. It's obvious that they're out for a date, and they're saying that they're looking at the current Dragon Kingdom. Shame on them. Xiaodian smirked as he dismantled the life-taking credit knife man. The latter also smiled awkwardly and hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. I am the Ping Ping credit blade man. I have met the two of you. Coterie and Hei nodded their heads in greeting. Truth be told, I did feel a familiar aura this time I showed up. An old friend I haven't seen in many years, the life-snatching credit blade man explained. Sometime before that, he fell into a deep sleep, and just a moment ago, he sent me a paper of battle, hoping that I could go forward and spar with him. Oh, a light flashed in Zhang Shu's eyes. The strength of one who could be called a close friend by the life-snatching credit knife man was certainly not to be underestimated. But why is this something I don't know anything about? The life-snatching credit knife man laughed and shook his head. A small fight to strike, far from the level of alarming you. Why do you make it sound like I'm good at this? Zhang Shu cupped his chin. I'm just a mediocre horror summoner. As far as that goes? Chapter 108, The Man Who Carries the Coffin. Night. Ancient graveyard. The cold and silence mingled, and the ancient trees around them stretched out their branches, as if they were ghosts dancing in the darkness of the night. The leaves rustled between them. Above the dark hill, a piece of tombstone was arranged in a haphazard manner, tilted to the east and west, as if it had been pulled from the ground by some kind of force, and the words engraved on it were oozing with seemingly blood. Look up. The full moon hanging in the sky shot down bright moonlight, covering everything around it with a layer of silver frost. At the top of the small hill, there stood an ancient and heavy coffin, under the dark night. The coffin's appearance was a little hard to see, only to know that the coffin was very old, and a circle of breath as if it were cloth was lingering around it. You're here after all. At this point, a low, but thick and powerful voice rang out. Zhang Shu raised his head and fixed his eyes to find a mysterious black shadow sitting beside the ancient coffin. He was like an ancient warrior of the Jianghu, wearing a black costume, with a long hair that was not bound in any way and left to flutter messily in the wind. The eye seemed to be injured, so it was wrapped in a circle of black cloth satin. The moonlight fell on him. It shone his face in a clear light, angular and rough-skinned, but full of the masculinity that is uniquely a man's. He sat cross-legged beside the coffin like this, letting the wind around him blow his hair, his black figure looking particularly lonely on the top of the ancient grave at night. It's been a long time. It looks like you've gotten a lot better. The man with the life-threatening credit knife set his backpack down, a smile that made the wrinkles on his face grow more pronounced. Hurt. Can't get better. Too many sins in this life, but I deserve it. The tone of the man wrapped in the black segment was flat and watery. But I didn't realize that even you were getting old. It's a normal thing to be born and die. The man who took the credit for his life inquired, as he wiped the knife with a white cloth in his hand. Say, how long has it been since we've seen each other? 100 years? A couple hundred years? Or 1,000 years? I remember the first time I saw you. The coffin you were carrying didn't weigh as much as it does now. Aha! Words. The man wrapped in the black segment patted the coffin beside him, and the moment his palm touched the coffin, an aura filled with endless death suddenly spread. Seeing the situation, the life-snatching credit knife man hurriedly drew out one of the topmost ghost weapons in his backpack and slashed vertically to break the deadly aura. Well, not only has the coffin gotten heavier, it's even stronger. I remember the first time I saw you. It was in a bloody battlefield, when corpses were everywhere and blood was flowing. Wearing armor and carrying a coffin on your back, you knelt amidst a mountain of corpses and blood, carefully collecting the dead souls of those soldiers and putting them in the coffin. The man with the life-threatening credit knife remembered the first time he first met the man wrapped in the black segment of the. Remember those 3 questions I asked you then? The man tilted his head slightly, his tone more than a little indifferent. They. Remember. At that time you asked me if the weapons in this battlefield could be taken at will. I answer yes. At that time you asked me if that war was caused by me alone. I answer yes. When you finally asked me, speaking of which, the man's tone faltered, and there was a hint of bewilderment on his vicissitudes of life, his brow furrowing slightly. This third question, he had actually forgotten. At that time, for the third question, I asked for your name. You didn't answer me, only that you yourself are a general in charge of hundreds of thousands of troops. The life-taking credit knife man had by now polished his hand, a plain-looking scarlet kitchen knife to a shine. The man sniffed and seemed to remember something, and a trace of dawning realization appeared on his face as he. Remember, though, that's all. What general leading hundreds of thousands of troops? That's just a dream. It's a sin by an aspiring man with ambition and full blood, leading hundreds of thousands of like-minded brothers, killing the battlefield, and ultimately wiping out the whole army. It's a tragedy of betraying the trust of your fellow countrymen and partners, and not being able to face your father and mother in Jiangdong. As he spoke, his voice gradually became thicker, and the muscles that were suppressed all over his body seemed to ripple up in a hidden manner. A face appeared in his mind. They are assured that the youth in their homes are in their care. I hope I can lead them in a fight. Available results. However, because of his own pride in his own achievements, so empty-eyed, so that all the brothers who accompanied him for many years of war, all died in the enemy's soldiers under the Iron Horse. This ending, he really cannot accept. The life-taking credit knife man shook his head. Remember that piece of advice I told you back then? I hoped you never to lose yourself, and now it seems all in vain. In vain? The man laughed coldly a few times, and people like me are no longer entitled to an ego. The meaning of my existence in this world is to collect one by one the dead souls of those brothers who died tragically on the battlefield because of my pride and arrogance, so that they can be reincarnated and live again. Also, stop calling me general. I wasn't a long time ago. I am, now, without a name, so if you really don't know what to call me, just refer to me as a backstabber. That sounds like a good fit for me, huh? A few moments of self-deprecation passed over the coffin carrier's face, as if he was complaining about the unfairness of fate, or as if he was feeling sorry for his younger self. All this talk is ultimately useless. Now that you have lost yourself, for the sake of this land, I can only put you into a deep sleep. The life-snatching credit knife man was holding a bloody knife and wearing a straw raincoat. He actually erupted an aura that was difficult to depict at this moment. Even stronger than before. Stronger than that. It's a qualitative leap. Zhang Shu, who was watching the battle from the side, frowned slightly. The man who called himself the coffin carrier had a very unusual identity. This life-snatching credit knife man is equally uncomplicated. Slumber, by virtue of what you are now, you don't have that chance anymore. The coffin carrier rose slowly. Next moment, his pungent palm slammed onto the bronze coffin on the side. Buzz! The dark-colored ripples kept spreading. It was an irresistible and terrifying attack that struck the depths of one's soul. If there was an SS-grade horror in the receiving of this blow, within a second it would be completely mentally disordered, fall into madness, and ultimately brutally cut itself. Fear straight from the soul. It was as if uncountable dead souls were wailing and whistling in his ears. Stronger than a little scary. The life-snatching credit knife man held a blood knife and went straight up to the attack. The knife that condensed a strong blood chi cut through a dazzling half-moon in the void, and with a poof it cut off the back coffin man's attack. As his attack continued, he was ready to continue charging forward. The coffin carrier in front of him, along with the mouthful of coffins, had disappeared. Not good. The life-threatening credit man's eyes trembled as he raised his head. Fruity. The coffin carrier was already holding the coffin with both hands, and his hair and robe, along with the black satin covering his eyes, were all fluttering wildly from the high-speed fall. This release of a full-strength strike, at the first moment of release, even blocked all the surrounding space together. Boom! Violent explosions rang out. Rolling smoke and dust continued to spread. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth were trembling. If not for the back coffin man who had previously blocked off the space, I'm afraid that the ground would have been irreversibly traumatized within a radius of thousands of miles. Wait until the smoke clears. See only. The life-snatching credit knife man was actually holding a bloody knife, and he hardened himself to receive this incredibly powerful move from the coffin carrier. You really did hide it. The corners of the back coffin man's mouth hooked into a smile that saw through everything. At this moment, the life-snatching credit knife man also revealed a meaningful smile. I, the life-taking credit knife man, am weak, really weak. But me, undefeated. Chapter 109 SSS Grade Horror Chainsaw Maniac. This cut. It ended in a tie. As an outsider, Zhang Shu could actually clearly see that the strength of the life-snatching credit knife man was slightly inferior to the back coffin man. In addition, this was only the body strength of the coffin-carrying man, and one should know that the coffin that accompanied him had not yet been opened. Zhang Shu could feel it clearly. In this coffin, it can be more than hundreds of thousands of dead souls. Their numbers even are out of the millions. 10 million? Where did all these dead souls come from? This coffin carrier, is it possible that he has collected all the dead souls who died in battle in ancient times? Also, I don't know what's going on. The back coffin man gave Zhang Shu a very familiar, but indefinable feeling all along, especially the dominance released by his strong flesh. This coffin carrier is definitely more than just a general. He surely has another identity. No face to Jiangdong father and mother. Does it mean? Zhang Shu's brows furrowed as he had a guess in his heart. However, the backstabber didn't want to be brought up in that capacity. Zhang Shu respected him and chose to remain silent. But there was one thing he wasn't clear about. By definition, as a historical figure should not appear in the Chinese horror canon. But why does the general? Could it be because of the layer of being attached as a coffin carrier? After all, it is documented in ancient texts. A coffin carrier is a kind of folkloric errand to do in work, specializing in being entrusted with carrying corpses to a designated location. They also carry a coffin behind them all year round. If so, it would make sense. Moonlight. 3 figures sat at the top of the mountain. The wind at night was a bit cold, but fortunately, the coffin-carrying man's body was large enough, and Zhang Shu and the life-sapping credit knife man meticulously stayed behind him just enough not to be blown by the wind. The coffin backer? I see you two really have that big disease. I can understand Zhang Shu's fear of the cold. Why are you hiding behind me, you old man? Would an existence like you and I still be disturbed by the temperature of the mortal world? The coffin-backed man said without a trace of humor. The life-taking credit knife man pretended to cough twice. Cough, cough, old. Body bones are not useful. The coffin backer. Don't even bother talking about you. But now it seems that you have not lost yourself. A peaceful look appeared on the credit blade man's face. Actually, no. The back coffin man shook his head. My ego was lost a long time ago. Except that it doesn't matter if you lose yourself. Those lying in the coffin are my brothers, and they will not harm me, much less drive me to do something that would jeopardize the Dragon Kingdom. So, the sentence you just said, now that you have lost yourself, I can only put you into a deep sleep for the sake of this land. Although there are some few moments of dominance, there is no way it can be established at all. What? It's just you old geezer ghosts who love their country and I don't? By him. The credited swordsman cupped his chin and rolled his eyes. It seems like such a reasonable thing to do. In fact, I've always wanted to ask you, how did you come to be on the path of a coffin carrier? By all accounts, it's pretty worthless for you to be doing this. The life-snatching credit knife man was puzzled. The coffin carrier waved his hand. There is nothing worthwhile or not. Brothers died in the middle of the sands. We must give them a decent. If I can't even give them a coffin, I'll simply go and suffer the eternal torment of the 18 layers of hell. The life-taking credit knife man sighed and said so. However, the more dead souls in the coffin, the more weight that piles up and will one day crush you completely. Crush it. Crush it. Wait for that day. Why don't you choose to give each of them a coffin and let them rest in peace? Zhang Shu, who had been the backdrop on the side for a long time, suddenly interjected and asked. Having heard what was said, the coffin carrier laughed and shook his head. Haha. It's funny to say that it's clear that I'm the one who got them killed, but one by one they can't let go of me, saying that they will stay with me, and as long as I don't die, they won't go to reincarnation. What a bunch of stubborn bastards. Speaking of which, for some reason, he felt his nose turn a little sour. The black satin that blindfolded her eyes had been soaked a little wet at some point. Slowly raising his head and looking at the white moon hanging in the sky, the corner of the coffin-bearer's mouth hooked up with a touch of self-deprecation. What's a man like me worth following? The atmosphere of the scene gets a little sad. After a long time, the coffin carrier looked at Zhang Shu and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Oh, and about the whole running out on your own without greeting you today, that was ill-considered, because the brothers just couldn't hold their tongues and said they wanted to see what the Dragon Kingdom of today was really like. Now watch and the brothers will have peace of mind. Zhang Shu smiled and shook his head. It's fine. All the generals can come out and watch whenever they want. It's your freedom. Ha ha ha, good. The coffin carrier laughed brightly. In fact, what a number of brothers want is to go back to their old homes and visit them. But the Dragon Kingdom has changed so much now that several places are unrecognizable. Zhang Shu. General only needs to name the place. Leave everything else to me. Place names. The coffin bearer shook his head with despondent eyes and, no. It's been so long that several brothers have forgotten the name of their homeland. Even I can't remember some of it myself. This? Zhang Shu was also a little difficult for a moment. If there was no name of the region, this would still be very difficult to find. But my brothers and I have it all figured out. If you can't find a home, you can't find a home after all. Saying that, the coffin carrier stood up, his tall figure repeatedly haunted by a layer of clean white light under the moonlight. He looked up, a look of relief on his stoic face, and, The Dragon Kingdom is so big. Where is not home, right? The coffin backer suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Zhang Shu. Is it okay to put me on for the next matchup? Between seeing this old guy, the life snatcher credit knife man, pretending to be a pussy in the ring, it's driving me nuts, and I feel the need to get up there and pretend to be one too. Zhang Shu covered his forehead and laughed bitterly a few times. You guys are not putting the horrors of other countries in your eyes at all. Eagles League, death row, last floor. The walls made of steel plates were so strong that even an attack with a missile could not harm them. John Hugh was led by the prison guards through a dark corridor with empty cells on either side. The walls in the cell were stained with foul-smelling blood, and the toilet inside contained chunks of severed meat. Buzz! The sound of a chainsaw cutting through something hard echoed through the hallway. As John Hugh arrived at the innermost cell, a furious voice suddenly rang out. Asshole! Are you a stupid pig? You can't do something as simple as letting you hang these sheep on a shelf? If you weren't my terror summoner, I'd have cut your asshole in half with a saw. In the center of the huge slaughterhouse stood an iron bed made of metal. There was a man's body tied to it. He was wearing a prison uniform. As a prisoner on death row. His hands and feet were tied tightly with leather straps. His body had long since been cut into pieces, and the expression on his face was one of horror and despair. The crotch also released a strong stench. The death was a horrible one. Must have suffered great fear and pain in life. And beside the iron bed stood a strong, monstrous figure in a butcher's outfit. Its body was incredibly muscular. Its stomach bulged like a meatball. Its tattered face was covered with stitches everywhere, and a pair of brutal and bloody eyes stared at the man on the iron bed. In his hand, he held a chainsaw stained with blood and flesh that was buzzing. Oh, there's new food coming. Let's see what we've got this time. It turned its head toward the two John Hughes, and the corners of its mouth quirked into a chilling smile. SSS Rated Horror Chainsaw Mania. Chapter 110 Fourth Ring Match. Start. It was different from the previous SS-ranked Chainsaw Demon. The SSS-ranked Chainsaw Maniac possesses a much stronger physical body, and the chainsaw in its hand is an SSS-ranked artifact whose condition of use is that it needs to be supplied with a sufficient amount of blood on a daily basis. Any animal's blood will do, and the higher the quality of the blood, the more powerful it will be in combat. Of these, it is human blood that has the most dramatic effect. Beyond that, Chainsaw Demon and Chainsaw Fiend, although both are from the thriller movie Saw. There are 10 installments in the Saw series. The SS-rated Chainsaw Demon is merely a follower of the murderer John Kramer. As for the SSS-ranked Chainsaw Maniac, it is a powerful horror that was personified by John Kramer's own body and devoured all of his followers and subsequently existed. Not only that, but it takes all those perversions, fears, seizures, and other various negative emotions from all the Saw series and melts them into its body, turning them into a massive force of terror. Plus, it has a global reach. This allows it to break away from the realm of mortals and become a powerful SSS-ranked terror. Perhaps many people have not seen the chainsaw scare, but when you hear the word chainsaw, especially see the blood-stained chainsaw, there will be an inexplicable fear in the heart. I'm going to need you on the field for the next matchup. John Hugh came to the Chainsaw Maniac. It was 5 meters tall, wrapped in a dirty scarf, and a head that looked like it had been covered in a cloth bag, revealing eyes that seemed to be stained with blood. It's okay to strike out, but not for free. The Chainsaw Maniac pulled the chainsaw in his hand and kept dividing the bodies on the iron bed. Blood and muscle tissue splattered everywhere, landing on John Hughes' face as he fought back nausea. Yes, what do you need? You know, I don't have a special fetish. I just like to torture people. So I need you to provide me with 100 humans every month. Chainsaw Maniac said, taking another look at the already battered chainsaw in his hand, while adding an extra line that, get me another brand new chainsaw, and remember, I want the best quality chainsaw. Okay, John Hugh balked, but it was only a verbal promise. As for whether or not to satisfy the Chainsaw Fiend, that's still to be seen if Chainsaw Maniac is still alive after the 4th ring match. Also, I have a question. John Hugh frowned. A human chainsaw can't handle your power, can it? That's none of your business. A bizarre rune was suddenly born in Chainsaw Maniac's broad palm, and these runes attached to the chainsaw, giving it an unspeakable power. It's a curse, and by wrapping a chainsaw with the power of the curse, it can become a ghost weapon. If you want, I can also impose the curse on you and make you a terror, but it hurts a little bit in the process, hehehe. John Hugh waved his hand hastily. That won't be necessary. Ring of Terror. Fourth ring match. John Hugh, there's no need for you to look sad. You must believe in your SSS-ranked chainsaw maniacs. I admit, the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom do have some strength, but you guys shouldn't get ahead of yourselves either. Luvic stood around talking smack, and he was not a bit of a backslapper. John Hugh gave him a blank look. Off. Do you really think you can stay out of this with the Triumph Alliance? We're all tied to the same thread now, so use your head. What good does taunting me do you? Luvic spread his hands, a smile on his face. Oh, that's not for you to worry about. Lady Luck will always be on my Triumph Union's side. The words fell. He left with his hands in his pockets, gloating. On his face, he seemed to have a look of confidence. Could it be that this guy has found a way to deal with the Dragon Kingdom while he's at it? John Hugh frowned. He had a feeling Luvic must not have been holding his farts. The thought crossed my mind. At this point, Web Jesse, who is the SSS-ranked Chainsaw Maniac's terror summoner, arrives at John Hugh's side. He wore a black and white striped prison uniform. His hair was disheveled, and his bony body looked as if it would fall over if the wind blew. The high, erect skull made Ben, who was only 25, look like an old man in the wind and in his twilight years. His skin was covered with spots, large and small, and he held a bone-chopping knife in a death grip. Looking at the wounds, large and small, on Web Jesse's body, John Hugh sighed and settled down. After this showdown, I'll talk it over with Chainsaw Mania and get it to be nice to you. Web Jesse froze, then cocked his head, his two eyes showing a great deal of puzzlement. What is Mr. John talking about? The Chainsaw Maniac is a horror I summoned, and it's been kind to me, giving me carrion every day and cutting my skin with a chainsaw to help me build up my pain tolerance. That's the way I like it, so Mr. John Hugh mustn't help me. By the way, does that mean Mr. John Hugh would like to experience it too? If it's true, that's great, and I can assure you that in a month's time, you'll be loving life as much as I do. This? John Hugh thought the other man was delirious. Forget it, just get on the field, and we'll talk about what comes after that afterward. Web Jesse felt a little sad. Having learned a few tricks with the Chainsaw Maniac just a short while ago, it looks like Mr. John Hugh won't get to enjoy it. In that case, it's good to give all of them, along with Mr. John Hugh's share, to the dragon players. I'm sure the scarlet dance that was performed when the spikes pierced his fingers and toes, when the hot poker branded his skin, and after the chainsaw had slashed through every bit of skin all over his body, must have thrilled him to no end. I'm really looking forward to winning this matchup now. I'm going to win. I'm going to win. His demeanor had become somewhat maniacal, and John Hugh couldn't help but move away from him. What a desperate psychopath. Soon, the fourth ring match officially begins. The moment Web Jesse appeared in the ring, an overwhelming stench of blood made Zhang Shu's eyes pause. There's something wrong with this guy. He had met many opponents in the Ring of Terror and had seen many terrifying things. However, this was the first time that Zhang Shu, on a human, smelled such a strong odor of blood. It's a power that doesn't belong to him. Already on the verge of being controlled by the horror, Zhang Shu had a guess in his heart. At the same time, Web Jesse looked at Zhang Shu and stretched out his hand, revealing a somewhat oozing smile. Hey, my name's Web Jesse, and the horror I summoned is the SSS-ranked Chainsaw Maniac. Can you shake my hand before this showdown begins? His smile seemed innocent enough, without a hint of other clutter except for the blood that stained all over his body. Zhang Shu was expressionless as he stretched out his hand. The moment his hand was about to shake with Web Jesse, he jerked back, and then a high kick to the hands of Web Jesse. Clunker. Next moment, dozens of metal-concealed weapons fell from the sleeves of Web Jesse's coat and smashed on the ground with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Zhang Shu's eyes were ice-cold. With this little trick, it's better not to bring it out to deceive people. Chapter 111. You're a chainsaw maniac and you've got it on? Oh, recognized? It would have been nice to perform the opening scene. That doesn't seem to be necessary anymore. Scarlet light erupted in Web Jesse's eyes as he held a bone-chopping knife and fiercely stabbed it against the palm of his left hand. The sharp tip of the knife instantly pierced through his palm, and blood splashed around like a column. Buzz off. Immediately after, the sound of a chainsaw being started rang out. The crowd immediately turned their attention behind Web Jesse. A behemoth with a big belly and 5 meters tall appeared in the center of the ring, its face bloody and rotting, filled with large and small stitches. its hands cradling a brand new chainsaw. During the spinning of the saw teeth, the chainsaw maniac covers the chainsaw with the power of the curse, causing it to evolve from its original metal into an extremely bizarre existence. The handles changed to muscle tissue, piled with slimy, writhing flesh with a few nasty eyes on them. Where the sawtooth and the engine were connected, there seemed to be a large mouth, and the sawtooth spat out of this mouth, rotating at high speed. Even the air around it was cut by it. Interesting, really interesting. Chainsaw Maniac couldn't stop releasing a greedy light in his eyes the first time he saw Zhang Shu. You have a wonderful odor that emanates from you. You're the one that whets my appetite the most out of all the two-legged sheep I've met. The words just fell. Next moment, the Chainsaw Maniac actually raised the chainsaw with both hands and swung it down violently towards Zhang Shu. The buzzing serrated teeth continued to rotate at high speed as it cut through the air. And even though it was dozens of meters away, one could still smell the foul odor emanating from it, which was hard to hide. The move, come quickly, coming to life. Eagles League viewers' eyes widened at this moment and they couldn't help but stand up. Could it be that we're winning? Clunk. He saw that the chainsaw was about to fall on Zhang Shu's head. In the nick of time, an arm with exaggerated to the extreme muscles suddenly blocked in front of Zhang Shu. The sharp chainsaw slashed at the hardened arm of the back coffin man, but it failed to cause him a single point of damage. The coffin carrier was 8 feet tall, with a black forge wrapped around his eyes, and the moment the chainsaw made contact with his arm, the tremendous impact shook his black robe. He raised his head, a hint of disappointment surfacing on his face. It feels a bit weak. What? A statement that fell into the ears of the surrounding audience. The corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. No? What does that mean? It's only the first encounter, and you're so cocky as to say Chainsaw Mania is a little weak? The terror of the Dragon Kingdom is a bit too arrogant. In that move just now, Chainsaw Maniac didn't even use his full power, alright? Just wait. Chainsaw Maniac will surely slap Dragon Country's face hard a few times. The audiences of those countries hostile to the Dragon Kingdom believe Chainsaw Maniac almost unconditionally at this point. The Saw series of movies is just too much in their minds. They didn't believe that such an influential terror would be easily taken down by the terror of the Dragon Kingdom. Oh, what a mouthful. Looks like it's time for me to get serious. Chainsaw Maniac drew back the chainsaw in his hand, and his bloated body actually rolled 360 degrees in the sky very lightly, and finally landed steadily on the ground. In the next moment, it inserted its huge palm into the ground, and the rolling black crystals continued to spread out in all directions, changing the scene of the terror ring. When it's all over, Chainsaw Mania has taken the back coffin man to another scene. It was a huge square cell with sides that were hundreds of meters long. The walls around them, the ceiling overhead, and the floor beneath their feet were coated in white paint, but the white paint had been stained by black blood. Rusty cages were stacked haphazardly in the corners, and on some of the walls there were iron nails with chains the thickness of an adult's arm hanging from them. There were 4 chains in total in the 4 directions of upper left, upper right, and lower right, and a cold body was hung like this in large letters. Next to them were surgical forceps, hammers, pocket knives, iron frames, tiger benches, and other chilling instruments of torture. Zhang Shu looked at the person who was hanging and felt that there was something familiar about him. Take a closer look. Isn't that Web Jesse? Ho 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 ho. Hanging from his chains, Web Jesse lets out a maniacal, oozing laugh. Pain and suffering, those are the best things in the world. Zhang Shu, I will definitely let you feel what it's like to be tortured by me. Boom. His words fell. Chainsaw Maniac's body falls from the ceiling. Back on its home turf, its aura became even more powerful. Its body all but tripled in size, and the chainsaw in its hand had completely transformed into a ghostly weapon piled high with blood and flesh. Other than a pair of reddish eyes, Chainsaw Maniac's body looked like it was plated with a layer of steel armor, releasing a metallic luster. The back coffin man glanced at Chainsaw Maniac, and a few disdainful smiles curled his lips as he, by constructing scenarios that suit you, you become excited within yourself and thus gain more power. Is that what you call a psychopath? The black satin was wrapped around his eyes, but it didn't stop him from saying what the other man was up to in one sentence. Oh, whatever you say. Chainsaw Maniac unleashed the bloody chainsaw in his hand, and then, in front of everyone, he actually sliced his mouth open with the chainsaw. It was an extremely creepy smile. The real is perverted. But no sane horror could do these things. After everything was done, Chainsaw Maniac held up 3 fingers to the backstabber. In 3 seconds, I will cut you into 100 pieces. Boom! The words fell. It dodged vertically and slashed towards the back coffin man with its flesh and blood chainsaw raised. 3 seconds. The coffin backer snorted coldly. You're still loaded? Get out. A few words. It is full of a domineering spirit that cannot be disobeyed. Echoing throughout the terror ring, excluding the Dragon Country and the countries that were on good terms with the Dragon Country, the spectators of the other countries all had their brains become dizzy at this moment. Immediately after that, the back coffin man appeared in front of Chainsaw Maniac with almost imperceptible speed, clenched his fist, turned his waist, and threw a punch. The action is all in one go. Boom! A tremendous amount of force, blasting a bloody hole straight through the body of Chainsaw Maniac. In an instant, the death aura was like an infinitely spreading tidal wave, rapidly covering its entire body from the Chainsaw Maniac's feet. The intense pain caused both eyes of the Chainsaw Fiend to widen as if they were about to fall out of their sockets, and large swathes of putrid black blood were spat out by it. Fix your eyes. I don't know when. The coffin carrier rejoined the coffin. He sat quietly, untainted by a single speck of foul matter. The dead air keeps spreading. Knowing that things were not going well, Chainsaw Maniac scrambled his entire body to get to Web Jesse, and with a bewildered look on his face, it stretched out its huge palm and took him in its hands, and then aimed at the giant mouth of the abyss. Swallow. Remove restrictions. Strength at its peak. Lifespans are rapidly shrinking. SSS rank terrors do possess the ability to get rid of terror summoners, and if they control them and take over their bodies, they will not suffer side effects. However, if you forcefully kill a terror summoner, although it will allow them to lift their restrictions and have peak strength, their lifespan will be greatly reduced. Chainsaw Mania's life expectancy is now down to 3 days. It's back. Everything's back. Chainsaw Maniac's injuries recovered quickly, and the expression on his face grew more and more hideous. It turned to look at the coffin carrier, its strong killing intent coalescing into substance at this moment. Just now, it was my mistake. Now it's my home turf. Unleashing the bloody chainsaw in his hand once more. This time, for 1 second, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. However, right after it had just said those words, in the ring, there was only a poof and the sound of muscles tearing. The figure of the back coffin man flickered past the Chainsaw Maniac, removing the head of the Chainsaw Maniac from its body in the process. Why is there a sharp pain? Chainsaw Maniac felt as if his head was being pinched by something and lowered his eyes. The next moment, its pupils contracted in horror. His own body, gone. There was a section below the neck, still dripping blood. Chapter 112, Are you helping my Dragon Kingdom to speed up global unification? Tough talk for anyone. But I really didn't think that someone who puts up a tough fight would be so uncharacteristically weak. The back coffin man cupped Chainsaw Maniac's head in one hand and slapped his mouth with the other, yawning as if the showdown hadn't gotten him pumped up to begin with. But the crowd in the ring in this moment has been a little bit unable to sit still. What was that all about back there? Didn't I remember that Chainsaw Maniac was about to go on the offensive against the back coffin man? How is it that, in the blink of an eye, the Chainsaw Fiend's head was removed?
Fark.
What kind of lightning speed is this? Did you guys just watch the back coffin man's movements clearly? I can't see it. I can't see it at all. I didn't even blink just now, but I still didn't see even a trace. You guys, look at the 10,000 times slow play overhead. The crowd all looked up at what was being put on the huge screen. But the ending shook them to the core. It's hard to see. Can't see it at all. Even if it was slowed down 10,000 times, it was completely impossible to see the movements of the coffin carrier, not even a single dark shadow. For a while, all the audience was in deep thought. They have perceived it. The coffin carrier in front of me is not simple either. No, let me go if you can. Let's have a match in a dignified manner. You're intentionally sneaking up on me while I'm not paying attention. Even if you win, no one will believe you. The Chainsaw Maniac, with only one head left, remains undeterred and tries to trick the backstabber into letting it go with all sorts of talk. No one believes in me? So what? I don't need the approval of others to do what I do. The back coffin man didn't bother to listen to its nonsense, and with 5 fingers firing, it was like squeezing a watermelon, easily crushing the Chainsaw Fiend's head. Red, black, and white splattered everywhere as it dissolved into a mess of rotten flesh and mud, piling up on the terror ring and releasing a stomach-churning stench. It's disgusting. The coffin carrier returned to the coffin. It seems to feel a little unfulfilled. Then he swept his gaze over the audience of the other countries present, clasped his hands over his chest, and spoke proudly. Come on. 1 is enough for anyone to fight. 10 more, no, as many as there are. I'd like to see just how powerful the SSS-ranked horrors you people brag about are. His voice was like a bell, echoing in the terror ring and falling into the ears of those spectators from countries hostile to the Dragon Kingdom, instantly igniting the anger in their hearts. Baka, so arrogant? Do you really think I'm afraid of you, Dragon Kingdom? The audience gritted their teeth, not only cursing the coffin carrier in their hearts, but they were only cursing in their hearts. None of them dared to open their mouths. After all, the previous incident of the Dragon Kingdom's terror objects exploding and killing the audience was still fresh in their minds. After waiting for a long time, and still not daring to go up to the stage, the coffin carrier sighed helplessly and, even if it's weak, it doesn't even have the courage to meet it. Rather, I was high on you. With that, he silently carried the coffin on his back and returned to the Chinese horror canon. The ring. The moment the mysterious referee's figure reappeared, John Hughes' heart was in his throat. Is it really coming after all? Chagrin appeared on his face. 4th ring match, over. 33.3% of the Eagle Alliance territory goes to the Dragon Kingdom, the mysterious referee said in a voice that could not be disobeyed. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Alliance's homeland, the huge pillar of blood-colored light continued to expand, amidst the sounds of screams and wails. Dragon nationalization of 33.3% of the territory of the Eagle Alliance. Complete.
FARC.
33.3% of the territory. That's a lot of land. I don't know how much money I could make if I used it to start a high-tech industry. Don't say anything about high-tech industries. Even if you put it there and do nothing, you can still sell it for a high price. Such great wealth. And just because we lost a duel, we're going to give it up to the Dragon Kingdom? This is so hard on my heart. Why is it like this? I'm really upset. The Dragon Kingdom, their appetite is too big. Their current territory is tens of millions of square kilometers. It's considered the largest country in the Blue Planet, and they're still not satisfied with that? The Dragon Kingdom is now the ringmaster and has absolute power. As long as they are willing to not take our territory, even the mystic referee can't interfere, right? The Dragon Kingdom is wolfish. I kind of understand. They just don't give us other countries a chance to live. The Eagles, who regarded money as their own, showed a strong reluctance at this moment. They, who had always claimed themselves as the Blue Star Overlord, were now being ruthlessly stepped on by the Dragon Kingdom, which made them feel that their hearts were disgraced and filled with shame. They were furious, but it didn't work. It's no longer the days when the Eagles were angry and the globe had to cajole them. The ring. The mysterious referee looked at Zhang Shu. Please choose the attacking country for the 5th ring match. Triumph Union. Zhang Shu hardly brought hesitation. Previously, the Triumph Alliance and the Eagle Alliance had jointly messed up and violated the territorial sovereignty of the Dragon Kingdom, and the debt was not so easy to settle. At that, Luvik sighed. I knew this would happen. Even if Lady Luck is more divine, it's impossible to change the established facts. For the matter that Zhang Shu would choose the Triumph Union. He had already expected it, so he wasn't surprised. On the contrary, he was prepared for it. Also, I have an announcement to make. After the 5th ring match, a 1v2 will open. The mysterious referee's voice sounded again and, of course, the Dragon Kingdom, as the ringmaster, still has the right to choose. Choose 1v2 to occupy another country's territory faster. It's okay to not go with 1v2 and play steady, one step at a time. Of course, if 1v2 is chosen, the Dragon Kingdom as the ringmaster will receive an additional bonus. The national terror will be upgraded by 1 level. The rewards are great, but the decision is in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Is this getting ready to speed up the process? At those words, Zhang Shu cupped his chin in thought. Ever since the last time he learned that unknown dangers might be coming to Blue Star in the future, the perspective from which he analyzed the problem was no longer limited to the Blue Star. Now suddenly open 1v2. Zhang Shu vaguely estimated that perhaps danger was getting closer. 1v2, the kind of approach that can accelerate the unification of the globe, must be chosen. Zhang Shu had even thought of 2 attacking countries in advance. Little Chill Republic and Cherry Blossom Country. These 2 ING guys, they must be wiped off the Blue Planet as quickly as possible. Achoo! At that moment, Sakamoto Kawaii and Lee Myung-hyuk sneezed almost at the same time. Sakamoto Kawaii frowned. Could it be that someone is bad-mouthing me behind my back? He turned his head in the direction of the Little Chill Republic. He happened to bump into Lee Myung-hyuk's angry face. The two glared at each other, and it dawned on me. Turns out it's the damn Sakura country Little Chill Republic. Now then, the fifth ring, Triumph Alliance vs. Dragon Kingdom, will open in 72 hours. Please have both players return home and get ready. The mysterious referee's words fell. At this point, Luvik suddenly shouted, Triumph Union use the time-shortening card. Time reduction card. Reduces the preparation time before the start of a duel. Effect. You can catch your opponent off guard when you are well prepared. The corners of Luvik's mouth lifted as he readied the one horror that was going to be in the ring long before this duel began. The Triumph League, as it is now, doesn't need any lead time. He's gonna catch the Dragon Kingdom off guard. But who knows? Zhang Shu's eyes flashed in the ring. Shorter lead times? And that's a good thing. Isn't this helping to speed up the global unification of my Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 113 SSS Great Horror Dr. Bird's Beak. Ring 5. Start. The crowd in the ring has been brawling for a long time. What a surprise. The Triumph Alliance would choose to use a time-shortening card. You know, the vast majority of countries now can't wait for the showdown lead time to be extended. The longer the better. There's no need to think about it. The Triumph Alliance must have prepared early this time, aiming to catch the Dragon Kingdom off guard. The terrors of the Dragon Kingdom are extremely powerful every time, so very adequate preparation must be needed. Now that the preparation time has been shortened, they definitely won't be able to take out something as powerful and terrifying as before either. Upon hearing this, the Sakura Nation's audience on the side as well as the Little Cold Nation's audience, almost at the same time, let out shouts of excitement. Yossi, this Triumph Union is much more resourceful than the others. As expected of a veteran powerhouse, even I, Sakura, fall short in this aspect of deviousness and cunning. Ashy it is. Now, finally, we can see Rukoku's hands tied. Let them be so arrogant in the terror ring before. Now they're getting retribution. I declare that if the Triumph Alliance can win this duel, I will voluntarily donate 1 Sakura coin as compensation for the Triumph Alliance's duel. I do too. Make sure you get the dragon player. Sinai. This tactic by Luvik. It made the audience in other countries who had stopped hoping for a victory. The fight was rekindled almost instantly. When they took a good look at the terrifying thing that the Triumphant Alliance had put on the field, they were even more pleasantly surprised in their hearts. Look guys, isn't that Bichur? Someone in the audience seats yelled out. The crowd cast their eyes as a doctor in a white coat stepped out of the Triumph Union's seat. He had a coat of blonde hair, his nose was high and straight, he was quite handsome, and with a height of 1 meter 8, even if he looked around the world, his overall image was still considered superior. As he walked, the sound of clunking metal hitting metal kept coming from the pocket of his white lab coat. It's a medical surgical tool he carries with him. Walking to the ring for the first time, Bichur selectively ignored Zhang Shu and looked at the audience, revealing a kind and incomparable smile. Gentlemen, after what I've just observed, I've realized that quite a few of you here have some weak kidneys. Do you need me to heal you? As the most conscientious doctor on the planet, I promise you that I will never charge a penny until the results are in. This statement was made. Many of the audience members of the Little Chill Republic were a little bit impressed, and they jumped at the chance to try it out, but was pulled back just in time by the man next to him. No, are you Little Chill Republicans brain deficient? Even if you're no longer weak or sick, don't go to Bichur for medical treatment. Why is that? Some of the Kachin Republicans didn't know about Bichur. Why? Do you really think he's a decent doctor? The guy's a psychopath. Before becoming a terror summoner, he was kept in a mental institution that even required dozens of strong men to guard him. Earlier, I remember a number of people listening to his slanderous words and running to get themselves seen by him. Guess what he sees? How does it look? The Little Chill Republicans wondered. A little cold and cough. Straight up removes your vocal cords. Broken fingers want to be attached? Directly remove one of your arms. And you say it's solving the problem from the root. If you have a skin disease, it's even worse. Just rip off all your skin and replace it with pig skin. I had a friend before who said he had migraines, and after going to a lot of doctors with no results, he went to Bickler in the back. And what happened? By the time I saw him again, the migraine was gone, because half his head was gone. The whole thing is a nervous wreck now. A complete lunatic. A CI bar. So tough. Be sure. He's not a doctor at all. What he really is a man with severe psychosis, severe schizophrenia, multiple personalities, intermittent depression, epileptic ideation. But any mental illness you can find on the profile, be sure he possesses. And before becoming a horror summoner, he's also a murderer. Unconditional, random killing, just commit murder. But because of the laws and regulations of the Triumphal Union, people with severe mental illnesses such as Bichur, for example, are not sentenced to jail. At best, he will be permanently incarcerated in a mental institution. The Ring. Catcher saw that no audience responded to him. He could only shake his head with a lack of interest and proceeded to walk towards Zhang Shu. At the first sight of Zhang Shu, his face, which was originally wearing a smile, instantly became stiff, revealing an ugly expression. Zhang Shu, is it? Like a professional doctor, Catcher said in professional words. As a practicing physician for 50 years, I can responsibly tell you that you are terminally ill, and if you don't get the treatment you need in time, you will die of line heart failure in less than 6 months. Xu Zhang, 50 years in the business? I look at your age. I'm afraid you're not even 30. What, others are still reincarnating and you're learning medicine. You're a hard worker. Of course, if you get treatment in time, your illness won't do you any harm. But it's safe to say that the vast majority of doctors are not capable of looking at your condition. But the good thing is, I'm quite good at it. Catcher gave a devious grin and, just remove your heart and put a coat of white paint over it. And it'll be the perfect solution to your heart blackening this disease. Of course, my business is not free to the Dragon Kingdom. You'll need to pay some small price, such as surrendering voluntarily and forfeiting the ring. This statement was made. The corners of the Dragon Kingdom audience's mouths twitched a few times instantly. They sort of saw that this Kakir wasn't a psychopath at all. Totally brain dead and stupid, but no one in their right mind could say such a tie excuse for persuasion. Something's wrong. Zhang Shu let out a cold snort, and in order to avoid his brain being tainted by the other party's stupidity, he even deliberately took several steps backward. Pull back a safe distance. Hey, Catcher sighed. Whenever I speak to people in a calm manner, what I get in return is always incomprehension and disapproval. In that case, let's talk to someone else. Only Catcher suddenly lowered his head as if he was switching personalities automatically. By the time he opened his eyes again once more, the previous calmness had disappeared, and in its place was an almost perverted maniacal smile. Hehehe. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them all. Just kill all of you and no one in the world will ever get sick again. And I can be the best doctor in the world. He pulled out the scalpel inside his pocket and aimed it at his stomach, slashing a bloody gash. From his stomach, a creepy crow flew. The blood-stained crow flew into the sky, its body expanding, followed by a weird and mysterious formation emerging around it. With a flutter, Catcher dropped to both knees and addressed the raven in his most sincere tone. Dear Dr. Beak, there are simply too many diseases in this world that my medical skills alone cannot eradicate. I, for one, need your help. Chapter 114, Unknown Rank, Ghostly Skin Shadow. The words fell. The raven that flew out of his stomach earlier. In mid-air, flickering with the light from its pitch-black eyes, the bizarre formation enveloped its entire body, and then it spread its wings and kept circling above the head of the Kachir. A dark-colored feather grew from that stomach wound that he had cut himself open, sharp claws picking at the sides of the wound. Like a natural creature shedding its skin, Catcher shed his original human skin and transformed into an extremely bizarre creature. Dr. Beak. It wore a mask on its head large enough to cover its face, which had a huge beak like a raven's beak, and was dressed in the robes of a religious man, with a dark golden cross hanging from its neck. He gave up his body and soul to become a beak doctor. Not only that, when Kakir became Dr. Beak, it opened its arms, and the bizarre black mist continuously surged towards the surrounding audience. There were all sorts of plague germs present in the black mist, and the moment it wrapped the ring, most of the spectators' bodies reacted adversely almost instantly. There are bumps on the body, rotting sores on the face, and itching all over the body. The various diseases were like an explosion that instantly spread through the audience. Apart from the spectators of the Dragon Kingdom, the Woolly Bear Kingdom, and those countries that were friends with the Dragon Kingdom being protected, the hundreds of thousands of spectators from other countries at the scene almost all suffered from their hardships. Disease, panic? These are the sources of Dr. Beak's power. As long as there are more of these factors, Dr. Beak's power will be even greater. Luvic looks at what's happening in the ring and thinks about where Dr. Beak came from. O continent in the Middle Ages. Medical care was not well developed at that time, and many diseases could not be effectively treated. One of the plagues is like a silent death, taking the lives of most of the livestock and humans every time it appears. At some point, a plague called the Black Death bubonic plague quickly swept through the medieval continent of O. Whether it was the princes and nobles or the poor and needy, all who contracted the Black Death would eventually die. Doctors of the time, in order to avoid getting infected themselves while saving their patients. So they put on their sterilized clothes, put on their beak masks, and armed with wooden sticks, they taught the patients to save themselves by teaching them. But because the Dr. Beak look is so weird, later generations have come to mistake Dr. Bird's beak for a horrible being, and use them as a source of illness and panic. Now, Dr. Beak, who became a horrible thing, possessing great power by disease and panic. And it also has an extremely special ability. The more people it infects with disease, and the more people panic because of it, the more it grows in strength without limit. And Luvic had Dr. Beak infecting millions of people long before this showdown even began. At this very moment, some of the viewers in the Fei-Zhou countries reacted instantly. I told you why some sort of incurable plague disease suddenly appeared in our Fei continent a day ago, so it was the Triumph Alliance that did it. For the sake of being able to make Dr. Bird's beak play at the top of his game in a duel, these damn Triumph Union people have used the lives of millions of our Fei Chao people as a price. They, really damned. This is not treating us like human beings at all. Why are you doing this to us? Have we done something wrong? They were enraged and bemoaned the injustice of the world. Some powerful national audiences, however, instantly retorted that what's there to yell about? The world is meant for the strong to rule. Now that the Ring of Terror has descended, the rule of the weak and the strong will only become more and more obvious. Want fairness? Go find fairness inside your dreams. Using the lives of 1 million of your Fei Chao people in exchange for the Dragon Kingdom losing in the 5th ring match is a very good deal. Yossi. That's right. It's an honorable thing to brag about, being able to dedicate your lives to stopping the Dragon Kingdom. You should not hate, but be thankful. It's not a matter of concern. It's not their own country that's suffering, so these viewers don't feel the least bit guilty when they talk smack. Instead, it was taken for granted. The ring. The moment the bizarre beak doctor appeared, the sky was covered with a layer of black clouds. There was an air of panic everywhere. Millions plus hundreds of thousands of viewers in the audience were sick and panicked. Making Dr. Beak's strength had come to an extremely terrifying stage. Even among the SSS-ranked horrors of the world, it could be ranked in the top 3. Disobedient patient. Only death will end your suffering. As Dr. Bird Beak approached towards Zhang Shu, the wooden stick in its hand actually transformed into a sharp scythe in an instant, dragging it on the ground, its immense weight dragging a gully out of the ground. Step by step, even the black clouds in the sky moved with its figure. Soon, came to Zhang Shu. Raising the scythe in his hand, he lashed out. The flickering cold aura was fleeting, and the blade of the scythe had already arrived above Zhang Shu's head in an instant. The eye is about to fall. Zhang Shu still didn't make a move, but only chanted in a low voice. Object of terror ghost skin shadow, level, unknown. Click. The scythe chopped from Zhang Shu's head to his tailbone, split him in two. Dr. Birdbeak's face was filled with contentment. But the next moment, when it saw Zhang Shu's body, like a piece of parchment, floating down to the ground, it couldn't help but grip the scythe in its hand again. Crafty patient. Sure didn't die that easily. Dr. Birdbeak raised his head menacingly, trying to look for Zhang Shu again. It realized at that moment, one has come to an unfamiliar space. The previously terrifying ring had changed into a remote mountain village. All around were houses made of earth bricks and mud tiles. Dr. Beak stood in the middle of a dirt trail which was still a bit slippery, perhaps because of the rain that had just fallen in the area. The silt caked on the end of its robes, like a doggerel that couldn't be shaken off. What is this place? Why am I here? Doubts arose in Dr. Beak's mind. But soon it reacted. This should be a boundary constructed by the horrible things of the Dragon Kingdom. In order to break the boundary, you must find the horror of the Dragon Kingdom and exterminate it. This was the case with the earlier embroidered shoes and the plagiarized marriage. Another one of these boring tricks. Dr. Beak followed the road and walked into the village, which was lit with fuel lamps in many places because it was getting late. After continuing a few steps forward, a hunched-over old man stopped Dr. Birdbeak in front of him. What kind of outfit are you wearing? I've never seen it before. Are you from out of town? The old man looked over at Dr. Birdbeak, but his wrinkled face bore an air of nonchalance and anger. Dr. Beak's mind was instantly flooded with a great deal of confusion at being asked that question. Is he talking to me? Why did he have, in his body, the scent of a human being? How did humans end up in this place? Doesn't he fear me? Ho ho ho, old man. I'm a professional doctor. Dr. Birdbeak smiled grimly and snubbed. After my professional analysis, I could tell at first glance that you were sick. Do you need me to take a look at it for you? Don't worry. Just remove some body parts and I promise you can heal in half an hour. That's the bad taste of it. Once the other person agrees to let it see the patient, it tortures the other person to death with cruelty. Through its observation just now, it had already determined the identity of the old man's human. Since the horror can't be found, then let out your anger with this old man first. But who knew that the old man first froze? Then joy flowed in his eyes, and in the next moment, he was so excited that he shook Dr. Beak's hand and thanked him in a very grateful tone. Just removing some body parts will make me heal? Are you telling the truth? That's a big thank you. Please make sure you see me now. What? Dr. Beak gave a soft eep. No, you old man? Chapter 115. How dare you call yourself a doctor with your medical skills? Dr. Beak was confused. How the plot seemed a little different from what it thought it would be. I don't know if I'm removing that part either. Do you think this will work? With that, he saw the old man's left hand pinching the biceps of his right arm, and with the force of his palm, he actually ripped off his entire right arm. And not a single drop of blood dripped. The section is extremely smooth and flat. Dr. Beak. You're not human? You're the one who's not human. The old man immediately lost his good temper. Look at your dress. Then look at my dress. You still have the face to say I'm not human? Aren't you going to help me see the doctor? What are you waiting for? Just tell me what to do. He lectured Dr. Beak in the tone of an elder. The other guy's head won't turn for a second. It was still immersed in the old man's unorthodox maneuver of ripping off the arm with his bare hands just now. It's not. There's something wrong with the old man. You take your legs off. Dr. Beak was not convinced. It felt that it had just been an illusion. The result was to see the old man remove his right leg with ease and look up at Dr. Birdseye. And then what? Dr. Beak was silent. Say something. Where should we tear down again next? No, what are you waiting for? Say something. Aren't you a doctor? Looking at Dr. Birdbeak, who stayed motionless, the old man grew more and more impatient, while not forgetting to whisper to himself, saying, Humph, at this level you still call yourself a doctor. How useless. The old man spat. At that moment, an old woman on crutches came next to him and, What are you still doing here, old man? It's already dark. The shadow puppets are due to start, and tonight is the main event. As the old woman spoke, she suddenly noticed that the old man was carrying one of his legs, and whirling around, the old woman struck his hand with her cane and, What's going on? I've told you it's okay not to take the body parts off. What if it breaks down and can't be put back on? The old man was a bit aggravated. It's not my fault. It's all because of this guy who posed as a doctor and said he could cure me. I think it's itself that's sick. The old woman fixed her eyes on Dr. Birdbeak, which dresses up as a disease indeed. Go away, go away. Hurry up and go to the theater. We'll figure out what to do about your illness later. Soon, the two old men left the scene and walked along the dirt road covered with carbon dust towards the deep mountains. Go see that shadow play they talk about. No, it's not right. Reacting, Dr. Beak kept shaking his head and, That old man's aura is clearly human. But why can he easily remove his arms and legs? There wasn't even a drop of blood at the break. This is definitely not something a human can do. Dr. Birdbeak meets, for the first time, something that even he can't explain. At that moment, more villagers came out of the house, and many of them rubbed shoulders with Dr. Beak, but few noticed it. It's as if the oddly costumed Dr. Beak is a cloud of air to them, so insignificant that it doesn't even capitalize on their interest. Dr. Beak was puzzled. It observed the villagers. Eventually, it was realized that they were all heading towards the deep mountains. Every single one of them talked about was about shadow puppets. Shadow theater? Dr. Beak wasn't sure what it was. This thing called shadow theater is the key to finding the horror of the Dragon Kingdom and defeating it to get out of here. Also, this village is very odd, so we need to go and investigate. One thought to this. Dr. Birdbeak stuck the scythe in his hand on the ground, cupped his holstered hand around the cross on his neck, and recited a string of obscure incantations. The dark-colored mist coalesced around it into 5 figures, which eventually took on the appearance of Dr. Beak. But these Beak doctors, made of black mist, had a brown figure on their heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are all Dr. Beak with independent thoughts and mobility, though not as strong as the SSS class. 1, 2, 3, and I will go investigate this weird village. 4, 5, 6. Follow the villagers and go see what the hell that so-called shadow theater is. Dr. Beak barked orders, and the other Beaks nodded their heads in agreement. Soldiers are much more efficient, but the dangers expand as well. The village was unusually quiet at night. It was clearly summer, but there were no frogs chirping in the fields. Everything was surprisingly quiet. Dr. Birdbeak has surveyed most of the village with 1, 2, and 3. Without exception, the doors of every house were closed, and in the middle of the journey, we could occasionally meet a few villagers who went to watch the shadow play. Ask them a question and it's like they're deaf to hear and won't answer. Where are you guys going, kiddo? After half an hour of hard searching, Dr. Beak finally met one that was willing to talk to it. The only drawback was that the other party was a milquetoast brat, only 10 years old by the looks of it. Watching a shadow puppet show, the little boy pointed in the direction of the deep mountain. Dr. Beak asked the question on his mind. What is shadow puppetry? You don't even know this? The little boy gave a look like he'd seen a country bumpkin and shadow theater is the process of setting up a stage, pulling a yellow curtain, and then reflecting the shadows of the shadow people on the curtain to put on a good, lifelike show. Understand? Dr. Beak shook his head. I don't understand. Little boy, it's so hard to talk to you. Well, don't stop me. If you go late you won't get to see the show. The boy trotted toward the deep mountain, and suddenly his feet gave way, and he turned his head to advise Dr. Birdbeak. Right, you're new here, aren't you? Remember not to break into people's homes. Even if you see people leaving their gates open, don't go in, otherwise, you definitely can't eat, even if it's extremely possible to beat you all to death alive. After dropping a line, the little boy quickly left the scene. Beat me to death? Dr. Birdbeak grunted coldly. Its current strength was at the top of the SSS class. What kind of thing could beat it to death? With that thought, it gripped the scythe in its hand and aimed it in the direction of the little boy, slashing out a chopping mark. Pest! Is fantastically fast. Chopped on the little boy's body. A split-second's effort sliced the little boy in half. But like the old man before him, there was no blood. That's weird. Dr. Beak frowned as it led 1, 2, and 3 towards the young boy. However, when it came to the place where the little boy had been decapitated earlier, the scene in front of it instantly caused the horrible thing it was to suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss. Fark. Where's everyone? Didn't I cut him in half? Why are the bodies even gone? Dr. Birdbeak crouched on the ground, trying to look for any sign that the other's body had disappeared. 2 halves of a body in good condition. Why are they suddenly gone? It shouldn't be. Also, why? I feel a chill closing in on me. Dr. Beak ghosted a glance behind him. But it's that glance. It almost made its eyes fall to the ground. Not far away, the intact little boy looked at Dr. Beak with a smile of cringe-inducing innocence on his face. Hello there, out-of-towners. Chapter 116, The Creepy Little Boy. This? Dr. Birdbeak's demeanor was a little stiff. It looked at the little boy, its eyes constantly sweeping over his body, on making sure that the other person was intact and didn't even leave a scar. It was a little overwhelmed. How come? The earlier move, I did indeed chop on his body. Dr. Beak recalled it carefully, and it knew that it had not been his own mistake to discover this before him. Besides, there's something odd about this little boy. Haven't we met somewhere before? At that moment, the little boy spoke, always with a smile on his face. This caused Dr. Birdbeak to mutter in his mind. Did it mean amnesia? Why don't you guys say something? Have we met somewhere? The little boy asked again, and the smile on his face froze as the corners of his eyes seemed to crack open a few times. Not good. Dr. Birdbeak's heart was startled, and without knowing the identity of the other party clearly, it did not choose to venture out, but instead earnestly returned. Yeah, seen it. You were sick earlier and I cured you. But it seems to be having some side effects right now, so stand still and let me give you a good look. It held the scythe in its hand and took one step, carefully, towards the little boy. At the same time, a face hidden under the mask revealed a touch of gloom. But that's when the little boy looked up with a wry smile and, "See a doctor? Is that how you helped me look?" Saying that, he actually placed one hand on his heavenly soul cap, and then forcefully lifted it upwards, and something unbelievable appeared. The little boy had actually lifted his upper body in front of Dr. Beak in a manner that was extremely out of character for nature. The separation of the upper body from the lower body creates the same incision that Dr. Beak left earlier.
Fark.
You're teasing me. Feeling inexplicably panicked in his mind, Dr. Beak picked up his scythe and poof, cold light flashed in the air, and the sharp scythe once again split the little boy's body in two. But when his body was about to fall to the ground, a bizarre scene happened. His body, like a mass of nutrients, was rapidly broken down and absorbed by the land. It eventually disappeared. The body's gone again? What the hell is going on here? Dr. Birdbeak inexplicably felt panic in his heart. As an SSS class terrifying thing, it was considered to have seen a great deal, but what was happening in front of it was indeed beyond its knowledge. This kind of weirdness is full of unknown horrors, and a strong visual impact not at all the same. It's chilling from the bottom of your heart. This place is just too weird, and the later we know the truth by a minute, the more danger we'll be in. Even the threat of death has become apparent to me. Dr. Birdbeak looked behind him at 1, 2, 3 and waved his hand. Come on, let's go to the village. Didn't that little boy just say that he wouldn't let us into other people's houses? So we'll just go. The less people are allowed to go, the closer we are to the truth. One thought to this. They immediately head towards the village. But who knows, they've only just gone a few steps. Back, there came another familiar sound. Hello, out-of-towners. The young boy's tender voice rang out. Fuck! Dr. Beak turned his head and a wave of annoyance grew in his heart when he saw it was that damn brat again. Damn thing! What the hell do you want? Its body began to shake, and it, which had never been in a good temper or mental state, was nearing the edge of insanity at this moment. This time, it didn't hesitate, picking up the scythe in its hand and powering up on its feet. Phew! Like an arrow out of the string. He quickly came to the little boy's side, and then his hand rose and fell. Pest! Once again, he was cut in half. This will finally be over, Dr. Birdbeak thought to himself. But the next moment, that childish voice that was enough to cause a breakdown sounded again. In the stillness of the night, the sound seemed to have an indescribable magic that was eating away at Dr. Beak's patience a little. Hello, out-of-towners. Good. Die for me. Dr. Birdbeak's hand rose and quickly ended the little boy's life. That's the end of it? Obviously. And no, only to see the little boy, still grinning at Dr. Beak, on the roof of some house not far away. Hello, out-of-towners. Dr. Beak. What are you waiting for? Kill him for me. Break him into pieces. Turn him into slag. And see how he can still be resurrected. It lashed out at 1, 2, and 3, which were also Dr. Beak's. And although they had independent minds, their nature was more like Dr. Beak's doppelganger, or obedient servants. On command, they strike at the first opportunity. Pest! The sound of the blade cutting through the body was extraordinarily clear. Little boy dead again. I don't believe you'll ever. Again. Hello, out-of-towners. Dr. Birdbeak, who has been red-warmed. I have to break you into pieces today. This time, it directly utilized all the power in its body, approaching the little boy at lightning speed, and ended up actually swinging more than 100 times in a second. The little boy's body, at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, turned into powder. Humph! This time, I definitely won't let you come back to life. Instead of letting the little boy's body come into contact with the ground this time, Dr. Beak took out a vial of blood and filled it with the boy's powdered body. I've seen your little trick. As long as you don't let your body come into contact with the ground, you won't be able to fulfill the conditions for resurrection. This game is mine to win. Dr. Birdbeak gave a bittersweet smile. As the vial of blood in his hand shook frantically, and the contents looked like it was trying to force its way through, Dr. Birdbeak felt it all and concluded his suspicions even more. It's a done deal. His heart was unbelievably happy after doing everything. But when he turned his head, He looked around at the surprisingly quiet village. A sense of powerlessness instantly surged through it. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something. Dr. Birdbeak's brow gradually frowned. A little boy has caused me to toss and turn for so long, and there are so many other people in this village. If I take on them, won't I have to lose a lot? The most crucial thing is that these people, they are not yet the true bodies of the Dragon Kingdom's horrors. Think about it. Dr. Beak's brain went into a trance, almost fell to the ground without standing still. Thanks to one's quick eyes and hands, he rushed forward to hold it up. Master, is everything okay? It's okay. There's nothing terribly wrong with Dr. Birdseye except that he's getting more and more mentally ill. Being an SSS-ranked terror, it wasn't that easily broken. Go to the village. Chapter 117, the person who just spoke. Is there one more? The night sky was shrouded in dark clouds, except for a few homes with kerosene lamps on. The rest is pitch black. Even in the homes where the lights were lit, there was no one. They all went to see the so-called shadow puppet show. For as soon as they entered the village, 1, 2, and 3 began to split up. So right now Dr. Beak is left to wander around an area on his own. And I wonder if 1, 2, or 3 of them have found a clue. Dr. Beak mumbled something, and suddenly it noticed a light on in a house not far away. Not only that, there was also an old man on the ground dam who was cooling himself with a bushel fan. Here's the clue. Kung Fu. Fast forward towards the old man. At a distance of just a few hundred meters left with him, the old man seemed to have discovered Dr. Beak's presence, and actually dodged and quickly ran towards the house. No good. Seeing that the old man was about to close the door. Unexpectedly, Dr. Beak was incredibly fast, arriving at the door in a single breath, his strong palm pressing against the door that was about to close, while not forgetting to make a few teasing noises. Heh. You want to run away when you see me? Where to run? Can you run away? Dr. Beak lifted its head to look at the old man, however, as it gazed through the crack in the door to see what was inside. Eyes even more so widened in shock. Where are the people? Why, it's gone again. It pushed open the door, and what met its eyes was a parlor room illuminated by faint candlelight, with piles of sprouted potatoes on one side and a coffin that had fallen into dust on the other. Coffins in the house? What kind of operation is this? Is there a dead man lying inside? Dr. Beak frowned as he continued to survey the interior of the house. This is a simple furnished house. There is no precious furniture. There is no potter's bonsai of a kind. Everywhere is a hoe, dustpan, basket, and other tools of labor. It is clear from this that the owner of this place would have been a hard worker. Wait, what's this? Dr. Beak noticed the anomaly, and it came to an altar in the middle of the hall against the wall, which was symmetrically placed with candles on the left and right, with a porcelain bowl containing some fruits as offerings in the middle. On the wall along the altar hangs a black and white photograph. When looking at the portrait in the photo, Dr. Beak couldn't help but suck in a breath of air.
Fark.
This picture. Isn't that the old man I just saw? It is a Triumph League horror though. However, it knew something about some of the Dragon Kingdom's folk customs. Knowing what it means to have black and white photos hanging in the parsonage. That means the old man I just saw is actually dead. But what I can say for sure is that I was definitely not mistaken just now. Dr. Beak was so sure of this that it now felt a wave of vertigo in its brain and some delirium. It covered its forehead and urged its power to form a barrier around itself, which made it slightly better. Take a chance and keep looking around the house. At this point, Dr. Beak found a dusty wooden chest under the altar. The wooden chest was locked by a rusty iron lock and was just sitting casually under the altar, looking like it hadn't been opened in a long time. Dr. Birdbeak kept his head down and prepared to haul the box out. But when it just hooked down, the black and white photos hanging on the wall, the portraits in them actually changed a little bit. A seeping smile appeared on his otherwise serious face, and his two eyes looked down at Dr. Birdseye in a way that was eerie and terrifying to say the least. Even more frightening, the likeness of the portrait also changed a little bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wrinkles disappeared from the face, thinning hair became thick, and missing teeth grew back one by one. The effigy is getting younger. Finally got it out. Take it out and look at it again. This house always gives me an eerie feeling that I can't quite put my finger on. Dr. Beak came outside the house holding the box. It snapped its fingers, and an ethereal blue flame hovered around it, causing the dark surroundings to be instantly illuminated. A scythe splits the lock on the chest. Ka-chow. With the box gradually being opened, What was placed inside gradually surfaced. It's a piece of paper. To be precise, it is paper made from the skin of a certain animal. It was laid on the bottom of the chest and gently pressed on top with some flat old books. What is this, animal skins? Why does it smell like humans? Dr. Beak picked up the parchment with both hands and held it in front of him. This is what it found on this parchment, superbly engraved with clothes, arms and legs, and the expressions of the figure's demeanor and such things. It's parchment though, but not just parchment. Instead, they are paper figures made of parchment. Shadow play. Shadow people. Could this be the shadow man the little boy was talking about earlier? Dr. Beak held the shadow man, trying to see every detail on it by the light of the ghostly blue fire. But as the details of the shadow man became clearer and clearer, until all the true colors were revealed, Dr. Birdseye couldn't keep his cool any longer. Ward Fark. Isn't that the brat I'm holding in the blood vial? Emotionally intense, it dropped the shadow man in its hand to the ground. Under the light of the fire, the little boy-like shadow figure lay still on the ground, and its face, it seemed, retained a smile. Dr. Beak's body was shaking. That smile, it was all too familiar. It was even certain that the shadow man in front of it was the little boy in disguise. Raising his scythe, he sliced at the shadowed figure, quickly splitting it in half. But it returned to its original state with great speed. No amount of slicing and tearing, even with fire, could destroy it. What a hell! Dr. Beak's heart was churning. Only what it didn't notice was, the effigy hanging over the hall at some point had also changed into the likeness of a young boy. Master! It so happened that at that moment the split 1, 2, and 3 also arrived next to Dr. Birdseye. When they saw that Dr. Beak was looking, with horror on his face, at a piece of parchment on the floor, they immediately gathered around him. Results. When they look at the shadow people on the ground, equally startled. How is this possible? Hasn't that brat been put in a blood vial by you, master? That's definitely not it. Number 1 cut through, it didn't believe in such things. Number 2 chimed in. That's right. 1 is a real person. It's not quite real, but it's definitely not a shadow person. Number 3 also spoke up. I admit that this shadow man does bear a 99% resemblance to that little brat, but they are certainly not the same thing. After the 3 of them finished, almost in the next second, another voice rang out. I don't think so either. Dr. Birdbeak nodded. Well, it looks like everyone is thinking pretty much the same thing I am. It should just be a similar breath. It recognizes what everyone is saying. Still, for verification, open the blood vial and take a look. Results available. The little boy who had turned to powder inside had disappeared. And so on. Something doesn't seem right. Just then, Dr. Beak suddenly realized something. Is the person who just spoke one more? Chapter 118. All are not human?
Fark.
Reacting, Dr. Beak instantly surveyed his surroundings. But as it turned out, there was no one else on the scene except 1, 2, 3 and itself. And who was the man who just spoke? Ghosts? I'm a terror myself, and ghosts still scare me? Dr. Birdbeak adjusted his mind. Always treated as a madman by the outside world. How could he be so easily intimidated? Is it just me? It shook its head and eventually gave up thinking. Looking to 1, 2, and 3, he inquired, Did you guys get anything? 1, 2, 3 trade out the information they had gotten one by one. First of all, there were a total of 300 households in the entire village, among which there were 3 large families, which should be the existence of large landlords or something like that. And in the homes of these occupants, a wooden box is almost invariably placed. The boxes are also filled with shadow puppets. Also, these same residents have effigies hanging on the walls of their parsonages. The portrait on the effigy and the face of the shadow man are almost identical, the same person. Does it mean that people here become shadow people when they die? Just then, number 1 suddenly spoke up. Actually, I have a doubt. Many of these residents' homes are actually not a single family. And according to our current speculation, after a person dies, they are transformed into a shadow. But there are some wooden boxes that hold not just one shadow man, but some even have several. Does that mean that our suspicions are not valid? Number 2 sniffed and nodded. Maybe it's not valid. Just then, 3, who was cupping his chin in thought, made a bold guess that Is there a possibility that the effigy was shared? Huh? Its words were met with an immediate rebuttal from Dr. Beak plus 1 and 2. How? Things like effigies are very important in the Dragon Kingdom. A person, only one effigy can be used. It's the same thing as their coffin. For a dead person, only one coffin can be used, and if too many dead people lie in one coffin, it will lead to a great increase in yin qi, thus creating some kind of great inauspicious calamity. Before the fifth ring match begins, they have made a point of learning about some of the customs of the Dragon Kingdom. So, in their view, things like sharing effigies just don't hold water. Listening to them, the third couldn't help but ask, but is there a possibility that we're facing something horrible? So the more unlucky something is, the scarier it is? Dr. Birdseye. Number 1, number 2, makes sense. There's something weird about this village, and it's not a good idea to keep dwelling on it. Come on, let's go check out that shadow theater, and I wonder how the 4, 5, and 6 of them are doing now, said. Dr. Birdbeak led 1, 2, and 3 towards the deep mountains. Except what none of them notice is this. Where there should have been 4 figures of them, there were now 5. Like one more person, but they don't notice. Deep mountain, deep in the dark, deep forest, opened up an open space that covered an area of 500 square meters. All around them were tall trees, their branches and leaves swaying ghostly in the evening breeze. In the center of the open space, an old theater troupe was set up, and a huge curtain was pulled over the stage, and the projections of the shadow people were reflected on the curtain, enacting a bizarre shadow play. This shadow play was well attended. There are hundreds of them. The specific content is probably, a stable remote village, came a mysterious theater group, to the villagers' free performance of the shadow play. The villagers cheerfully go to see the play. So far, it's a pretty bland episode. But the hundreds of villagers on stage were watching with great interest. I think there's something wrong with these villagers. Look closely. The smiles on their faces are all stiff. The fifth frowned, based on what it had just observed. It noticed that these villagers, their behavior and demeanor were a bit different from people. 6 shook his head. It's not just the villagers. There's something wrong with the shadow people on stage. These shadow people, the aura they emit is just too similar to humans. I seriously doubt that they are made out of people. This statement was instantly recognized by the other 2. Go backstage and check it out. They hit it off and tried to sneak towards backstage. Only when they had just turned around, the villagers, who were still engrossed in watching the shadow play, turned their heads towards them almost at the same time, unanimously. The expressionless face instantly became hideous. Next moment, a few extremely strong villagers, with a flying leap, quickly approached towards number 4, 5, and 6. Immediately afterward, a scream could be heard coming from 4, 5, and 6, and the murmurings of the villagers. Do it. It's not a very good skin, but it's barely usable if you tinker with it. Right? Soon, Dr. Beak took 1, 2, and 3 to the deep end. A theater troupe was seen from a distance, performing a shadow puppet show. Look for any sign of 4, 5, or 6. From the moment I entered the deep mountains, I lost contact with them, Dr. Beak said. The 4 figures beside it immediately nodded their heads before sweeping their gazes over every audience member present. Until now, Dr. Beak and the others hadn't realized that they had an unknown creature in their group. Master, I've noticed a problem. Many of the villagers here are highly similar to the effigies. It's even highly likely that it's them themselves. The observant 3 spoke up. Dr. Birdseye found this out as well. Now it seems that none of the villagers here are human. Found number 4 they are. At that moment, 2 let out a gasp. Following the direction it was pointing, Dr. Birdbill soon shouted 4, 5, and 6 to the front of the room. Why are you guys even sitting down to watch the show? Did you find any clues? That damned horrible thing from the Dragon Kingdom has refused to show up until now. Dr. Birdbeak was exasperated. And even more insurmountable than an enemy that can't be defeated is an enemy that can't be defeated. Number 4 shook his head. I'm sorry, Master, I don't know. 5 chimed in. I don't know. 6 looked dumbfounded. I don't know. Don't even know? What's the use of having you? Dr. Birdbreath cursed, and had no choice but to rely on its own abilities to break the danger of the moment. With all his strength, a weird red light coalesced all over his body and blasted towards the stage. Bang! Violent explosions rang out, but caused minimal damage. At best, the curtains were dusted off. No harm done. Why is that? Dr. Beak's eyes widened in disbelief. This was its full strength move, so why would it have no effect at all? Master, look on the stage. Number 1 on the side suddenly made a surprise sound. Words. Dr. Beak snapped his head up and looked at the shadow play on the stage. Perhaps it was because of the aggravation of the light, that huge curtain of light gradually became clear. Even the shadowy figure hidden behind the curtain also gradually revealed the figure. On the stage, there were more than 300 shadow figures, each one exactly like the audience on the stage. Not only that, of the 300 or so shadow people, there are even 4, 5, and 6 shadow figures modeled after them also appear behind a curtain of light. An inexplicable panic welled up in Dr. Beak's mind. At this time, the 4, 5, and 6 beside it opened its mouth and asked with a smile, "Master, acting us out? Is it good?" Dr. Birdbeak moved his stiff neck to look at 4, 5, 6. By this time, they have long since changed their appearance. No longer a three-dimensional creature existing in 3 dimensions as before. Instead, it became a piece of paper, a paper man that can only exist in 2 dimensions. To be precise, are shadow people. Chapter 119, over and over again, an infinite death cycle. You guys. Dr. Beak looked at 4, 5, and 6, releasing a flash of fear in his eyes. It immediately gripped the scythe in its hand. Next moment, swing hard. 4, 5, and 6 were cut straight in half. However, they didn't possess the little boy's ability, so they died almost immediately after taking this hit. With their deaths, the shadow figures on the theater curtain, modeled after the 4, 5, and 6, disappeared completely. This shadow play can be mirrored into reality. Dr. Beak reacted, knowing full well that the most important goal right now was to destroy the damn shadow theater stage. So it immediately gripped the scythe in its hand and charged towards the theater. 3 more shadow figures appeared on the curtain. 1, 2, 3 respectively. Still trying to scare me? After seeing this scene, Dr. Birdbeak barely hesitated for a second, leaping high into the air and waving the scythe in his hand to cut out the red aura. The powerful offense attacked fiercely towards 1, 2, and 3. Boom! 1, 2, and 3 were exterminated by Dr. Birdbeak before they were fully transformed into shadow people. Oh! Trying to use someone close to me against me? You underestimate my ruthlessness. So what if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 have a mind? They are servants, subordinates, and tools to Dr. Beak, and can be discarded at any time. In the meantime, curtain up. The plot of the shadow play advances as well. Settling down in a remote village, there comes a spooky theater troupe, which invites the whole village to a free shadow play. Free things arouse people's interest, and villagers all run to see the shadow theater. They were joyful and watched with rapt attention, as scene after scene of classic theater flashes through the curtain. The villagers clapped their hands and applauded, and even when it was time to disperse, they couldn't get enough. It's like being possessed. In the meantime, a disembodied voice came from the stage, and it asked the villagers if they would like to see such an interesting shadow play every day. The villagers answered yes. So, the scene of the gloomy wind, ghost fire in the air, that theater curtain, actually appeared one after another based on the villagers as a shadow person. These 300 or so shadow puppeteers, every single day, perform the same play on time. As far as what the play is about, of course it is. Settlement of the remote village came a bizarre theater troupe, which invited the whole village to go to see a free shadow play. To this point, dead end reached. It's like a little space all its own. A constant loop of what happened on the same day. The villagers are the shadow people, the whole village is the backdrop, and the theater troupe deep in the mountains is the pivot that influences everything. Everything. It all works according to the established rules. Now, Dr. Beak's sudden intrusion breaks the cycle. When it, in control of the cycle, realizes that there is an unknown factor affecting the cycle, it will do whatever it takes to remove the threat completely. The moment, Dr. Birdbeak held a scythe. Its robes long since become tattered and torn, and it was covered in wounds. More than 300 shadowed figures were approaching it step by step, their faces devoid of any color of blood, just following orders and blindly executing them. Why would they come back to life when they were clearly dead? The scythe in Dr. Beak's hand kept swinging, slicing through Shadow Man after Shadow Man. But that didn't help. These shadow people have been caught in a loop. Things that are in a cycle can be reborn over and over again. And this is a big recycled shadow theater. The characters in the play, who is strong and who is weak, that can only be decided by the writers. Who's the screenwriter? The horrors of the Dragon Kingdom, of course. The more time passes, the less hope Dr. Beak feels for survival. Gradually, under this bizarre cycle, Dr. Bird Beak's power was gradually overdrawn, and his spirit, which was already on the verge of collapse, gradually began to crumble. Its demeanor became somewhat manic. All want me dead, don't they? Yes. Then I will die for you. Dr. Beak gripped the scythe in his hand. The mental breakdown couldn't take this torture any longer and was ready to do a self-understanding. But who knows when it puts the scythe in its hand to the neck, ready to cut. It was horrified to realize that it had become a shadow man as well. The body is like a thin sheet of paper. Even the scythe in his hand was no longer aggressive. Even suicide can't be done. Damn it, guys. Are trying to make me one of them? Dr. Birdbeak yelled out a scolding, but soon, it lost control of its body. The scene in front of him also gradually became blurred. Even the thoughts of the brain are controlled by something. Dr. Birdbeak fell to the ground and took the opportunity to look at the theater stage while his eyes were still closed. A shadow figure modeled after it did appear on that huge curtain as well. And after, a slow footstep appeared in its ears. Dr. Birdbeak took advantage of the last gap in front of him to finally get a good look at the true face of the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom. See only. The little boy crouched down and waved his hand in front of Dr. Beak's eyes, then laughed. Hello, out-of-towners. To this point, Dr. Birdbeak, completely transformed into a shadow man. Creepy deep mountain, ancient theater, repeating a certain shadow play over and over again. Only, the play is no longer about the creepy theater troupe coming to the village. Instead, it became. Settling down in a remote village, one day there came an outsider named Dr. Birdbill. It repeats everything Dr. Beak experiences in the village as a shadow play. As for Dr. Beak, from the moment it turns into a shadow man, it means it is completely dead and assimilated, experiencing the whole process of its death every day. It's like a never-ending death spiral. Death, it's painful, but repeating the death is even more painful. The ring. When the knot disappears, Dr. Birdbeak, who had transformed into a shadowed figure, lay on the ground, motionless, eyes closed, without a trace of life left in him. Across from it was the little boy who annoyed it to no end. He came to Dr. Beak and skillfully crumpled it into a paper ball before opening his big mouth and swallowing it in one gulp. After doing everything, he turned his head to Zhang Shu and smiled faintly. That's the end of my show. I'll talk to you sometime, goodbye. The words fell. The little boy returns to the Chinese horror canon. At this moment, there are still several people in the audience who have not reacted. Although they had witnessed the entire process of Dr. Birdbeak's death, there were still quite a few doubts in their minds. Dr. Birdbeak has lost this ring match too thoroughly. It was only even clear who the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom really were the moment before they died, and they even appeared of their own accord. The cycle of death, where the living become shadow people and never turn over, is this what is known as a ghostly shadow? Although visually, the ghostly shadow didn't give me enough of a jolt. Once I went into detail, it gave me the creeps. Large families sharing a single effigy. Shadow people locked in wooden boxes. What the hell is all this, and why don't I understand any of it? I just analyzed it, and the so-called sharing of a single effigy is actually trapping these villagers in the effigy. That's how the cycle can work better. As for the shadow people, locked in the wooden box, is there a possibility that those shadow people are the villagers themselves? Remember what the little boy said? Don't venture into someone's home or they'll be angry. This situation obviously doesn't want the secrets present in the crate to be discovered. Chapter 120. The next tournament, Orochi Bones. I see. I can understand when you say that. The audience got into a heated discussion on the matter. However, Luvic, who was in charge, looked a little less than impressed.
Fark.
That's a loss. The top SSS-ranked terror that I have prepared for so long, even at the expense of losing my reputation, is just gone? Are the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom too outrageous? Or is our Dr. Beak too weak for what is happening in front of us? Luvic simply couldn't believe it. Dr. Birdseye's death was just too strange. There wasn't even an intense blood and guts fight. Thus trapped in an infinite loop constructed by the ghostly skinned shadow, it lives and dies. It's really suffocating. Your own failure is certainly hard to accept. But the taunts from his peers were even more solid. Those countries that were still unconditionally supporting the Triumph Union have turned against them at this moment, sneering at their incompetence from on high. No, is this the strength of Dr. Birdbeak? It's too weak to infect us spectators with a disease right out of the gate, and even sacrifice the lives of millions of Kaisu people before the duel began. And this is the result? I thought the Triumph League was going to put on a big show for us, but it ended up pulling a big one. Honestly, I haven't seen Dr. Beak shine at all throughout this entire matchup. That's right, keep being led around by the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't you know how to use your brain and think more? Humph, if you ask me. This bird's mouth doctor isn't as powerful as my little cold republic's rosebud red lotus. Well, this you guys are awkwardly blowing it. It's true that people's Dr. Bird's beak is trashy, but at least they've been looking for ways to break the game as well, and your rosebud red lotus has been hiding almost all the time, so there's no comparison. Humph, even if it's not as good as that. So what? Dr. Birdbeak is crap. Listening to the sneering insults coming from the surrounding audience, Luvic gritted his teeth. The anger in his heart was at an extreme. He couldn't wait to tune in to a more powerful horror now. Kill all these viewers who only know how to snort. The ring. The mystery referee appears in the center. He looked down at Dr. Beak, who had been transformed into a shadow man on the floor, and could only sigh helplessly and, "It's really something." To the very end, it was kept in the dark. "You've been too stifled as an SSS. As he spoke, he conjured a ball of blood fire that landed on Dr. Beak's corpse, eventually burning it to the ground. The moment, the fifth ring match, the end. As a rule, 33.3% of the territory of the Triumphal Union is owned by the Dragon Kingdom. Next comes the excitement. Is it a choice to speed up the process and achieve global harmonization 1v2 faster, or to keep it steady and take it one step at a time 1v1? Please ask the Dragon player to make his choice within 5 minutes. The mysterious referee turned to Zhang Shu and said in an extremely serious tone. Everyone in the audience, too, quieted down almost at the same time. The coaxing ring had become a pin drop at the moment, and everyone was looking forward to Zhang Shu's choice. 1v2, faster progress, more danger. 1v1 to achieve global harmonization at a steady pace. There's nothing to dwell on. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I choose 1v2, said Zhang Shu resolutely. Yes, the mysterious referee, with a great wave of his hand, solemnly proclaimed. For the sixth ring match, it will be in 1v2 mode, and the Dragon Kingdom, as the ringmaster, still has the right to actively pick the attacking country. So, tell me, what is your choice of attacking country? Zhang Shu said with almost no thought, completely relying on the national instinct hidden in his blood. Sakura country, Little Chill Republic. Hatred for the Sakura country stems from an unforgivable history. The hatred for the Little Cold Republic was simply that they were not to be looked upon with favor. Zhang Shu's voice was resounding and echoed in the ring. The moment the audience of the Little Chill Republic learned that they had been chosen, a feeling of displeasure surged through their hearts. What is the meaning of this? Looking down on my Little Cold Republic, right? The Dragon Country players shouldn't be naive enough to think that they can defeat our Little Cold Republic and Sakura Country with their own strength. The ring match is not a death match anymore. Every country has brought out their real skills, and the minimum is an SSS-ranked terror. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom is really arrogant to the point that it already thinks it can defeat the dual SSS-class terrors? To this day, we have to admit that there is indeed something about the horrors of the Dragon Kingdom. But if they are so naive as to try to defeat two SSS-ranked terrors, I can only say whimsical. Sakura Nation's audience also showed sinister expressions at this moment. They, Yossi, it's really God's blessing on my cherry blossom country. Do you really think that you can fight one against two just because you won a few SSS classes? It's simply a dream. This sixth ring match, Dragon Kingdom will lose. I said so. It's no good for anyone to come. By winning this ring match, my Sakura country will completely change the precarious situation it's in today and become a world power once again. I can't wait to see what Dragon Kingdom lose looks like. Terror in the ring. 1v2, rarely seen. 1v2 or 2 SSS ranked terrors is even rarer. Meanwhile, Sakamoto Kawaii's cell phone suddenly rang. Sakamoto Kawaii here. What can I do for you? An anxious, but excited voice rang out on the other side of the phone. Mr. Sakamoto, something's wrong. Just a moment ago, my country of Sakura was attacked by terrorists, and in just 1 minute, a full 3 million people died. What did you say? Sakamoto Kawaii's brain was struck by lightning, and he roared angrily that Who is it? Who on earth is it that has launched a terrorist attack on my Sakura country? Isn't it the damn Dragon Kingdom? These wolves? I knew they'd press on. The caller hurriedly said, No, it's not the Dragon Kingdom. It's our own horrible thing. And a newly emerged terror. Sakamoto Kawaii's heart thumped. A newly emerged terror? What is it? Is it written in an ancient book? Yes, only it's just a skeleton now, but even so, the strength it possesses is by no means comparable to that of an SSS-ranked terror. The voice on the other end of the phone became agitated. According to our investigation and research, the strength it possesses exceeds the SSS level, more than SSS grade. Sakamoto Kawaii's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed from rising even more. Come on. Tell me what it is. The strongest beast in Japanese legend Hachi. The snake.